This story begins with a brutal betrayal. An Suho, our protagonist, a skilled swordsman, was on his knees in front of a group of people he once called comrades. His body was trembling, and his arm showed clear signs of being poisoned. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and rough, and it didn't take long for him to realize this wasn't just any normal poison. It was something far more dangerous, possibly fatal. In front of him stood two of his teammates, and instead of helping him, they laughed. They actually found joy in watching him suffer. One of them, a warrior, sneered and said Suho should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a different path. He remained loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly holding on to his morals instead of giving in to corruption. This team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place from where terrifying monsters emerged. But now, these bastards wanted to leave that gate open. They didn't want to finish the job. They wanted to make sure the monsters weren't completely wiped out, so they could return again and again. Because as long as the danger remained, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters were gone, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the time he had spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his life, and now they stood before him, watching him die without a shred of remorse. They justified their actions by saying Suho was the only one who had opposed the plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed beyond its limits. The poison had spread too far. There was no coming back from this. His survival was impossible. But even if he couldn't live, he could still do one thing: take at least one of these traitors down with him. With that, Suho began gathering all the energy he had left. A powerful aura erupted from him, sharp and overwhelming. A couple from the group was immediately paralyzed with fear, backing away in terror. But the woman in the group, even more frightened than the rest, tried to calm everyone down, insisting they shouldn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of losing control of his bladder, could tell this was bad, and then Suho moved. In a single swift motion, he charged forward. His blade slashed through the warrior's arm, and in the very next second, he beheaded the dark mage woman with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to retreat, dragging the healer with him. Their smug expressions, once full of arrogance, had completely vanished. In an instant, they were replaced by sheer horror. The healer quickly tried to save the wounded warrior, casting healing spells desperately, but nothing worked. To her shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes turned to Suho. She saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the power of will itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed too, now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the Intangible Sword, a weapon born from pure determination. But that power came a cost. The energy that had kept him standing finally faded. Suho's strength gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, falling off a cliff behind him. He dropped deep into the valleys below, disappearing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the sound of chaos around him. There was shouting, sirens, and the distinct sound of people running. He was being carried by a firefighter, but he had no idea what was going on. His head was spinning, disoriented and foggy. Everything felt unreal, like a dream or a nightmare. The firefighter carrying him was rushing toward a designated safe zone, moving quickly through the crowded, panicked streets. Suho couldn't make sense of it first. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew he had died. So, how was he here? Alive, confused, and being rescued. Then, something clicked. He noticed what was happening around him. A gate had opened, a presummoning gate. It had caused a dungeon outbreak. Monsters were swarming the area. More specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were running through the city, attacking anything in sight. As Suho looked around, he saw a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Sindorim Station. That's when it all made sense. His memories were correct. This was the exact station that had once been contaminated during a sudden gate outbreak. He had seen this happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came flying through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man let out a cry as he collapsed, and both he and Suho fell to the ground. The goblins were getting closer. Despite the pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and told him to run. But Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes focused on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without hesitating, Suho grabbed it, took aim, and hurled it with all his strength at an approaching goblin. The weapon flew through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something strange appeared in front of Suho. Floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his awakening. For a second, he just stared at it, stunned. It was exactly like before, exactly as he remembered. The system asked him to choose the class he wanted to pursue. Out of reflex, his finger almost moved to select warrior. It was instinct, but then he paused. No, this time he decided to delay his selection. Suho turned his attention toward the goblins, who were now cackling wildly, their screeches echoing across the battlefield. They looked completely unbothered, laughing like lunatics, as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp and effortless, weaving through incoming attacks like they were nothing more than a breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from the side. But the moment its eyes locked on his Suho, it froze in horror, because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the same axe he had hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly, its face twisted in pure panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, cutting it off before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing one of the goblin's sword from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners. To someone like him, a veteran who had seen far worse, cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, ended so quickly, it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he wasn't calm or calculating. He had acted purely on instinct and emotion. And while that raw power was useful, he knew that during times like these, what he really needed was a cool head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he had been brought back to the past for a reason. This was a second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything over from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was staring at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought didn't go unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder if this guy is a player. Suho simply gave a slight nod in response and turned his focus back to the system. He had made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him. It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, the warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer, when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin wave like a trained swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon from the arsenal. He didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he had used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous, even panicked. The gate up ahead wasn't something to be taken lightly, but Suho had something important to rely on. He had acquired the swordsmanship talent before selecting a class. This was a key detail. Skills obtained based on innate talent could be used regardless of which class a player chose, and as the player leveled up, those skills and class skills also would continue to evolve and grow stronger. Suho recalled something. Isabella's Holy Spirit had been the top-tier upgrade of healing light. If only he'd possessed that kind of power back then, maybe things could have turned out differently. But this time, he was going to do things right. He had a clear plan. He would walk the path of both a swordsman and a healer. And as he remembered the faces of his former teammates, those scumbags who had betrayed and abandoned him, his resolve grew even stronger. He stepped closer to the gate, the one that had nearly killed him in his past life. Back then, he was weak and unprepared. But now, with the fundamentals of swordsmanship engraved in his very being, he knew he could handle it. Without a trace of hesitation, Suho began walking forward and stepped inside the gate. As Suho stepped through the entrance, he suddenly found himself standing in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the system window appeared in front of him, displaying the name of the area, Green Red. A strange name, but there wasn't much time to think about it. After walking for a short while, Suho stumbled upon the gruesome sight of multiple goblin corpses scattered across the forest floor. Judging by their positions and expressions, it looked like they had been running from something or someone far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies suggested fear, not just defeat. That's when Suho heard something, a low guttural sound from nearby. He turned his head toward the source, and just like that, he recognized what was behind it. Two towering hobgoblins dragging along the corpse of a creature they had hunted. These weren't the weak, annoying goblins he'd seen before. Hobgoblins were a whole different beast. bigger, meaner, and more dangerous. And when they spotted Suho, their eyes lit up with excitement. To them, human meat was a rare treat. Without hesitation, they tossed their previous prey aside and pointed their jagged weapons at Suho, eager to tear into fresh flesh. But what they didn't know, what they couldn't have guessed, was that the human they were drooling over wasn't some ordinary prey. They were staring at a predator. The first hobgoblin charged forward, blade swinging fast, but it sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it cleanly. He already knew he was underleveled for these enemies. His weapon wasn't strong enough to cut through their thick skin with ease, but he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its eye. The attack hit its mark. The creature let out a piercing screech loud enough to rattle the forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the pain of the poor monster by killing it. But Suho never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been too effective that it was pure habitual mistake. He had hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the fight, but accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared and charged forward, swinging its weapon wildly in rage. But Suho was calm. He focused, dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblins slashed left, then right, swinging like a bitch he is, but none of its blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually lead to acquiring a skill related to it. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after evading several more attacks, a small grin formed on his face. He had obtained a dodge skill, but he wasn't done yet. Now he aimed for his second skill. Suho began parrying the incoming strikes, deflecting the blows with precise timing. Parrying wasn't just a basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat, and served as a foundation for many other advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him that he gained the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already grown tired. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its limit. And so, just like before, Suho gave it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with 2 fresh skills in hand, he was ready to fight more. He wanted to face more monsters, not for the thrill of battle, but to earn skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and frustrated. They had just found out that someone had entered their assigned gate without permission. The moment the news spread, curses began flying left and right. Most of them were angry and felt disrespected, grumbling about how someone had the nerve to step into their territory. Some were already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a lesson once they came back out. They weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, people from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and told them everything he knew. From what he saw, Suho wasn't just some ordinary hunter. He had wiped out a horde of zombies on his own, and even healed his wounds in the middle of the chaos. One of the officers listening to the report looked visibly surprised. He hadn't arrived late, yet somehow, by the time he got there, the goblins were already completely wiped out. And to top it off, the person responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to brush it off at first, saying it wasn't possible. In their experience, healers didn't have the combat power to do something like this alone. But still, if this guy really managed to clear the gates solo, especially one full of goblins, then they couldn't ignore him. If he pulled it off, they would absolutely have to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was out in the field, busy hunting down hobgoblins and collecting experience points one after another. He moved quickly and efficiently, beheading multiple hobgoblins at once with ease. His attacks were clean, controlled. He deliberately spared one hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt faster than Usain Bolt. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back more of its kind. With a brief break in action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the wave of hobgoblins he had just defeated, both his stats and skills had improved significantly. While looking at the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were D-grade magic stones. Nothing too rare, but each one could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury to slow down. But right now, his financial situation was closer to a beggar than a hunter, so he wasn't going to let these stones go to waste. He began removing the stones from the fallen monsters one by one, carefully storing them all in his inventory. By the time he was done collecting the loot, he felt genuinely satisfied. This was a decent haul, but just as he was about to take a breath, that calm was interrupted. A sudden wave of pure killing intent hit him like a wall. When he turned to face it, about 30 hobgoblins were already approaching. Leading them was the same monster he had let go earlier, the one that had fled in terror. And now, with the confirmation, the entire group charged towards Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he leapt into the air like a ninja, moving with the speed and precision of a trained assassin. Within moments, several hobgoblins had already fallen, their heads rolling across the ground. His movements were sharp and effortless, like cutting through butter. Then, as if rewarding his efforts, the system notified him that he had leveled up. New stat points were added to his profile, making him even stronger than before. With that power up in hand and enough experience gained, Suho decided there was no need to drag things out any longer. It was time to end this. He dove straight into the mob of enemies, slashing in every direction, clearing the horde with ruthless efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin managed to charge him head-on, aiming to strike, but instead of fear, Suho's face lit up with excitement. He wasn't worried. If anything, he looked even more thrilled than before. The boss monster in this gate was a chief hobgoblin, and it was a level 20 enemy. As expected of a boss, it came charging in first, trying to land an attack, but it failed miserably. Right after that, a group of smaller monsters tried to pull a sneak attack from behind, but Suho, without even turning fully, reacted instantly and cut them down like it was nothing. That's when the boss monster switched tactics and used one of its skills, fear. The fear skill was nasty. It paralyzed the target and pushed them into a state of pure terror. The higher the skill level, the stronger its effect. And since this was a boss monster, that alone was enough of an explanation for how it could use such a powerful mental-type skill, even inside a low-level gate. The real problem was Suho didn't have any gear or skills that could protect his mind or resist mental attacks. At the moment, he had no way to directly counter it. The boss saw this as a chance to finish the fight and charged in to claim victory. But what it didn't know was that Suho wasn't some rookie. He was a veteran hunter who'd been through situations far worse. He knew exactly how to deal with this. Without hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately cut himself. The sharp pain snapped him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind cleared, he parried the boss's incoming strike. Then, instead of focusing on the boss right away, Suho made a quick decision. He turned his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within seconds, he moved through the battlefield, slicing down every last one of them. In just a short burst of action, he wiped out all the hobgoblins inside the gate, leaving no enemies behind except the boss itself. Before going back to face the chief hobgoblin, he took a moment to heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with the distractions gone and his body back in shape, it was just him and the boss. One-on-one, no more interruptions. And from the look on the monster's face, it didn't seem all that confident anymore. The fight between the two had begun, and they exchanged blow after blow. Suho gave it his all, swinging his sword with determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to deal any serious damage to the monster. It was becoming clear that a head-on approach wasn't going to work. Realizing this, Suho decided to change tactics. Instead of aiming blindly, he drove his sword straight into the monster's thigh, targeting a weak spot to slow it down. In response, the monster activated its fear skill once again, hoping to paralyze Suho and gain the upper hand. But this time, it didn't work. Once a person overcomes fear, it loses its grip, and Suho had already faced it once and conquered it. Now that he was no longer affected, Suho focused all his attacks on that same spot. He slashed the injured thigh over and over again, relentlessly exploiting the weakness. After a few more precise and forceful hits, the boss monster finally collapsed to the ground, barely alive, clearly on the brink of death. But Suho wasn't finished yet. Instead of going for the final blow, he suddenly used his healing light, a skill meant to restore health, and he used it on the monster. The creature, already confused and half dead, was now completely thrown off. It couldn't understand why the human who had nearly killed it was now trying to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was delighted. He had just realized he could keep the fight going. By repeatedly attacking and healing the monster, he could extend the battle and use it as training. Some time passed in this strange cycle: attack, injure, heal, repeat. And with every round, Suho grew stronger. His skills steadily improved, and eventually he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now covered in pure fear. It couldn't even bring itself to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had learned everything he could from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this trial was finished. It had served its purpose. With a calm expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without hesitation. Just like that, the gate had been conquered. Suho stood victorious. He was declared the MVP of the gate, gaining bonus experience on top of everything else. His level had now reached 10, a significant milestone for any hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received an upgrade, advancing to E rank. And along with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills continued to develop at this pace, It wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. It was only the beginning, but the path ahead was clearly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the exit of the gate. Outside, the atmosphere was tense. The gate had started to tremble slightly, causing people to whisper and wonder, had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could guess further, Suho stepped out. He walked out calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter. There wasn't a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face, just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was, or what exactly he had done, and Suho didn't bother explaining. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man who had conquered the gate alone, but Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked past them and landed right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, Young Chulmin, and judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind the gate's conquest. The scene shifts to the South Korean Hunter Association, where team leader Yang and Sujo were sitting across from each other. On the surface, it looked like a standard registration meeting, but Chulman's mind was elsewhere. His thoughts kept drifting back to their earlier encounter. He remembered how they had first met, shaking hands casually, and how Suho had mentioned that he was already on his way to the Hunter Association. Anyway, at first Chulman had assumed it was just for a license renewal, something experienced hunters did all the time. But as the conversation progressed, it became clear that Suho was actually there for initial registration. That caught Chulman off guard. He was still trying to process how someone like Suho, who was registered as a healer of all things, had managed to clear an entire gate all by himself. And the way Suho had acted, calm, casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Chulman had gone over his aptitude test results again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He had the physical strength and combat instincts, not to mention the composure that you'd expect from a frontline fighter. It didn't make sense. While Chulman was lost in thought, Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by asking if there was a problem. That brought Chulman back to focus. He began asking Suho a few routine questions, background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when more pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. We learned that Suho was a college dropout. He had been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually chose combat classes like warrior or archer if they entered the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a different direction. He had selected the healer class, and the reason he just hated getting hurt. Then he went on to explain what had happened inside the gate. He described the sequence of events in a straightforward, almost detached way. Though he left out one key detail, the fact that it had all been far too easy for him. He simply said he fought to survive, and that was that. But when Suho casually mentioned Chief Hobgoblins, Chulman stiffened. Something about that didn't sit right with him. Gates that produced Chief Hobgoblins weren't supposed to be easy. So Suho, noticing his discomfort, calmly opened his inventory. In the next moment, he dropped all the loot he had collected from the gate right onto the table. The items hit with a heavy thud, and Chulman was caught completely off guard. His eyes widened in shock, and for a second, he almost panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had collected after hunting hobgoblins. The smaller ones were from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined one had come from the hobgoblin chief. Since Suho didn't really know their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help get them processed. Even while trying to stay composed, Chulman couldn't take his eyes off the loot. It was a good haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho nodded, that simple agreement sparked real excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself again, Chulman asked whether this decision was just made on impulse, but Suho responded with a calm smile and said, no, it wasn't impulsive at all. While Chulman was still riding the wave of happiness from hearing Suho's answer, Suho shifted the tone slightly and began explaining his real reason. It wasn't about power or money, it was personal. He hated monsters, and he hated the gates they came from. As a child, he had lost his entire family during a gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage completely alone. At first, he thought that killing monsters would help ease that deep frustration and pain inside him. But even after defeating several monsters, that knot in his chest never loosened. No matter how many he killed, the ache never went away. That's when he made a decision. He couldn't undo the past, but he could choose the kind of future he wanted to protect. He didn't want anyone else to suffer the way he did. He wanted to fight, not for revenge, but for safety, for people. He wanted to be out there on the field, doing real work. And that's why he decided to become a hunter, not for any guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association. Chulman was genuinely impressed by this answer, but as someone with experience, he also felt the need to explain the downsides. He told Suho honestly that the pay scale of the Hunter Association was significantly lower compared to what private guilds usually offer. But Suho didn't seem bothered by that at all. As long as he had free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them, and the authority to punish hunters who committed crimes, that was more than enough for him. Chulman could barely believe what he was hearing. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically has gate priority, they often end up auctioning those rights off to private guilds. And the reason is simple. No official wants to put their life on the line for a small government salary. Most people claim they join to help others, but the reality is, they aim for stable, safe positions where they can earn quietly without ever having to step into a gate. That's why so many aim for administrative roles instead of field duty. But in Chulman's eyes, Suho felt different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a rare type, a true patriot, who wanted to be out on the front lines protecting people, someone who genuinely believed in civil service. The happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Chulman felt lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of it and got back to the task of handling the magic crystals. Now, to take the official hunter exam, one has to first pass an aptitude test, with both a written and a practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, this year's registration period had already ended, and the exam was scheduled for tomorrow. But fortunately for Suho, he had brother Chulman on his side. Since Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate by himself, there was a good chance they could pull some strings and get special approval from the higher-ups. That part wasn't a problem. What had concerned Chulman, though, was the written test. Clearing that with only one day of preparation almost impossible for a regular person. But Suho, being Suho, was confident. To him, if you ever get the chance to do something, you take it, no matter the circumstances. The only issue, our boy was practically a beggar at this point. He didn't even have enough money to pay the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Chulman could take care of the magic crystals for him. And Chulman, being the dependable guy he is, immediately took the task without a second thought. Right now, the only person Suho could fully rely on was his big brother Chulman, and he was genuinely grateful for that. After some time, they completed all the aptitude tests. Team leader Chulman then sent Suho the money they got from selling the crystals. In the next cut, Suho was munching through Chulman's food stash like he owned the place. Thanks to the magic crystals, he received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also got some tax exemption benefits. Still, that wasn't enough for him. He had one more request. He had heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram a bit for the written test tomorrow. He politely asked if the team leader could allow him access. And of course, Chulman said yes, with a smile. He even personally showed Suho the way to the library, and told him he wouldn't need an employee card to enter. Before parting ways, Chulman wished him the best of luck for the exam. Suho watched him leave, quietly, thinking how kind and reliable his brother still was. Deep down, he knew that one day Chulman would definitely become the president of the association. And with Chulman out of the picture, Suho turned his attention back to the library. His goal was clear: find something tied to his past life. He remembered major events happening, things that shook entire regions, but the details were always hazy. Human minds weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this place was the key, a fragment of knowledge or a skill he wanted badly. After poking around a bit more, Suho finally stumbled on something strange. A book, massive, ancient-looking, and so thick it refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged in with a strange message. The book wasn't from this world. It also mentioned that there was a special way to use it, something beyond just reading. And Suho, he already knew what that meant. Without hesitation, he held the book above his head like some RPG character, triggering a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a complete clown. Nothing was happening. His arms were getting tired. Frustration bubbled up fast because he was damn sure this was the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories, had taken an interest in his story. That's when the magic kicked in. The book shimmered. Reality shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots deep in glowing stone, its branches reaching into a sky that wasn't even real, a spiral staircase wrapped around it, leading upward into the unknown. And this is the Library of Memories. It's then revealed that the Library of Memories grants its user the ability to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, including painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by forgetting, but once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with flawless memory. The original owner of this skill was the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former Korean Hunter Association employee. While studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this ability after using a book as a pillow, just because lying face down was uncomfortable. Suho thinks about how lucky she was to stumble upon such a skill, and feels grateful to her for introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her a meal one day. The system window then prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers how powerful the ability truly is. It could help him restore every memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its value, he decides that obtaining the skill is necessary to retain every detail with precision. A message appears, confirming his story has been accepted. Suddenly, a strong wind whirls around him, and the system announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording his experiences. Suho starts floating in midair, surrounded by radiant texts. As a diagram materializes above the book, another message follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him access whenever needed, while also suggesting important information. Suho stares at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space is some kind of illusion. Now that he has the skill, he decides to try it out. He closes his eyes and revisits a previous battle. There, he sees himself severely wounded. The moment floods back with vivid emotions, and he feels the fury rise in him once again, confirming the memory's intense clarity. He sees the ones who betrayed him, people he now recognizes as selfish cowards who had delayed sealing the gate just to save themselves. He swears to never forgive or forget them. His consciousness floats among countless system windows. The memory unsettles him, and he wishes he'd chosen to recall something less painful. Then, out of nowhere, one system window shows a shocking notification. He's being given a chance to become stronger. As the first person to reach the realm of the transcendent, the system announces it's rebooting for player On Suho. He's left speechless as the world around him reverts to normal. A thought crosses his mind. Could it be that the system really sent him back in time? He remembers having once reached the state of unity with the divine sword, and obtaining the first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to attain transcendence, he's being given a new opportunity, something no one's ever experienced before. Suho starts to realize that his return to the past might not be just a coincidence. In the next moment, he arrives at a certain place by taxi. As he steps out, he reflects on how meaningful this second chance really is. Now he has an opportunity to prevent the disasters that once struck him and to handle the unpredictable gates that had caused countless casualties. Determined to tackle these gates faster than before, he reminds himself that every second matters. He soon arrives at a huge building nexus. Standing before it, he's impressed by its sheer size and acknowledges that this is the biggest private hunter academy in the country. He also sees it as a place where he can make good money to secure his future. With firm resolve, he heads inside. A cheerful receptionist greets him and asks the reason for his visit. Suho responds that he wants to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist, surprised, asks if he has an appointment. Suho says no, but insists it's important. He simply asks her to pass along a message. The solo conqueror of the Syndrome Station pre-catastrophe gate is here. The scene shifts to the director's office, where a calm woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy. Suho introduces himself as On Suho. Director Kim invites him to sit and acknowledges his achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then asks why he came to Nexus. Suho explains that he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is clearly surprised by the request. Suho confirms it and mentions that he also plans to take the hunter license test scheduled for the next day. Still trying to wrap her head around the situation, Director Kim asks how long it's been since he awakened. Suho calmly replies, "It happened today." Shocked even further, she checks her documents and repeats in disbelief. An unregistered hunter who awakened just today wants to take the test tomorrow and has already solo cleared a catastrophic level gate. Suho confirms everything. He adds that a connection within the Hunter Association helped him secure a spot in the exam. His goal is simple: to rank first. His confident declaration leaves the director even more surprised. Then Suho states his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship student status with full financial support. Suho knew full well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top wouldn't be easy. But he wasn't some beginner. He was a battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates. Whether anyone else believed him or not didn't matter. That choice was up to them. Director Kim recognized that clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat. Still, she reminded him that the hunter test was a completely different matter. With an average pass rate of less than 20%, Suho made it clear if he didn't get first place, they could ignore him and cancel the scholarship deal entirely. Intrigued, Director Kim asked why he chose Nexus instead of more prestigious academies like Hexagon or Prime. Suho answered bluntly. Despite being the biggest academy, Nexus had hit a rough patch in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student, and that had hurt its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim acknowledged the truth. Nexus was in desperate need of success, and no current student had shown any signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho really did take first place, Nexus would gain the most from spotlight. His proposal in that sense was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder what kind of person makes such a bold offer with that much confidence. Curious, she asked how much money he was expecting from the scholarship. Suho responded by asking about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained that the prize included a full refund of tuition, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and the opportunity to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho nodded. It seemed fitting for the country's largest academy. But then, with a grin, he added that 300 million won would be even better. The number stunned Director Kim, but Suho kept going, saying that considering the advantages that came with being the top student and the scale of the academy, the amount was fair. For Nexus, 300 million wasn't much anyway. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she agreed and told him that if he ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million. Later, Suho wandered around the campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how enormous it was, bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be missing anything. The staff members showing him around chuckled proudly, explaining that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho noticed the guide looked tired, and figured they'd probably been woken up just to give him a tour. Feeling slightly guilty, Suho thanked him for showing him around so late. The guide smiled, saying it was the least he could do for someone so important. Then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the playground. Curious, he asked if that person was a student. The guide nodded, saying that student trained every night at this hour, and was the most hardworking student in the academy. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Daehan. The guy called out to him, reminding him to take care of his health, to which Daehan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself harder since he was already in his third year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Don for raid missions. Back then, Daehan had been the nation's top tanker, famous for his unmatched endurance and defensive capabilities. It had been unfortunate when pure tankers lost their place in the meta over time, but now seeing Daehan wielding an axe instead of a shield, Suho realized Daehan still hadn't unlocked his real potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Daehan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide introduced the two of them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Daehan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Daehan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he chose that particular weapon. Daehan explained that since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his build. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Daehan had only trained with the axe. Daehan admitted he had. He called himself a slow learner and said trying out multiple weapons felt like a waste of time. It had taken him 2 years just to get somewhat decent with the axe, and even now, he didn't feel particularly skilled with it. Suho silently analyzed the situation and understood the real problem. It wasn't that Daehan lacked effort, but that the axe simply didn't suit him. It wasn't a matter of dedication, it was a case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he should have switched weapons. Suho found it surprising that even the top academy in the country missed something this obvious. He suggested a different mindset. Since players would eventually receive stat adjustments, it made more sense to pick a weapon that felt natural to them. With skill correction effects, proficiency could rise quickly, but true performance in battle relied on knowledge and experience. In Daehan's case, the battle axe was clearly a mismatch. While it delivered heavy hits, the long cooldowns made users vulnerable, and considering Daehan's large frame, it became even harder to protect him effectively. When Daehan heard this, he was taken aback. He'd spent the last 3 years training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but pointed out that Daehan's real strength might be in tanking. He advised Daehan to try using a kite shield on his left arm and a one-handed blunt weapon in his right hand. According to Suho, this setup would significantly enhance Daehan's overall combat effectiveness. Daehan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to think about what truly forms the backbone of a raid party. While many believed it was the mage, in reality it was always the tank. The tank's job was to draw the enemy's focus and protect the team. To do that properly, a tank needed both a shield and a secondary weapon for crowd control. Suho's reasoning finally clicked with Daehan. Motivated by the insight, he decided to give it a shot. Suho was glad that Daehan didn't let doubt hold him back, and appreciated how quickly he could think and adapt. Suho wished him luck, and Daehan thanked him before heading off. Right after that, the guide explained that Director Kim had asked him to give Suho a tour, which is why he introduced him as a guest. But now the guide was curious. Was Suho actually an instructor? He seemed to know a lot about combat and contracts. Suho clarified that he was an instructor, though internally he realized it probably looked suspicious for someone without a license to know so much. He explained that he was more like a stakeholder. The guy nodded and mentioned he'd just received a call. The contract was ready, and it was time to return to the director's office. Then came a day of the hunter test. The area in front of the association building was packed with examinees, all armed with swords and ready to earn their hunter licenses. Everyone had been preparing relentlessly for this moment, sharpening their skills and reaching peak performance. Ironically, Suho, the same man who had cleared a gate all by himself, was in his worst condition. After finishing the test, Suho walked out, reflecting on the purpose behind it. It had been organized because of concerns over possible doping, but in his opinion, those measures didn't mean much. Most cheaters didn't use drugs, they used skill buffs. During the test, one woman in particular, and several others, had shown magic levels no one at level 5 should naturally have. The system then notified Suho that his magic sensing ability was far sharper than most. He had fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to that, Suho found it easier to notice oddities. Although nothing had been officially reported, he could already tell that many were cheating using buffs. He knew it was time to put an end to this. Looking at Chulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person around. As he walked in the hall where other candidates were discussing their tests, he couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Chulman walked up and asked how the test went. Suho replied that he was confident he'd pass, but then asked why Chulman was there. Chulman explained that he was helping out since the association was always short-staffed. He'd also heard that this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was impressive. Suho responded that he believed he had solved it, and asked if he could bring something up. Chulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs and asked why. Chulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use, and confiscated personal items to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem a check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Chulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it before the practical exam. Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Chulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area, but Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like an excuse. He suspected that Brother Chulman had already started cracking down on those trying to cheat using buffs. Moving swiftly, just as he'd expected, with 1,200 candidates and a pass rate of under 10%, spotting cheaters could easily bring that rate down to 7%. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be top-tier talent. Suho decided to observe the other candidates to spot anyone who might be worth keeping an eye on. Just then, voices caught his attention. One man was challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights, but the first guy clarified that he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to stay out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked what would happen if he struck first. Before anything could escalate, Suho stepped in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, making the attacker pull back. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was. Was he some sort of officer? Suho simply said he was just another test taker, but warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned why Suho was getting involved. Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying he wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak like Suho. That word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave. But Suho turned the tables, asking if he was scared. The attacker, annoyed, asked what that was supposed to mean. Suho suggested they find out if it really was just luck, hinting that the attacker was too scared to test it. Provoked, the man accepted the challenge, hurling insults and calling Suho just another coward in the crowd. Suho agreed to the spar, but said they should get a supervisor's approval and use the designated sparring arena. With permission granted, both of them stepped into the training arena, drawing attention from nearby students. The referee reminded them they could only use training weapons provided by the association, and warned that the match would be stopped if things got out of control. As the match started, the attacker charged first, swinging his wooden sword. Suho blocked it with ease. The attacker leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Furious and surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho apart, but Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. The insult pushed the attacker over the edge. This man, Park Yong, was known as a mad swordsman, obsessed with strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to fight. His thirst for power had turned him into a relentless combatant. Suho remembered how skilled Yang had been during their last encounter, and was surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized that Yang needed to be stopped before repeating past mistakes. Without warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Yang flying. As he hit the ground, Suho mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Yang questioned how Suho was so strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging in blindly wouldn't work, hinting that Yang had never faced someone as powerful as a level 10 before. Most of his previous opponents probably never got past level 5. Getting back up with a smirk, Yang admitted Suho seemed too calm and announced he'd go all out. Suho welcomed it. Yang unleashed a barrage of strikes, but Suho dodged them effortlessly with just one hand on his sword. The intensity of Yang's attacks had definitely increased, and Suho acknowledged the added weight behind him. Then, Yang went all in, using his signature dragon sword technique. A flash of blinding light erupted as the swords clashed. Yang thought he had finally landed a decisive hit and began to celebrate, but when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He blocked the attack. Shocked, Yang trembled and demanded an explanation. Suho smirked and said the attack was too slow. In reality, Yang had only managed a basic version of the dragon sword technique. Without a hunter's license, it was impossible to master the real thing. Enraged by the humiliation, Yang charged again, but Suho dodged every attack with ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a crouch, baiting Yang into one last reckless charge. Just as Yang shouted that the match was over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike to his chin, knocking him out cold. Yang hit the ground, defeated and dazed, struggling to understand what had happened. Suho calmly repeated that his attacks were simply too slow. Though Yang was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath. Watching this, Suho realized that Yang's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, ignoring everyone else in the process. With that distraction taken care of, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down. Meanwhile, the supervisor who had been observing everything were left stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting that he'd accidentally knocked out Park Yang and asked them to take care of him. In the next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with various machines. Looking around, he noticed there were more skilled individuals present than before, probably anti-doping inspectors disguised as technicians. As the room grew noisy, Suho became visibly irritated, clearly wishing they'd all just leave. A technician walked up to him and instructed him to lie down. He then explained how the emergency button worked in case anything fell off during the dive process. Suho confirmed he understood. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window appeared indicating that the Hunter Practical Test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a different world. Right away, he could tell this test wasn't going to be easy, especially considering how few people passed the healer exam. In front of him were wounded individuals calling for help, and some were trapped under rubble. One girl in particular was desperately trying to lift a huge stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being too ruthless with the scenario. The whole situation already felt traumatic. Before continuing, let's understand the context of the practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. Typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights or surviving waves of enemies. A participant score depends on how long they last and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's different. The focus isn't just on how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability matters, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers who put their own lives on the line to save others earn higher scores. As monsters began to approach, Suho reflected on the nature of the test. In this scenario, the healer is expected to die protecting the patient. The issue, his own stats were still active. Walking toward the monsters, he spotted a sword on the ground. Looking at it, he realized he'd have to take a serious beating before dying. Unlike the others, he questioned the logic of letting himself be beaten to death. Dying once had already been enough for him. Nearby, others screamed for help at the sight of the monsters, but Suho knew those screams were illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by corpses. He approached a terrified girl and asked if she was okay. Shaking, the girl warned that the monsters would return and they had to run, but Suho knew the real mission. He had to protect her until the end. Reassuring her, he promised that the rescue team would come and that he'd keep her safe until then. With resolve, he stood his ground, ready to fight the oncoming monsters. Back in the observation room, players started exiting the simulation pods one by one. One of them stepped out, thinking he could have done better. A woman thanked him for his efforts and instructed him to gather his belongings and head outside. She then moved to another pod and checked the screen. It displayed the details of a participant, Kang Jin-young, Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and 4 seconds. She commented that this season's scores were particularly low due to the test difficulty. Curious, she asked Director Shin how long Suho had been inside. Shin replied, 30 minutes. Shocked, she repeated the number, unable to believe it was that long. Rushing over to Suho's machine, she checked the display herself. 30 minutes. Still in disbelief, she asked if Suho was a warrior. Shin corrected her, saying Suho was a healer. Refusing to believe it, she accused him of lying, but Shin pointed to the sword Suho had been holding and urged her to look closely. Together, they reviewed the simulation footage. Watching Suho in action, the woman asked again if he was really a healer. Impressed by his combat ability, she wondered aloud if he might be disqualified for not dying. But Director Shin clarified there was no rule requiring death. The test's real purpose was to protect the patient until the end. She nodded in agreement. Shin explained further. Suho was meeting all the conditions. He never abandoned the patient, fought near her, and continued healing her throughout. He was risking his life to protect her. As long as all conditions were met, disqualification wasn't an option. Hearing that, the woman concluded that the top score for this exam had already been determined. Meanwhile, Suho was still battling inside the simulation. With incredible skill, he sliced through the monsters in a single blow. But even after his victory, Suho felt it wasn't enough. He needed to be faster. As more monsters appeared, he eliminated them one after another, showing unwavering focus. Eventually, he wiped them all out. A system message popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is very high. Congratulations, you've mastered footplay. Suho read the message and realized that although this was a simulation since it was based on real-world mechanics, the system could still recognize his physical control. The system acknowledged that he was directly controlling his body, making it possible to master physical skills, that is even here. Though the experience gained was less than in real combat, it was still a great way to train. In addition to swordsmanship, he had picked up various skills and upgraded all basic sword techniques to a rank. There were no experience points or item rewards, but the results were still satisfying. If he could eventually raise all his sword skills to a rank or higher, he might be able to develop a technique like Park Yong's dragon sword technique. Another message appeared. Great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship surpasses everyone else's. The system is impressed by your unique style and wishes to register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill by combining your basic sword techniques and footplay? Suho smiled, finally ready to create his own style. Guardian sword. A confirmation window appeared, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed. Another message congratulated him for his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a new unique swordsmanship skill, Guardian Sword S. This new ability boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by 50%. As a reward for this great achievement, the system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its hope that Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message confirmed he had unlocked Sword Mastery S, a privilege granted only to those with deep understanding of swordsmanship. This lifted all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques, enhanced all sword-related abilities by another 50%, and removed any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly thought back to his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 years to reach this level of skill. But now, thanks to the knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed much faster. He recognized how much his value had grown. Turning his focus to the exam, he recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder how much effort had gone into preparing the whole thing. With all his objectives completed, only 2 paths remained: either die at the hands of the monsters, or wipe them all out. Elsewhere, the supervisors watching the live footage were left speechless. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. For the first time in the history of practical exams, someone had defeated every single monster. They were in awe, not just of his combat prowess, but also because he had successfully healed the patient. One examiner even joked that they didn't need to bother checking the rankings. The winner was clear. A few days later, the scene shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member declared that their student, Kian, would surely be this year's top scorer. Another member agreed, proud of the effort they'd poured into his training. But then, someone noticed a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, confusion spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was On Suho. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and confused as someone asked where Kian was. At that moment, the guildmaster received a call, and the scene changed again. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the late congratulations, explaining he'd been swamped with work, but he made sure to praise Suho for earning the highest score. He admitted he hadn't expected such consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's exceptional performance had helped expose a number of cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to tighter rules in future exams, which he saw as a positive outcome. Then the team leader cautiously brought up a question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal hadn't changed. He still intended to join the association. The team leader appreciated his clear answer and said he'd reach out once the recruitment or testing schedule was ready. Suho agreed with a smile. Before ending the call, the leader reminded Suho to eat properly and look after his health, and Suho returned the same kind words. After the call ended, the team leader glanced down at something in his hand and quietly reminded himself to eat too. Back on Suho's side, he paused for a moment. Something about the leader's tone lingering in his mind. It fell off. He wondered if everything was all right. Just then, his phone rang again. Suho checked the caller ID and seemed to know who it was. He answered and introduced himself. The caller was Kim Soo, who congratulated him on his success and confirmed that payment had already been sent according to their agreement. Suho acknowledged her efficiency, praising how professional her large guild was. Then came her proposal. She invited Suho to join the Nexus Guild, promising benefits better than anything other guilds could offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were willing to go. Kim Soo assured him that she'd do everything possible to match his expectations. As a top student and scholarship recipient, she said adjusting the contract terms would be no problem. She even suggested meeting in person to finalize the deal. Suho, however, politely declined for now, mentioning he had personal plans that day. He promised to review his schedule and get back to Earth soon. Still, he did hint that considering he was a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so intense that even her co-workers nearby noticed. She begged him not to sign anything with another guild in the meantime. Amused by her enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet soon. As the call ended, Suho smiled, still hearing the echo of her thrilled voice. At that moment, the taxi driver let him know they had arrived. Suho thanked him and stepped out. Now standing outside, Suho reflected on everything that had happened. He had cleared the test, secured his license, and received the payment. The next chapter of his journey was right in front of him. With quiet determination, he moved forward, ready to begin farming. At Lighthouse General Market, Suho checked his phone and thought about how he had quickly gathered everything he needed. Now, the only thing left was to buy a weapon. With that goal, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones since he wasn't sure they'd have what he was looking for. As he stood outside, he wondered if his quiet place might hold the right weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who asked what he needed. Suho explained that he had just become a hunter and was looking for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section with cheaper items. When Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust and realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. But that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons needed to go through a process called liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a kind of signal, though most players in places like this wouldn't recognize it. Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had found it. After walking out with the weapon, Suho thought to himself that if the owner ever found out the spear's true worth, he'd regret letting it go so cheaply. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear absorbed his power at a fast pace, draining his energy quickly. Realizing how much it was taking out of him, Suho stopped and collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. He understood that if he'd pushed just a bit more, he might have passed out from magic depletion. To awaken the weapon, he needed a magic stat of at least 100. Though he couldn't use it yet, he knew it would become a powerful asset in the future. He promised himself he'd level up fast and unlock its full potential soon. Meanwhile, inside the PBS building, reporter Jinwi received a phone call from Suho. Suho introduced himself and confirmed that he was the top scorer in the recent Hunter test. He also revealed that he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jinwi was shocked by the revelation, taking a moment to silently process the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate even before officially becoming a licensed hunter. In Jinwi's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jinwi asked why Suho had reached out to him directly, Suho explained that he had found Jinwi's blog during a search. He mentioned that while he knew about Jinwi's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwi's decision to pursue journalism out of genuine interest. Suho shared that he had big plans and would soon become a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jinwi work as his exclusive reporter. Jinwi was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jinwi was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified that he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value before joining a guild. Suho admitted there was some truth to that, but not entirely. He wasn't doing this to increase his worth, but to gain fame. His ultimate goal was to become a civil servant. Jinwei was caught off guard. Did Suho mean joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame to become a public official seemed absurd to him, but Suho was serious. He wanted to work in the field as part of the Hunter Association. That made Jinwei question his background. Was Suho another rich kid treating hunter work as a side quest? Suho revealed he was actually a gate orphan, and that past was what drove him toward public service. It shaped his purpose in life to conquer gates. As Jinwei glanced at his laptop, he questioned whether Suho was really being serious. With so many strange people emerging lately, it was getting hard to tell, but in the end, he decided it didn't matter much. He acknowledged Suho's point of view, but declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Still, Suho didn't give up. He suggested a bet. Curious, Jinwei asked what kind. Suho proposed to earn Jinwei's trust by proving himself as a hunter. He announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge alone that very day. Jinwei was stunned. That tower was infamous. Clearing it was considered impossible even for a full party. Doing it solo sounded downright insane, but Suho was confident that if he pulled it off, it would be enough to convince Jinwei. If he succeeded, he wanted Jinwei to become his personal and exclusive reporter. Suho remembered the Jinwei from his past life, a top-tier broadcaster from PBS, famous for his pride and elite background. He'd gained popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up many times thanks to Jinwei's sharp reporting and rare influence over public opinion. But that same brilliance made him dangerous to others, like a thorn, always in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwei got caught up in political conflicts, was forced into early retirement, and eventually disappeared from the scene. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that fate. During the call, Suho made his proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge solo, Jinwei had to become his personal reporter. Though stunned, Jinwei agreed. If Suho truly managed to do it, Jinwei promised he'd support him with everything he had as a journalist. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jinwei starts feeling irritated, thinking Suho is seriously driving him nuts. He keeps dwelling on Suho's sudden and unexpected request, confused about where it even came from. Even though he's clearly annoyed, he doesn't completely hate the idea. Something about the proposal feels genuine, and Suho doesn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between frustration and curiosity, Jinwei mutters to himself that he's really losing it. Still, he shrugs it off, thinking it's a harmless gamble. If it turns out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands at the entrance showing his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho came alone and warns him. Solo entry is allowed, but it's risky. Judging by Suho's license number, he assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up since even the lower levels often lead to injuries or worse. But Suho insists on going in alone. Respecting his choice, the man informs him of the 70,000 won entry fee, and tells him to pay once he gets the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him. As he steps forward, the gatekeeper shouts after him to be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower Challenge. It's widely known as a training ground for players below level 20. This public gate is government-maintained and meant to help players grow stronger. Now that his level has been reset, there's no better place to start over. As he pushes the door open and steps in, the system immediately announces his entry. It tells him that he can give up any time, and if he declares withdrawal, he'll be teleported back to the entrance instantly. Suho summons his sword just as the system triggers the beginning of the first floor challenge. A slime monster appears and launches an attack. While fighting, Suho notices the monster's large size and surprising speed, which momentarily catches him off guard. Despite being just a level 1 creature with barely any attack power, its movements are annoying, and getting stuck with it could slow him down. Wanted to finish it quickly, Suho drives his sword through the slime's core, destroying it. But then he realizes something. This slime can multiply. That irritating trait means that when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions. Even though there's a limit to how much they can divide, there's still a threat. This regenerative ability is one reason why most players enter the tower in parties. Monsters usually show up in groups on almost every floor. Not wasting time, Suho begins wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabs one mid-jump, and then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs at mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself upward with clean and precise strikes. He slashes through the tentacles and clears the rest of the enemies. The system notifies him that he's conquered the first floor, and asks if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, full of resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the highest official record reached was the 48th floor. At present, the record only goes up to the 29th floor, both milestones achieved through party play. Typically, challengers enter the tower in groups, and the number of participants determines the difficulty level. The more people in a party, the less experience each person earns, but it's a safer way to progress. Most hunters aiming for top records form parties of level 20 members. With these thoughts in mind, Suho clears the 18th floor and looks upward, realizing he doesn't need to follow the usual methods. Without hesitation, he accepts the challenge for the 19th floor, activating the next stage. Unlike the earlier levels filled with multiple enemies, this floor has only a single powerful monster. While that makes the opponent stronger, it also means that defeating it alone is enough to pass the stage. As soon as the monster appears, Suho charges in and defeats it with a single sword strike. The system announces the completion of the 19th floor and gives him the option to proceed to the 20th. Instead, Suho decides to pause the challenge and examines the monster's body. He notices something strange. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish immediately, this one leaves behind a red gain. It's a clear hint from the tower that there's something more to uncover. Suho retrieves an item from the remains, realizing it has a specific purpose, even though it can't be used on its own. Using his magic detection ability, he finds a hidden space linked to the Red Gate. This hidden area turns out to be the subspace fortress of the Fortress King, Jiang Pyong. This subspace is unique because, unlike others created using items, it allows living beings to enter and leave freely. Inside, Suho finds himself in a place that looks like a cave. A glowing object appears, and the system informs him that the fortress's previous owner is dead. Suho is asked if he wants to take ownership. He accepts and grabs the glowing object, which begins to fuse with his body. The system confirms that Suho is now the new master of the subspace fortress, which is no longer just an item. It has become a skill bound to him permanently. The system also explains that the appearance of the fortress will change depending on Suho's magical power. The space begins to shift. What was once a cave transforms into a fully furnished room. Impressed, Suho realizes the space is more sophisticated than he expected. Its size expands with his magical strength, and even adapts to his preferences. He feels relieved that he stopped Jiang Pyong-ho from getting his hands on this power. That man had once used the fortress to store everything from drugs and stolen artifacts to kidnapped people. Remembering the horror of those sleepless nights caused by such crimes fills Suho with disgust. But now, with the fortress in his hands, he knows such darkness won't repeat. By stopping the rise of the Fortress King and gaining a powerful personal base, Suho feels he's scored a massive win. With newfound resolve, he gets ready to keep moving forward. Jinwi was scrolling through his phone reading an article with growing interest. He noticed that a lot of students had started gravitating toward Nexus lately. Suho had once talked about wanting to join the Great Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage suggested that Nexus was confident Suho would end up with them. Jinwi felt uncertain. Only time would tell. Still, he couldn't stop thinking about how many floors Suho had already cleared. Right then, a system alert popped up. The 30th floor had just been conquered. The Tower of Challenge record had been shattered, and someone was already advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd went silent in disbelief. Murmur spread. Was a new record, a team raid, or something even more insane? Their shock deepened when the system immediately announced the 31st floor had also been cleared. Just moments after it began, Jinwi froze. If this really was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him. Until now, Jinwi had chalked up Suho wins to luck and theatrics. But if this insane pace was real, then Suho was a rival he'd be stuck competing with for a long time. Inside the Hunter Association, Director Kim heard the news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the reports. Suho was actually smashing records live. Realizing Suho's value, she decided they had to make an offer, so tempting it couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president and office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system made Chulman rapid rise through the Tower of Challenge was something the world had never seen. If Suho truly wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Chulman's phone rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chman picked up. The VP asked where he was. Upon hearing that Chulman was near the tower in Pango, he jumped on the opportunity. He told Chulman to bring Suho in. Chulman lit up, thinking he'd been given the chance to recruit Suho, but the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment, just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chulman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself, how these power-hungry executives were exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserved to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record again. Exhaustion was starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a real reward. With every floor cleared, he earned 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like a gift. Knowing the system inside out made it feel like he was building a game character, a second self, and honestly, it was kind of fun. With his stats set, Suho prepared for the final challenge. The 49th floor had begun. A glowing crystal appeared in front of him, and from it emerged the final boss, a tower dragon, level 49. Suho stared at it, immediately recognizing how broken this thing was. Even without pure blood traits, just being a dragonborn made it absurdly powerful. It made him question if this floor was ever even meant to be beaten, but Suho knew why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, sword in hand, he charged at the final boss with full resolve, ready to end this. Suho moved in to confront the dragon, ready to attack. In response, the dragon launched its own assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something important. For a beast of its enormous size, the dragon was shockingly fast. Suddenly, a dark aura leaked from its claws, creating a powerful pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its jaws. Right before he was sucked in, Suho grabbed the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its head, and slammed his sword down with all his strength. The dragon roared furiously and tossed its head so violently that Suho was flung away, forcing him to retreat to safety. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a scratch. All he had managed to do was annoy the creature. The dragon then smashed the ground with overwhelming power, sending deep cracks tearing through the floor. Suho ducked behind a large rock, silently grateful for his high stats. Without them, the shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly understood that although the dragon's level wasn't unbelievably high, its natural traits made its body absurdly durable. Standard attacks were useless. He needed to target its weak point, the reverse scale. Since this dragon wasn't level 100 yet, it likely couldn't completely hide that scale. After scanning its body, Suho spotted the vulnerable point near its tail. Without wasting a second, he charged in and struck the rock-hard scale with all his might. The dragon howled in agony, and a system notification appeared. The tower dragon had entered a rage after its weakness was hit. Suho left his sword lodged deep in the reverse scale, knowing the fight wouldn't end quickly. Dragging this battle out would only make it more dangerous. He channeled even more power, pushing the blade deeper. Enraged, the dragon unleashed its fear-based ability. Suho's body froze as he slipped into a hallucination state. The system confirmed he had fallen under fear. He tried to cure himself, but the system informed him that such a high-level fear couldn't be removed. Before the dragon could crush him with its tail, Suho opened the entrance to his subspace and vanished inside. He immediately chugged a purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's effects as the hallucinations vanished. Relieved, he reminded himself that only people he allowed could enter this subspace. He had bought the potion casually from the general market, unaware that he would need it so soon. The fight was far more intense than he had expected. Even after removing the fear status once, he wouldn't get immediate resistance, and cure spells were useless. That meant he would have to repeatedly retreat into his subspace and rely on purification potions, something clearly unsustainable. He needed another plan. Searching through his inventory, he briefly considered calling the mad pulverization scholar. Before he could decide, the system notified him that he had learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a combination jar appeared. Understanding its significance, he placed 3 unusual items into the jar: the unknown thief's socks, the unknown minstrel's instrument, and the unknown cleaner's broom. The jar began its fusion process. Suho knew that combinations using absolute formulas always succeeded. Many so-called trash items actually held hidden value. The process ended successfully. A rare treasure had been created. First Mumu, a ring formed from a basic level formula. Suho also gained 10 bonus stat points for creating a first-ever item. He understood that first-time items were usually S-grade or above, and this one was S+ because it was a growth-type item. He equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him. Suho remembered that in his previous life, he had missed the chance to obtain first Mumu because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and made the recipe public. This time, Suho had claimed it for himself. With the extra stats, he opened his status window and added 4 points to his magic stat, raising it to 100. The system congratulated him. His magic stat had turned red, an achievement he had never reached before level 50. Earlier, he had thought purple status would take forever, but now, it felt fully achievable. Purple required 700 points. Still a long journey, but he was confident he could reach it. After finishing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his familiar old spear and began infusing it with magic. The weapon absorbed power at an incredible rate. Once the required amount was reached, The system acknowledged the successful awakening. The spear had transformed, it was now the Shadow Spear. Round 2 was about to begin. The system revealed the weapon's origins. It was one of the Shadow Lord's treasures, forged from the bones of a shadow beast, and it had acknowledged Suho as its first awakener. The spear could now be summoned from his shadow, and regenerated using magic and shadow energy. Suho understood the weapon's value immediately. Just as Zhang Pyong had the subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a monarch-level being, had wielded this spear. If that entity existed within the gate, Suho was now holding its signature weapon. He felt relieved he had secured it before anyone dangerous could claim it. Time to test it. He summoned the spear again, appreciating its convenience. Since he couldn't attack from within his subspace fortress, he would need to step out and hit the reverse scale while the dragon slept. Suho exited the subspace and climbed to a rocky ledge overlooking the beast. Raising the shadow spear, he hurled it straight into the stone embedded in the dragon's tail. The spear pierced through, and the dragon writhed in pain. Suho jumped down as the system announced the dragon had entered another enraged state. It unleashed dragon fear, but Suho instantly retreated back into subspace, avoiding all status effects. His hit-and-run tactics continued. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating each time. The process took longer than expected, but soon the reverse scale's durability dropped under 10%. It wasn't completely destroyed, but it had become too weak to protect the dragon. Stealth would no longer work. Suho abandoned subtlety and went for a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself into the air and drove the shadow spear into the dragon's eye. The impact shook the entire area. Suho was thrown back, but the enraged dragon was relentless. As it searched for him, Suho seized the moment, circling behind and rushing for the tail. The dragon used dragon fear again, but Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed, and the dragon's power drained rapidly. Suho took a purification potion and surged into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean slash across the throat, the dragon collapsed. The battle had finally ended. The system declared that Suho had cleared the 49th floor and set a new record for the Tower of Challenge. He received 10 bonus stat points, and more rewards began pouring in. Lying on the ground, he processed the achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither past nor present versions of himself had ever done. For reaching level 40, he gained a new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could cover an entire battlefield. The evaluation wasn't done yet. Recognizing the difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho was shocked. This was the signature power of Yoma, the monster player. So this was where Yoma had obtained it from the Dragon Mountains. The system explained that inheriting dragon blood granted a dragon's power depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could summon the Shadow Spear again, the system alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the tower dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing another transformation, Shadow Spear Plus. A hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in the original description, had grown stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both risen from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow and immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave, but something on the ground caught his attention, a massive fang. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fang capable of inflicting an incurable debuff that nullified all recovery. Suho was stunned again. He had obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be almost impossible to secure. It confirmed that the tower dragon had been a pure blood dragon, which naturally dropped materials. This entire battle had been a jackpot. With everything collected, Suho finally turned to go, certain that reporter Jinwei would be waiting for him outside. At that moment, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared that the trial tower had been conquered. The conqueror was the player named Suho, and every other player was forcefully expelled from the gate. A portal appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it, rolling across the ground with stunned expressions. One of them fell to his knees, clutching his head in disbelief, muttering that this couldn't be real. Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked who Suho even was. The hunter simply pointed ahead and asked if the guy standing there was the one. His partner turned his head and confirmed quietly that yeah, that was definitely him, because the size of the crowd was insane, and there wasn't even space to breathe. Right now, the protagonist was completely surrounded by reporters. Cameras were flashing non-stop, and everyone was shouting at him, asking for comments and reactions to the conquest. But Suho silently thought about how exhausted he was. He'd taken a lot more damage from the tower dragon than he expected, and all he really needed now was rest, definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jinhui, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking genuinely stunned. A psycho that was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Jinhui screamed, fell to the ground in panic, and then widened his eyes in disbelief as he realized who it was. He stuttered Suho's name and asked how he even escaped the crowd. Suho smiled lightly and said he slipped away. He explained it like he'd just executed some secret ultimate stealth technique and vanished without leaving a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho asked why Jinhui still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, looking at him like he was insane, and asked if he knew he sounded crazy. Suho calmly answered that if Jinhui really didn't trust him, then he should just tell him, and Suho would adjust accordingly. Jinhui got up, dusted himself off, and said that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him this far, then hurriedly told him to jump into the car before the press noticed. Inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman. He congratulated him for clearing the trial tower, and admitted he wanted to thank him face to face, but Suho had disappeared too fast for that. Suho thanked him politely, and said he had been hiding because he was tired. Chulman laughed and said Suho always exceeded expectations. He asked if Suho was still in Pangyo and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend picked him up, then asked if there was anything specific he wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything particular unless Suho could stop by the association, if he wasn't too exhausted. Suho paused and repeated the word, "The association?" Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an unprecedented event. Everyone believed the trial tower was impossible to clear, and it had been functioning as a public gate. Considering the scale, they needed an investigation. Suho responded that he didn't remember investigations being conducted when large guilds cleared difficult gates. If there was information they needed, couldn't they just request it? After a quiet second, Chulman agreed and wished him good rest. Suho thanked him and ended the call. He leaned back and thought to himself, without a doubt, the chairman or the vice chair wanted him there, probably for photos and PR. He respected Chulman, but he had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy now, he'd definitely get stuck in trouble. He planned to dodge it until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jinhui glanced at him while driving and asked if he could ask something. Suho nodded and told him to go ahead. Jinhui said that with Suho's abilities, couldn't he go anywhere, especially government positions? Suho smiled. The government paid well, and no matter how strong private guilds pretended to be, the government had more actual power. Jinhui blinked, reminding him that private guilds had fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame was temporary, nothing but a staged spotlight. Right now, private guilds looked like heroes, but eventually the public wouldn't admire them, they'd fear them. Jinhui nodded slowly and said Suho had a point. Suho sighed and continued. If he wanted to end the gate crisis, he needed support. He couldn't do it alone. That was why he chose the government association. Jinhui smiled, saying Suho would have massive advantage among players because no one had that level of duty and conviction. Suho thanked him while healing his arm with a small healing spell. Then Jinhui asked if he planned to apply through normal general recruitment. He said it would be a waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position. Suho answered that he wasn't applying for that. Jinhui then guessed level 7, but Suho replied he wanted level 5. Jinhui almost shouted, was he serious? Suho told him to stop asking if he was serious every 2 seconds. Jinhui looked at him curiously and said of course he wanted to know why it was natural. Suho smiled lightly and said he'd explain it, but Jinhui better not write it in the article. And also, he should keep his eyes on the road. After some time telling the story, reporter Jinhui was stunned by Suho's plan and said it was a great idea, and the protagonist calmly replied that yes, it was, but it must not appear in the article yet, because he wanted to officially announce it through him later, and when that time came, it would naturally shake everything, which meant Jinhui would have exclusive access before anyone else in the company. Jinhui stared at him and asked if Suho was planning to squeeze every drop of benefit out of him, and Suho simply replied that if he's friends with a reporter, he should obviously use that fact to his advantage. Jinhui laughed and said fine. Suho could use him as much as he wanted, then suddenly asked if Suho wanted to go home now, since his personal information was already leaked, and there were probably countless people waiting near his house. The protagonist smiled and casually answered that he would just disappear again the same way he did at the tower. But Jinhui hesitated and asked if maybe Suho should just stay with him for now, explaining that he lived alone in a big house. The guest room was beautifully furnished, and the security was tight enough that nobody could break in. Suho paused for a moment and asked where exactly he lived, and Jinhui answered proudly that his home was in Kaiser Cheongdam, and Suho couldn't help thinking with genuine surprise that those were premium luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions. Once they arrived, Suho stepped inside and froze for a second, not because he was impressed, but but because the place looked like the final boss of rich kid housing, the kind of luxury that doesn't brag, it just exists and expects you to stare. Jinhui welcomed him like it was nothing, and told him to treat the place like it was his own house, and Suho just nodded, mentally noting that this was exactly what life looked like when someone was born with premium DLC enabled at birth. Jinhui pointed toward a device sitting neatly on the table, a convenience function pad. Through the community app installed on it, Suho could order food, shop, call support, and even summon an emergency healer if needed. Jinhui added that Suho looked way better now compared to when he first got in the car. Suho replied simply that he was a healer. Jinhui blinked and asked again, and Suho repeated it, a little annoyed, because yes, he was really a healer. The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he had read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers normally entered a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the Tower of Challenges. Picking up his bag, the rich guy said he had to return to the office for work and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other attributes and poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore, it was the path of a successor, and even he had to admit his stats were looking insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment in the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, he could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinhui, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume a conglomerate kid's place was completely clean. Better paranoid than dead. After checking every detail for a while, Suho finally dropped onto the sofa, feeling drained. The house was huge, way bigger than most subspace-grade houses he'd seen before. Honestly, finding hidden cameras felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let himself relax, but his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been leaked. Someone had exposed his number and the messages just wouldn't stop. Accepting the situation, he decided he needed a new phone and a new number. Remembering the community app Jinhui mentioned, Suho tried using it, and to his surprise, it was extremely efficient. He transferred important things to the new device and designated it for private use. Even though the messages kept flooding his old phone, he planned to switch numbers soon. He glanced at the time, a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a short break before heading out again. Meanwhile, somewhere else that night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate appeared. Several masked individuals stepped through it. They scanned the area carefully. No witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Then they opened the bags they carried and began placing bombs with practiced precision. And while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho appeared behind them calmly, as if he walked in on a casual meeting instead of a terrorist operation. He said bombing public buildings wasn't exactly a great idea. The masked group froze instantly, confused because this building was supposed to be empty today. Suho agreed that normally, yes, but he came because he expected something like this. Panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat and scrambled toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled and fell to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge. Another insisted they hurry and pull her through, but the girl's legs stayed rooted to the floor. They didn't know yet, but Suho had already used Shadowbind, chaining her with dark energy. Still struggling, the man shouted that something was wrong, and the girl muttered one cold word: abandon. The man refused, unwilling to leave her behind, but the girl insisted and ordered them to kill Suho. The remaining 3 charged together, fueled by panic, but before they even finished the first step, an invisible force crushed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill smothered them instantly. With them subdued, Suho asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified, Banshee, a notorious terrorist group responsible for bombings and chaos. Even though they were eventually caught in the past, the damage they caused was massive, and only 4 members did all of it. The group was shocked. Someone recognized them and demanded to know how Suho knew their name. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him and removed his cap. He identified him as Kwak Duho, the muscle, who worked day labor, jobs, and handled heavy tasks. Then Suho pointed to another Seo Kiawan, the bomb maker who worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyunmin, the transporter, an everyday delivery driver using a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl Ku Yeonhwa, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her EMP ability erased electronics and magic supports with ease. Stunned, Yeonhwa demanded how Suho knew everything. Suho smiled and said anything could be uncovered if someone tried hard enough, and she already knew that. Still refusing to believe him, she demanded again to know who he was. Suho acknowledged her quickness and reminded her she already knew the answer, and said out loud that if she still didn't trust him, he could prove it by handing her over to the authorities right now. Realizing he wasn't bluffing, she finally asked what he wanted. Suho said she should have agreed earlier and also pointed out this wasn't a great place to talk. He told her to retrieve the bomb and said they'd talk at their hideout instead. She stared at him, wondering just how much information he knew, but finally agreed. Suho turned to Hyunmin and asked if he could move now and told him to open the door, because they obviously weren't going to take a taxi. Once inside their hideout, Suho told everyone to relax, take off their masks if they wanted. Yeonhwa refused, but then ripped hers off anyway, telling him she only did it because the room felt stuffy, not because he told her to. She demanded answers again. How did he know who they were? Why did he approach them? And why would someone known for conquering gates go after a terrorist cell? Suho smiled and admitted she asked so many things at once that he didn't even know where to start. He said he used his own skills he didn't reveal publicly, to track and identify them, the same way they had hidden theirs. Finally focused, she asked again, what did he want? Suho extended an offer. He wanted them to work with him. He mentioned the recent PBS interview and the future plans he shared there. Yeonhwa assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed, and before she spiraled, he clarified he wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the level 5 exam, then move through 1 or 2 positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Yeonhwa looked stunned, and Suho told her not to make that face. He knew they hated the Special Forces, which was why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood because he had the same reason. Suho revealed the truth. He was a gate orphan. He used to think it was coincidence until he later learned the disaster had been manufactured on purpose. After every cleared gate, that land became premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was coming and let it happen anyway for profit. There were development projects behind it, and Suho already knew who was responsible. So his goal was simple: become the head of the Special Forces and make those responsible pay. He explained the Special Forces held the highest authority in the association, influenced other government offices, and could prosecute hunters. He offered revenge, but in a strategic and lawful path, not reckless terrorism. But Yeonhwa still pointed out there was no guarantee Suho would pass the level 5 test. Suho smirked and told her to wait and watch. And with one last warning that another attack would mean he would personally hand them to the government, he finished the conversation. Inside, Suho knew they must be beyond shocked. In his past life, Banshee had remained an untouchable ghost. During interrogation, he realized they were people like him, victims twisted by revenge into villains. If someone had guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled. So this time, before they crossed the line entirely, Suho planned to redirect them. No matter how long it took, he was certain Yeonhwa would accept. His offer was too tempting, and his competence was undeniable. He told them to think carefully and make a wise choice. The scene shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a sour mood, lecturing team leader Yang Chulman for failing what he called a simple task, and reminding him that even the president cleared his entire schedule just to meet An Suho. Though he let it slide for now, he made it very clear that if the same mistake happened again, there would be consequences. And all Chulman could do was bow his head and acknowledge the warning before being dismissed and told to get back to work. The moment he stepped outside, he exhaled in exhaustion, thinking about how long he had been sitting there, listening to complaints, and how, for a second, he genuinely considered quitting everything and joining a civilian guild. But then he reminded himself why he joined the Hunter Association in the first place, and that after surviving so much, enduring one more miserable moment wasn't impossible, so he whispered to himself to stay strong. That was when P. Song-yeol, the head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly appeared and placed a hand on his shoulder, and Chulman, already irritated, wondered why he had to run into this person right now. Trying to act normal, he forced a polite tone and asked what the chief was doing here, and Pai responded in his usual playful attitude, saying he heard that his cherished team leader Yang was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's patience for enduring the old man's constant nagging, but Yang immediately took the blame, saying everything was his fault. As they walked together, Pai shifted the conversation and brought up rumors about Suho supposedly causing problems, but Chulman clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble, though yes, the story was spreading fast. Pai noted only a handful of people were aware, and then casually offered his help. When Chulman asked what he meant, Pai gave him an absurd suggestion: just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later, because according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and controlled. If Suho was summoned, then the president would be pleased, the issue would look handled, and Suho would be released afterwards, with the association looking authoritative. He added that since Suho wanted to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would benefit everyone involved. Yang stared and cautiously called Pai's ideas mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could backfire spectacularly. But Pai didn't flinch, and instead admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in his position was so nervous over a single hunter. Yang responded politely, But Pai wasn't done. He reminded him that prosecutors still had the authority to investigate and charge hunters, and that hunters once feared them for a reason, hinting that Yang should be more flexible instead of clinging to protocol. After a tense pause, Yang nodded and said he'd keep it in mind. Pai left after offering support and reminding him that there were always alternative ways besides following rules strictly. Once alone, Yang replayed everything quietly, thinking about how he used to respect Pai as one of the few hunters inside the association who felt grounded compared to the disconnected elites at the top, but now he wasn't so sure. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew too much, which made him dangerous. Feeling uneasy, Yang went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down, lost in thought. His mind went back to Suho, how the guy initially supported the association, but suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't shocking though, since major guilds offered ridiculous benefits that could sway anyone, yet Yang wondered what Suho was really thinking. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of a taxi elsewhere, and activated the ring on his finger called First Mumu. Thinking about how reckless he had been when he activated it the first time, but now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had mastered its usage. It was time to move. He walked toward the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning the surroundings until he found it, a faint trail of magical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, so even hidden ones leaked traces. Following the signal, Suho found a faint gate hidden like mist, one that required specific conditions to open. Without hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, and let the blood drip toward the gate, because he already knew this one demanded blood. Once it absorbed enough, the system confirmed the condition was satisfied. A hidden gate had been discovered, and Suho earned 5 bonus stat points. The gate's name was Blood's Decree. Entering, Suho tossed glow in the dark powder forward to illuminate the cave-like environment. The first stage was clearly a cave system, so he moved deeper until a mysterious liquid dripped onto his head. He looked up and realized it wasn't cave water, it was saliva. Above him hovered countless vampire bats, all around level 63, and Suho smirked at the dramatic welcome. Without hesitation, he activated Intimidation, and instantly, every bat lost control and crashed to the floor. Calmly, he stepped toward one bat and drove his shadow spear straight through its body, letting the spear devour the shadow, killing every bat in the room at once. Opening his status window, he felt satisfied. This method was perfect for wiping low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill, level gaps became meaningless. Most hunters focused on 2 primary stats, but Suho had decoded the full color-coded stat system and planned to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his numbers again, he wondered if his level was too absurd just for hunting bats. His curiosity led him to check the combat log, and that's when he noticed something strange. Among the corpses was a blood slime. It must have been hiding among the bats and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup felt boring, but he acknowledged the usefulness of intimidation, since while high-level monsters could resist fear effects, the skill still worked, unless the opponent belonged to a special category. Soon he reached the boss room and felt excitement building. Without hesitation, he entered. The moment he stepped in, he summoned his sword, and instantly a large vampire bat lunged at him. He blocked the attack and identified it as a Great King vampire bat, countering with a swift slash. Then, from behind, a golem lunged, forcing Suho to dodge sideways. Neither creature felt like a true boss, they were mini-bosses. He fought both at once, slashing the golem and spinning to counter the bat's attacks. When the golem attempted to punch, Suho slid backward to avoid the hit, then rammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that exploded through the room and hit both monsters. He thought the fight was finished until the dust cleared, and both monsters were still standing. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly realized physical attacks alone wouldn't finish high-level targets. It was time to use what he prepared. Just then, both enemies attacked at the same time, one from the front and one from behind. Suho summoned another sword, and when the explosion settled, he had driven one blade into the bat and the other into the golem. Even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them, but Suho finally grasped the key. Their weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system notified him holy power had now been successfully applied. The silver sword in the bat's body glowed, and a lightning strike crashed down on it, slicing its throat and obliterating the monster instantly. Suho stood over the corpse with his foot on its head, watching it erupt like an insect crushed under a giant hand. Holy power was devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved first, cutting it into pieces with his wholly enhanced sword until the system confirmed its defeat. Looking down at the weapon, he acknowledged how perfectly it worked. A healer-exclusive skill that allowed holy enchantments had become an incredibly powerful advantage, and enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the perfect counter for enemies in this gate. Suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence behind him, and as he turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. The figure stepped forward, radiating murderous intent, revealing himself as the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite, and he furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho had come here to capture him, not bow down. That confidence enraged the prince, and with a furious roar he unleashed his power, calling Suho unbearably arrogant. The first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with ease and calmly asked if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground, and suddenly the battlefield transformed as blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect movement normally, so Suho braced himself knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged, blocking the strike perfectly, shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit, but the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The Cursed Prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and activated Healing Spirit. A cleansing aura burst outward, and the prince visibly reacted to the sensation, as Suho's wounds vanished completely. With a slight smile, Suho revealed he was actually a healer. The prince glanced down, stunned to find a wound on his abdomen, proof that Suho's strike had worked after all. Suho prepared another technique, but the prince snapped and charged forward, enraged by the humiliation of being injured by a mere human. Suho met him head-on, his sword clashing against the prince's clawed hand, as the two engaged in a fast-paced exchange of brutal blows. For a brief moment, the prince believed he was winning, and unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes, but Suho suddenly disappeared and appeared behind him, landing a clean hit. Blood poured from the prince's mouth as he stumbled backward, and Suho immediately rushed in to continue the assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated more power and charged directly back, and the two collided with massive force, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. When they landed, the scene changed instantly. The Cursed Prince's head separated from his body and rolled across the ground. Suho approached casually and crouched next to the severed head, mocking how easy the win was until the head suddenly lunged forward and bit his hand. The still-living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood, and promising to enslave him. With pure disgust, Suho ripped the head off and threw it aside, thinking the prince was basically a mosquito biting without warning. Then the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground as blood rapidly drained from his body, dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelming him, while a violent thirst clawed at his throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late, but Suho told him to shut up, refusing to listen. As the conversion continued, Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to reach a certain threshold, and once it did, he needed to purify the infection instantly with holy water. When kin conversion hit 50%, Suho believed he was close to acquiring the trait, and reached for the bottle only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, saying this was his domain and nothing Suho did would matter now. Suho realized the prince had been far more cautious than expected. The corridor that had been destroyed was now restored, and even the prince's body was missing. Everything had been reset for the next phase. Still refusing to give in, Suho tried to plan another move, but the system warned his blood was now beginning to corrupt. The prince, confident, declared there was no escape, but Suho revealed he still had one final card. The system immediately responded. All conditions to unlock the second power of dragon blood had been fulfilled. He had reached level 50, and survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. A new notification appeared. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he had triggered it just in time. Kin conversion stopped on the spot, and the system confirmed again that all conditions for unlocking the second stage of dragon blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed Dragon's Endowment and Dragon Skin, granted through the armor. The moment the Dragon's Endowment effect activated, further assimilation was blocked, and purification began. The corrupted blood inside him converted into pure blood and was absorbed into his system, while the remaining corruption was destroyed entirely thanks to the dragon blood effect. Suho successfully mastered the unknown power hidden within the corrupted vampire blood and felt his body become lighter. He remembered planning to unlock the second dragon blood power using a custom gate at level 50, but instead it happened here unexpectedly. Checking his newly unlocked skill, he saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait exclusive to descendants of dragon blood representing nobility and superiority. While active, it granted immunity to infection, corruption, and allowed automatic absorption of corrupted sources to purify, heal, and evolve. The system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Youngma. Since kin conversion was life-threatening, the system recognized it as the trigger. Although the endowment purified the blood, it also preserved the vampire power inside it. He checked another skill, one tied to vampirism sealed for now, proof that he had nearly become a vampire, and he wondered whether he technically acquired it or not. His original goal was to obtain vampire traits, but dragon and vampire blood clearly couldn't coexist fully still. The skills he gained were strong enough, so he accepted it. Another new skill appeared, Blood Weapon, a rare ability only usable by noble-level vampires or higher, but requiring huge quantities of blood. He concluded he would need to hunt a large number of monsters and planned to develop Phantom Shadow alongside it. Just then, the cursed prince began mumbling to himself again, and Suho told him to stop because his rambling was annoying and incomprehensible. The prince lamented and questioned how Suho could still be alive after being bitten, muttering about curses, calling himself useless. That was when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system confirmed it. The cursed king laments his fate. His power surges dramatically. Suddenly, blood rained from above and from within that crimson downpour. The cursed king emerged once more, now level 80, radiating fury as he declared that he would destroy all beings superior to him, burn them, crush them, and cast them into the pit. His blood wings unfurled, and a chilling scream echoed through the chamber. Suho immediately sensed the overwhelming spike in magic power. This was no longer the same monster. The cursed king had evolved into something entirely new. The king launched a dark force attack that detonated into a massive explosion. But when the dust cleared, Suho was gone, only to appear in the air above the king's wing and unleash a devastating sword strike. Yet the cursed king barely reacted, and claimed that a mere blow like that could not bring him down. Suho realized that not only was his power growing, but his intelligence as well. The king swung his wing like a weapon, smacking Suho away with brute strength. Suho steadied himself and immediately recognized the danger. The king rushed in with another attack, and Suho blocked the incoming strikes head-on with his sword, activating his holy power, and declaring that holiness would surpass all the strength the king possessed. But in the next instant, the cursed king shattered Suho's weapon, and scoffed that holy power meant nothing to him now. Suho quickly retreated, analyzing the situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had broken like glass, meaning normal weapons would not work anymore. With no hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Seeing it, the cursed king erupted with rage and demanded Suho hand it over while launching another brutal assault. But Suho infused the bloody sword with holy power and sliced through the strike, shocking the king who couldn't comprehend what just happened. Suho finally understood. Blood weapons scaled in power and durability based on his stats, and at his current level the sword had already reached red rank, more than enough to end this fight. The cursed king conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho apart, and charged in. The attack came fast, but Suho shifted his bloody sword into a shield form and blocked the spear, leaving the king stunned again. Suho told him he wasn't the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon, then smoothly reverted the shield back into a blade and slashed the cursed king's throat in one clean, decisive motion. The king's severed head hit the floor, still wearing a twisted smile filled with arrogance, confidently claiming that cutting off his head meant nothing. Suho simply kicked the head across the floor and summoned his shadow spear, slamming it into the ground. Immediately chains erupted and wrapped violently around the severed head shadowbind, locking it in place. Suho knew he needed to finish this before the monster caused more problems. The system notified him that vampire blood had been activated, and the blood absorbed was now stored within the blood jade. While the cursed king screamed at Suho to remove his hands, Suho examined the blood jade carefully. It was the first time he'd seen it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade could only be seen by its owner. The Blood Monarch himself had once been a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate dragged him into the Hidden Gate Blood's decree. He reached the boss room but failed to defeat the cursed king, and was bitten, turning into a vampire. Normally that would mean death, since once bitten, the victim becomes a monster, and the gate permanently seals. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse using his healing abilities, and neutralized the kin conversion. At that moment, new vampire skills awakened, and reshaped his entire stat system. With newfound power, he defeated the cursed king, conquered the gate, and became known as the Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho caught him, and extracted all the critical information about kin conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the cursed king raged, promising revenge and refusing to accept humiliation. Suho welcomed it, daring him to try. Then the system activated. The phantom shadow resonated with the cursed king's shadow, and absorbed it fully until not even a trace remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest and declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate formed before him. As he prepared to leave, Suho reflected on everything. Once again, he was reminded of the overwhelming reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, it was insignificant next to dragon blood. Still, he was annoyed that the vampire managed to escape. Then the system announced a special reward. After analyzing Suho's talents, it granted him a skill perfectly suited for him and awarded 10 bonus stats for his achievement. The new skill, New Blood. Suho had never heard of it. As he scrolled through the system window, he realized its value. It was an absolute jackpot for his future. Not only that, he had also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill, something even the Blood Monarch never possessed since his vampire traits were only A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho concluded that this must be due to the unique effect of New Blood. Originally, he planned to monopolize powerful existing skills, but reality turned out far better. Still, he reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going well now didn't guarantee they always would. With the gate conquered and his objectives secured, Suho said exactly what needed to be said. He had gained what he came for, and now it was time to go big at Nexus. T scene then shifts to this big tall building, Nexus, and people moved steadily through the corridor while Miss Sui led the group forward. Through open doors, a man could be seen sitting calmly in a chair, who turns out to be the guild leader and tells Miss Sui to come in. She informed him that Hunter An Suho had asked her to deliver a message. Tomorrow, he would be coming to join the guild. The man repeated the statement in disbelief, almost questioning whether he heard correctly. The back of his chair faced them as he processed the news, and then he finally spoke, stating that proper preparations needed to be made. When his face finally became visible, as he turned, he added that no one knew what this An Suho was planning, and everything needed to be handled carefully before he changed his mind. Outside, tall buildings stretched toward the sky before the scene shifted inside an elegant, well-furnished room. Suho stood at the entrance, looking in, and found Jinhui sprawled across the couch, drooling in his sleep. Suho stared for a moment and finally asked why he was sleeping there. The reporter weakly sat up on the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Tests today, and even if temporarily, they were now living together, and to top it all off, Suho was his partner. While speaking, the young man clutched a bottle happily, declaring that such a milestone absolutely called for a celebration. He explained that when he returned home, Suho wasn't there, but he couldn't just ignore such a historic moment, so he started drinking by himself. Suho watched him for a moment, then remarked that handling everything at once must have been exhausting. He assured him that in the future, there would be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinked and asked if Suho was absolutely sure about that. Suho simply told him to relax, the future would reveal everything. Looking at the food laid out on the table, Suho asked the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter whether he still wanted another drink even at such a late hour. With a big, satisfied smile, Jinhui immediately agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glass of wine, and Suho commented that he had tried the community app Jinhui recommended and found that it worked perfectly. He also added that he genuinely liked the apartment itself. While eating, Suho mentioned that he had read the reporter's blog and could tell the young man was doing quite well, leading him to assume that his companion must be incredibly wealthy. They continued drinking wine together, and with a cheerful tone, Jinhui explained that he wasn't just rich, he was the youngest son of a Chaebol family, meaning he couldn't simply be considered normally wealthy. Surprised, Suho asked if he truly belonged to a Chaebol family, then took another sip from his glass. Jinhui continued speaking, saying that since Suho had shared one secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He revealed that he was the youngest son of the president of the Daisen company. Suho responded that if he was the president's son, then he was likely also the heir. But the reporter shook his head and explained that his father had many children from different women, and his own mother had been just a mistress, meaning he was merely an illegitimate son. He admitted he had never told anyone that, but since he would likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him with surprise and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jinhui answered that it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to inheritance and no influence within the company. He had even been offered the opportunity to run a subsidiary company, but he refused, admitting openly that he was a good reporter but knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that at the very least, Jinhui was an excellent journalist. Smiling brightly, the reporter replied that it meant a lot to hear that, and confessed that he had never met a hunter like Suho before. Both men slowly stood up, and Jinhui suggested a toast for the two of them. Suho agreed without hesitation, and their glasses clinked lightly together. The next morning, Suho walked through the apartment, yawning, and from the kitchen, Jinhui greeted him with a cheerful good morning while pouring boiling water into a cup. Suho asked if he really planned to work on the weekend, and the reporter replied that he had a lot to do. Standing in front of the window and rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Suho commented that maybe they shouldn't have drunk so much last night, but Jinhui laughed and said everything was fine. He actually had a great time. Suho then asked why he was already going out hunting for new material, and the reporter answered that he couldn't live off articles about him forever. Hearing that, Suho casually admitted that this was exactly why he respected him, which made Jinhui pause in surprise at the unexpected compliment. After taking a sip, he asked what Suho planned to do today, and Suho reminded him that today was the day he had mentioned before. Realizing it, Jinhui asked if he was going to Nexus, and Suho nodded, explaining that last night he reached level 50 and received several upgrades, so it was time. Those words made Jinhui freeze, and he burned his hand with the water, startled because just yesterday Suho had been level 40. He turned to stare at him in disbelief and demanded to know how someone could jump 10 levels in one day. Suho shrugged like it was nothing and clarified that to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter stared at him like he was some unresolved riddle, mumbling that the more he got to know him, the more mysterious he became. Suho commented that the way he said that sounded strangely suggestive, and as Jinhui scratched his head, Suho asked why he was looking at him like that. Without warning, the reporter pushed him toward the hallway, saying that if he was going to walk into such a serious organization, he needed to look like he belonged there. Suho protested, saying he didn't need anything fancy, and was fine with casual clothes, but the reporter insisted, saying he'd gladly lend him proper clothes and a watch. When Suho continued resisting, the reporter declared that appearances mattered at places like Nexus, and reminded him that he could also pick any of his cars. If he walked in using public transportation or showed up in a taxi, everyone would stare. A quiet upscale district came into view as a sleek red car rolled to a stop, immediately drawing attention from the people waiting outside. The door lifted upward, and Suho stepped out, dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. For a second, he cleared his throat and thought that everything had turned out surprisingly well. A suited man approached, politely offering a business card while introducing himself as Bai Dongyuk, the head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as An Suho, and followed him inside the guild building. Soon after, he sat across from 3 representatives of Nexus. Dongyuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have raised his level significantly and wondered if that sudden progress made him reconsider his goals, especially since he previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that nothing had changed. His goal remained the same. The leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting Sue to ask what exactly that meant. Dongyuk leaned forward and asked why Suho would want to join a private guild if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, saying that joining Nexus would make reaching his goal easier. He announced that he planned to take the 5th rank exam this year. Someone asked whether he only wanted bonus evaluation points, and Suho replied that while technically yes, it was only one part of a larger strategy. If he only chased the Hunter Association, the association would assume he had no alternative. That was precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they would improve theirs as well. He added that while serving Nexus, he would dedicate himself fully to the guild, making the partnership mutually beneficial. Dongyuk listened silently as Suho promised to give 100%, but the guildmaster eventually leaned back and said he understood. However, he wanted to ask one question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was struggling, and the hero's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was risky but still reasonable. But now, any guild in Korea would fight for him. So why out of all of them did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly while the guild leader continued, saying that Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions remained unclear. Folding his hands, Dongyuk warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation would not be possible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied that he had personal reasons. He reminded Dongyuk of the public speech he gave earlier, the one where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates in Korea. Suho acknowledged that Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild, and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He said he had no doubt that speech was sincere. Because of that conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely, and added that he hoped they could continue cooperation even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dongyuk lowered his gaze and admitted the reasoning satisfied him. Then he asked whether Suho truly believed joining the association was necessary, since Nexus already worked tirelessly to clear gates and support hunters. Suho agreed, but explained that if Nexus truly wanted to end the gates completely, then they needed to go to places even other hunters couldn't, like the sealed high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze shifted to an image of one such chained portal. Beyond ordinary mid-level entrances, there were also the 5 Great Gates. That was why he needed government authority. But until that time came, every successful raid would broadcast Nexus's name alongside his own. The impact would reshape the power structure of Korea's guilds, and Nexus would rise to number 1. Dongyuk rested his hands on the table and said all of this only lasted as long as Suho remained with them. Suho nodded, saying that was why he promised to give everything while he was here. Suho blinked in shock, suddenly asking if he had already found team candidates after their previous conversation. Suho confirmed it and revealed the first candidate, Kang Dae-han. Sue froze and asked again, as if she couldn't believe she heard it correctly. Suho nodded and casually mentioned that he was the one who convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sue shot to her feet in outrage, demanding to know what Suho planned to do if tanking didn't suit him. Suho calmly lifted a hand and told her to relax. He made the decision after analyzing everything properly. He reminded her that Daehan had passed the exam with exceptional scores. Sue frowned, reluctantly remembering the results. Daehan had unexpectedly ranked second place. She admitted she planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho simply shrugged and said it wasn't a big deal, which irritated her further. The third Nexus representative finally spoke, saying Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed clarification. If Suho intended to clear sealed gates, he should know those locations were protected by the government, and private guilds had zero access because civilian safety was the highest priority. He asked how Suho planned to get inside. Suho calmly asked whether he was doubting his abilities, and then stated that they would finalize the contract once he brought them the pass, proving he could be trusted. He paused, reconsidered, and changed the offer. Instead of bringing a pass, he would clear one sealed gate first, and after that they would sign. The secretary sweated at the scale of the terms and muttered that Suho was offering conditions worthy of royalty. Suho insisted that the terms were fair. The secretary noted that despite Suho being incredibly promising, he was still seen as just a new hunter with no official standing, but Suho declared that was exactly why he would clear a sealed gate immediately and prove himself. Dongyuk observed him carefully, then agreed. Suho would undoubtedly prove his worth. With a satisfied smile, the guildmaster said he liked today's outcome and that they would finalize details later after the gate was cleared. Later, Suho left the building and drove away. Dongyuk and his secretary stood by the window watching the red car disappear. The guildmaster quietly ordered preparations, assemble a special support team, and prepare all necessary documents for On Suho. The secretary hesitated and asked whether they should wait until Suho made good on his promise. Dongyuk replied with a confident smile that Suho would absolutely follow through, and supporting him early would only strengthen their alliance. Closing his eyes, he said he believed Suho would keep his word. The secretary, slightly overwhelmed, asked what made the guildmaster so certain. Dongyuk answered that it wasn't a guess, and the secretary already knew it. The man finally nodded, remembering Suho's determined gaze and the certainty in his voice. The scene shifted to the massive building of the Great Hunter Association of South Korea, where inside one of the offices, Yong Chulman sat slumped in front of a computer, clutching his head in frustration. He was desperately trying to figure out how to get Suho into the organization when the man showed absolutely no intention of coming willingly. Chulman considered offering him a reward for clearing the test tower, but immediately dismissed the idea, knowing full well that upper management would never approve it. They didn't want a picture of Suho receiving thanks. They wanted a picture where Suho stood, smiling beside the association president, making it look like they were already close. While Chulman hated the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoed in his head, a suggestion that basically amounted to dragging Suho in by force if necessary. Chulman groaned, dropped his head onto the desk, and wondered why he ever chose to work in this stressful place. As he cursed his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID was an unknown number. With low energy, he picked up and introduced himself. "This is Yong Chulman speaking," trying to figure out who would be calling him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely changed. It was On Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he heard correctly. The scene jumped to a small gukbap restaurant, where steam rose from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sat at a table facing each other. Suho commented that he hadn't visited this place in a long time, and noted that the restaurant served the best boiled pork. Chulman blinked and asked in surprise how Suho knew about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lied that he used to come here often back when he worked nearby. Chulman nodded slowly, accepting the explanation. He scooped soup into his spoon and admitted he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained that he had been receiving far too many calls, so he simply got a second number, and now Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly, and commented that Suho must be exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman thanked him sincerely for contacting him, admitting that he had nearly given up hope of ever seeing him again. Suho asked how he could think that, and picked up his chopsticks. Then he calmly asked whether the higher-ups were pressuring him, and whether they wanted Chulman to convince him to join the association. Caught off guard, Chulman stiffened and raised a hand to his face as if trying to shield his reaction. He nervously asked why Suho would assume that. Holding the chopsticks near his cheek, Suho explained that he found it odd that the association president suddenly requested a meeting after the tower clearing, because normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handled paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit someone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward with a nervous smile. Suho continued, saying that after thinking about it, he realized the executives only wanted to take photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him almost fearfully, but Suho reassured him that everything was fine. He just wished they had been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with saying so. Chulman apologized, but Suho waved it off, saying there was no need. He had already understood the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in confusion, unable to believe he heard that correctly. Suho continued, explaining that situations like this often involved blackmail or even force, yet Chulman handled everything professionally. Rubbing the back of his neck with embarrassment, Chulman admitted that it still felt wrong. Suho then casually mentioned that he had decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion and asked if he was serious. Suho continued eating comfortably and confirmed it, explaining that he wanted to thank Chulman and felt that meeting the association executives could actually be beneficial. Chulman nodded slowly, agreeing that it truly could be. Suho asked when he should visit the association. Chulman suggested discussing it after finishing their food, but halfway through speaking, realization struck him, and he shot up from his seat, eyes shining with excitement. With sudden determination, he declared he would arrange a meeting immediately. Sometime later, the duo arrived at the building of the Korean Hunters Association. Suho posed for a photo beside the president of the organization. Jang Kyung-won smiled for the camera and then told Suho he was glad to finally meet him. He commented that Suho must be extremely busy, so he truly appreciated that he accepted the invitation. The vice president, Park Hyuman, added that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer. Suho smiled politely and replied that meeting the leaders of the association was a great honor. Behind that expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these people. It had been a while since he last saw them, but disgust immediately resurfaced. Kyungwon asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Suho answered that it was his dream, exactly what he said during the interview before the exam. The president asked why. With his gaze lowered, Suho explained that he became an orphan due to a gate outbreak, and he wanted to eliminate portals as soon as possible to protect humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself that this was only one reason. The other was to prevent the president and his lackeys from destroying the association from within. Kyungwon cheerfully praised Suho for his noble intentions, while Suho silently noted that this man would cling to his position until the very last moment, right up until he was shoved out. He couldn't wait to see what expression this old pig would make when that day finally arrived. And Kyungwon wasn't the only problem infesting the association. Then Park Hyuman spoke again, claiming Suho really knew how to make a good impression. Arms folded across his chest, he said that Suho didn't care about material gain and only wanted to protect the general public, which was worthy of respect. The vice president pressed his fingertips together and solemnly added that Suho had grown into a strong and noble man. His parents would be proud. Suho thanked him politely, while thinking that Kyuman was most likely the one who proposed this recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho labeled him a pathetic bootlicker who existed solely to polish Kyunghwan's shoes. Because of fools like these, most gates hadn't been cleared in his previous life, and he intended to take away their chance to ruin things again. Then Kyuman happily asked which department Suho wanted to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that he had considered several options but ultimately chose the gate department. Chulman froze in shock, while the vice president asked why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association had direct access to gates, handled the initial inspections, and could participate in raids. Kyunghwan said he was amazed to see someone so selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Hyuman nodded and declared that people like An Suho belonged there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their sincerity. Confused, Suho asked what that meant. Kyunghwan replied that if Suho was so determined to end the portals, then he should be given a selection of actual gates to clear, since the association had many available. Chulman nearly choked on his breath and reminded the president that those gates were either sealed or extremely deadly. But before he could finish the sentence, Suho happily said that it sounded perfect. Chulman tried again to reason that it was incredibly dangerous, but Suho clenched his fist and declared with excitement that he would clear the gates that presented the greatest threat to humanity. Kyunghwan responded confidently that this was exactly what he expected from An Suho. Still in shock, Chulman called out to the president, but the man asked if there was a problem. Under pressure, Chulman lowered his head and said everything was fine and that he would prepare what was needed. Kyunghwan told Suho to get ready to clear the portals. Suho thanked him politely while Chulman glared downward. He knew that for these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than toys. That's why he despised leaders who had never stepped foot inside a gate. They had no idea how catastrophic the danger was. Countless hunters had died attempting to clear those portals, and yet these two were willing to send Suho to almost certain death. While Chulman clenched his jaw in frustration, Suho smiled calmly, already knowing exactly what was waiting inside the sealed gates. Kumon leaned toward the president and whispered something. Suho immediately understood these two were only thinking about profit and didn't care how many hunters died. As long as the raid succeeded and the association gained influence, human lives were irrelevant. Kyunghwan looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to get during the exam. Suho smiled and answered that he intended to take the level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyunghwan asked if he knew how difficult that exam was. Suho answered that reaching that rank would give him more opportunities, and that he planned to join a guild to gain experience in the meantime. Kyunghwan raised his hand and said, "That was an excellent idea, experienced applicants were preferred." Then he asked how long private guild contracts usually lasted. Suho said the length wasn't his priority, gaining real field experience was. If a guild fulfilled his requirements, he would stay until it was time for the exam and the association. Kyunghwan yawned and said he hoped Suho could find such a place. Smiling to himself, Suho thought, if the president approves terms like this, then joining Nexus is possible. He sensed the chance to build a bridge between Nexus and the association. Suddenly, the door opened, and someone announced Pi Seonggyeol's arrival. Suho's expression stiffened. Pai entered confidently and joked that his bosses were eating something delicious without him. Then he stopped, noticing Suho sitting there, his lips stretched into a wide grin. He turned to leave politely, but Kyunghwan told him to stay, pointing at Suho and introducing him as the hunter who cleared the test tower. Pai tried recalling the name, then suddenly exclaimed that he remembered. Laughing, he said it was incredible to meet him, and extended his hand, introducing himself as chief of the special department. Suho shook it and introduced himself as An Suho. They exchanged polite compliments, though Suho's smile remained sharp. Once seated, Kumon raised his hand and informed Pai that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked in shock, saying it would be extremely difficult. Suho said he wanted to try anyway. Pai stared at him, stunned. One of the executives added that the association planned to give Suho access to sealed gates, since he claimed he could clear them. Pai froze, eyes wide. Then he mumbled under his breath, covering his mouth in disbelief. Looking worriedly at Suho, he asked if he was really sure because those gates were extremely dangerous. Suho noticed the anxiety on his face and found it strangely amusing. He replied that he was well aware of the danger. Still uneasy, Pai crossed his arms and said that he couldn't stop Suho even if he wanted to, but he sincerely hoped things would go well. Suho silently acknowledged that Pai was a hunter, someone who valued talent. His expression showed genuine concern not for himself, but for the possibility that someone promising might die needlessly. Then Pai added that if Suho wanted to join the special department, he would personally take care of him. Kumon immediately raised a finger and warned him not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why. Kumon replied that An Suho wanted to destroy all gates and have priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, now understanding. He said that if that was all that mattered, then his department could also support him. Turning his head, he smiled at Chulman and asked him to confirm that. Sadly, Chulman nodded. Hands on hips, Pai commented that if Suho passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become rather complicated. Facing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of that after the exam, but for now, he sincerely wished Suho success. Suho thanked him politely, thinking privately, what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chulman, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him, and that alone would put Chulman in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was exactly why dealing with Chulman felt complicated. He didn't want the man to feel cornered or overshadowed. After the meeting ended, the two walked side by side down the long corridor. Chulman kept his gaze fixed on the floor, shoulders low with worry. Suho stole another look at him before finally asking if he was troubled by what Chief Pai had said earlier. Chulman admitted that of course he was. He knew better than anyone how talented Suho was, but even with that ability, clearing a sealed gate was beyond dangerous. With a serious tone, he told Suho to be extremely cautious and said he could personally speak to the president so that the association would provide as much support as possible. Suho looked at him with genuine appreciation and said he truly valued that concern. But Chulman wasn't speaking out of politeness, he meant every word. He reminded Suho that he had only recently become a hunter and warned him again that the sealed gates were nothing like ordinary ones. Then he asked if Suho understood why the government trusted no one except the Hunter Association to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed into sealed gates due to national safety protocols. Chulman stopped walking and looked at him with confusion, asking why he would still insist on going there. Suho answered simply, he was absolutely confident he would succeed. He told him everything would turn out fine. Then, with a faint smile, Suho mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one called Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chulman stiffened and said that gate was among the most dangerous ones in existence. Suho's expression didn't change, he just smiled a little wider and said he already knew how to clear it. The next day, a military vehicle stood parked against the backdrop of typical Asian buildings in the district of Gyeongju, right beside the nameless Sword Gate Square. Two soldiers stood in front of Suho and Jinhui, and one of them asked the pair to wait. Suho agreed without complaint. The reporter leaned toward him and whispered that the atmosphere here felt extremely tense, and Suho calmly replied that although the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a military facility. The two young men suddenly noticed something ahead. The soldiers saluted each other, and one of them turned toward Suho to confirm if he was truly Hunter On Suho. After receiving confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander of this square. Suho greeted him politely, saying he was glad to meet him. Major Kim said the team leader was already waiting inside. Jinhui pointed ahead, asking if they were going straight toward the gate, and received an immediate yes. As the structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened. Its massive size left him stunned, and he said it would make for extraordinary material. Major Kim explained that the giant walls surrounding the gate were constructed from iron and a special alloy designed to hold back any monsters attempting to break out, while also preventing the portal from expanding. Jinhui gaped at the scale of it all, admitting the portal was far larger than he ever imagined, and the more they approached, the more fascinating details he noticed. Suho added that the military had taken many precautions to make the portal itself difficult to reach. The group continued forward until Major Kim arrived before Chulman and announced that Hunter On Suho had arrived. The civil servant smiled and greeted Suho warmly. The two exchanged looks full of familiarity and relief. Chulman remarked that it was quite a long trip to reach this place, and said he was glad Suho managed to arrive quickly. Suho noticed that Chulman had arrived even earlier, and asked when he had gotten there. The civil servant casually stated he had only just arrived himself, then looked toward the person standing next to Suho. Before he could ask further, the journalist cheerfully introduced himself as PBS reporter Jo Jinhui, extending his hand and saying it was a pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Chulman still looked puzzled, and asked why a reporter was here in such a location. Suho stepped in and clarified that photos would only be taken after the raid was completed, and asked if Chulman would allow it. The civil servant answered that this wasn't a classified facility, so there was no reason to refuse. While still slightly confused, he admitted he was mostly surprised that Suho had brought his own reporter along. Jinhui gratefully thanked him for the permission, and brimming with excitement, said they would likely meet often from now on, so he should remember his face. Chulman replied that he certainly would. Major Kim then approached Suho again. Holding an M416 automatic rifle, he said that according to the association's message, the raid leader would be Hunter On Suho, who confirmed this with a nod. The major hesitated for a moment before apologizing and asking what level Suho currently was. Suho replied that he was level 51. Major Kim stared at him in disbelief, then quickly looked away and muttered that he understood. They reached the entrance, the heavy reinforced door towering over them. Major Kim said that the inner perimeter of the portal had already been prepared, and Suho could enter immediately. He firmly warned that as soon as Suho stepped inside, the door would be sealed. Suho thanked him with a calm smile. At that moment, someone called out his name. Chulman hurried toward him and asked if he had any strategy in mind. Suho answered that he did. Major Kim watched the interaction, clearly confused by their casual conversation in such a dangerous setting. Suho said that describing his strategy in words would be difficult, but he would clear this gate the same way he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He added that if he succeeded, then Chulman should remember his promise to help him clear the remaining portals as well. The door unlocked and slowly opened. Chulman wished him to return safely. Suho reassured him not to worry, saying that 1 hour would be enough. Chulman's eyes widened, and he repeated in shock, 1 hour? Suho glanced back with a confident smile, and said they would meet again very soon. The door closed behind him. Jinhui exhaled, and said that Suho had officially gone inside. Closing his eyes, Chulman replied that now all they could do was wait. Major Kim asked quietly if everything would really be okay, because a place like this could never be cleared alone by someone who simply had high stats. He asked if On Suho was also a healer. Jinhui blinked in confusion, and the major asked again. The reporter grinned widely and corrected him, saying On Suho was only nominally a healer. Major Kim looked even more confused. Chulman raised his hand and said that he had never seen anyone wield a sword the way Suho could. The major asked if he was truly that skilled. Chulman explained what he had witnessed during the Hunter practical exam, that Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead he slaughtered every monster with a sword, while still protecting his patient, and thus passed without issue. Jinhui, gripping the strap of his bag, said this was his first time hearing about it, and wondered aloud if it was even allowed to take an exam that way. Chulman admitted he had been shocked too, but Suho had fulfilled all the requirements, so it didn't violate any rules. Both the soldier and the reporter stared at him in disbelief. Major Kim concluded that Suho must possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship and suddenly understood why he came here specifically to challenge this gate. Looking toward the dungeon's direction, Chulman nodded firmly and said Major Kim was absolutely right. In front of Suho stood the nameless sword portal, its entrance restricted to only one person at a time, and the moment he stepped inside, high cliffs surrounded him, while the system announced that he had officially entered the gate. Walking through the forest with his sword in hand, he looked around, thinking that it had been a long time since he was last here. The path cutting between the trees was clearly visible, and Suho remembered how he had constantly struggled to clear this gate in the past, barely surviving every attempt. Suddenly, a sharp ringing sounded beside him, and he spotted a black shadow drifting between the trees. The system reported the appearance of the boss, and a knight in armor stepped forward, the nameless swordsman of unknown level. He stood with his blade ready, and immediately the air around him began to shine with a bright yellow glow. The system confirmed that the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield, explaining that while this zone was active, the swordsman's status would mirror the user's exactly. All fighters within this field were prohibited from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. Smiling, Suho greeted him as an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in a long time. The knight charged instantly, and the two clashed at close range, Suho catching the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked effortlessly. White streams of energy shimmered in front of the warrior as the two separated briefly. Watching his opponent, Suho analyzed his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance in perfect balance to minimize rebound after every strike. The knight swung again, and Suho understood clearly that no one at this point in time could defeat this opponent with pure swordsmanship alone. The Sword Emperor held his weapon with both hands, and Suho noted how the enemy's style shifted instantly after crossing blades, switching stance to catch him off guard with a completely different technique. Not only that, the knight attacked from unpredictable angles, changing direction constantly. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho acknowledged the truth. The most dangerous part about this opponent was how he adapted his tactics based on whoever he was fighting. The knight struck again. Suho dodged, realizing how cunning the enemy was, but that was precisely why Suho had learned so much from him in his past life, and with a small, knowing smile he braced himself. As the nameless swordsman lunged in a leaping attack, Suho spotted an opening and slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving a faint cut. Suho asked lightly if he had managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in silence. Suho remembered perfectly that this opponent never spoke a single word until the moment he died. The knight stood ready, holding his sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a hit, and prepared another assault, revealing that this was already his 7th time challenging the nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head. With a precise slash, Suho severed one of the knight's limbs, and followed it with a kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many people throughout history wondered who or what actually hid beneath the armor. The knight rose again, missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew how disappointed he had been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone called this enemy either the Nameless Swordsman or the Sword Emperor, but the truth was simple. He was just the spirit of the sword demon. A ghostly limb appeared in place of the severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered as a spectral form. The opponents clashed again, blades ringing violently as sword marks carved into the ground and rocks around them. Suho blocked a powerful blow, his sword glowing with vivid red streams of energy, and counterattacked his blade, punching a large hole through the enemy's chest armor. He struck the same spot again, and the purple cracks crawling across the Sword Emperor's form spread further. With another leap, the knight retreated, but Suho immediately closed the distance. Studying his enemy closely, Suho said that his own fighting style had been shaped specifically to counter every style the knight used. Smiling, he delivered another decisive slash. Large fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood over the fallen enemy. The system declared that the nameless swordsman had been defeated, and the sealed gate was cleared, with Suho recognized as MVP. Looking down with a faint sadness, he said he was glad to meet the nameless swordsman again, and that, in truth, he should thank him because without this opponent, he would never have been able to reach such mastery in swordsmanship. A broken piece of armor lay on the ground, and Suho noted that it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the title of the Sword God. Black streams of energy swirled around him as he wished the spirit to rest in peace, promising to remember him on Teacher's Day each year. The system granted him additional experience points and bonus stats. System windows appeared, one reporting a level increase, another reporting a +1 increase to his stats, and an additional skill point, and another awarding 5 bonus points for clearing a difficult gate. A sword lay on the ground. Suho sighed, regretting that this ghost had no blood or shadow. Therefore, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were useless here. Still, he picked up the weapon, examining the blade closely. Just this sword alone made the trip worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its surface as the system identified it as the nameless sword of the Nameless Swordsman, ranked F. The blade quivered and abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising as floating fragments. The system announced that the nameless sword had been absorbed, activating sword understanding. Suho smiled as he learned that the soul of the nameless sword had altered his fighting style and changed the nature of the guardian sword. Then a description unfolded. Guardian sword, rank S+. This ideal technique was created by An Suho based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the soul of the nameless sword, its rank increased further. The technique absorbed the sword's will, and it now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with awe that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene shifted to the spectators watching multiple screens, and Jinhui murmured that everything seemed quiet for now. Chulman glanced at him, and admitted that although he trusted Suho completely, considering the strength of the enemy, clearing this place might still take quite a bit of time. Jinhui objected immediately, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim stepped forward and asked Chulman for permission to check the situation himself, and once he was allowed, he prepared to go until the reporter suddenly told him to wait. Confused, the major asked what was wrong as sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek. Jinhui pointed urgently at the portal, shouting that everyone needed to look. On the screen, Suho appeared, stepping through the now open door. Jinhui burst out, shouting that the gate had been cleared. Suho, still adjusting to the outside light, was stunned when someone called him Pro-On. And suddenly Jinhui and Chulman came sprinting toward him like overly excited kids running after candy. Jinhui even held his camera above his head, as if he were filming a festival. Suho told them to calm down, but the reporter's entire face was practically glowing with joy, as he demanded to know how they were supposed to calm down when Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour. He yelled that it was insane. Chulman looked like he was caught between fear and happiness, as he reminded everyone that Suho had defeated the nameless swordsman, the very same monster who hadn't been beaten even after more than 200 attempts. He anxiously asked if Suho was all right. Suho smiled and said he felt great, casually adding that he'd taken care of it easily. The major stared at him in disbelief, as if trying to process the idea that the monster who slaughtered hundreds could be considered easy. Standing beside Jinhui and Chulman, Suho noted the major's expression. This soldier was desperately trying to understand what kind of person he was dealing with. Chulman then practically bounced with excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo since a sealed gate had been conquered. The major hesitated, but Chulman waved it off, insisting it was only a formality and that there was nothing to worry about. He reminded the major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely appeared in photographs, and that having a Korean army major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jonggu agreed to join the photo. Cut to another scene where the picture appeared on a laptop screen in front of the Nexus Guild leader. Suho explained that, as he had mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the Nameless Sword's sealed gate. In the photo with him were a representative of the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He also pointed at the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jo Jinhui from PBS, explaining they agreed to take the photo together to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jinhui politely handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dongyuk pressed his thumb to his temple and said he didn't need the card at all, and had never considered manipulating anything in the first place. Standing before Suho, the guild leader asked how in the world he'd managed to pull this off. Suho blinked and asked what part he meant. Dongyuk gestured at everything and demanded specifics: how he'd gotten permission to access the sealed gate, how he'd cleared it so fast, how he'd survived something that had killed over 200 hunters. Suho calmly explained that he met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association to get permission, then simply went in and killed the monster. Dongyuk stared at him in utter confusion, running a hand through his hair as he tried to make sense of it. Suho then asked if, now that he had proven his skill level, they could finalize the contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he said that the guild leader could choose the salary amount himself, but he had 2 conditions. As long as he was in Nexus, he needed full support, and if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract must be terminated immediately. He added that he had already informed the association president about clearing the gate and that several guilds had contacted him, but he'd told all of them he would only accept an offer from the one willing to fully support him. Dongyuk eyed him with distrust at first, a strange expression flickering across his face, then suddenly burst out laughing and said the deal was accepted. He called for the secretary to bring the paperwork. The man returned Suho's confidence with renewed excitement, saying the hero had proven himself right after he doubted him. Suho extended his hand, and they shook firmly. The guild leader warned that there would be a lot of work ahead, and Suho replied he was ready. Later, on the road filled with evening traffic, Suho smiled and mentioned that since his friend brought him there, he'd be happy to drive him back. Jinhui chuckled, saying he was simply fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jinhui explained that since Suho kept feeding him exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He added that the sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the minivan he used before, so he bought this one specifically. Suho stared at him, stunned, realizing once again that this man truly was born with a golden spoon. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jinhui proudly replied that several exclusive articles had been published that very day, so no one would complain, especially since he promised the editorial office that he would bring Suho there eventually. Suho realized that there was no way this man would let such an opportunity slip. Jinhui said they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually move on to covering his joining nexus. With the news spaced out, there should be no problem maintaining interest, though realistically, no one knew how long they could keep public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then Jinhui hesitated and asked something more serious, asking how Suho managed to read the strategy of the nameless swordsman. Suho explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern, and that he was already familiar with the Sword Emperor's reputation, knowing that the fight had to be done solely with cold weapons. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain he was better with a sword than the monster. Jinhui stared, bewildered, gripping the steering wheel as Suho continued, saying experience played a huge role in the battle and that his own swordsmanship was strong. The reporter reminded him that the monster had killed over 200 warriors, including the country's greatest swordsman, and asked if Suho understood that. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman copied the opponent's status and adapted his combat style accordingly. Inside that gate, only sword skill mattered, no items, no external abilities, nothing else could influence the fight. Driving, Jinhui finally asked if Suho even had a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and that it was rank S, but that it didn't show in his status window. The car swerved as Jinhui slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel. Completely stunned, he demanded to know how Suho had acquired a rank S swordsmanship skill, and when it happened, flames practically burst behind him in excitement, and Suho told him to calm down because he was boiling over. He warned that information should be delivered gradually, not dumped all at once. Jinhui exhaled heavily and said that if Suho wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get instant answers. After slowing the car, he admitted that Suho had a talent for shocking people, and that he never imagined he would end up working for someone. Suho reassured him, and Jinhui thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for doubting him in the beginning. Suho laughed, saying it was all fine. They finally arrived back at their luxurious apartment complex, and Jinhui asked if that meant they were done for the day. Suho nodded, saying he needed rest. The reporter immediately said he would walk him home, and Suho thanked him warmly. Later that night, as darkness settled outside, Suho finally sat down on something soft and let himself breathe, thinking with quiet satisfaction that he could genuinely be proud of today's results. Wiping his head with a towel, he realized he wasn't even tired despite everything he had done. Pulling the towel away, he summoned his status window. The system reported 7 remaining bonus points, and he immediately understood that this might finally be enough to unlock Unified Train, though the conditions for it were strict. Every stat except one had to share the same rank, and all stats at that same level needed to have identical values. If even one bonus point remained, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the higher ones. Suho worked through the window carefully, watching as the system evaluated each requirement. Then the notification appeared. All conditions had been met, and the skill Unified Train was fully activated. He blinked in surprise and watched as the remaining bonus points were distributed to equalize every stat. His personal card refreshed, showing that all of his characteristics now stood at the same values red level, rank 14 across the board. Joy rising in him, Suho clenched his fists and thought that he had finally done it. In his past life he never imagined this was even possible, so he'd never tried. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself fall back onto the bed, thinking that he needed to keep pushing forward exactly like this. His phone rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in a while. Gu Yonhua. Still lying down, Suho said it had been some time since he heard her voice, and she had called at a great moment since he was in an excellent mood. She immediately remarked that he must have a lot of free time. Confused, he asked what she meant, and told her not to speak so formally. Yonhua said she had read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer, surprised the piece came out so quickly. He said he hadn't checked the comments yet and asked her to tell him how everyone reacted. But she called him sir again and insisted they meet first. Suho repeated that he just wanted her answer. She reminded him sharply that they still hadn't accepted his offer. Suho told her that if she or the others weren't satisfied with anything, he wouldn't force them. That shocked her, and Suho asked again for an answer. Yonhua closed her eyes and asked what they were supposed to do from now on. Suho got up from the bed and said he would explain everything tomorrow when they met. He suggested everyone come to the Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She objected immediately, saying 2 of them had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened with disappointment. He told her he must have overestimated them. Apparently none of them cared about anything except useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone away from his ear because Yonhua exploded, cursed him out, and then yelled that she would still come. She said she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. and hung up. Suho smirked and told her goodbye. The next day, at the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yeonhwa crossed her arms and barked at him not to get full of himself, claiming she skipped her lectures only because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who sat casually on a bench. He said he didn't recall asking her why she came, and she snorted angrily. Irritated, she demanded to know why he gathered them all. Suho stood up and said he brought them because he had something important to say. Smiling, he announced that today he was going to kill them all. The Banshee members stared at him, stunned, while he handed them tablets and asked them to fill out forms first. Yeonhwa squinted at the device and assumed it was some contract to hand over their corpses to him. But reading the text, she realized it was simply a skill survey. She asked if he wanted their personal information. Raising his hand, Suho told them that once he joined the special department, he would need freelance agents, and he'd already said he needed real shadows. He reminded them he wouldn't use just anyone for that purpose. Turning away, he explained that their training would be brutal until exhaustion, and they'd learn everything from basic combat techniques to maximizing their own skills. Only they would see their personal information, so they needed to be honest. Their relationship had to be built on trust. Since he already shared his secrets, it was their turn now. The group exchanged uneasy glances. Later, inside the Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho held a black key card and smiled as he said it was time to begin. He remembered how he received it. Miss Sue had explained that this card granted unrestricted access to any area of the academy, including the S-rank only training hall, ensuring he avoided unwanted attention. She also gave him guest cards as he requested. Examining the card, Suho realized he had been so focused on everything else that he had forgotten about Daehan, whom he promised to meet here. He would arrange that soon. Nearby, the Banshee members lay inside training capsules. Suho thought he would deal with challenges as they came. Suddenly, the landscape shifted. Towering cliffs appeared before them. They had entered the Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad and welcomed them, telling them that they would be training there whenever they had free time. He looked them over, thinking that since they were all below level 50, he could train them however he wished. Yeonhwa demanded to know what exactly they would be doing. Suho answered that they would begin with fundamentals and combat technique refinement, because with their current level of skill, the special department would catch them eventually. He asked if they really believed cheap tricks could fool the special department forever. Yeonhwa snapped that their plan was excellent, and no one would ever catch them. Suho smiled with his arms crossed, reminding her that he had already caught them himself and that perfect crimes didn't exist, especially in a world full of superpowered individuals. He told them that, for that reason alone, they needed to learn to protect themselves and, ideally, each other. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons appeared around them. He told them to pick one, because developing fundamentals and overcoming fear was their priority now. Yeonhwa picked up a weapon and asked if there was anything else. Suho asked if she remembered what he had been called recently. She muttered that people called him the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname. Leaning on his sword, he told them they were standing before a true master of swordsmanship, and it would be foolish to expect him to teach anything else. To maximize swordsmanship in this realm, they shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later. The group frowned. Suho told them to try to kill him, swinging his sword as he announced the training had begun. In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why they still had time to be surprised. Then he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho said that since they had died once already, they shouldn't freeze like idiots. They quickly took defensive stances. Suho praised that and said they would restart. Looking upward, the group realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them again, scattering bodies. He mocked them mid-combat. He told one that his grandmother moved faster. He elbowed another in the chest, asking how someone who worked in delivery could be this slow, wondering jokingly if he was fired because customers starved waiting for their orders. The boy crashed into another teammate. Turning to the third, Suho asked how a teacher could be so slow that he couldn't even parry such a simple strike, wondering what he could possibly teach kids if they could already outpace him. The young man insisted he didn't dodge on purpose. Suho said his excuse was worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled as they held their swords. One cursed loudly, asking when the bastard would finally shut up. They attacked together. Suho thought their growing self-control would help them avoid panic when they eventually entered real gates. A blast tore through the terrain. Suho told them they would become his shadows, not errand runners, but real warriors who would help clear gates. Stepping on their swords, he told them sternly that there was no easy path to becoming strong. You became strong only when you believed there was no retreat left. The bloody training continued relentlessly. After a long time, the exhausted Banshee members struggled to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho said he was satisfied with their effort, but he had other things to do. The group stared at him in shock as he told them that the simulation would automatically end at the right time, and they must continue training until then. Yeonhwa asked in disbelief if he was really just leaving. A digital clone of Suho appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry, the clone had all the same abilities as him. The copy lifted its sword and insulted them, calling them pigs and trash and demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the Banshee members, enraged, cursed Suho as a complete bastard. Suho stepped out of the capsule and glanced back at the 4 others still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sue's voice came through. She said an article had gone up about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she called to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Joe Jinwi. She confirmed it was his exclusive report, and the PR team wanted to publish additional info. Looking out the window, Suho said that was perfect, and in fact, another article should be prepared. Sue hesitated, saying it might be too soon. Suho explained that public reaction would likely be harsh, since he had previously stated he dreamed of joining the government and then abruptly joined a private guild. There would be negativity. Sue assured him that following his plan would settle public opinion soon enough. Suho thought about the fact that he still hadn't publicly announced he was taking the Rank 5 exam at the end of the year, though it wouldn't remain secret for long. He told her he'd explain everything later and needed to make another call. He phoned Jinwi, who greeted him happily while working at his laptop. Jinwi asked what he needed. Suho said he heard the article about Nexus had been published and that public opinion was heated. He said he had an idea, he wanted another article. This time it would cover his next challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho announced he was planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article spreads across the internet, announcing that Suho has successfully cleared the sealed gate of the Nameless Sword. People online explode with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials, yet already moved on to conquering a sealed gate? One person wonders aloud if Suho is now the newest Sword King. Another corrects him instantly and says the guy should be called the Sword God. A second article follows, reporting that An Suho has joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users start reminding everyone that he previously said he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accuse him of being corrupt and throw insults without restraint. Then a third headline drops. Nexus Guild Hunter An Suho intends to clear another sealed gate, the Swamp of Despair. Someone calls him a complete psycho. Another mocks the people who said Suho joined Nexus for money, asking what's wrong with their faces now. Someone else claims they believed in him from the start. Another declares Suho as his idol now, and threatens to personally deal with anyone who insults him. Suho reads all these comments on his phone. Most of them are exciting and positive. He smiles, thinking everything is going exactly according to plan. That's when Chulman walks in, looking exhausted. His head droops forward as he holds it with one hand. Suho asks immediately whether he was granted access to the Swamp of Despair. Chulman says he had been discussing exactly that. He remembers the president's expression. The head of the association had screamed that, of course, Suho should be given access, and called Chulman an idiot for not doing it immediately when Suho first asked. Chulman adds that now it seems the hero practically has automatic access to every gate he needs. While Chulman mentally prepares himself for endless paperwork, Suho thanks him for the effort. As they walk between the office desks, Suho explains that he plans to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year, but it's a secret, so Chulman shouldn't tell anyone. Chulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he will remain silent like a fish. Suho laughs to himself, thinking he was only joking, but the guy's reaction was priceless. He tells him they should move toward clearing the gate now. The scene shifts to Yongjongdo, Incheon, where the sealed S-rank gate known as the Swamp of Despair looms. Suho stands before the massive portal, while several cameramen record the moment. People whisper that no hunter has returned alive from this gate before. Even though An Suho is incredibly unique, some doubt whether he can truly overcome this place. Inside the security room, Jinwi watches the screen nervously. He tells a worried man beside him to relax and even suggests making a bet. Grinning, Jinwi says he'll bet 1,000,000 won that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still anxious, agrees reluctantly, saying he hopes Suho comes out alive but is convinced it's impossible to clear this place. Meanwhile, Chulman stands frozen, horrified. He shouts that the gate is disappearing. Everyone stares at the screens in disbelief. Jinhui asks if Suho actually cleared it already. The other man yells that it's impossible. In panic, Jinhui elbows Chulman right in the face, demanding to know how many minutes Suho was inside. 10, 20. Chulman shakes his head and says it wasn't even 10. It's been less than 5 minutes. The moment Suho stepped inside, the truth becomes clear. The system informed him that the Swamp of Despair had no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Now Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching upward into an eerie sky. He remembers well that this gate caused even more casualties than the Nameless Sword, and no one had ever returned from it. Outsiders never understood what actually happened inside. Suho knows, monsters don't appear here. To clear the gate, one must simply climb the stairs, but every step is a psychological nightmare, packed with terrifying mental traps. That's why horrific monsters surround the staircase victims turned into statues. Suho understands the real strategy for clearing this place. You need an item or skill granting S-rank mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair kills you and your corpse becomes another statue on the stairs. This gate is called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the first stair. He thinks that none of this matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of despair slams into him. His legs barely stay steady. Purple streams swirl behind his head, but he smiles. The system announces that Dragon Blood has activated mental damage immunity. With Dragon Blood flowing inside him, the entire gate turns into nothing but an easy stroll. Suho climbs to the next step, terrible monsters lurking all around him. He keeps walking calmly. He notices fewer and fewer statues the higher he goes. Only a handful ever made it even halfway. Twisted faces look at him from the sides, forever trapped. He knows he cannot save them. In his past life, the hunter who cleared this gate spent hundreds of days strengthening his mind. That man attempted to save the victims, but when he touched the statues, they all turned to dust. In the end, he was left alone, unable to save anyone. Finally, Suho reaches the top. He looks at the lifeless forms below and says he knows how much they suffered. Pressing his palms together, he promises to free them. He knows he can only release their trapped souls. A white portal awaits him. The system declares him MVP and awards additional experience points and a skill point. It also announces he is the first person ever to clear this portal, awarding 5 more skill points. Then a level increase notification appears, more stats boosted, and another skill point added. Smiling, Suho says it's time for the final reward. The system grants him the Ring of Emotions. This ring lets him see emotions as colored auras, absorb white or black emotional energy, and reshape it at will. The duration is unknown. Suho remembers that in his previous life, the only person who ever obtained this ring was the same player who cleared this gate. That man used it to heal emotional wounds, but it was later stolen by enemies. Suho lifts his hand, thinking that this time things will be different. He slips the ring onto his finger. Standing at the top of the stairs, the ring instantly begins absorbing the black emotional energy lingering in the corpses. Thanks to Dragon Blood, Suho takes no mental damage. He touches the ground, and the system reports that the ring reacts to strong emotions. Its color is black, and absorption begins. Black energy swirls. Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed the maximum amount it can. It isn't enough to purify the entire staircase, but he has no other option now that he faces the exit portal. Turning toward the gateway, Suho says quietly that it's time to leave. The moment Suho stepped outside, reporters instantly surrounded him, their cameras flashing non-stop. He lifted a hand to cover his face as journalists urged him to look into their lenses. Before he could steady himself, Chulman and Jinhui rushed toward him, both overflowing with excitement. Chulman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds, when this gate was said to be even more dangerous than the nameless sword. Jinhui shouted that he needed to write an article immediately. Suho told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people questioned whether Suho had truly conquered the Swamp of Despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was yes, he really had. Dongyuk stared at his tablet in disbelief, overwhelmed that the completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as Jang Kyung-hwan, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dongyuk had a moment to discuss something. Dongyuk immediately assumed this was about An Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dongyuk offered lunch instead, and the president agreed. After hanging up, a man entered the office to speak with him, but Dongyuk simply called his secretary, Kim Igang, and instructed him to arrange a meeting with Hunter An Suho. Later, a white car pulled up, and Jinhui told Suho they had arrived. As they got out, Suho asked if he was heading to the broadcasting station. Jinhui explained that the Swamp of Despair article was already prepared, and only needed minor edits before release. He also suggested they go on a restaurant tour next time, since he enjoyed writing food reviews, and Suho promised to join him. As the car left, Suho looked happily at his ring, saying that Jinhui's passion had filled it with plenty of positive energy. Entering a restaurant, Suho approached a table where Kyumun greeted him loudly as the protector of South Korea. The president encouraged him to sit beside Mr. Dongyuk. Suho thanked the association leaders and took his seat, noticing Kyung-hwan, Kyumun, Dongyuk, and the head of the Special Force Division, Pai Song-yeol, all gathered. Confused about the sudden formality, he listened as Kyung-hwan congratulated him, praising the unprecedented speed with which he cleared both sealed gates and calling him the future of the nation. Kyumun proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked around the table. During the meal, the president mentioned hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dongyuk confirmed that while most contracts lasted 3 years, An Suho was a special case who could contribute greatly to the country, so he would not be restricted at all. Kyung-hwan laughed, pleased that guild leader Dongyuk shared the association's goals, then asked Suho if he agreed with the arrangement. Suho said he appreciated the guild leader's consideration very much. Chief Pai added that he looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association, as it would boost not only their organization but the entire nation. With a strange smile, Cuman said the president wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Inside, Suho rejoiced this letter practically ensured he would pass the level 5 exam. Out loud, he said he was deeply honored. Kyunghwan explained that they had originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman victory, but Suho cleared another gate so quickly that even they couldn't keep up. Suho humbly replied that it was only possible because the president granted him the access he needed. The leaders loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, asked how Suho managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned and information was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's talent for extracting secrets, something he remembered from his past life, so he maintained his guard. Smiling, he explained casually that inside the gate there were no monsters, only a single staircase, and after stepping on it once, he felt the danger and used his tools while continuing to climb until he succeeded. The association representatives stared with their mouths open as Chief Pai stroked his beard, impressed that Suho avoided mental overload, where others relied solely on stability. Cuman then asked his current level, saying he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100. Suho replied that he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked and asked what ability he gained. When the ring on Suho's finger emitted white light, Suho sensed immediately that the association wanted to shape him into an obedient weapon. He explained that he was a healer, but because he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai said the sword path wasn't unusual, though unexpected for a healer. Suho noted privately that the special department had many unique abilities, so his didn't impress them much, yet he disliked the feeling of being treated like a hunting dog. Out loud, he added that while his main skill was swordsmanship, he wanted support developing his healer abilities because a hunter's lifespan was too short. Dongyuk and Kyungwon both agreed that hunters faced constant danger, and the Nexus Guild could support his development better. The leaders smiled as Kyumon declared himself a link between the guild and the association. Chief Pai said Suho could also rely on him. Feeling overwhelmed by so many offers of support, Suho raised his fist and promised to clear every gate in Korea. The leaders applauded, and Kyumon refilled his drink. As night settled, the meeting ended, and Suho and Chief Pai walked out, saying goodbye to the association leaders. Suho said he enjoyed the evening. Once the car left, Chief Pai reached under his jacket, offering Suho a cigarette. Suho declined, but the chief lit one anyway, saying he always smoked after a good party. He handed Suho his business card, saying he usually ignored calls, but would answer his. He then asked where Suho lived, and Suho explained that his old place was too crowded with fans, so he was staying in a hotel. Chief Pai frowned, saying this was a national problem. Popular hunters immediately became surrounded by obsessed crowds. Suho dismissed it as normal affection, which instantly darkened Pai's aura. Suho realized his comment sounded naive to someone who viewed unawakened civilians as pawns, a mindset shared by the president and vice president. Chief Pai said that although the exam would be held at the end of the year, Suho had practically already passed. Suho acknowledged this. The chief said he once thought Suho was modest, but now saw he wasn't simple at all. He then linked arms with Suho and suggested they rehearse a superior subordinate dynamic since Suho would be under him once joining the association. Suho agreed, making Pai laugh. Then he asked if Suho wanted to quit clearing gates altogether and join the special force unit immediately. Suho tensed, realizing Pai was baiting him. As Pai flicked his cigarette, Suho understood the real motive the chief had stayed until the end to recruit him personally, instead of simply gathering information through Donghyuk. The ring of emotions activated, releasing white light. Suho called on Pai internally to shape his intentions. Smiling, he reassured Pai that everything was fine and emphasized the importance of the special force unit. The ring amplified positive emotions, and white streams rose from Pai's eyes as he said, Suho actually had ambition, a trait he admired, since most hunters only had empty dreams. He asked how close Suho was with Chulman from the gate department. Suho replied that Chulman was close, but he also wanted good relationships with both Pai and the president, especially hoping for productive cooperation with the special force head. Pai, pleased, rested his hand on Suho's shoulder, complimenting his communication skills. Suho thanked him and expressed hope for joining the department through special recruitment. Pai rubbed his chin, thinking aloud that recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been announced for the end of the year, and there was no need for a special recruitment just for someone who would qualify anyway. Suho, meanwhile, knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest into something closer to emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, but was more than enough for now. Standing together, Pai said he was surprised Suho was so committed to joining the association, and asked about special recruitment. Pai explained it wasn't common but could be arranged if necessary. Suho praised him as an amazing person, prompting Pai to cover his mouth shyly. He explained that recruitment decisions came from higher authorities, But if there was a shortage in the special department, they could justify a special intake. Pai added that if such recruitment happened, they would need proof that Suho was valuable to the department. Suho asked if he meant clearing gates. Pai reminded him that the special force handled awakened criminals, which was more important. Suho had indeed forgotten that part. Pai said criminals with awakened abilities were extremely dangerous, and although Suho had great skills, gate clearing and crime fighting were completely different. He suggested Suho prove himself by choosing any wanted criminal and delivering them to the department. If done, he could be accepted within 1 or 2 months. A car pulled up. Pai said most newcomers panicked at the mention of wanted criminals, but Suho clearly wasn't timid. Smiling, he said he would wait for Suho's news. Suho remembered how, in his past life, Pai didn't even remember his name until after the nameless swordsman victory, but this time, things were already different. Watching the car leave, Suho understood that soon the villains and their underlings will be among the new recruits who would make excellent sacrifices for his plan ahead. There were several neat buildings ahead, and Suho's shadow stretched across the pavement as faint cigarette smoke drifted from nearby windows. He muttered that he'd walked right into a snake's nest. Using his magic detection, he spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside, and confirmed he'd finally found the right place. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand and, in the next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room where the criminals were gathered. Shocked, one thug stammered, asking what was happening, while another yelled that some punk was messing with them. In a hurry, the criminals rushed outside to confront whoever dared. They stopped in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking if he was drunk or crazy. Suho smiled calmly and assured them he was completely sober. He asked if they were the same scumbags stealing cryptocurrency wallets through their complicated scams, and fear immediately flickered across the thugs' faces. Suho then asked if they were holding a man named Seo Ji-won hostage. The criminals traded anxious glances, unable to understand who this stranger was or how he knew everything. Someone guessed he might be a cop. Another said they had to get rid of him anyway. A third hesitated, asking if this could get them into trouble. But the reply came quickly: this bastard already knew too much, so nothing worse could happen if they didn't deal with him. Suho gave them a tired smile, thinking that these opponents were pathetic and mentally encouraging them to try catching him. If they could, they might even prove useful. He summoned the shadow spear and fired a shot near one thug, releasing chains that wrapped tightly around him. Purple energy swirled over the man's trapped body as his bald friend shouted his name in panic. Several criminals charged at Suho yelling insults, but he dodged effortlessly. A blond man lunged with a spear, managing to land a clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminal stared wide-eyed as Suho, splattered lightly with blood, grinned. The system announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long crimson shaft formed in Suho's hand. He drove it straight into the thug, sending him sprawling across the ground. Suho noted that he couldn't kill them, but nobody said he couldn't beat them senseless. Another criminal rushed forward, calling him an idiot, only to be sent flying by a powerful strike. Soon only the bald thug remained, trembling and muttering that this was madness. He tried to run, but Suho pierced his leg with the blood spear and calmly asked where he thought he was going. With all the criminals defeated and lying around him, Suho warned them to stop screaming unless they wanted an extra dose of pain. Then he stored all of them inside his subspace portal. Dusting off his hands, he said the only thing left was to find Seo Ji-won. Inside the kitchen, which was a complete disaster zone, Suho finally found the man he was looking for. Ji-won was slumped on the floor, asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man blinked awake, staring blankly at the hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally come to his senses, Ji-won looked around shakily, asking what happened. Suho greeted him warmly and introduced himself. Ji-won froze and asked in horror if this was really the An Suho from the news. He couldn't understand how Suho ended up here, nor where the criminals who kept him hostage had gone. Still shaking, he looked terrified. Suho remembered reading in Ji-won's autobiography that he had been beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by these thugs. He saw that the man was too traumatized to speak normally right now, so he extended his hand. The ring responded to Ji-won's intense emotions, identifying them as black, and Suho pressed his palm gently to Ji-won's chest to absorb them completely. When Suho asked if he felt better, Ji-won stared at him in disbelief, unable to comprehend how the trembling had stopped. Suho knelt in front of him, explaining softly that he saw his condition was terrible and used one of his skills to help. Ji-won gasped, and then, hesitantly, asked what would happen to him now. Would he be going to jail? Suho asked why he would. Ji-won admitted he'd done many wrong things. Suho reminded him that he had been forced into everything, and people like that didn't belong in jail. Ji-won reluctantly agreed. Still suspicious, he asked how Suho knew he was here when Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho answered that he found him using a special skill that no one else knew about, and that he shared the information because he truly needed him. Ji-won held his left hand anxiously and claimed he was useless. Suho disagreed firmly. Ji-won was the only person in Korea with the cyber-type trait. Ji-won stared in shock as Suho said that. Among countless traits worldwide, cyber-type was one of the rarest. allowing the user's consciousness to enter the digital world. Only 2 people had ever awakened it. One was Seo Ji-won, and the second was known as Overload, who discovered the terrifying potential of digitization and tried to take control of the entire internet, becoming a near unstoppable threat even after the system arrived. And the one person who managed to defeat him had been Seo Ji-won himself. A year after escaping from the criminals, Ji-won disappeared and sacrificed himself to destroy Overload. He was later honored with the nickname Meteor. Everything about his tragic life had been recorded in his autobiography. Thinking of that, Suho vowed that this time he wouldn't allow Overload to appear, nor would he allow Gi-won to die. Suho told Ji-won that this was exactly why he needed him. The world would one day be destroyed by the gates and the system, and Suho couldn't stop that nightmare alone. He asked if Ji-won would help him. Trembling again, Ji-won looked at him in awe. As black streams flowed from the ring, the system announced another full absorption. Ji-won closed his eyes, wondering whether someone like him could really threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul for escape, but now he felt he had to help the person who saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, realizing someone with the same power as him could cause unimaginable destruction. He said he didn't know if he could truly do it, but he would help. Suho saw the man described in the autobiography, a person who endured hell, yet remained selfless. Suho thanked him sincerely and said their first step was to eat. When Ji-won admitted he had no money, Suho slid slippers toward him and told him not to worry, he would pay. Ji-won asked how Suho knew all this, and Suho replied with an awkward expression that it was all thanks to his skill. Tears welled in Ji-won's eyes as Suho said he knew the man had suffered. Later, as they ate together, Gi-won apologized for devouring the food so greedily he hadn't eaten properly in a long time. Suho assured him it was fine and ordered another plate. After finishing his soup, Ji-won thanked him and shyly asked a question. Suho reminded him they were now a team and could speak openly, and since they were only a year apart, Ji-won could just call him by his name. Ji-won, having another bowl taken away, agreed and told Suho he could also treat him as an old acquaintance. He asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or founding a powerful guild, because government work came with countless restrictions. Suho closed his eyes and said that no matter how strong a guild was, its power was limited. He wanted to stop the destruction of the world with minimal casualties, and the association was the only place that could help with that. Ji-won nodded, finally understanding. Suho put down his spoon and said he wanted to make a promise. Once he joined the association, no one would ever dare do something like this to Ji-won again. Ji-won smiled gratefully and said he would trust him. Suho stood and offered to sort out the man's past. Gi-won, confused again, followed as Suho put on his jacket and asked if the thugs who kidnapped him really grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. The moment Ji-won saw those thugs again, rage took over. He beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with blood as he screamed at them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious by the wall. When Ji-won asked to heal the villain again, Suho looked at the man and asked how many times they'd done this. Ji-won cheerfully answered 7 times. Suho warned him that the special forces would arrive soon, so the beating session had to end. He healed the blonde, remembering how this man had suffered deeply because of similar trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A gray car pulled up and Chief Pai Seungjol stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have figured everything out already. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai said he had special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers were lying unconscious. Pai asked if these were really the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that although they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they resisted arrest, but he patched them up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, saying he liked Suho's style, a hero who didn't hold back. Suho apologized, admitting he wasn't experienced in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death if he wanted. The association's healers could erase all evidence of violence. Pai pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserved execution, but society was obsessed with humanity. Suho thought about how he had learned this method back when he worked with the special department in his past life. Pai then noticed Gi-won standing behind Suho and said he'd heard the criminals use this boy in their schemes and that it was his first time seeing someone with cyber-type abilities. He added that Gi-won seemed dangerous and must be taken in. Both Suho and Gi-won glared at him. Suho asked if that was truly necessary, explaining that Ji-won was just a victim. He handed Pai a folder containing the young man's testimony and documents proving everything. Pai was stunned that Suho gathered all of it so quickly. He then asked if digitization could be used inside a gate. Suho understood Pai's motive and explained that the skill belonged purely to the digital domain, making it useless in gate combat, but valuable in cybersecurity. Pai examined the documents and said that if the ability wasn't useful in combat or support roles, then the special department didn't need him. Suho asked softly not to punish Ji-won. Pai commented that Suho was getting soft taking care of the guy, but after hearing everything, he admitted Ji-won had suffered horribly. Turning to his subordinates, Pai declared that Suho was right, the victim shouldn't be punished. They would close the case and help Ji-won receive compensation. Suho bowed deeply and thanked him. Pai said justice was always his goal. Then he asked how Suho knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this. Raising his finger, he said Seo Ji-won had sent a digital distress signal using his skill, and Suho checked its validity and organized a rescue. Pai asked if that was truly what happened. Suho thought, of course not, but said nothing. Pai handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding a perfect solution. Suho said it was just luck. Pai replied that luck favored the capable. With a hand on Suho's shoulder, he promised to arrange the special recruitment as agreed. Ji-won finally stepped closer, asking what he should do now. Suho pointed behind him and said that he would be coming with him. Ji-won looked around the apartment in shock, while Suho grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was luxurious, almost too perfect, and Ji-won couldn't help saying it out loud. Suho casually replied that it wasn't his home, this belonged to Jo Jinwi, the PBS reporter. As he poured the drink into a glass, he mentioned that the owner was currently away on a business trip, so the two of them had the whole place to themselves. Ji-won accepted the glass, nervously asking if the owner wouldn't be angry about bringing someone over without permission. Suho brushed it off, saying it wasn't a big deal, but warned Ji-won not to talk too much. Ji-won slapped his own chest dramatically and promised to stay silent like a fish, then quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho lifted the glass to his mouth and clarified, Gi-won had been kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening his ability, right? Gi-won confirmed it. Suho said that meant he would soon have to face overload, and for that, he needed to grow stronger, fast, strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. Shocked, Gi-won asked if that meant he had to clear gates with him, but Suho shook his head while typing on the laptop. They wouldn't level him up the traditional gate-clearing way. Instead, Ji-won needed to learn how to use his cyber-type ability with maximum efficiency. Turning the laptop toward him, Suho asked how he felt about going online together. Ji-won hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but pointed out something the system didn't mention openly. Although Ji-won transferred his own consciousness into the network, nothing said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Ji-won stared at him in disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm as the system notified Suho that player So Ji-won was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world and requesting permission. Suho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard under a bright sky. Realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, the Windows wallpaper he'd always seen but never imagined he'd experience firsthand. Ji-won, running from behind, called out to him in excitement. He said it felt bizarre seeing someone else here because until now, he'd always been alone in this digital world. Suho admitted this was his first time too, and it felt amazing. Ji-won looked around at the endless fields and asked if they really were inside the wallpaper photo. Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed it out of curiosity, earning a laugh from Ji-won, who reminded him that the digital world had visuals but no taste or smell. Suho spit out the illusion, admitting he wanted to test it anyway. They walked through the vineyard as Ji-won asked how they were supposed to increase his level here. Suho was surprised he didn't know. Levels rose based on experience points, and the system didn't care whether actions happened in the physical world or not. He even reminded him that he had increased his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Gi-won then asked if leveling in a virtual environment was really possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to kill you, and that was what made it capable of affecting the system. They stopped in front of a pair of closed digital doors labeled File Cleaner. Gi-won asked what this folder was. Opening it revealed a cheerful computer window claiming to organize devices easily. Suho explained that it wasn't an antivirus at all, it was malware. When Ji-won asked if he really planned to level up using a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware behaved like monsters, attacking and destroying systems. Therefore, Ji-won needed to risk his life and defeat them to gain experience. He warned him, again dying here meant dying for real. He also told him never to answer the guide's questions because that would unleash more viruses. As they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl greeted them sweetly, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho smiled and said it sounded tempting. Ji-won nervously admitted he almost answered her. Suho handed him a weapon and told him he probably belonged to the magician class, so he should stay in the back, attack, collect bonuses, and let Suho tank the front line. The blue-haired girl reappeared with a much sharper tone, repeating her question. This time dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged behind her. The system didn't even properly describe them. Only incomprehensible, corrupted characters filled the status window. Terrified, Jiwon pointed out how many there were. Suho manifested his bloody sword and reassured him that although they were stuck inside, the monsters could not escape through the door. If Jiwon couldn't escape either, he'd die, so he needed to use his magic well. A massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it instantly. He reminded Jiwon to prepare his spell. A digital circle lit up around Jiwon's hand as he confirmed readiness, and Suho charged into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a tense battle, the monsters scattered into pixels as Suho finished them off. Jiwon collapsed onto one knee, exhausted and shaking, admitting he thought he was going to die. Suho told him he was still alive and now level 59. He asked how Jiwon was doing. Jiwon said he had reached level 55. Suho realized the guy was far more talented than expected. With the right guidance, he could work well alongside the Banshee group. He helped Jiwon stand and suggested they log out and rest. Jiwon agreed eagerly. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on the couch, relieved that there was a safe way to level up without entering actual gates. He then checked the public reaction to the news article about him clearing the swamp of despair. The internet was flooded with admiration, people asking the government to give him a medal, fans wanting souvenirs, and endless praise. Suho rubbed his nose proudly. As long as he kept clearing gates, the world treated him like a hero, and honestly, that kind of respect made life worth living. Seeing everything proceed exactly as planned, he decided it was time for the next step. Suho ended up on a late-night call with guild leader Bae. He went straight to the point, wanting permission to clear the S-rank gate under Nexus Guild's name, and throwing in the promise that every single piece of loot would go straight to the guild's pockets. No strings, no conditions, just pure grind value. The gate in a question is this, the infamous Mole Mine. An S-rank dungeon packed with mana stones and crawling with those freaky mole monsters that moved like they were speedrunning through the dark. Suho eyed the place, already picturing how annoying it was going to be so many damn moles that grabbing even one mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he smirked like this entire death cave was just another warm-up. Clearing it was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, guild leader Bae was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was gold, he just didn't understand why the kid sounded so urgent about it. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish out his contract properly. So before dipping, he wanted to at least do something worthwhile for the guild. It was his version of paying rent before leaving the apartment. Bae understood, even though a hint of disappointment slipped through. At least Suho told him straight instead of doing some dramatic last-minute announcement, like half the hunters who ditch for the association without warning. Suho added that he'd personally put together a team to fight the moles, so the guild would only need to arrange miners and none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally accepted the plan, saying he'd contact Suho once all preparations were done. The next day, Suho was in the lounge of the Nexus Academy, where Daehan greeted him warmly with an outstretched hand. Suho shook his hand, mentioning that it had been a while since they last met, and then told Jiwon, who stood beside him, that this was Kong Daehan, the one who had taken the exam in the same group as him. Rubbing the back of his head, Daehan admitted that he only passed the exam thanks to the advice he received from Suho. They all sat around a table, and Suho asked whether Daehan had managed to join any squad yet. Daehan replied that he was still training, entering gates and gaining experience on his own. Suho looked at him thoughtfully, remembering that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to build experience and increase their survival rate. Smiling slightly, he asked Daehan if he would like to gain experience in his own squad. He explained that he planned to clear gates soon, and it would be helpful to have him. Daehan reacted in surprise, but quickly said that if Suho was interested in him, then he was ready to assist however needed. He even shouted happily that he was always ready to help. Suho smiled and said they would start right away, causing Daehan to stare at him in disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee squad members were battling a digital copy of Suho. One shouted that they needed to flank from the other side as the fight intensified with cries of effort and pain. Yeonhwa stood with her fist clenched as the ghostly Suho rushed at her. In a single strike, the copy took off her head. The squad staggered in shock while Yeonhwa gritted her teeth, saying that one day she would kill Suho with her own hands. The real Suho, standing behind her, told her she was already doing much better. The squad turned toward him in disbelief, unable to comprehend that the real person had appeared suddenly. Working through the system window, Suho noted that the squad had become gloomy. Yeonhwa complained that they had died at least 100 times, and their morale was suffering. Suho smiled and remarked that judging by their eyes, They were already used to dying in the simulation and didn't see it as catastrophic anymore, which was a very good sign. Giwon and Daehan watched all of this with surprise. Suho then announced that new members had joined his squad and introduced the two to the Banshee team. The group examined the newcomers while Suho explained that they had arrived earlier and shared their names. Daehan smiled, while Jiwon looked nervous. Suho asked the Banshee squad if they were tired of this place yet. Yeonhwa tightened her fist and said they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she warned that she wouldn't rest until she managed to take Suho's head off, and the entire Banshee group was fueled with killing intent. Suho smiled and said that he liked that attitude, advising the newcomers to develop the same instinct. Giwon asked why that was necessary, and Suho replied gently that it was essential if they wanted to survive inside real gates. He declared that from today onward, they would all train to clear gates together. Yeonhwa stepped closer, and Suho told her that one of the newcomers was a mage and the other a tank, so they didn't need sword training. She would need to organize the squad properly, use the clones well, and train everyone hard. Yeonhwa agreed, but asked him to at least explain more about the gate. Suho adjusted the system window and said that he would have to change the clones' settings, but soon they would understand everything themselves, so they should be ready. When she asked him again about the type of gate, Suho simply said that it would be a very ordinary one. He added that it would be inconvenient to call each other with meaningless shouts in real combat, so they needed proper forms of address. Yeonhwa said she didn't know what to call him, but she would rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through the window, said that since they were one team now, she could call him team leader. She accepted that. Suho then said he needed to leave for other matters, and asked them to notify him once preparations were complete. Daehan and Jiwon watched in confusion as the digital Suho pulled a sword out of the ground. When they asked what they should do, Yeonhwa told them they would soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho pointed his sword at them, calling them trash, and asking why they were standing around like ducks. He demanded they attack instead of staring. Daehan was stunned, saying he never imagined Suho acting like that, while Yeonhwa remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be ready if they didn't want their heads rolling. Meanwhile, Suho stepped out of a taxi outside. The driver explained that cars were not allowed any farther, so Suho would have to take a walk. Suho agreed calmly and continued forward, standing before tall buildings. He then activated his ring using First Mumu, and the system reported that the skill Monochrome Solitude had been activated to erase his presence. Walking down the sidewalk, he observed the neighborhood of Paju, once known as the Golden Land. Seeing the beggars nearby, he remembered how prosperous the place used to be. But after the appearance of multiple gates and too few hunters to clear them, the area had become desolate. If not for the gates, this place would never have turned into such a ruined district. Passing by the impoverished residents, he thought about how the area was now filled with crime, gangs, drugs, and hunger. He knew that he couldn't save everyone here. Still, he remained determined. He needed to clear the gate quickly, and when the right time came, this place could become useful. Looking up, he realized that the abandoned area had attracted a certain group of people who could be useful to him. He stopped before a familiar door, remembering that he used to come here often in his past life. A man peeked through a small window in the door and asked who he was. Suho said he wanted to purchase the mine. As First Mumu deactivated, the man immediately recognized him as An Suho. Smiling, Suho confirmed it. The man opened the door and invited him inside, pointing at a sofa. Sitting across from him, the man explained that, although they weren't officially open yet, he already had orders about how to treat Suho. He asked if Suho had ever been to Paju. Suho instead asked whether the man was uncomfortable. The man repeated the question in confusion, and Suho mentioned that he didn't look comfortable in the mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho noticed that. Suho told him not to worry, since they were alone. The man removed the mask, revealing a stunning red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she had expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals alone to have abilities like this. Suho recognized her immediately as Choi Yun, one of the most famous gate brokers in the country. In his past life, he had gained access to many portals through her, but now, at this time, she was barely known. Choi Yun crossed her legs and asked how Suho knew about this place, adding that she found it interesting he used the slang term mine instead of the official term gate. Suho thought to himself that Choi Yun only gained popularity later after joining the Union Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his briefcase on the table, he simply said that he always learned what he wanted to know and suggested they talk about gates. She asked which ones he was looking for. He asked if she had access to the Twisted Forest. Choi Yun stiffened in surprise, and Suho pushed the briefcase toward her, saying he wanted to buy a pass and would be entering alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had appeared on the market less than 3 days ago, and very few people knew about it. She asked how he even knew she had access to it, and what the price was. Suho answered that explaining such things in the black market wasn't necessary. He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't talk more than needed. There were 2 types of gate deals, buying the gate itself, or buying a one-time entry ticket. Ownership cost far more, but even single entry into a popular gate could be expensive. Choi Yun nervously apologized and said that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won, and clearing it alone was extremely difficult. She asked whether he was sure he wanted to attempt it. Suho held a thick bundle of cash, telling her not to worry, since it was his responsibility. He said she could take a deposit now, and he would give the rest once they reached the gate. Smiling, Choi Yun admitted he surprised her, hence all her questions. She agreed to take him. Their car crossed a bridge, and Suho noticed an emblem on the dashboard. From it, he realized Choi Yun had already joined the union. He thought that was good. Their influence would prevent trouble. Looking out the window, he listened as she asked whether he was surprised to be crossing into North Korea. He admitted it was unusual. He remembered how after the appearance of gates, North Korea fell into chaos. China tried to take control, but failed because of the creatures near the borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters moved more freely. During the ride, Choi Yun commented that Suho was much more straightforward than she expected. She said that after reading about him in articles, she assumed he would be different. Suho replied that he simply wanted to leave a good impression. They stepped out of the car in front of a group of armed men. Choi Yun announced that she brought a guest who wanted to enter the Twisted Forest and said the payment had already been made. One scar-faced man said he expected a nobody, but seeing An Suho surprised him. The girl told him to mind his manners and asked where his boss was. A bald man stepped out of a tent, introducing himself as the leader here, and saying it was an honor to meet Suho. Suho examined him quietly, recognizing him as Bang Duek, also known as the Woodsman, a notorious human trafficker who had once kidnapped people, called them logs, and sold them like merchandise. In his past life, the man had been captured and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho didn't remember him ever working with the union or owning a gate. They stood before a white vehicle, and Choi Yun asked if they could enter the gate immediately. Bang Duek replied that she could, but a hunter who cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be allowed in. Confused, she asked why. Bang Duek removed his glasses and claimed that they only sold tickets to people who absolutely couldn't clear the portal. Someone like Suho didn't qualify for the condition though. Suho frowned, thinking that such a justification fit a human trafficker's twisted logic. Choi Yun challenged him, asking if he was trying to raise the price on the spot. She folded her arms, warning that he shouldn't expect her to accept such treatment. Bang Duek quickly smiled, turning away, saying it had only been a joke. Suho knew that even the woodsman wouldn't dare argue too much with a union broker. Bang Duek complained that no one let him joke anymore, then told them to follow him. Choi Yun gestured politely for Suho to go ahead, telling him she would ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unpleasant-looking men stared at Suho with hostility. Suho knew that if he managed to clear the gate successfully, there could be an ambush waiting for him on the way out. That was why brokers were responsible for keeping clients safe, and why so few existed. When the shutter lifted, the glowing portal appeared. Bang Duek asked Suho whether he truly intended to enter alone and whether he thought he was invincible. Suho simply ignored him and stepped into the gate, Twisted Forest. A blue portal shimmered before him, and the system reported that entry had begun. It also stated the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were allowed, and the maximum squad size permitted inside was 8. Suho stepped into the forest, lifting his gaze as he took in the twisted landscape. He hadn't expected to end up in this place. In his previous life, he had never entered this gate either, but he had heard enough about it to know what awaited inside. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first search for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated magic detection, and purple streams rose upward. A massive yellow eye glared back at him as he realized that the trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as Twisted Ents, level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking beside the monster's eye. He considered that using an axe would be ideal, but he didn't have one at the moment. The Ent let out a deafening roar as Suho summoned his bloody sword, thinking that the mole mine boss had been far more troublesome than these creatures. Like with the nameless swordsman, he would need sufficient leveling before defeating something like this easily. He slashed forward, cutting the monster's attack in half as the system reported the activation of decapitation. Holding the weapon tightly, he acknowledged the clear difference 30 levels separated him from the Ent, so it made sense that he couldn't destroy it instantly. He decided to fight using only his skills as a swordsman. His blade left a trail of blood behind it as another roar echoed. Soon he stood over the chopped remains of the monster, his sword trembling slightly. Even defeating a single Ent was difficult, but he could feel that his level was slowly increasing. He pushed forward, thinking that the abundance of monsters made this place excellent for training. A gaping tooth-lined mouth opened beneath another Ent's eye as Suho launched himself upward, rising high into the air and promising to turn the creature into firewood. Later, fallen trunks formed a heap beneath him as he stood on top of the destroyed Ents, saying that he finally managed to do it. Opening his status window, he realized that despite the slow progress, he had reached the result he wanted. Surprise touched his expression as the system congratulated him. The light of healing had reached maximum level. It explained that F-rank healing now used mana more efficiently, increased healing effectiveness, and reduced regeneration time. It showed him the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he recalled how before level 40, he only had access to one class skill. At level 50, class skills rose to rank A. After level 60, they rose again. And at level 100, he would be able to change his class entirely. Jumping down from the broken trunks, Suho walked forward with his hands in his pockets, thinking that the boss should be appearing soon. Meanwhile, in the middle of a quiet pond sat a mysterious creature with horns. Its eyes were closed. When they opened, the system identified it as Malayan, ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster boss. Suho stopped in front of the horned figure, finally encountering his first one-star monster. He reflected that monsters below level 99 were usually not specially classified, but from level 100 onward, they were given 1 star for each 100 levels. Malayan spoke, saying an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho replied that he himself had been invited to nothing in this world, since the monsters had opened the portals first, yet they dared to call others uninvited. In his eyes, it was almost amusing. Summoning his shadow spear, he said Malayan simply didn't understand anything. The system reported the activation of divine power as he rushed forward, hurling the spear. Malayan caught it with one hand, sensing divine energy and asking if Suho was a servant of the gods. Suho formed a red sphere of blood in his palm and acknowledged the boss's guess. The projectile shot forward, striking the spear and forcing it stab through Malayan's chest. Suho remarked that he expected more from a one-star boss. Malayan removed the spearhead, a predatory smile creeping across his face as he declared that Suho had made an unforgivable mistake. The system warned that the forest trembled with Malayan's fury, and his terrifying killing aura washed over Suho until the dragon blood inside him responded, activating the dragon's armor and shielding him from the intense aura. Suho noted that Malayan's aura was powerful, but the fight now was essentially between a deer and a dragon. Malayan demanded to know what kind of dark magic was protecting him. Suho said it was not magic, but simply a reward for effort. He summoned the shadow spear again. The boss scoffed and asked if that was all he could do. Suho replied that he could do much more if needed. The spear struck the ground in front of Malayan, and black chains coiled around the boss as the system activated shadow binding and shadow bleeding. Malayan tore through them easily, asking if Suho truly believed such tricks would work on him. He raised his arms, the water around him bubbling as black energy surged upward. Menacing formations rose from the pond. With a confident smile, Malayan urged Suho to feel the difference in their strength. Suho watched calmly and said he was looking forward to it. A powerful strike came at him, which he dodged with ease, responding with blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade turned crimson as the system activated decapitation. Suho acknowledged that this enemy was indeed tougher than the Ents. He leapt back to avoid a massive root, cutting another one cleanly. Malayan sneered, saying Suho didn't know how to handle a sword. Suho admitted it with a smile, stating that he only needed to wait a moment longer. Malayan studied him, unable to discern his intentions. Suho's slashes continued, and faint red marks began appearing on the roots. Malayan realized Suho had stopped using divine power and couldn't understand the purpose of these weaker attacks. Suho's movements made no sense to him. Malayan spread his arms and prepared another attack, sending multiple roots surging forward. He promised to cut Suho to pieces, but when the attack reached Suho's position, the roots split apart effortlessly. Standing on a stone island, Suho's calm expression contrasted Malayan's shock. Malayan tried to justify it, imagining Suho had struck weakened points on the roots, but as more roots fell with clean cuts, Suho said that his technique seemed to have worked. He had been using decapitation so that the system would assess his technique, and now that it recognized his mastery, it significantly boosted his strength. Holding a red and black sword, he watched as the system announced that his swordsmanship had surpassed all others and upgraded decapitation to rank S. A follow-up message stated that the will of the nameless sword reacted to this increase. Smiling, Suho read the new system notifications. The sword's consciousness awakened, it blessed him, it chose a new target, and then the system congratulated him for becoming the successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malayan unleashed another swarm of roots, shouting that Suho could not stop this attack. Suho looked up, struck once, and split the massive root neatly in half. The system identified the technique as the first form of the Void-style / Malayan, enraged, demanded to know what sorcery this was. Suho replied that it was not magic. Holding his bloody sword forward, he said the real fun was only beginning. The system announced that Suho's understanding of swordsmanship surpassed all others and would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first created the style, mistakenly believing he had reached the limit. Later, he had realized that there were monsters like the Nameless Swordsman, whose skills exceeded all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was Void-style, Steel Cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far faster. Malayan furiously promised to crush this dark magic, but Suho asked whether life taught him nothing. The system activated cutting steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. Suho questioned whether the boss was blind in his old age and promised to finish him. Malayan refused to back down, summoning giant monsters behind him. The system identified them as Twisted Forest Golems, levels 96 to 98. Suho declared that Malayan had summoned pathetic creatures. Malayan smirked, ordering the golems to kill him. Suho charged forward, striking down one with a single blow as the system activated, cutting steel again. More golems collapsed, dropping green stones. Standing among the defeated monsters, Suho told Malayan that steel was no longer difficult for him to cut, so these creatures didn't stand a chance. Malayan snarled, sending more vines toward him. Suho sliced them apart and said the boss had exhausted all his strength. He jumped up onto a stone, then another, and declared that it was time to finish it. Leaping into the air, he kicked Malayan mid-flight, knocking the boss into the water. Streams ran down the monster's body as Suho summoned a shadow spear and wrapped him in chains. Malayan, struggling, demanded he stop talking, and accused him of daring to mock a being of his stature, but the chains held him in place. Suho swung his blade and beheaded him with a single decisive strike. The system announced that Malayan, king of the Twisted Forest, had been defeated, and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, received bonus experience, 1 skill point, and another skill point as all his abilities rose with the level increase. A green sphere floated up from Malayan's corpse. Suho said this was what he came for. The system described it as the Cursed Druid Sphere, rejected by the gods, an artifact that controlled unstable minds and corrupted them. It had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho examined it, thinking that although the void style was valuable, this sphere had been his true goal from the start. With that, he decided it was time to leave. Outside the portal, people watching gasped as they realized the gate had been cleared. Choi-yun was shocked that he had succeeded. Bang Duek stared, enraged, remembering their earlier conversation. The gate was S-rank, allowed up to 8 participants, and was considered nearly impossible to clear. It had been his gold mine. He remembered the effort it took to obtain ownership of the gate, and now one boy had taken everything from him. Furious, he shouted at Choi-yun, asking if she knew how much he had invested and that even 100 million won wasn't enough compensation. His men smiled darkly as he ordered them to skin Suho alive. Choi-yun stepped forward and asked whether they understood the consequences of what they were attempting. Bang Duak cursed loudly, demanding to know what the Union had ever done for him. Before he could finish, the point of a shadow spear burst through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood before collapsing as his followers screamed in panic. Suho stepped out of the portal, and he approached the frightened gang members, leaning over their fallen leader. Squinting slightly, he asked Choi-yun if they could leave now. The remaining men glared at him and told him to go. Suho asked if they intended to return the money he had paid. The tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and pressing the red and black blood blade to his throat, Suho told them that since the portal owners had broken the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded the refund. The man quickly agreed. A car door slammed as they left the scene. Choi-yun, seated at the wheel, thanked him. Suho replied that, of course, she should be grateful, then added that thanks couldn't be put in a pocket so a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt. She admitted he was sharp-tongued, and he answered that it was natural since he was a swordsman. Handing her his phone, he asked her to give him her number so they could stay in touch. Choi-yun said she would call him first instead. Suho said he would welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After saying goodbye, he stepped away from the car. Watching him leave, Choi-yun remarked softly that he was much nicer than she had expected. The scene shifted to the Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. Many feet moved across the pavement as someone asked where they were going. Suho, holding the trunk lid, said he would explain everything once they arrived. Closing the trunk, he added that they shouldn't keep the boss waiting. Leading his squad forward, he told them they were going to the miner's quarry, which made his comrades visibly excited. The group gathered before the protective frame surrounding the portal, just as a car pulled up. Bae Dongyuk approached and thanked Suho for coming, and Suho replied that he was fortunate to arrive without any trouble. Before them stood the walls of an iron barrier, and Suho asked if the landkeeper's mine was inside. Dongyuk explained that a safety zone had been built to contain the gate's energy, and behind him stood a team of workers wearing yellow helmets. He confirmed that he arranged the mining team exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they begin the briefing. Dongyuk agreed that it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet. He explained that inside the mine lived creatures known as landkeeper kobolds. If they managed to eliminate them, they would be able to gather a large number of monastones. Their strategy, he said, was straightforward. Destroy every monster, collect as many monastones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary asked in surprise if it was really that simple. The group looked thoughtful, and someone wondered why no information about the portal boss had been shared during the briefing. Suho replied that he would fight the boss alone, so he felt it didn't require further attention. Raising his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, All profits earned from clearing the gate would belong to the Nexus Guild. He shook hands with Dongyuk, who said he was counting on him. Suho thanked him for the trust and said he would not disappoint. Then, smiling, he told the nearby miner that his squad should wait behind and only begin mining when they received the signal. The miner nodded that he understood. Turning back to his squad, Suho asked if they were prepared. Since this was their first time entering a portal, he asked if they were nervous. The illusion of a monstrous version of Suho hovered above them in their memories. With tears at the corners of her eyes, Yeonhwa admitted they were all remembering how he tormented them during training. Suho asked her not to exaggerate. Standing before his squad, he told them the mission would be long, so they needed to conserve their stamina. He assigned Daehan to cover Jiwon and instructed the others to maintain their positions. Their priority, he said, was the safety of the miners. Unlike the Kunlun Mountains, the dead here would not resurrect. They had to be extremely cautious. A red portal pulsed before them. Suho called for everyone to follow him, and the squad responded eagerly. The system announced their entry. Inside, they walked through a dark passage. The system displayed data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level 88 allowed, maximum capacity 56. Soon we see a spear impaled on a kobold's head. Suho then rushed at another kobold, oddly wielding a blood-coated shaft, and eliminated it as well. Blue blood flowed from the monster's mouth as a blood jade refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho thought it was impressive how few kobolds were present, giving him enough time to gather their blood. One of the miners was astonished, saying that Suho had destroyed all the enemies with a single blow. A Banshee squad member beside him agreed wholeheartedly, and when the miner asked if the boy had never seen Suho fight, Kaowon admitted that it was true, since their leader typically only talked. Yeonhwa urged them to keep up. The squad pushed forward and joined the battle. They received orders to eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jiwon raised his hands, forming a magical circle, promising cover. Daehan decapitated another cobalt creature nearby, and Yeonhwa told everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing. Suho looked over his shoulder with a small smile, satisfied that they were following his instructions and that nothing had gone wrong yet. Yeonhwa told the miners to begin their work. Once the hunters pushed forward a bit, the miners started digging. Massive crystals glimmered around them as one miner announced they had nearly finished gathering the stones and requested they be taken to the surface. He also told his teammates to double-check for valuables and to remove any monster corpses blocking the area. A miner suddenly noticed something to his left. His companion asked what he was staring at, and the young man said he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. As monsters spat blue blood around them, Suho delivered another precise strike, then pierced a goblin to his left. Clenching his fist, he activated his bloody weapon. His eyes turned white as defeated enemies piled beneath him. Resting the blood sword on his shoulder, he stood amid the fallen creatures. The miners and his squad stared at him in stunned admiration. Several workers raised their arms joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was an honor. Suho suddenly sensed something and ordered everyone to gather. Yeonhwa responded immediately. In a section of the mine, he pointed out a branching passage. The squad confirmed they saw it. Suho said the Nexus Guild had abandoned attempts to clear this gate because endless hordes of kobolds overwhelmed them. Someone asked if they needed to split up. Summoning his bloody sword, Suho said he would go alone. They asked again in shock, but he raised his weapon and declared that there was a boss inside. With one strike, stones exploded outward as cutting steel skill activated. Daehan was amazed that Suho can cut through solid rock with a single blow, and Yeonhwa wondered aloud how such strength was even possible. Standing before the narrow passage he created, Suho explained that he purposely made it tight so that monsters couldn't swarm out all at once. He ordered them to remain here and guard the right side while he went left. When someone asked if they should simply kill any goblins emerging from the cut passageway, Suho confirmed they should, adding that originally he intended to block the entire entrance, but then realized they wouldn't gain experience that way. Turning away from his squad, he told them not to look for him under any circumstances. If he didn't return within 12 hours, they were to leave the mine entirely. Yeonhwa agreed. Suho thought to himself that he would need all 12 hours to finish what he planned. Turning his head once more, he told them they would meet again soon. Duho muttered that Suho had blocked the entrance and questioned whether the man was sane. Hyunmin said that even though Suho was their leader, going alone would be extremely difficult, and he feared Suho might not manage. Jiwon countered that Suho would be fine, reminding them all that their leader had cleared 2 sealed gates and multiple dangerous portals single-handedly. Yeonhwa smiled, saying they all remembered that, so they simply needed to believe in him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed and said they needed to make sure Suho would be shocked at how much they had improved by the time he returned. The group clenched their fists with determination, ready to demonstrate everything they had learned in training. Large stones lay scattered before him, and Suho said that now nothing was holding him back. Ahead stretched a countless army of kobolds, and he declared that it was finally time to begin. Smiling slightly, he noted that there were indeed an overwhelming number of monsters waiting for him, yet he also remarked that their numbers meant nothing to him. The Landkeeper kobolds snarled as the system identified them as level 72 to 74, and Suho rushed forward to attack. The monsters lunged at him with growls, and he delivered rapid strikes. A smaller kobold suddenly dropped from above, but Suho noticed it immediately and raised his weapon, blocking the blow. With an amused expression, he admitted that these creatures actually knew how to use their heads, though all it really did was add unnecessary trouble. The system confirmed the defeat of the Landkeeper kobolds. Outside, Daehan delivered a finishing strike to an enemy and, smiling, turned to one of his comrades to announce that they had dealt with all the monsters. A Banshee squad member agreed, saying that as long as they remained alert, everything would be fine. A miner suggested they take a break and cook something to eat. The miners sat down tiredly beside the crystals, relieved that it was finally time for lunch. One of them was surprised that half the workday had already passed. A miner approached the squad, asking if the young hunters were tired, and praising them for doing an excellent job. Jiwon admitted that there had been difficult moments, but now everything was calm. Yeonhwa stood behind him, listening as the miner praised Giwon for defeating an entire horde of kobolds. Jiwon explained that this was only possible because Suho had created a narrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed at them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour. Yeonhwa studied the fallen kobolds thoughtfully, feeling that Suho must have been here before. She hoped he was all right. Remembering her first encounter with him, she thought about how badly that meeting had gone, and how she had assumed he was simply insane. But with time, she realized she had begun to worry about him. Smiling faintly, she accepted that she could not help him right now, and admitted to herself that it was unclear who should be worrying about whom. Deep inside the mine, Suho sat on a stone with his bloody sword in hand, biting into a chocolate bar. He complained that the kobolds were not attacking him even though he was openly eating in front of them. Standing up tiredly, he noticed the monsters glaring at him, but still not moving, and he wondered aloud if they had finally grown afraid of him. Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they no longer interested him. Standing atop a tall cliff, he thought that he only wanted one thing: to find the boss of the portal. It was too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare gun. The system explained that it would illuminate the area for quite a long time. Suho fired it, and the cave lit up with bright, scattered lights. In the illuminated cavern, a strange creature with an elephant-like head appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99. Suho considered that Bulgasari was known to be nearly impossible to kill, feeding on ore and having a body stronger than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters. Summoning his shadow spear, Suho declared that it was time to begin. He threw his spear, hitting Bulgasari's head, but the monster reacted only with a ticklish flinch. His smile grew odd, as he realized the spear had simply bounced off the creature, as if striking solid stone. Bulgasari finally awakened. Its clawed paws scraped the ground as it rose, throwing its head back and releasing a deafening roar. The kobolds covered their ears in terror. Far away, the miners looked up in panic. One said it felt like an earthquake, and another lamented that he never imagined dying like this. Yeonhwa saw stones tumbling from the cavern ceiling and realized the source of the tremor was the direction Suho had gone. Sweat ran down her face as she tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Suho looked up at Bulgasari, smiling as he noted the creature did not appreciate being awakened. The system warned that Bulgasari was using the boss monster level fear skill. The enormous jaws roared again, but Suho stood firm as the system reported that the dragon's blood within him had activated, granting him resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with menace as Suho summoned his bloody sword and invited the beast to attack him. Bulgasari then fired a steel projectile from its trunk, aiming directly at Suho. He remembered that Bulgasari converted ore stored inside its body into ammunition and spat it with incredible force. Although the technique was primitive, its destructive power was terrifying. He gripped his sword with both hands, thinking that steel was one of the strongest materials, and few things could match it. With a clean slice, he cut the projectile. Steel Slash had activated. Smiling, Suho announced that it was time to tame the monster. He felt relieved that he had collected so much blood earlier. Bulgasari roared furiously and charged. White energy burst from its body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground. The creature opened its mouth wide, moving shockingly fast. Suho admitted that such speed seemed almost unfair. The monster smashed into the cavern wall with full force as Suho leapt aside just in time. Though shaken, he knew he could not waste a single moment. The cave could collapse at any time. Jumping from a rock, he summoned his bloody sword. Holding it firmly, he focused on using every drop of blood he had gathered for the strongest attack he could muster. With a decisive strike, he sliced off one of Bulgasari's trunks, using the skill, Steel Slash. The monster roared in agony as the severed trunk fell to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho studied the creature closely, thinking that the Steel Slash attack's effectiveness did not depend on depth of the cut. No matter how thick the armor was, the sword would still deliver maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, he felt a surge of confidence, convinced now that he could conquer this monster. Suho thought about the well-known strategy against Bulgasari using fire. In his past life, This monster had only been defeated with overwhelming flame, but he reminded himself that such a method required an enormous amount of firepower, and since he was not a mage, he had no way to use that option. Standing with his bloodsword in hand, he understood that this was why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body to activate quick recovery. The stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho thought about the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it compressed its body and used the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself, which was precisely why the monster was considered immortal, and so notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost comical appendage began sprouting from the wound as the regeneration took place. Suho smiled and asked whether the monster expected him to simply stand and watch this process. Yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system reported that the monster was initiating ultra enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming as the absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more threatening form. The two opponents faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was using every skill it had, unleashing its full strength in an attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed all its power for this single confrontation. Suho, still smiling, accepted the challenge. The monster launched itself forward, the system stating that it was using the skill, Ultra Rotation. Holding his bloody sword, Suho braced himself. He had always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see whether his blade would be able to break through such formidable power. The two clashed. His sword met the monster's rotating body with a violent impact. Bulgasari's eyes gleamed, yet Suho remained calm as he slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward in a helpless motion. Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward as if trying to understand what had happened. Suho tried to make sense of whether he had already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed, the monster's remaining eye glowing as Suho pointed a green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the hero's squad waited near a collapsed section of stone. One of them said that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Yeonhwa looked up, while Jiwon, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared the expedition had already gathered enough mana stones. The girl lowered her head slightly. Jiwon said that now all they could do was wait. Suddenly, Yeonhwa's expression brightened. She saw a system message confirming that the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped as they saw the same message appear. The system declared An Suho as the most valuable player. Yeonhwa and Jiwon exchanged relieved smiles, and Jiwon said he had expected nothing less from his boss. Meanwhile, inside, the system informed Suho that for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he looked at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. Holding the shining sphere in his hands, he excitedly said that he had done it. He recalled the final blow, thinking that any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have died instantly, but he had not come here intending to kill the beast. The sphere emitted streams of green energy, as he explained to himself that his only goal had been to tame the monster, using the control sphere he had obtained after defeating Malayan. He threw the green sphere onto the ground. It cracked open, and a tiny elephant-like creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99, with multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that having traits like Phantom Beast and Species Domination alone would be enough to classify the monster as S-rank, yet this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant as the system activated healing. His hand hovered over the creature, whose eyes were closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it to listen carefully. Surrounded by enormous crystals, he explained that although the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they could not return here again, so they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari, ears flapping, looked cheerful. Suho asked if they could begin, and the creature made another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited at the other end of the mine, confused and increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only very few individuals in the world could ever possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself thinking again about his past life and everything he had learned by living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a person known as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely, because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho remembered every detail of how Gaia used Bulgasari. The monster was a mythical beast capable of devouring any kind of metal, converting all of it into pure strength, while also storing enormous quantities of minerals within its body, turning itself into a walking mountain of compressed energy. Inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now nicknamed Bulbul, looked shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned gray hippo as it bounced energetically around the room. Then Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones like a living vacuum. Once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back and began radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched this with satisfaction, thinking that this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their portion exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he had ensured that. Outside the mine, Daehan, Yeonhwa, Jiwon, and the rest of the team continued to wait near the sealed tunnel. Daehan grew increasingly restless, convinced that Suho had been gone far too long. The miners whispered to each other, assuming that Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. A few even considered going deeper to check, but Jiwon held firm, insisting that they follow Suho's strict orders. Yeonhwa agreed, even though worry tugged quietly at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team without trust in its leader would collapse, and Suho had clearly told them not to enter for at least 12 hours. None of them wanted to break that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward in a burst of purple energy. Suho walked out through the smoke, appearing completely calm, as if he had finished a short training session, rather than a life-threatening battle. His squad rushed toward him immediately, demanding to know why he had taken so long. Giwon, especially dramatic, practically jumped in front of him. Suho teased that if they were that worried, they should have come looking for him. The group quickly reminded him that he was the one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's teasing expression softened when he placed a hand on Jiwon's shoulder, acknowledging that the boy had followed his orders loyally. Yeonhwa admitted she was relieved that their trust had not been misplaced, though she still disliked being treated like a child. Suho simply said that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was the undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had shifted completely, and he felt a quiet pride at having changed their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners and said that it was finally time to leave the cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Bae Dongyuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door with news announcing An Suho and his entire team had returned safely. Dongyuk hurried out to greet them in relief. Suho confirmed the gate was cleared and requested that the result be officially registered. Later, they gathered in the office to review the collected materials and recorded data. Dongyuk was stunned. Despite Suho's unusually short contract period, the profits were massive. They estimated more than 7.2 billion won in resources, possibly exceeding 10 billion after processing. Suho quietly remembered the raw stones he had claimed for himself in advance and nearly laughed. His personal haul was worth a fortune. To be fair, Dongyuk offered Suho's squad 10% of the gate's entire profit as a bonus. Suho pretended to be surprised, even though inwardly he thought it was too generous. He had already taken enormous amounts home, so demanding anything more would feel greedy. After a polite exchange, they eventually agreed on a balanced reward that satisfied both sides. Once the matter was settled, Suho mentioned something else. He wanted to form a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild. Since he would soon join the Hunter Association as a government hunter, he would be unable to lead his team officially. He asked Dongyuk to support them quietly and register them within the guild, so they could continue serving as a hidden force behind the scenes. Dongyuk loved the idea and agreed immediately. Suho reflected that only because he had regressed could he build a foundation this solid, avoid the betrayals of his past life, and test each person until they proved to be trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted real companions walking beside him, not opportunists. Later, Suho entered the locker room where his squad was gathered, still buzzing with excitement about the previous mission. Jiwon immediately leaped toward him with his usual overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho gathered them around and shared the news starting today. They were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B-rank status with potential for A-rank promotions. Daehan and the others were ecstatic, celebrating like they had just won a grand prize. Right then, Suho's phone rang. It was Chief Pai, calling with even more good news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had been approved. Soon, he would formally join, receive a commendation, and begin his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, and Suho responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone from here on out. The next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside the digital space created through Jiwon's digitization skill. The bright white environment looked futuristic from outside, But inside the environment was filled with glitch-covered monsters, their red eyes flickering as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted screams as they swarmed the team. Everyone held their positions while Dihan barked commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the chaos. Yeonhwa glanced toward Jiwon, who was catching his breath while leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Giwon insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself too hard, determined not to look weak and wanting to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members gave Jiwon a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance, teasing that their youngest member was really fired up today. Another stepped in to steady him, placing a hand on his shoulder and telling everyone to quiet down. Yeonhwa reached out to help Jiwon stand straight and warned him not to let any weakness show. If they wanted to reach level 100, if they wanted to keep up with their leader's reputation, they still had a long road ahead of them. The others agreed. If Jiwon wanted proper recognition, he had to keep fighting. Their determination collectively surged. The entire team shouted together that, no matter how hard the climb became, they would give everything they had. A short distance away, Suho watched them while surrounded by the digital remains of corrupted monsters he had already taken down. Their enthusiasm amused him. He thought the team had grown almost too energetic. He had told Jiwon to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't expected things to escalate this intensely. He even joked internally that if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably collapse. Soon, Suho walked up to Jiwon and asked whether he was holding up. Jiwon tried to appear unfazed, saying he was just taking a break before returning to battle. Suho simply told him they were done for the day and that it was time to log out. Jiwon froze, unable to believe Suho had finished clearing the stage already. The rest of the team, exhausted but irritated, felt like their leader had played a different game entirely. They insisted they were only getting started. Suho quietly smiled. He knew now that they were pushing themselves harder for his sake. He exited the virtual space. Later, in the real world, Suho sat alone inside Angel in Earth Coffee, a calm cafe near the edge of Seoul. He checked his phone and organized his next steps. Since he had just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would shrink quickly. He needed to move fast. His next priority was locating a certain individual. Soon a white car pulled up outside. Choi-yoon stepped out casually and walked inside as if she owned the place. She ordered a strawberry frappe. Suho reminded her that she wasn't really in the position to demand drinks, since he had called her here to repay the favor she owed him. But before she could react, the waiter placed the drink in front of her. Suho had already ordered it. She blinked in disbelief, wondering how he knew the exact drink she would ask for, and even the timing. Suho brushed it off, saying it was simple intuition. In truth, the library of memories he carried from his previous life contained even small details like her favorite snacks. Switching topics, he asked if she had found the person he requested. She handed him a document folder, still confused about why he wanted information on what she thought was a junkie. Suho corrected her immediately. The man he sought was a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memory, that junkie would become one of the greatest blacksmiths in the world, Nam Hae-won. He thought to himself that finding information on someone like Hae-won wasn't easy, yet Choi-yoon had still managed it. She was undeniably good at her work. Suho then said the next step involved using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belonged to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks had authority over the Cheongdam location. Even brokers rarely stepped inside. Her nerves rose. She pointed out that even knowing about the place was unusual. Suho simply reminded her that she owed him a favor. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed her harder, even teasing that if her entire life's worth amounted to mere paperwork, maybe he shouldn't have helped her at all. Cornered, sweating, she started making out childish excuses. Finally defeated, she said she would make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly. Knowing the Union would eventually choose the most logical outcome, they would approve his request. When she returned, she looked defeated and asked whether it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer obvious. She regretted asking. He chose the location simply because it was closest. She told him he could use it, but only under one condition. She explained that if he met that condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even so, half the price was still expensive. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the Union's terms, but Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being extremely strict for someone asking favors, but Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Choi-yoon told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate the Union had found, one they didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area, Namhansan. Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain and filled with wyverns, massive, fast, sky-blue dragons that were difficult even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter. She added that it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it and asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun was shining over a quiet forest clearing, where a blue swirling portal stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, prepared for the raid, but Suho walked right past them without slowing down. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choi Yoon stood beside Kim Suwon, a hunter from the Union. Kim Suwon commented that it was surprising Suho had declined all supplies and insisted on entering alone. Choi Yoon only shrugged. She believed he had his own plans, and their boss had said that regardless of success or failure, watching Suho would be interesting. She still felt confident he would win. Suho always exceeded expectations in the end. Kim Suwon, meanwhile, remained curious. If An Suho succeeded in soloing this gate, he would become even more of a legend. If he failed, the fall would be dramatic. Either way, he found the situation extremely fascinating. Inside the gate, the system loaded a new environment, Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were rocky, bright, and high above the clouds, with strong winds swirling through the mountain peaks. The system stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31. Yet Suho stood there alone, planning to clear everything by himself. He remembered reading association reports about this place. Officially, it was not classified as extremely dangerous, but the reality was different. Many hunters had failed here, and several had died. With wyverns dominating the sky, the association usually sent mages and archers. Warriors were advised to stay away, since aerial combat was too difficult for them. But Suho felt that these rules did not apply to him. He gathered blood in his hand and activated his blood weapon skill. A bloody sword formed in his grip. Looking up the winding mountain path, he decided to skip it entirely. Using leap, he soared upward through the sharp winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He ignored the twisting trails and ran straight up the mountain. Soon, he reached a plateau where sky wyverns had gathered. All of them were over level 100. The leader, a sky wyvern at level 109, stood among them. As Suho approached, the wyverns reacted with irritation and surprise, clearly confused that a lone human had rushed them so confidently. One wyvern launched a swift attack, but Suho struck faster, slicing the creature cleanly with quick draw. The others recoiled in fear, realizing immediately that this human was unlike any they had faced before. Still, they refused a fair fight. When it became clear none of them could take him one-on-one, the wyverns attempted to overwhelm him from every direction. Suho quickly realized this was a coordinated strategy. The first attackers served only as a distraction. The true threat was the leader approaching from behind. As the leader lunged for a surprise attack, Suho dodged and slashed upward, landing a precise hit. Enraged, the sky wyvern used its fear skill. A wave of blue pressure rolled across the mountain, but Suho's dragon blood rendered him immune. To him, the wyvern's intimidation felt almost amusing. Only real dragons could frighten him. These wyverns were merely imitations. Frustrated, the leader fired its breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns tore large boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, blocking his movement, while the leader prepared another strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the rocks crashed down, the leader charged in for the kill. Suho activated Leap again, soaring above the crowded attack. From the air, he used Airstyle's first form Sever and prepared Cutting Steel. He descended like a blade from the sky and cut the leader from head to tail with one clean strike. With the leader defeated, Suho observed its remains and felt that he was finally starting to adapt to his newer techniques. Still, he sensed room for improvement. He continued climbing higher, heading toward the true boss of this gate. But suddenly, the air darkened. A massive monster stepped into view larger than the others, with dark blue scales and a crown of jagged horns. When it roared, the entire mountain trembled. Far above, the Sky Wyvern King announced its presence. Suho assumed the king must have sensed the death of its minions. Now, he stood in the king's domain. Everything before this had merely been a warm-up. As Suho reached the mountain's summit, the sky dimmed as if reacting to the king itself. The giant wyvern landed, blocking the sun. The system reported its level 113. It released a massive roar, accompanied by a wave of dark energy. Once again, Suho resisted effortlessly, thanks to his dragon blood. Although the Wyvern King was intimidating, resembling a true dragon, Suho reassured himself that real dragons were far more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled above, waiting for Suho's move. Suho disliked wasting time, but he felt that mastering his techniques during this battle would be beneficial. Then, something caught his eye, a nest filled with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected that approaching the eggs might provoke the king. He stepped closer, and his guess proved correct. The Wyvern King dived at him, blasting wind so powerful that the ground cracked. Suho felt the pressure but stayed calm. The Wyvern King repeated its fear skill, but it had no effect. Suho attacked with Cutting Steel, but the boss's thick scales reduced the damage. A level gap of over 40 levels made a noticeable difference. Instead of feeling discouraged, Suho welcomed the challenge. This was an opportunity to sharpen his abilities even faster. The Wyvern King roared again, summoning another large flock of wyverns. Suho had expected more enemies, but even he was surprised by the sheer number that appeared. Still, his upgraded stats allowed him to move faster, strike harder, and jump higher, perfect for this chaotic situation. The wyverns attacked from all directions. Suho jumped onto one wyvern's back and used it like a platform. The system immediately notified him his leap skill had reached rank S. Now he could jump one more time in mid-air, effectively doubling his movement in the sky. Suho tested it immediately, stepping on empty air and closing the distance to the Wyvern King with perfect timing. His blood weapon now shifted into a long red staff. Suho extended it, striking the Wyvern King's neck and slamming the giant beast to the ground. Even so, the monster struggled back to its feet. Suho respected the durability. Laughing lightly, he hoped the boss would hold out longer so he could test more techniques. The Wyvern King, desperate, forced its subordinates to attack again, but the lesser wyverns hesitated, as if fearing Suho more than their own ruler. Some even looked like they were trembling. Suho quietly remarked that perhaps he had become the true Wyvern King now. The real king shrieked in outrage, and the minions finally resumed their attack. Suho moved through the air, bouncing from wyvern to wyvern. Still, he noticed his sword-drawing technique was not leveling up as rapidly as he had hoped. These opponents were strong, but not quite enough to push the technique further. Deciding to accelerate the pace, he rushed toward the mountain peak. There, he discovered something enormous, the Sky Wyvern Queen, larger and stronger than the king, covered in purple scales. She guarded her nest and could not leave it. This gave Suho an advantage. The queen was powerful, but bound to her nest. She attacked by rolling huge boulders toward him, but he used sword drawing to slice them apart with ease. Her screams summoned every remaining wyvern on the mountain. Suho remained calm. He understood that she would rely on her minions rather than attack directly. At that moment, the Wyvern King swooped down in a full-force assault. Suho decided it was time to finish this battle. He chose not to use his strongest skill immediately. Instead, he wanted to reach a higher level of sword drawing. The best swordsmen relied solely on their blade, and Suho wanted to honor that principle. He focused on perfect timing and precision, repeating sword drawing over and over. The system reacted to his mastery, recognizing that his understanding had surpassed all others. System alerts flooded his vision. His sword drawing evolved to a supreme level. The guardian sword within him responded, granting a new form, Cloud Cutter rank S+. Red energy flickered in his hair and eyes. Suho unleashed Cloud Cutter with a powerful swing, sending a massive vortex of bloody energy crushing through the Wyvern King. The boss collapsed and died with a final cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in fear and grief, but Suho was not done. He activated Cloud Cutter again. In one sweeping strike, he destroyed all remaining wyverns, including the queen. The system announced his triumph. Suho stood on the mountaintop with his sword resting on his shoulder. The gate conquered. After the battle ended, Suho took a moment to check his status window. The gate had given him a massive boost, and his experience bar was sitting comfortably ahead. His strength stat was already brushing past 80, and he didn't have far to go before hitting the next tier. A small smile formed as he saw the new additions Double Jump and Cloud Sash, the exact skills he'd been aiming for. It felt good to see his plan finally paying off. Turning toward the queen's den, he decided it was time to collect his loot. Inside were 12 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs. The association's advanced team had only confirmed 6, which meant the remaining half naturally fell into his hands now. With the job complete, he shifted his attention to the wyvern corpses. Monster byproducts sold for high prices, especially when used to craft rare materials, and the Sky Wyvern Queen's corpse was considered top tier. Summoning his Shadow Spear, he decided to let it handle the cleanup. He placed the spear beside the queen's massive body, and it immediately began its work, devouring the corpse piece by piece. As it absorbed the flesh, the spear's purple energy flared, growing more vicious and alive, upgrading the blade to its next level. Watching the transformation, Suho realized that even a 1-star beast could serve as excellent nourishment for the Ghost Blade's shadow devouring. Judging by the spear's state, one more powerful meal should push it further. With that in mind, he directed the spear toward the king's corpse next, letting it feast again. Outside the gate, chaos had already broken out. Someone shouted that the gate reading had been completely deceptive, and people around him stared in disbelief. They finally realized the guy inside wasn't just some healer, he was actually a sword master. Among the crowd, a black-haired man wiped sweat from his forehead, overwhelmed. He knew better than anyone that even with a full raid party, clearing that gate wasn't guaranteed. Yet somehow this man had done it solo, and not as a combat class, but officially as a healer. Choi Yoon brushed it off casually, reminding him that she'd already said he would clear it easily. He agreed, but couldn't understand why she looked so excited. She just told him it must be his imagination. Their conversation paused as Suho walked out of the gate. They congratulated him for conquering it solo, the girl cheering first, and the guy echoing her. Suho thanked them and then reached into his inventory, pulling out the wyvern eggs. He placed all 10 Sky Wyvern Queen eggs before them, saying he'd found that many inside. Kim Suwon stared, stunned by the sheer quantity. Suho calmly insisted he had retrieved every single egg, while keeping quiet about the extra ones he kept for himself. As for the Sky Wyvern King and Queen corpses, he explained that both bodies had fallen to the base of Sky Mountain during the fight, making it impossible to recover them. Of course, hiding the fact that Ghostblade had already devoured them cleanly, leaving no trace. Lowering his voice, Suwon asked if he could pose a question. Suho told him to go ahead. Suwon hesitated, then asked how someone officially registered as a healer was able to wield a sword like that. Did he really fight those wyvern using nothing but swordsmanship and healing abilities? Even with good sword skills, taking down flying monsters with only a blade shouldn't be that simple. Suwon thought Suho, being both swordsman and healer, would have brought arrows, throwing spears, or at least long-range spell scrolls. As a fellow hunter, he was dying to know how the hell Suho managed it. Suho simply smiled and told him one sword was enough. Suwon stared at him like an amazed fanboy, asking if he really meant he took down all those flying wyverns, including the king and queen, with only that one sword. Suho confirmed it. Suwon practically lit up, thrilled and glowing with admiration, while Choi Yun nudged him, asking if this wasn't the same guy who had been whining earlier. Changing the topic, Suho asked Choi Yun if he had fulfilled all the conditions. Choi Yun happily said he had more than fulfilled them. He'd solo cleared the gate and recovered all 10 eggs. As promised, she guaranteed him free use of the largest unit in the Cheongdam residence, adding that her boss never went back on their word. She then asked when he wanted to start using it. Suho told her he wanted to start today, and also requested access to future reports on items and magic stones. He asked if that was possible. Smiling, she said it absolutely was. He could contact her for anything, from item disposal to money laundering, and she'd provide top-tier service. Suho suddenly pushed a small diary toward her, saying he had one more favor. She told him to go ahead. Inside was a photo of a green-haired man. Suho asked about a patient named Nam Hae-won at the Yeongdong Post Dan Yak Center and said he needed information on him. Flipping through the diary, Choi Yun realized it was the exact file she had retrieved earlier. Confused, she asked what this Hae-won person actually did. Didn't Suho mention he was some kind of technician? Suho opened his car door and asked if he really needed to explain the whole backstory every time he requested a favor. She quickly apologized, saying she slipped again. As he settled into the driver's seat, she complained from outside the car that she felt hurt after everything they did together. Shouldn't they be able to talk more freely by now? Suho calmly replied that she could ask how he was doing, but nothing beyond that. Clasping her hands dramatically, she muttered that he was cold. Then she informed him the Cheongdam residence would be ready in 2 hours, and she'd send the address once everything was set. He told her to also send him Hae-won's information. Checking her phone, she said he was indeed a patient at the Dan Yak Center, and that digging into Junkie's records would take only a few dozen minutes. She scrolled through her contacts and told him she'd get back to him shortly. After some time while driving, Suho received a call from Choi Yun. She told him the Cheongdam residence was ready for immediate use, and she had already gathered all the information on Nam Hae-won and sent it directly to his phone. Suho thanked her for the work, but Choyo still pushed, asking why he was digging into a person who is a drug addict. Suho simply ended the call, refusing to entertain the question any further. He opened the map location she sent. Looking at the screen, he muttered the name Yeongdong-po, realizing this was where the man and deciding he would go recruit him now. Soon after, he arrived in front of a cluster of old, worn-down buildings that looked more like a slum than anything else. Standing before one of the structures, he noted that this must be the house where Nam Hae-won stayed, another semi-basement. He glanced through one of the small windows and noticed the curtains pulled shut from the inside. He pressed the doorbell, only to realize it was broken, so he began pounding on the door, calling out for Nam Hae-won. After a moment with no response, he assumed the guy wasn't home and said he would have to return later. What he didn't know was that inside the room, 3 men were standing over a collapsed Nam Hae-won. The brown-haired thug crouched beside him, asking if Hae-won really had visitors coming by, deciding they should finish the job before anyone saw him. Before he could act, a heavy thud shook the entire door. All 3 thugs froze instantly, startled by the sudden impact. The one responsible, of course, was Suho. As he stepped inside, the tattooed thug demanded to know who he was, but Suho shut the bitch down coldly, saying his identity was none of their business. The tattooed thug tried to swear at him, but before he could get the full insult out, Suho's hand struck across his cheek with a sharp, rapid slap. It was so fast that the other 2 didn't even register what happened until the man staggered back. Suho glared at the remaining thugs, his voice heavy as he ordered them to come here, every single one of them. Outside the room, Suho had already confirmed 4 presences inside using his magic detection. Now 2 of them were shouting in front of him, demanding his identity and yelling who the hell he was. The second thug, standing beside the first, kept staring at Suho as if he recognized him from somewhere. The third thug was still lying unconscious from Suho's earlier slap, and the fourth was none other than Nam Hae-won himself. One of the 2 remaining thugs stepped closer, accusing Suho of ignoring him. He didn't get another word out before Suho casually swung a powerful slap across his face. The guy's expression twisted into something both hilarious and tragic as he flew backward and collapsed onto the floor. The last conscious thug witnessed everything, the first slap, the second, and now his second friend, dropping like a broken puppet. He barely had time to react before Suho turned his head and delivered another brutal slap. This one sent him spinning in a full circular motion, crashing far across the room and landing in the most dramatic fall of the three. Suho walked over and checked one of the men's breathing, wondering if he had hit him hard enough to actually kill him. Satisfied that they were still alive, he shifted his attention to Nam Haewon. He lifted Haewon by the shoulder and told him to get up if he was fine. But the moment he got a clear look at the man's face, Suho froze. Haewon's hand was limp and drugged, his expression twisted unnaturally. A syringe lay discarded beside him, and Suho realized what had happened. Those thugs had injected him with something and tormented him afterward. Judging by how stiff his body felt, almost petrified, the injection had been done a while ago. Checking his breathing and physical state, Suho understood quickly that the poison symptoms were serious. He needed to act fast. He activated his recovery skill, the evolved form of cure. He had upgraded cure into recovery, specifically for scenarios like this: real illnesses, real poisonings, real damage unrelated to the system. Originally, the skill only affected the area his hands touched, but Isabella had once told him that pouring magic into it allowed him to forcibly expand the range. A slow grin spread across his face as he channeled magic into his hands. He thought about how he was now using information gained from someone who once tried to kill him to save someone else. The world truly worked in wild ways. After some time under Suho's treatment, Haewon slowly opened his eyes. His vision was still blurry, and the first thing he saw was a blurry figure asking if he was awake. He stood up fast. Suho calmly told him that this was his home. When Haewon finally focused, he noticed the beaten thugs sprawled across the room and looked terrified, asking why they were in that state, and who the guy even was. Suho replied that they refused to listen, so he restrained them. But the more important issue was the drug in Haewon's system. Shaking violently, Haewon insisted he never took anything on his own. He said they forced it, they injected him, and he begged Suho to believe him. Trembling, he repeated that it was the truth. Suho watched him and realized the guy was too agitated to talk properly like this. In his past life, Suho remembered an interview from when Haewon later became a famous blacksmith. In that interview, he admitted the Changsik gang had forcibly injected him with drugs, and he suffered long-term after-effects of addiction because of it. With that memory in mind, Suho decided to treat him properly. He placed his hand close to Nam Haewon, and the system responded. The ring of emotions reacted to the strongest emotions in the target. The color being absorbed was black. Suddenly, Haewon clutched his chest, overwhelmed by the pain. Then, as the ring drew out his dark emotions, the tension eased, and he felt relief wash over him. Once the process ended, Suho asked if he was feeling better, and the green-haired boy nodded. Suho stood and told him he believed him. He addressed him properly as Mr. Nam Haewon, confirming that the people who injected him belonged to the Changsik gang, and that the thugs on the floor were from the same group. The Changsik gang's original name has been Gold Made Hand, but the intention behind the naming was so ridiculous that the association simply renamed them as Changsik Gang. Suho asked Haewon if he was attending a rehab center. Still shaking, Haewon said yes, then asked how Suho knew. Suho answered lightly, saying he found out while digging into the Changsik Gang. He reassured him he no longer needed to worry. Forcing drugs on someone already in rehab was a serious crime, and Suho said he would personally take responsibility and resolve the case. Haewon's expression brightened, and he thanked Suho sincerely. Suho told him that since this was an important matter, he would return to check on him again soon. Then he asked if Haewon was experiencing dry mouth or withdrawal symptoms. Haewon admitted that he was, and that he was starting to feel cold. Suho knelt in front of him and asked him to sit for a moment. Haewon obeyed. Suho activated recovery, and blue light gathered around his hands. Seeing it, Haewon watched in quiet awe. Suho explained that this was the healer's recovery technique, tailored for drug addicts. It relieved withdrawal symptoms and pushed out the lingering drug energy from the body. But full recovery required continuous long-term treatment. Recovery consumed a large amount of mana, and very few healers were trained enough to handle it. That was why, in Suho's past life, Isabella had become one of the most influential figures among the last Crusaders. And that was also why, after returning, he chose the path of a healer. Standing up, Suho told the green-haired boy that addiction treatment needed consistency, and they would meet again for further care. For now, he had to head toward the Changsik gang's station. Terrified, Haewon asked him to wait. He said he wanted to know something earlier too, and asked who Suho was affiliated with. Suho gave his name, and said he was a hunter under the Korean Hunters Association. As Suho left, Haewon remained seated in silent amazement, repeating the name An Suho in his mind. Even someone who didn't own a TV like him had heard that name over the past few days. It was all over the breaking news, and now he realized the person who saved him was the same An Suho everyone had been talking about. From above, the slum looked like a war-torn zone. After multiple gate shocks, half of Yeongdongpo had collapsed into ruin, turning firmly into a slum. Suho walked through its broken streets, the air heavy with neglect. Since the district sat right in the center of Seoul, it had eventually become a perfect breeding ground for crime. He looked up at the crumbling surroundings, thinking that this must be the place that both the police and the association pretended not to see. In front of him stood a building with a bold sign that read, "Gold Made." Suho stared at it, wondering what kind of gang had the audacity to brand themselves with such a grandiose name. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The first floor was a convenience store, shelves intact, lights on. Suho immediately understood the situation. A convenience store in the middle of a slum, still operating smoothly, was clear proof that the place was being openly run by gangsters. There was no way it would remain untouched without heavy backing behind it. He walked to the back of the store and found a staircase. As he climbed, a voice barked from above telling him to freeze. A bald man appeared, ordering him not to move, and threatening that he would die if he took another step. He demanded Suho's identity like he had authority over anything. Suho looked at him with a small smile. A gatekeeper. How classic, he thought. Then he asked where Changsik was. The bald man snapped in anger, shocked at hearing the name spoken so casually. The thug shouted, demanding to know who he thought he was to speak their boss's name so freely. But then his expression shifted as he suddenly recognized the face in front of him. The man froze as he realized that this was An Suho himself. Suho waved lightly, thanking him for the recognition. The thug thought he was trying to high-five him and raised his hand. Instead, Suho stepped forward and delivered a brutal slap, sending the bald man flying aside as he walked past with a grin. Continuing up the stairs, Suho spoke calmly, telling them to inform Changsik to come out. Inside his office, Changsik heard the sounds of fighting erupting right outside his door. The noise grew louder and more chaotic until the door finally burst open, a thug flying through it after being kicked by Suho. Suho stepped inside calmly. He muttered that not a single one of these gangster bitches seemed to understand words. Behind him, the bodies of beaten thugs were scattered across the hallway like discarded trash. Running a hand through his hair, he asked Changsik if bringing him here was really that hard. Stepping over another fallen thug, he added that he wondered what the gang would even do if he resisted. Changsik sat in front of him with a straight, unreadable expression. Two bodyguards stood behind him like statues. As Suho approached, he knew exactly what kind of place this was. More than 80% of this organization's members were awakened. The fact that awakened criminals operated openly like this was proof that the nation's security had already collapsed. In his previous life, the Changsik gang had grown even larger than this current version. They had created countless victims, and it took an exhausting amount of time to take them down. Remembering that, Suho clenched his fist. In a cold tone, he said that this was exactly why cancer needed to be removed before it grew. Changsik tried to speak, addressing him as Hunter An Suho, and asking what he was doing so suddenly. Suho stepped closer, telling him not to act clueless. They were the ones who started all of this. Changsik demanded to know when he supposedly started anything. Suho told him he was playing dumb to the very end. He said they messed with someone named Haiwon. He dropped a syringe on the desk, and both the boss and the bodyguards stared at it. Suho told them he had just met Haiwon himself. He asked if they truly intended to keep denying it. Changsik leaned toward his subordinate and quietly asked who Haiwon was. The underling whispered the explanation into his ear. Suho raised his leg and slammed it down on the table, breaking the surface clean in half. He said they had turned his closest friend into that state. His eyes glowed red as he asked why they did it. The two bodyguards froze. Changsik kept his expression firm, trying not to show fear. The boss rolled his hand across his face and told the bodyguards to step outside. They hesitated and asked why. He then barked at them to get out. The rest of the guards immediately rushed out of the room, leaving only Suho and Changsik inside. Changsik swallowed and said he believed there was some misunderstanding, suggesting they talk calmly. Suho walked over the broken table with slow steps. He said that every word they spoke only earned them another beating. Changsik, now trembling, warned him that if he touched him, he would call the police. Suho punched him across the face, calling it nonsense. The blow sent Changsik sliding across the floor along with his chair like his ass glued to it. Suho said that hearing the word police come from a gangster boss was hilarious. Changsik groaned on the ground in pain. Suho added that he figured a boss wouldn't go down from just one punch. Changsik forced a laugh, saying he wouldn't just sit there and let it happen. But the moment Suho stepped toward him, terror returned to his eyes. Suho reminded him again that he was begging for a beating, tightening his fist. And with that, Suho's punch drove straight toward the boss's face. Outside the office, the guards heard the repeated thuds of fists slamming into something or someone. Alarmed, they rushed toward the room, shouting for their boss. When they threw the door open, they found Suho standing in front of a shattered glass window. He told them their boss fled. One of the guards stared at him in shock, asking what just happened. Suho explained calmly that Changsik had smashed the window and bolted, pointing out the broken frame as if it were obvious. The bodyguard raised his hand like a confused school kid, saying that this was the 3rd floor. Suho brushed him off, telling him that Chung-sik was a level 100 hunter who could roll out of something like that without a problem, so they should stop babbling nonsense. With a smile, he told them he planned to dismantle this entire place starting now. Then he added that anyone who wanted to come with him could follow him straight to Cheongok. Just hearing the name made the entire group freeze. Cheongok was the correctional facility next to Cheonsong Penitentiary. While Cheonsong held regular criminals, Cheongok held awakened offenders. Since the whole place was filled with violent awakened criminals, it was practically a hell within hell. A pro version of hell. Only the strong survived there. Its reputation alone was enough to make half-baked punks bitches tremble, exactly like the situation unfolding now. Sweat poured down their faces. Suho reminded them that he had connections to the Great Hunter Association. He told them to run before he tossed them all inside. Otherwise, he would drag them along with Changsik straight to Cheongok. The thugs gritted their teeth in terror, then the next second they bolted at full speed, shouting that they don't know any boss. Watching them scatter, Suho said he expected about that much loyalty from gangsters, calling them vermin, cockroach bastards. He warned them that if even one document disappeared, he would carve them up slowly. He ordered them to leave empty-handed. Once the building was clear, Suho activated his magic detection. A blue magic circle formed beneath his feet. After a moment, it detected something special radiating mana on the 3rd floor in the corner of the room. Suho approached the spot and uncovered a hidden safe. He called it obvious, saying the bastard must have thought hiding it here would keep it protected. It was a top-tier safe from a famous brand, the kind that only unlocked with the registrant's mana signature. He placed his hand on the reinforced steel. Blue light pulsed across it. With toughness like this, cutting the steel would destroy the contents, so he needed to slice the door off cleanly. Suho summoned Bulgasari. The tiny elephant monster popped out from subspace, standing at attention like a soldier. Suho told him he only wanted the door removed. Bulgasari obeyed instantly, gripping the door with its tiny trunk and ripping it free. As the creature started the safe, Suho praised it, telling it to eat well. Inside the safe, he found cash and gold bars, but none of that mattered to him. What he actually came for was the dark ledger filled with the names of countless victims. The Changsik gang had begun with loan sharking, preying on ordinary people to build power. Later, they recruited hunters and deliberately addicted them to Avacane or One drugs to control and extort them. This addiction operation was the backbone of their entire influence. The drug was far more potent than ordinary narcotics, and in the end, no one could resist it. Holding the documents, Suho thought of Nam Haewon. He realized Haewon was one of the rare cases who managed to escape. Without his personal strength, even he would have fallen completely. Suho thought they deserved the Cheongok prison for crimes like this. He promised himself he would make every last one of them feel exactly what their victims felt down to the bone. After the wild fight, Suho brought Nam Haewon back to his small apartment and finished healing him. Haewon kept thanking him over and over, finally able to breathe normally again. Suho told him he would still need time before a full recovery, but at least for now, he was out of danger. Then Suho handed him a folder. Haewon asked what it was, and Suho explained that these were bond documents from the Changsik gang, proof that he had taken down the entire criminal group. Haewon could barely believe what he was hearing. The gold-made hand gang, with all their terrifying influence, was really gone. Suho went on to explain the gang's real method. They kept people trapped in debt with outrageous interest rates, turning their victims into insects caught inside an anthill. Even though Haewon had done everything right and never missed a payment, they forced drugs onto him to ensure he could never escape. Still trembling, Haewon said he had survived only because of his special ability. He explained how he tried to fight addiction, made his own antidotes, and begged for help, but no one, not the police, not the association, cared about what happened to people in these slums. He said everyone on the outside felt like another version of the enemy. Suho understood him. He told Haewon that the reason he joined the Great Hunter Association was not for prestige, but to fix the broken system for people like him. Suho placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and praised his courage. Overwhelmed, Haewon broke down and thanked him again and again. Then Suho shifted the conversation to something important. It was time for a new proposal and potentially a new ally. He asked if Haewon was ready, and Haewon said he was. Suho explained that he had learned about Haewon's special power, synthesis. With synthesis, Haewon could combine any materials and create a brand new result. The outcome always matched what he intended. That was the core of his extremely overpowered ability. Suho said that while reading the gang's files, he discovered how huge the number of drug victims really was. There were far too many for him to treat alone, but Haewon had already made secret antidotes before, so Suho offered him a real job to create a proper neutralizer to help even more people. He promised top pay, a luxury safe house, and full medical support for Haewon's own addiction recovery. Haewon looked stunned. He thought being healed was already far more than he ever deserved. Now he was being given a chance to help others, live safely, and get paid for it. To him, this felt like something a hero would do. He thought that if a godlike hero existed, Suho must be that person. Haewon said he would do it. He said he needed no extra payment, and he would work as hard as he could out of gratitude alone. But Suho, firm as always, said he would pay him properly, so everything stayed official and fair. After that, they went to Suho's new base, the building he was granted earlier. It was a 3-story place in Cheongdam, with friendly staff, a full lab on the top floor, and everything Haewon would need. Even the Banshee team showed up, curious to see the fancy place, but they left immediately after their workaholic boss dumped another assignment on them. Meanwhile, Haewon was in awe. Suho told him to pick a room, get settled, and start working on antidotes as soon as he was ready. Suho said he had to leave for Nexus HQ, but Haewon could contact him anytime. Later, Suho got on a call with reporter Jinwi. He gave him the full scoop on the hidden crimes in the slums. Jinwi, being the genius reporter he was, said he could expand the story tenfold. He would frame Suho as the hunter who stormed into a dangerous slum, crushed a criminal organization, saved the victims, and sparked a new era of hope for the people living there. He said he wanted to create a major feature article with all the details so the world could not ignore it. Suho believed him completely. Public influence was exactly that reporter's specialty. Afterward, Suho met with guild leader Bai Dong-yuk at Nexus Guild and laid out the plan. Nexus would buy every neutralizer Haewon produced, helping victims all across Korea. The uplifting story would shift Nexus's reputation, turning them into a guild with a genuine hero presence, the kind the world would finally take seriously. Dong-yuk was thrilled. He shook Suho's hand and promised to look after Haewon from now on. With everything lining up, Suho felt good. The win-win plan was in motion: heal the people, spread the truth, make the criminals pay, and show the world that real change was finally possible. The scene cuts to Chung-sik, the once feared boss who made slums, Neil now reduced to a shaking wreck inside a trashed luxury room. He was on his knees, trembling. Suho's name kept echoing inside his mind like a curse he could not escape. No one had to spell out what happened. The syringe and the half-empty bottle beside him made everything clear. He had taken some kind of drug, the kind that burned strength into the body while tearing holes through the mind. Those substances twisted people from the inside, and his scattered expression showed exactly that. He muttered Suho's name, obsessively, like it was the only thought left in his fractured skull. The moment Suho stepped through the glowing blue portal, he entered his secret subspace that had once been a fancy private domain of polished marble and luxurious furniture. Now, the place looked like a disaster zone, as if a tornado had torn straight through it. He scanned the area, noting the cracked marble floor and the expensive furniture knocked over and scattered across the ground. To him, it was clear that someone had completely wrecked the place. On the floor, Chung-sik lay twitching, his skin pale and his body reacting in strange spasms. Suho observed him and figured that the drug must have done something unbelievably intense to the guy. It became obvious that this gangster had not run away, but had been dragged into Suho's subspace instead, effectively kidnapped by the chaos of the situation. Suho walked over, knelt beside him, and placed a hand on his body. His blue healing energy flowed instantly, and the system announced that recovery had begun. Chung-sik, still dazed, looked like someone who had just escaped a bizarre nightmare. Suho demanded that he pull himself together, offering no calm or gentleness in his tone. Suddenly, Chung-sik snapped into anger and panic. He grew wild, yelling incoherently as he lunged forward to attack Suho. Suho barely reacted, simply kicking him in the chest and sending him flying backward like it was effortless. Chung-sik continued screaming, desperate to be let out, spiraling into fear as though he believed he was trapped with a monster. Suho smirked and rolled his eyes, noting to himself that Chung-sik still had a lot of energy. He assumed the drug was overstimulating him, but mentioned to himself that he had brought extra, so the man did not need to worry. Sensing danger again, Chung-sik crumbled into full desperation. He dropped to the floor, crawling and begging Suho to release him, insisting he would do anything to avoid experiencing the drug again. Suho had no sympathy. He stepped onto Chung-sik's chest with force, pressing him down firmly. Chung-sik screamed for help, insisting that he had been kidnapped, but Suho reminded himself that no one could enter this place, and that the fools from Chung-sik's gang had already run away. He promised internally that he would hunt them down and make them pay as well. For now, he instructed the criminal to sit still, reflect on his choices, and drown in regret, since that was the only useful thing available to him at the moment. Later in the afternoon, Suho returned to his new house. Haewon came running toward him, full of excitement. Suho noticed how hyped he was, and Haewon proudly revealed that he had just finished creating a brand new neutralizer for the dangerous drug. The new version was called Hammer 2. The system displayed information identifying Hammer 2 as a grade C item that excelled at neutralizing the effects of the drug, called illusion. Suho felt genuinely impressed, especially since Haewon had made it in only 2 hours. Haewon explained that he had improved the old version, naming it Hammer 2 because it metaphorically smashed illusions. Suho recalled how Hammer 4 had saved lives in his past life, which meant Hammer 2 should still be a reliable creation even if it was not the strongest one yet. Haewon attributed the success to Suho's help and described the entire process as similar to grinding for items in a game. He believed that with enough time and money, luck would eventually follow. Suho thought Haewon was always humble and wondered how much stronger he would become when he leveled up further. Suho then asked if Hammer 2 could be produced in bulk, and Haewon agreed enthusiastically. He had already completed the formula, meaning they could make large quantities as long as they gathered the necessary ingredients. Suho found that reassuring, and then checked Haewon's current level. Haewon had just reached level 51, thanks to creating the new drug. Because of this, Suho concluded that he would not need to call Giwon for now. Haewon was already functioning as a high-level hunter. With that decided, Suho shifted his focus toward helping all the victims from the slums, ready to use what they had gained to fix the damage that had been done. The next day, several news stories appeared online, claiming that the police and the Hunter Association were ignoring the suffering in the Yeongdeungpo slums. Unfortunately, only around 500 people viewed the article throughout the entire day. The hype simply was not there. Suho realized that Jinhui had been right. There were too many terrible places in the world, so unless something was explosively dramatic, people rarely paid attention. Still, this was only the beginning. Suho then got busy. He distributed large boxes filled with food, water, and magical neutralizer potions to the grateful residents of the slums. Soon after, a truck arrived, loaded with even more supplies. People helped unload everything, and quickly delivered food and potions to everyone. Suho thought Nexus had truly come through with support. His phone rang. Chief Pai was on the other end, speaking to him with the energy of a relaxed uncle. As they discussed tomorrow's appreciation plaque ceremony, they agreed to keep it short and simple. Suho felt secretly thrilled, because receiving a plaque meant the possibility of special recruitment. After some light conversation, Suho called Jinhui to talk about the ceremony and the news. While the slum article did not get many views, he believed it had probably caused trouble for the reporter with the Hunter Association. But Jinhui remained calm, mentioning that only popular stories went viral, and that he had broken no laws. He added that he planned to upload part 2 soon, and that the PBS news group would likely report on the ceremony as well. He then asked if Suho had an Instagram account. Suho did not. This annoyed the reporter, who said many fans were waiting to follow him. Then the conversation took a strange turn. There was an entire fan cafe for Suho, called Anshin Temple, where fans referred to him as the Guardian Priest. Suho realized that the moderator running the cafe was actually Jinhui himself. The reporter admitted to managing it so that Suho's reputation would stay clean, and to avoid unnecessary drama caused by other chaotic fan groups. The logic was reasonable. He also offered to manage an Instagram account for Suho, boasting about his social media skills, and saying he could help Suho become extremely popular. But Suho preferred doing things himself. He asked the reporter to simply send content for posting, and he would copy and paste it. That simple approach made the reporter ridiculously excited. He even suggested that Suho upload selfies and photos for fans, but Suho was not confident about pictures. The reporter advised him to relax and at least make the account. Soon enough, Suho would become an influencer. After the call, Suho made the Instagram account, and immediately his phone began vibrating non-stop with notifications. A huge number of users started following him. Inside the house, Haewon noticed the phone buzzing constantly, but Suho said it was fine. He figured that Jinhui had already started promoting the new account aggressively, so he muted all notifications. Finally, the big day arrived. The appreciation plaque ceremony at the Hunter Association headquarters began. A massive crowd had gathered inside. Reporters, fans, and people holding signs shouted Suho's name, and the title Guardian Priest. Suho had expected a simple ceremony, but the screaming fans and swarming reporters told a very different story. The number of people was overwhelming, forming a sea of excitement. Security guards struggled to control the crowd, begging them to stop pushing and asking them to wait outside. 2 association workers stared in shock, completely stunned by the turnout. They checked and confirmed that all these people had come for only one person, Hunter on Suho. They found it unbelievable, especially because the event had never been posted online. It was the first time in the association's history that such a scenario had occurred for an unofficial event. Suho's fame had reached another level entirely. Inside the auditorium, the chaos continued. Fans filled the entire space, holding signs for On Suho and Sword God, buzzing with anticipation. One girl even mentioned that she had skipped school just to attend. Others discussed how the fan club president, Golden Horse, was absent, so they planned to take plenty of photos for her. In the press section, reporter Jo Jinhui was busy texting. He informed Suho that a massive crowd had shown up for him and asked where the MC was. Suho had actually arrived early, and had been observing everything while using his monochrome solitude skill, which made him invisible to others unless he chose to be seen. A fan sat directly in front of him, with no idea that the sword god was right behind her. Suho soon received a message from Chief Pai, asking him to meet in the hallway, next to the waiting room. He slipped out silently to meet his senior. Chief Pai was astonished by the number of fans, and jokingly called Suho a superstar, which made Suho laugh. Chief Pai then mentioned that the recent article about the Yeongdeungpo slums had stirred public sentiment toward the Hunter Association. Suho already knew the article would make the association look bad, but Chief Pai seemed unconcerned about reporters, which explained how easily the journalist had entered today. Chief Pai congratulated Suho for the award and rushed off for something urgent, maintaining his typical cool and distant style. Then an announcer called everyone to take their seats. The ceremony was about to begin. Suho walked toward the stage as the crowd erupted in excitement. Cameras flashed everywhere. Fans screamed about his appearance, some claiming they finally understood why people fell for him, and others joked that they would let the sword god cut them. Suho stepped forward and received his appreciation plaque from Association President Young Kyung-won. They posed for photos. The president teased him about being good at posing, and Suho responded politely, giving credit back to the president. Keeping the atmosphere smooth, the president praised Suho's work in Yeongdeungpo and hinted that good news, likely a job offer, was on the way. Suho assumed this meant special recruitment. The president then asked him to speak a few words. Suho thanked everyone and said he had only done what he believed he was supposed to do. He admitted feeling strange about receiving a reward for helping people, but promised to work hard. Fans screamed that they loved him, and he could only laugh and thank them. A short Q&A followed. Reporter Kim Sang-won asked whether Suho still intended to join the association, to which replied, yes. Another reporter mentioned the new Instagram account, and Suho explained that a friend recommended it, so he decided to try it. Someone else noted that he had gained 50,000 followers in a single day, and asked how it felt. Suho said he had turned off notifications and did not know, but he could tell people were interested. Someone asked what his first post would be. Suho said he would probably upload the plaque he received today. Then Jinwi stood up and the room instantly tensed. Staff whispered among themselves, realizing that he was the same reporter who had written the article criticizing the association. President Kyung-hwan grew irritated, believing his staff had made a mistake by letting him in. But the reporter ignored their reactions. He was there to ask real questions. He asked if Suho had seen his article on the Yeongdeungpo slums. Suho had. The reporter then mentioned the criticism that the police and the association were ignoring people who needed help, and asked if Suho was aware of the issue. Suho calmly stated that he was fully aware of it. It was a risky moment, because the room was filled with powerful association members, but the reporter pressed on. He asked if Suho's joining the association would help improve things. The president nearly jumped out of his seat, barely held back by his aides. Suho, with a slight smirk, stated that if he joined, he would do everything in his power to eliminate corruption so that no one would ever have a reason to doubt the association again. The reporter thanked him, and the public portion of the ceremony ended. Later, Suho and Jinhui left together in a car. Suho praised him for his work. The reporter joked that the angry stares from the staff had made him extremely nervous, but Suho noted that he had acted brave the entire time. The reporter then apologized if his questioning was too harsh, explaining that his job required him to act while public attention was still focused. He wanted to maintain the momentum, and that was why he planned to release another article soon. Suho appreciated it because he finally got to express what he truly wanted to say about improving the association. The reporter was almost in disbelief that Suho meant every word, but Suho clarified that he would not lie while receiving an award. He genuinely intended to make changes. A few days passed, and Suho received his new civil servant ID. He had been officially appointed as a level 5 official, far faster than anyone had expected. At the same time, the entire internet exploded with discussions about Suho's past achievements, especially the incident where he beat violent criminals in the Yeongdeungpo slums. Dozens of online articles appeared, gathering millions of views. People everywhere could not stop talking about him. Some users claimed that Suho was the only cool person in Yeongdeungpo, while others called him a genuine hero. Still, some were jealous and complained that the police or the Hunter Association should have handled the situation instead. A few wondered if Suho was simply doing what Nexus ordered or if he was seeking too much attention. Some online troublemakers jokingly suggested that he might get sued by the criminals he defeated. But the majority agreed that the real losers were the criminals, not the man who stopped them. People argued a lot, but everyone agreed that something massive was happening. Then major headlines appeared everywhere. The news declared that An Suho was joining the Great Hunter Association. Broadcasts repeated it constantly, referring to him as the hero of Yeongdeungpo, and announcing that Swordmaster An Suho had earned a special grade 5 position. Crowds of fans and reporters waited at the entrance of the association building, screaming his name like he was a celebrity attending a concert rather than a civil servant arriving for work. The shouting did not stop. People wondered what would happen to Nexus now that Suho had moved to the association. Questions came up online about whether he still had a contract with them and whether Nexus would be upset. Inside the Nexus office, the boss, Bae Dong-yuk, remained calm. He mentioned that everyone was talking about them now and that it was time to release an official statement. Nexus sent out multiple news articles wishing An Suho good luck, clarifying that there was no contract issue and explaining that they had never paid Suho any signing bonus. The message was clear. Nexus wanted everyone to know they supported Suho's decision. Elsewhere, two men watched the news and read newspapers, They seemed like hunters. They commented that Nexus was the best guild, while others like Hexagon and Prime cared only about money. They brought up how Hexagon had done terrible things, such as letting a weak hunter die because he did not receive a potion in time, and forcing mages to work until they collapsed. A TV report showed Nexus's guild leader Bae Dong-yuk in an interview. The reporter asked whether Nexus had kicked Suho out due to public pressure, and Bae Dong-yuk denied it. He explained that Suho wanted real field experience before taking his civil service exam, and that joining Nexus had simply been a step along the way. He admitted he was sad to see Suho leave, but said Suho belonged in a role where he could save people, not in a private company. Suho and Nexus were clearly reinforcing each other's public image. Back at the Hunter Association, Suho tried not to sweat under all the attention. The crowd continued screaming while cameras flashed non-stop. He thought about the weight of being watched by so many people. He remembered the advice from Jinhui, who told him to show his face to the fans because they would be disappointed otherwise. Suho admitted to himself that the advice made sense, even though he wanted to maintain a cool, mysterious vibe. This time he wanted control of his own story, instead of letting others direct it. Suho walked into the Hunter Association lobby. Inside, President Kyungwon and Vice President Kyumon were waiting for him. Cameras flashed everywhere, as the president welcomed him with extreme friendliness, calling the day historic, and congratulating him before inviting him inside. They entered the elevator. As soon as the doors closed, the president dropped the formal tone and became more casual. He asked if Suho was doing well and if he knew his schedule. Suho said he was fine but had not been informed of the details yet. The president said that the vice president would explain everything. When the elevator reached the correct floor, the president left, and Suho remained with Vice President Kyumon. Suho found it slightly unusual that the vice president himself would be giving the briefing, but Kyumon simply led him through the hallway to an office where Chief Pai waited alongside Chulman. Kyumon explained that these two would guide him and wished him luck. Chief Pai greeted Suho with a big smile, telling him to sit down. He acted extremely friendly and even asked Chulman to get Suho a drink. Suho found it amusing that two people from different departments would both be training him. Chief Pai told Suho to call him senior in private and only use the title chief in official situations. Suho nodded, recognizing how significant that request was, because Chief Pai was known for being strict about titles and reputation. Then, Chief Pai began testing Suho's knowledge about his new job. Suho explained that he knew about the probation period. Normally, a grade 5 officer would train at the HR center before being assigned to a branch office, but because the Hunter Association was unique, Suho would rotate through all departments for 2 or 3 months each. Every department was eager to take in a superstar like him. Chief Pai assured him that after the training, Suho could join the Special Forces Division. Suho remembered the true promise, which was that he would go to the Special Forces instead of the Gate Management Department. He also understood that with so many eyes on him, he had to follow the official process. Chief Pai then introduced Chulman as Suho's overall supervisor. Each department had its own boss, but Chulman would oversee the bigger picture and answer Suho's questions. After Chief Pai left, Suho realized that the man had only come to issue a silent warning to Chulman, not to steal Suho for his own department. Suho found it a bit petty, but let it go. Chulman then explained the training plan. There were 5 departments: Special Forces, Administration, Awakening, Gate, and Resources. Suho already knew and recited what each department handled. Chulman was impressed but believed Suho had probably memorized it from a document. He informed Suho that his first rotation would be in the Awakening department. As they walked toward the department, Suho noted that this meant he would meet Director Lee Wanek, a member of the president's faction, and someone Suho planned to remove later. Chulman continued explaining that every department would have people monitoring Suho and giving him tests, which meant he had to pass everything thrown his way. Still, Chulman remained confidently positive, insisting Suho would do just fine, keeping the cheerful, supportive attitude he always carried. When they arrived at the Awakening department, Suho immediately thought to himself that he would not need his memory abilities for this part. There was one person here no one could ever forget. Inside the office stood Lee Wanek, looking authoritative behind his desk. He stood up immediately to greet them, calling it an honor to have a national superstar like Suho start his first rotation in the department. He also said he would be the one grading Suho's work, and acted overly friendly. Suho's thoughts drifted to what he knew about this man. Wanek was famous inside the association, and had close ties with the chairman. After leaving for another company, rumors circulated that he was involved in human trafficking, but nothing came to light because Kyunghwan had covered it up. Suho believed things might turn out differently this time since he now knew the truth about the past. This place needed to be cleaned from top to bottom. Someone knocked on the door, and Wanek identified the visitor as Jun Song before calling him in. He introduced him as the officer who would help Suho in the Awakening department. The two shook hands politely, and Jun Song said he had heard a lot about Suho, and felt amazed to work with someone so popular. Suho behaved humbly, but internally he admitted he had no memory of this man. Everyone below team leader was simply called officer, so it made sense. Junsong tried light-hearted joking, even mentioning that he wanted Suho's autograph later. He then encouraged Suho not to stress about the job, pointing out that Suho already had a clear future destination. Suho pretended not to understand, but Junsong clarified that everyone knew he was headed to the Special Forces Division. Suho realized that Chief Pai had not kept anything secret at all, but he did not mind. Having a powerful person supporting him only made life easier, even if it felt a little awkward to be treated like royalty. Then Junsong handed him a thin folder that he described as the department's quick manual. Normally the manual was massive, but they had created a special, simplified version just for Suho. Connections truly changed everything. He explained that the Awakening Department was divided into two major sections, Awakened Affairs and Non-Awakened Affairs, each with its own teams. Suho would first take a theory test, then complete one field training session with each division. He reassured Suho not to worry, since everything had been prepared in advance. He handed him a business card and said to call if anything unusual happened. After he left, Suho sat down and began reading the manual. Even as a summary, it felt like a lot, but Suho did not feel burdened. He had the library of memories, which worked like a cheat system for his brain. The system activated, and all the information flowed into his mind effortlessly. For him, any memory test was trivial. Around 40 minutes later, Junsong returned and said it was time to begin. He expected the test to take at least 30 minutes, because the questions were designed to be difficult and tricky. But once Suho began, his pen flew across the paper like a machine. Junsong stared in disbelief. Suho finished in 10 minutes and handed in the paper calmly. It was the first time anyone had completed the test that fast. While Suho prepared to leave, Junsong tried showing him the cafeteria, but Suho declined, saying he already had lunch plans. Then Suho made a secret phone call to Chulman. He asked if Chulman was busy, and since he was not, Suho suggested they eat lunch together and asked him not to tell anyone. Chulman agreed enthusiastically. Back in Chulman's office, Junsong entered while the supervisor was ending his phone call. He informed him that Suho had finished the theory test. Chulman was surprised it was already over, but Junsong insisted it was true. They examined the test together and put it into the grading machine with nervous anticipation. The machine displayed a perfect score of 100. Thinking it might be a malfunction, they checked it by hand, but after multiple reviews, the result remained the same. A flawless, perfect score. Junsong nearly lost his mind, saying no one had ever achieved this, especially on their first day. He finally understood why Chief Pai wanted Suho so badly. Chulman could only laugh. He admitted internally that he had hoped to work with Suho first, but Chief Pai's influence was overwhelming. It was hard to compete when Suho performed at that level. Meanwhile, Suho was just yawning casually in the hallway, completely unfazed. None of this meant anything to him. After meeting for lunch, Suho and Chulman sat on a bench beside a vending machine. Suho said that since Chulman treated him to lunch, he wanted to buy the coffee. Then Chulman asked why Suho had suddenly wanted to eat together. Suho explained that he did not know many people in the association yet, and did not want to eat alone. Chulman was the only person he knew well. Chulman joked that if Chief Pai heard that, he would feel a bit hurt, but Suho said he simply wanted a comfortable place to eat, so it could not be helped. After a quiet, comfortable pause, Chulman congratulated him on his perfect score from the morning. He explained that he had graded it immediately, because Junsong kept pestering him. He joked that Suho was insane. He could fight. He entered the association as a special grade 5, and now he turned out to be extremely smart as well. To him, Suho felt like the main character of a story. Suho said it was thanks to the people around him and that he had seen similar tests before. Chulman teased him that too much modesty annoyed others, so Suho laughed and admitted openly that he was amazing. For the first time in a long while, he smiled sincerely. It felt refreshing. Since restarting his life, it felt like he was constantly doing homework, but sitting here drinking coffee with someone he used to be close to brought back memories of simpler days. He remembered when he had almost died from poisoning and thought it was over, but now he promised himself never to fall like that again. He intended to overcome every disaster and reclaim a peaceful life. Suho then asked if Chulman had any tips about working in both the Awakening and Non-Awakening divisions. Chulman began explaining. He asked if Suho knew what the Awakening division did. Suho said, yes, they manage both awakened and non-awakened individuals. Chulman agreed but emphasized that the biggest task was keeping information updated. No one could see an awakened person's status window except the person themselves. They had to personally come in and update their information. If they ignored the deadline, they received fines and eventually jail time after repeated warnings. There was even a specific term for these cases: malignant non-updaters. Managing those troublemakers was their primary job. He continued, explaining that awakened individuals were like superheroes. Some were so durable that bullets could not harm them. Others could disappear as if they had never existed. Every country needed their data updated regularly. It might sound like the association treated them as potential walking disasters, but there was currently no better method. Suho then asked about the non-awakening side. Chulman said it worked similarly. Sometimes people awakened as players and hid it instead of registering. The department had to track down and arrest those unregistered players. Suho already knew all of this, but pretended to be new. After the break, Suho returned to the building, walking beside Jun-sung. The officer asked if Suho enjoyed his meal, and said they would begin work in the awakening department. He congratulated him again for his perfect score, noting that even the director would be pleased. They arrived at an office where a man was waiting. This was Lee Moonho, chief of the awakening section. He greeted them warmly, and said he had already heard about Suho's perfect score. He handed him a folder and said he could begin his field training immediately. He wished him luck, and Suho acknowledged it. Walking down the hallway, Shun-sung explained that Suho's first mission involved malignant non-updaters. His task would be to find those troublesome individuals and force them to update their information. He handed Suho a folder labeled Non-Updater List. Suho asked if this was truly the list of people he had to handle, and Jun-sung confirmed it, stating that the list was not very long, so the work should be manageable. But when Suho looked at the list, his expression hardened. He thought the entire thing was ridiculous. Every name belonged to someone notoriously dangerous, individuals known for giving even the awakening section a difficult time. He wondered if this was another hidden test from Chief Pai, who loved testing his subordinates endlessly. Still, Suho decided he was ready for whatever came next. He would take down every person on the list either way. Since Jun-sung worked at a desk and not in the field, he introduced Suho to a new mentor, Han Ho-sung, a grade 7 field officer, who Jun-sung introduced as a veteran at catching non-updaters. Then Jun-sung slipped out of the room, leaving the two alone. Suho introduced himself while Ho-sung leaned back casually against a desk, looking relaxed. He suggested that they check the list first. When he saw the names, he let out a deep sigh. The association had told him to treat Suho like a VIP, yet they handed him this insane list. It was filled with legendary troublemakers who had vanished or were considered impossible to catch. Ho-sung guessed that the association wanted Suho to look like a hero because everyone was watching. He asked if Suho already knew how to use the stat scanner and the necessary tools. Suho did, so Ho-sung said no extra training was needed. Then he asked if Suho planned to choose his first target. Suho said he did and pointed at a photo of a man with long dark hair. Ho-sung asked if Suho even knew who the man was. He was a malignant non-updater who had fled overseas and evaded capture, but that did not stop Suho. He said that if the man was still on the list, then he had to be pursued. Suho pressed his hand firmly onto the list, covering the photo of his chosen target. With a confident smile, he prepared himself to track down every one of those legendary troublemakers. The page displayed a photo of a dark-haired man named Kim Gung-won, an illegal pharmacist whose real occupation was designing doping substances. He provided doping drugs to both ordinary and professional athletes. The issue was that the drugs he distributed did not rely on chemical doping effects but on skill-based doping, something far more dangerous and far harder to trace. Suho scanned through the information and noted that Kim Gung-won denied all charges, yet multiple reports had already been filed that confirmed the accusations. An update to his status window had been requested years ago, but he had continuously fled, avoiding every attempt to track him. His current location was presumed to be overseas. Normally, when an unregistered hunter goes untraceable for a long time, they are declared missing, but the fact that his name remained on the active list meant one thing: he was still operating. Suho realized that even the Awakening Division recognized the ongoing threat he posed. Despite this being an obvious hunter-related criminal case, it fell under the jurisdiction of the Awakening Division instead of the Special Forces Division. The Special Forces Division never moved without solid evidence, no matter how suspicious the situation was. As Suho closed the file in his hands, he reflected that the Special Forces Division also struggled with chronic manpower shortages. But the bigger issue was that Chief Pai simply avoided anything he considered unprofitable or bothersome. Han Ho-sung scratched his neck and expressed his concern that the suspicion was understandable, but catching someone presumed to be overseas seemed impossible. Suho stared at him and questioned whether he truly believed the man was overseas. Ho-sung reacted with shock. Suho explained that Kim Gung-won was absolutely still in Korea. The reports mentioned that domestic athletes were still using his substances, and the fact that his drugs were easily accessible meant his base had to be inside the country. Suho pointed out that drug smuggling procedures were extremely strict, making it nearly impossible to maintain such a smooth supply line from abroad. Ho-sung, taking a seat, admitted that the reasoning was convincing, but a report remained only a report. They still did not know for sure if those individuals were actually using doping drugs. Suho looked him in the eye and decided they would verify it themselves. Ho-sung responded that skill-based doping left no physical traces in the body, unlike chemical doping, which created a major challenge. Suho declared that he would handle the verification personally, which only confused Ho-sung further. The officer pointed out that this wasn't even an official request for acquisition, but only an anonymous tip, meaning Suho would not receive a warrant. He wondered how Suho intended to manage anything without one. Suho remained firm. He stated that he had a separate plan and wanted to handle this case alone. It was technically a field evaluation, so he wanted the chance to attempt his own method first. If it failed, They could revert to Ho-seong's approach afterward. Ho-seong, still confused but not wanting to press the issue, brushed it aside and told him to proceed however he wished. Suho bowed slightly, thanking him for trusting him. Ho-seong added that he could contact him anytime if he needed help. With that, Suho left the office, ready to execute his plan. Ho-seong, leaning on his chair, thought to himself that he had no idea what kind of plan Suho was relying on, but he assumed Suho would learn the hard way. Tracking a fugitive unregistered hunter was nothing like what Suho had done before, and the reality of it would hit him soon enough. As Suho stepped outside, he pulled out his phone and contacted Nexus Academy. He informed them that he was heading there immediately, and that he needed something done. After some time, Ji-won appeared, laughing and commenting that the request seemed easy enough. Inside the Nexus Academy lounge, Suho and Ji-won sat together while Ji-won confirmed that all he had to do was locate Kim Gung-won. Suho verified it. Ji-won studied the file and concluded that if they followed the numbers listed in the reports, they would eventually trace Kim Gung-won's phone. Once they found the phone, they would have his location, and Suho could take him down from there. Suho watched him and felt certain he had made the right decision by coming to him. Ji-won, shyly brushing it off, said it was a simple task and asked if they should begin right away. He mentioned that one more person would join them, and that person was Hyungmin from the Banshee team. Ji-won wondered why Hyungmin was involved, but Suho explained that Hyungmin's ability was essential. They would infiltrate a heavily secured phone and extract data from inside it. Now Ji-won understood the purpose. With the plan settled, Suho signaled the start. Sometime later, Ji-won made a phone call pretending to be someone named Kwon Song-min from a telecom base station, asking if the phone belonged to Mr. Hamdeo and advertising a new internet plan. The person on the other end only responded with disinterest and cut the call. Suho observed him and noted how good he was at acting. Ji-won brushed it off and said that since they confirmed the informant's number was legitimate, it was time to move forward. Ji-won activated his digitization skill, and immediately the three of them shrank and entered the smartphone. They landed on the digital screen inside the device, confirming they were in the correct place. Ji-won explained that all they needed to do was find traces of contact or trade records with a drug dealer, and searching text messages or messenger apps would make it quick. They spotted a Telegram icon, recalling that Telegram was commonly used for such illegal trades, so they started there. When Ji-won approached the icon and tried to access it, he realized it was locked, which made him tense. Suho looked at Hyungmin and indicated that he would handle it. Ji-won grew confused and warned that firewalls like this were not easy to break. Suho explained that Ji-won did not know Hyungmin's personal skill. Hyungmin had the ability to create a special doorway capable of bypassing any barrier. His skill was called portal creation. Hyungmin raised his hands as a blue orb formed, and suddenly a door appeared in front of him. Suho understood in that moment that apps like Telegram would normally alert users of hacking attempts, but Hyungmin's ability did not attack the firewall. It created an entrance through it, leaving no trace. It reminded Suho how the Banshee team had carried out terror strikes with precision thanks to Hyungmin. Meanwhile, Ji-won thought about his past struggles, remembering the time he dealt with firewalls through manual labor and sheer effort. Suho, noticing his gloomy expression, reminded him that he was the only one capable of allowing them entry in the first place. Still carrying the emotional Ji-won, Suho led the group through the newly opened portal. Inside the messages, they found some information. The three stopped at one detail, realizing they had located the right place. In front of them appeared a room labeled drugs. Inside that room sat two avatars facing each other. Ji-won identified them as Ham Dae-ho and the drug dealer. Fortunately, they had not left the chat room yet. The avatars represented chat logs. Suho placed a hand on a box on the table and determined from the contents that the avatar in front of them was definitely the dealer. They now needed to follow the information upward. Ji-won confirmed that the door behind the dealer's avatar led into the dealer's own Telegram account. Once they went through it, they found multiple doors, each representing different transactions the dealer had completed. Ji-won was amazed that the chat rooms visualized as an entire building showed how many people had communicated with the dealer. Suho studied it and said it was time to send every one of them back to prison. They then began tracking the top of the chain. Suho instructed them to search every chat and collect phone numbers and call records. Eventually, Suho and Ji-won found a particular number. Ji-won identified it as the supplier. If they followed it, they would reach the source. The trio repeated the same process for a while, searching for more intels. After hours of searching, they walked out of another digital doorway, feeling exhausted. Suho wondered aloud how many layers of subcontracting existed. Hyungmin, drained, guessed they were being extra cautious given the nature of their business. Suho believed that after tracing so many layers, it was time they finally found something concrete. At that moment, Hyungmin opened another door and discovered Kim Gung-won's phone. Inside the digital room, photographs of the man were plastered on every wall, ceiling, and corner. Top, bottom, everywhere. Hyungmin was shocked at the overwhelming number of images. Ji-won stared at the photos in confusion, wondering why the man's ego had inflated so dramatically and why he had so many selfies. Suho explained that these were likely arbitrary self-photographs used for verification or identity tracking. He then said that since the GPS remained active, they could retrieve the location and head back. Soon enough, Jiwon compared the data and pinpointed Kim Gungwon's home. Suho asked where it was, and Jiwon explained that the location was in Gangnam, Seoul, at Acro Tower. Inside one of the tower rooms, a bulky man with a nasty scar across his face lounged back with the kind of smugness only dirty money could buy, bragging that profits were soaring thanks to their dear Mr. Gung. This was Baek Jeom, the boss of the Platinum Gang, and across from him sat Kim Gungwon, pretending to stay humble while soaking in the praise. He claimed his results were always great because of Baek, then casually brought up whether the police were fully handled. Baek confirmed without hesitation, saying every layer of law enforcement, from cops to prosecutors to even the Hunter Association, had already been bribed, and none of them could be touched. Right then, the lights flickered out and the whole room dipped into darkness. Everyone automatically glanced upward. Gungwon muttered about a power outage while Baek Jeom quietly assumed the same. Gungwon complained that this wasn't some cheap building, and there was no gate rupture happening, so the power cutting out made no sense. Baek followed up with irritation bubbling inside him, thinking about the ridiculous maintenance fees they paid, and how this nonsense was unacceptable, promising himself he would give the management a piece of his mind. Baek Jeom turned to his bald bodyguard, ordering him to go take care of it, and the bodyguard moved toward the door without question. But before he could reach it, the door exploded inward with a violent crash. The sound ripped through the room and instantly snapped both men out of their irritation, their attention locking onto the chaos as they tried to process what the hell just happened. The answer walked in on its own. Suho stepped through the broken entrance, gripping the bald bodyguard's head like a piece of trash, slammed it into the floor so hard the skull cracked. With a cold smirk aimed straight at Gungwon, letting the bastard know he had been found, Gungwon froze when he saw Suho, demanding to know who he was, while Baek stood beside him casually puffing on a cigar, commenting that Suho looked familiar. Suho rose to his feet and introduced himself, holding up his ID. He identified himself as An Suho, record updater of the Awakening Department of the Korean Hunter Association, and stated that Kim Gungan had intentionally refused record updates for years. That alone was enough reason for an on-site arrest. Kim Gungwon, terrified and shocked, recognized him as the sword god An Suho. Suho confirmed that identity, scratched his neck, and told him to cooperate obediently. Instead, the men took their fighting stances. Suho looked at their audacity and warned that, if they did not want to die, they should submit. Moments later, the two criminals knelt on the ground with beaten expressions while Suho stood tall in front of them, thanking them for their cooperation. In their minds, the criminals thought he had beaten them one-sidedly, and wondered how that counted as cooperation. Suho then turned to Yeonhwa and thanked her for her EMP ability, which allowed them to enter easily. Yeonhwa blushed and played with her hair, admitting the job had felt so easy and anticlimactic that it seemed like a waste of training time. Hyungmin, standing nearby, revealed that she had skipped training and rushed over excitedly, but before he finished, Yeonhwa elbowed him sharply and reminded him that when the team leader called, she always needed to come running happily. Meanwhile, Suho sat in a chair in front of the criminals and suggested they continue their conversation. He first looked at Kim Gungwon. Taking out the stat measuring device, he remarked equals on its impressive capability. System rules prevented people from seeing each other's status windows directly, but the association could check stats through reaction results based on input values. Officially, the innovation had an accuracy above 70%, but in practice, Suho had extracted 100% accuracy. Kim Gungwon, panicked, thought to himself that Suho had beaten him until the results reached 100%. Suho smiled at him and reminded him that he had even healed him, so there was no reason to look so upset. He repeated that if the measured stats later failed to match what they recorded now, he would die. Faced with that statement, Kim Gungwon desperately agreed. Then Suho focused on Baek Jeom, who had recently risen as a big shot in Gangnam thanks to Kim Gungwon. Suho knew this man needed to be arrested someday, but since today was only an on-site assessment, it would be difficult. Still, he could not pretend he had not seen him standing right there. Suho looked at him and addressed him as Baek Jeom, pointing out that the man had said something unclear earlier. Baek Jeom asked what he meant. Suho continued, stating that Baek Jeom had bribed the police, prosecutors, and the Korean Hunter Association. The sudden accusation left Baek Jeong trembling, as Suho pressed for more details, specifically wanting to know who inside the Korean Hunter Association was involved. Suho placed a hand on Baek Jeong's shoulder and warned him to refrain from actions that caused misunderstandings, or he would die. The cold tone made Baek Jeom in fear and promise understanding. From the sidelines, Yeonhwa and Hyungmin watched the scene unfold. Yeonhwa commented that it brought back memories, and that it had been very scary back then, while Hyungmin admitted he never expected Suho to become someone he respected this much. Meanwhile, Baek Jeong confessed that he had bribed Park Kyumon, the vice president of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho asked if it was just one person, Baek Jeom cried as he insisted it was only him and begged Suho to believe him. Suho looked at him and sensed he was not lying. He then wondered whether Park Kyuman knew nothing about the awakening and non-awakening assessments. If Park Kyuman had known, he would have removed anyone connected to him from the list or given special instructions to protect them. This meant someone had targeted Park Kyuman. It would not have been Section Chief Lee Munho, the one who had provided the list, but the mere fact that Lee Munho assigned the evaluation task meant someone higher had pressured him, someone above Park Kyuman or on equal footing. The possible candidates narrowed down to Chairman Jang Kyungwon and Special Unit Chief Pai Sung-yeol. To Chairman Jang Kyungwon, Park Kyuman was like a tongue in his own mouth, so he had no reason to harm him. Pai Sung-yeol's official rank was lower than Park Kyuman's, but most people said his internal power was far greater. Suho concluded that the most likely suspect was Pai Sung-yeol. According to his memories, he didn't remember that the vice president and Chief P were on bad terms, and he decided he would have to watch carefully. If Kim Gungwon were captured, either Pai Sung-yeol or Park Kyuman would react. Suho grabbed Kim Gungwon by the collar and told him he would come with him, while telling Baek Jeom that he would be seeing him again and intentionally refraining from arresting him at that moment. That statement confused Baek Jeom. Suho warned him to take care because he would return. With that, Suho and the Banshee team left the luxurious room, leaving the busted-up Baek Jeom in complete confusion. After some time, when Suho returned to the association, he found Senior Ho-song dozing on a sofa. As soon as he noticed Suho, he yawned and asked if Suho had found Kim Gungwon, clearly assuming Suho had failed. But when Suho confirmed that he had found him, Ho-song became confused. He struggled to believe it, so Suho repeated the update, saying he had located Kim Gungwon, updated his status window information, and placed him in the interrogation room. Ho-song was still rattled, as Suho told him to follow so they could check on him. Later, Ho-song and Suho stood behind a window, watching Kim Gungwon sit inside the interrogation room while someone questioned him. Ho-song thought about how this vicious S-class problem case had evaded capture for years, yet Suho had caught him in one day, or rather in just a few hours. The criminal was even cooperating peacefully. Ho-song's gaze shifted to the stat measuring device, and he thought about how the machine normally produced only 70% accuracy, yet this time the results had come out nearly identical to the real stats. He looked at Suho and marveled that something so notoriously difficult had been handled so effortlessly, as if Suho had taken a simple stroll. Suho then said the charges were proven and that they could hand Kim Gungwon over to the Special Forces Department immediately. Ho-sung nodded. Still confused, he asked how Suho managed to catch him. Suho, wearing a straight expression and not even looking at him, said he simply asked around here and there and got lucky. He then asked if he could bring in the remaining non-updaters too. Ho-sung agreed and suggested they go together, but Suho suddenly turned, saying he wanted to catch all of them himself and earn the highest evaluation. The sudden declaration caught Ho-sung off guard. Suho bowed slightly and said he would ask for help if needed, but asked Ho-sung to focus on transferring Kim Gungwon to the Special Forces Department. As Suho walked away, the sloppy 7th grade officer remained standing alone and simply responded with an okay in confusion. A few days later, chatter filled the office. Someone mentioned intern An Suho and said stories about him catching all the vicious non-updaters were spreading everywhere. People wondered how he managed to complete in 2 days what even pro-awakeners could not. They said the real sword god was also the real squad god, and the work class difference was overwhelming. But they also wondered if the awakening department would now receive all the blame. Someone said the department might start hating intern An Suho for this. Inside the awakening department, everyone cheered Suho's name loudly, calling him sword god over and over. These workers had been scolded endlessly because of those S-class problem cases, but hearing praise even once felt 1,000 times better than constant criticism. They shouted their love for Suho. A woman in the office asked him not to leave and begged him to work there forever. She admitted she never said things like this, but had never seen talent like his. A senior employee with shining eyes declared he had even joined Suho's fan club, and told others to call him Suho Priest, all while holding a poster with Suho's face on it. As Suho is leaving with documents in his hands, his colleagues cried out for him not to go. Suho thanked them, but reminded them he needed to finish his work with the awakening department first. Soon after, he received a call. The name on the screen belonged to Pai Sung-yeol. Chief Pai, while looking at documents, asked Suho if he was busy and told him to come see him if he had a moment. Suho realized instantly that the bite he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Inside Chief Pai's office, Chief Pai handed a can of Coke to Suho and commented that Suho's performance in the awakening department had been impressive. Suho responded modestly, saying that it was nothing. Chief Pai sat down and questioned him, wondering how Suho could call it nothing when he always produced results far beyond expectations. Suho thanked him. Chief Pai then asked whether the first person he caught was Kim Gungwon. Suho confirmed it. Taking a sip of Coke with a smirk, Chief Pai pointed out that if Suho had only seen Kim Gungwon, Suho realized immediately that things were happening exactly as expected, and that Chief Pai already knew everything. That made everything simpler. Suho revealed that he had also seen Baek Jeom. Chief Pai then asked why he had let him go. Suho explained that he believed the man was too big for him to handle. Chief Pai asked why Suho spoke, as if he already understood what he was implying. Suho clarified that he assumed Chief Pai was referring to Baek Jeom's connections. Chief Pai confirmed it. He then asked Suho to explain why he had not reported back right away. Suho said he waited because he had no justification to report. Chief Pai wanted to know what kind of justification. Suho clarified that he planned to join the Special Forces unit, but since Chief Pai's name had not been mentioned yet, reporting prematurely would have looked like overstepping. Suho assumed that if he waited, either Chief Pai or the vice president of the association would call for him. Chief Pai approved of his decision and told him to report everything directly to him from now on. He said he would, in return, tell Suho everything he wanted to know. Suho agreed. Chief Pai asked if Suho was not curious why he had to report to him. Suho answered that there was no need to be curious since Chief Pai surely had his reasons. Laughing, Chief Pai called him a crazy kid. Then he pulled out a credit card and handed it to Suho, telling him he did a good job and should eat something expensive with his friends after work. He insisted that Suho not settle for cheap food like pork belly, but enjoy anything he wanted. Suho tried to decline, but Chief Pai reminded him that when an adult gave something, he should accept it with thanks. Suho left the office and walked down the hall, thinking that he had just walked past the vice president earlier without saying anything. It became clear that something existed between the vice president and Chief Pai. Pulling out his phone, Suho called Giwon. He told him he would send a few numbers and instructed him to gather all possible information. Giwon agreed without asking any questions. Suho asked why he did not question him about the details, and Giwon replied that if Suho told him to do something, he would simply do it. Suho realized this must have been the same feeling Chief Pai experienced earlier. Suho encouraged Giwon to work hard, promising to buy him expensive food, and telling him to decide what he wanted to eat. Jiwon celebrated on the other end of the call. After ending the call, Suho thought of reporter Jo Jinhui. He called him and checked if he was free in the evening. Later that evening, Suho and Jinhui clanked their beer glasses together. Jinhui congratulated him on officially starting his work as a hunter. Suho thanked him and asked if he had been busy with articles. Jinhui said it had not been difficult since all he had to do was add flavor to the solid foundation Suho provided. He asked about the Banshee team and others, and Suho explained that he set aside a separate table so they could bond better with Haewon and the others. Suho then tells Jinhui that Haewon would want to greet him too, so they would invite him properly next time. He said he prepared this small repayment for last time. Jinhui said he should be the one repaying Suho. He explained that Hammer 2 helped save victims, and that the Nexus had risen into a nationally favored guild, which caused his related feature articles to perform extremely well. Raising his glass, he said he looked forward to working together. Suho raised his glass as well and agreed that they should continue working together. The next day at the association, the manager of the non-awakening division, Lee Se-hyun, greeted Suho with cheerful energy. She told him she had heard about his impressive achievements and was happy to welcome him to the non-awakening division. Seeing his modest expression, she reminded him not to be too modest because it did not look good. She asked if he knew what the division handled. Suho replied that they searched for unregistered hunters. She confirmed it and told him that it would be as difficult as finding a needle in the desert. She said he should not aim for more or less, but just find exactly one person to complete his field evaluation. Suho said he would find one quickly. She handed him a blue file labeled unregistered and said she liked his confidence. She informed him that Officer Eom would guide him through the details. She told him to do his best. After some time, as Suho went through the reports she had given him, he decided to review the documents he received earlier from Eom Jun-sung. He found them to be only scattered reports. He thought about the fact that there was no way to identify an unregistered hunter unless the person confessed. Unless their level had increased noticeably, they were indistinguishable from normal people. Hunter registration existed to prevent unexpected incidents, but some people avoided it because they disliked having awakened, especially when certain jobs could only be taken by non-awakened individuals. Athletes were a prime example. Then someone called out to Suho. It was Jo Song-gil, an investigator for unregistered hunters. He said he heard about Suho's record-breaking achievements in the Awakening Division. He mentioned that his colleague Han Ho-song had praised Suho endlessly, so he was looking forward to meeting him. Suho responded politely. The officer asked whether Suho intended to handle this assignment alone. Suho said he would try alone first. Turning away, the officer told him to contact him if he got stuck, and Suho realized the man had simply come to dump all the work on him. Suho decided to meet the first person he had marked for evaluation. Somewhere else, a dartboard was filled with perfectly centered arrows. A blonde boy named Park Gung had shot all of them. People behind him praised his skill, saying that his abilities never disappointed. Another person commented that he would likely win the upcoming tournament again. Someone else noted that the first place prize money would be large, and they felt jealous. Two other students approached Park Gung. A girl invited him to go to karaoke with them after a long time, but Park Gung said he needed to help his mother at the shop, telling them to go without him. The black-haired boy complained that even on the day before the tournament, when practice ended early, he still had responsibilities. Park Gung apologized, saying they would go next time. Later, he arrived at the restaurant and announced he was home. Inside, he saw an officer eating. It was Suho, casually eating fancy dishes. The boy immediately recognized him as the sword god, but his mother shushed him, reminding him quietly not to bother customers. The boy agreed, and his mother asked why he was home early when it was still training time. He explained that practice ended early because the tournament was tomorrow. She asked why he did not hang out with friends, but he tied on an apron and said he could not leave her working alone. He then asked whether he could take care of the sword god's bill if it had not been paid yet. She agreed. When Suho asked for the bill, the boy said it was 10,000 won and asked if he wanted a receipt. Suho declined and addressed him by name. The boy froze, shocked that Suho knew who he was. Suho revealed that he was from the Korean Hunter Association's non-awakening department. The mention of the non-awakening department made the boy's face turn pale. He immediately began stepping back and apologized, saying he was busy and had no time. Suho told him it would only take a moment, but the boy bolted out of the restaurant, apologizing as he ran. His mother watched him leave, wondering why he was acting that way. In an alley, the boy slumped to the ground. A system window hovered before him, asking if he wanted to pursue his power. The boy stared at it miserably, wondering why this had to happen now of all times. Still shaken, Gung remained crouched on the ground. He had told no one about the status window that had appeared days ago, yet somehow Association already seemed to know. If people discovered he was an awakener, even at level 1, it would be over for his archery career. An awakener was still an awakener, and revealing it now was not an option. He forced himself to stay low, convincing himself to endure a little longer. His phone suddenly rang. As he answered, he slowly stood up, steadying himself, and told her he was nearby. She mentioned that Hunter An Suho had already left, and Gung immediately pressed for more, wanting to know if he really left without saying anything. His mother explained that she had only spoken briefly with the sword god, and that nothing else had happened. Hearing this, Gung felt his tension ease for the first time. He told her he was fine, that he would return to the dorm to rest for the tournament the next day, and that she should eat dinner without worrying about him. She agreed, though she cautiously checked if everything was really all right. The question snapped something inside him, and he raised his voice, insisting that nothing was going on. The call ended shortly after. Gung exhaled slowly. His mother had not sounded anxious or suspicious, and that alone brought him relief. It seemed the sword god had chosen not to tell her anything. The reason behind that decision bothered him. Clutching his phone tighter, he wondered if that man intended to expose him later, though clearly not yet. No matter what was coming, he could not abandon tomorrow. This tournament mattered more than anything else. It was the biggest high school archery competition in the country, and the first place prize was 50 million won. That money was his grandmother's chance at surgery. He had lived his entire life for this single moment. Once the tournament was over, he would report everything properly. All he needed was just one more day. The next day, the scene shifted to the training center, where Park Gung sat alone in the waiting area. He looked unsettled, his thoughts heavy, as he wondered if Sword God hadn't come all the way to school properly before. The tension sat clearly on his face. From behind, his dark-haired friend suddenly greeted him, startling him slightly. Gung reacted instinctively, brushing it off by saying he was feeling a bit sick. His friend noticed the reaction and pointed out that Gung seemed nervous, though the blonde boy immediately denied it. Park Gung was reminded that even if he was not in perfect condition, first place would still naturally be his. His friend added that no one could deny it, smiling as he mentioned that Gung had never lost first place since joining the school. He had outranked all the upperclassmen and secured the top spot every time, which was exactly what real talent looked like. Hearing this only made Gung more uneasy, as he pointed out that his friend beat upperclassmen every day as well. The response came with a shrug, admitting that despite that, he was still stuck as the eternal second place. In the end, the world only remembered whoever stood first. With a smirk, his friend added that considering how much money his family spent on him, failing to even secure second place would mean serious trouble at home, especially with the kind of father he had. His friend clenched his fist lightly and brushed it aside, telling Gung that regardless, he had a reason to win and needed to make sure he did. He promised to watch until the very end. Gung thanked him, admitting that the encouragement helped him relax a little. Just then, Gung's attention was pulled away by the coach calling for him. Meanwhile, Won-seuk watching him from background with dark smile. As soon Gung entered an office, he noticed the coach speaking with a man dressed in black. One look was enough for him to recognize who it was. The man standing there was none other than An Suho himself. Gung immediately wondered why he was here. Fear crept in fast, sweat forming as he realized the officer might have come to take him away. The coach excused himself, saying he would leave so the two could speak comfortably. Once alone, Suho addressed Park Gung and brought up where he had gone the previous day. The question made Gung stumble over himself, unable to respond properly. Suho then asked the boy if he is awakened, and the words hit Gung like a hammer. His fear intensified, his thoughts spiraling as he wondered whether he should tell the truth or lie. The tournament was right around the corner, and even just participating meant victory for him. He needed the prize money for his grandmother's surgery. There was no other way he could earn such a large amount outside of archery. Just this once, he wanted to hold on. Suho placed a firm hand on Boy's shoulder, emphasizing the seriousness of the matter and asking for honesty. Still trembling, Gung finally admitted the truth and confessed that he was awakened. Suho's expression softened into a smile as he thanked him for being honest. Then, without hesitation, he stated that they would report the awakening immediately and that Gung would have to withdraw from the tournament. He assured him that he could make sure the coach and others would not hear about it. The words left Gung completely stunned. Desperation overtook him as he pleaded, telling how he had not even chosen a class yet and was still only level 1. However, Suho's response was cold and firm. He acknowledged Gung's situation and understood what he wanted to say, but the law was absolute. Even if Gung entered the tournament and reported afterward, any results within a 2-month window would be nullified. The realization shocked Gung even further. Suho explained that reporting now was the better option and told him to come with him to the association. With no real choice left, Gung reluctantly agreed. Suho led him toward his car, watching as the boy followed quietly without resistance. Seeing this, Suho felt a sense of relief. In his previous life, Park Gung had won this tournament, but later lost the title in disgrace after his so-called best friend Hong Won-suk reported him. That incident twisted him deeply, eventually pushing him into villainy and turning him into the notorious criminal known as Gang Gui. It was a painful decision, but with Suho's interference, the boy is saved by his hellish fate. Meanwhile, as they drove along, Suho casually brought up why the boy was acting like some kind of criminal, even though nothing about him really fit that label. The boy shifted uncomfortably and admitted it was because he had hidden the fact that he had awakened. Suho immediately shut that idea down, saying that he hadn't actually done anything wrong. At that moment, the boy snapped his neck to look at Suho so fast it was almost reflexive. Clearly caught off guard and confused, Suho calmly told him to stop worrying because he wasn't a criminal in the first place. Still unsettled, Gung struggled to understand and tried to grasp what Suho meant. Suho explained it simply. He asked whether anyone had suffered damage because he delayed reporting his awakening. The boy admitted that no one had. Hearing that, Suho concluded that there was no problem. Without a victim, there was no crime, and there was no reason for him to carry guilt. He then instructed Gung that once they arrived, he should report his awakening at the first-floor registration desk. Suho continued, warning him that he likely would not be able to do archery for some time, and perhaps not ever again. Still, he acknowledged Gung's talent, reminding him that he was an excellent archer, and that another great future would eventually open up for him. Not long after, the car reached their destination. At the association's registration center, Suho dropped the boy off and prepared to leave. Just as he turned away, someone called out to him. It was Investigator Joe, standing nearby with a cigar in his hands. With a casual tone, Joe remarked that handling everything alone must be tough. Suho answered calmly that it was not that difficult. A faint smile crossed his face as he added that he had only just begun. Joe echoed the words, noting that if Suho was only beginning, then there was no need for his help. Suho responded with a polite bow, assuring him that he was fine, and then took his leave. As Suho walked away, he made a call to Jinhui and asked if he had some time to talk. Behind him, Investigator Joe let out a quiet sigh. Watching Suho's back, he muttered that the man was clearly having a hard time, though his pride kept it well hidden. Soon after, the boy reached the reception desk. The woman there informed him that his player registration card was ready, and he thanked her as he accepted it. Staring down at the card in his hand, a heavy thought settled in. He realized he could never return to being an ordinary person again. Closing his eyes, he reflected on the past few days and felt an unexpected sense of relief despite having lied during that time. He decided that the first thing he needed to do was tell his mother the truth. He tried calling her repeatedly, but even after 8 attempts, there was no answer. Worry crept in fast, and the fear that something might have happened to her. He rushed toward their small restaurant, his heart pounding, only to be met by a large crowd gathered outside. As he stepped inside, he saw people packed into nearly every corner. In awe, he wondered what on earth was going on. A dark-haired girl noticed him and complained that her group had been first in line. Another man looked at him closely and asked if he was Park Gung. The moment the crowd realized who he was, excitement erupted. People began cheering, recognizing him as Ansung High School's archery prospect, and several asked him to take pictures with them. Overwhelmed, He tried to understand how they even knew who he was. He wondered if the sudden increase in customers was because they had come to see him. The girl quickly cleared the misunderstanding, explaining that they were not there for him, but because the restaurant had been recommended by the sword god. The explanation only confused him further. She excitedly added that the sword god had posted about the food on Instagram. The post had already gathered over 87,000 likes and 47,000 comments. Some customers laughed among themselves, finding it oddly cute that Sword God's very first post was simply a food recommendation. Still confused, the boy tried to figure out how they had recognized him. One of the nerdy-looking customers casually explained that doing research before a pilgrimage was basic behavior. Others pressed him with curiosity, asking whether he had really met the Sword God. With a hint of pride, he admitted that he had, even mentioning that he had handled the sword god's payment himself. The girl reacted with open jealousy but pointed out that his mother looked overwhelmed and suggested that he should go help. He immediately rushed into the kitchen and told his mother that he would help out. She questioned him about the competition and asked why he was there instead of training. Tying on an apron, he brushed it aside, saying they could talk later and that he should start cleaning first. Outside, customers excitedly stared at the special sword god menu, commenting on how humble and cute it felt to see the sword god eating simple snack food. The entire day passed with him serving customers non-stop. By evening, exhaustion finally caught up to him. He leaned against the counter, drained, and remarked that since the restaurant had opened, this had been the busiest day they had ever experienced. His mother, still bewildered, commented on the sudden chaos, and then asked again why he was there instead of at the competition. Before he could answer, someone outside called out, asking if the restaurant was open. His mother turned and apologized, explaining that they were closed for the day because they had run out of ingredients. The man replied that he was not a customer. He introduced himself as Jo Jae-in-hui, a reporter from PBS, and said he would like to interview Park Gung if he had a moment. The boy stood there confused, wondering if the man truly wanted to meet him. The reporter confirmed it, explaining that they had received a tip. According to that information, Park Gung had withdrawn from a major competition after honestly reporting that he had become an awakened person. The words hit hard. His mother froze in shock, struggling to understand what an awakened person's honesty report even meant, and questions what was really going on. The scene shifted to the archery training ground, where Coach patting Won-suk, offering a few words of encouragement. The boy responded confidently, stating that he would do his best for the competition. Once the coach walked away, his thoughts immediately turned sharp and bitter. He had not expected Park Gung to make the first move. Originally, Won-suk had planned to report Gung's awakening right after winning the competition, intending to crush his future. He thinks, the higher someone climbed, the harder they were meant to fall. But now that Gung had withdrawn from the match entirely, everything changed. This unexpected move made Won-suk debut much earlier than planned. A few days earlier, he had overheard Gung muttering to himself about awakening, and that memory burned deeply. Jealousy had always lingered inside him. It finally made sense why that beggar kid had been shooting so unnaturally well. The thought that Gung had deceived him and tried to block his future filled him with resentment. But now, his eyesore is gone. This was his time. He would win the competition and prove himself to everyone. As he began training, whispers spread around the field. People quietly remarked on how perfectly he was releasing the bow, even claiming it looked better than Gung's technique. The praise fed directly into his confidence, twisting it into greed. Thinking himself as the true bow god, his focus suddenly broke when he overheard people talking about an official who had arrived. That official was none other than An Suho. Confusion spread among the crowd as they wondered why the sword god was here. Suho approached Won-seok directly and addressed him by name, asking him to come along to the association. Won-seok was caught off guard and demanded an explanation. Suho replied that it was not something to be discussed publicly, and explained that Won-seok was scheduled for an investigation that would take about a day. Anger surged as Won-seok snapped, refusing outright, questioning why an investigation was suddenly happening now. Suho remained calm and stated that everything would be explained on the way. Won-seok's frustration exploded as he flatly refused again, insisting that he could not go and asking whether Suho himself would agree if he were in the same position. That was when Suho revealed the reason. He mentioned Won-seok's older brother, Hong Dong-seok. Just hearing that name drained the color from Won-seok's face. Suho explained that Dong-seok was currently under investigation for draft dodging involving a fake awakening report. Because of that, all family members were required to undergo awakening verification as well. The case involved many people and was being treated as a serious matter. Suho looked directly into Won-seok's eyes and asked for his cooperation. Fear crept in fast as Won-seok struggled to process the words draft dodging and corruption. Behind him, other students whispered among themselves, remarking that the sword god was personally escorting him. A girl murmured that it looked like his family had committed a crime. At the association, a dark-haired boy shouted loudly, demanding to know who had reported him. Sitting across from an officer at a desk, he accused him of hypocrisy, pointing out that the same officer had issued his player license. The officer warned him that continued refusal to cooperate would only make things worse. At that moment, Suho arrived, bringing Wonseok along. Watching the situation unfold, Suho reflected that he had caught everyone he could remember being tied to the draft fraud, and now everything was exploding at once. The moment Wonseok saw his brother, his restraint shattered. He struck him instantly, knocking him to the ground, unleashing his rage as he blamed him for ruining his competition and spat insults at him. Observing the scene, Suho thought about how distorted they all seemed. Investigator Joe rushed over to Suho, asking for help. Suho replied calmly that interns were not allowed to perform official duties and that he was currently busy and undergoing field evaluation. Joe protested, but was suddenly called away by his superior and had to leave. Watching him go, Suho thought that he had already spoon-fed them more than enough and wondered how much more they expected from him. Not long after, he arrived at a PC cafe. Looking around, he noted how old it felt. The place still allowed indoor smoking, had no customers, and carried an atmosphere frozen in time. After the cataclysm and the rise of virtual reality, the online gaming industry had collapsed rapidly. PC games that relied only on monitors had no chance against VR games. It surprised Suho that this place was still operating at all. His attention shifted to a gray-haired man seated nearby. Instantly, Suho realized he had finally found him. He took the seat beside him and opened the game OPS. The gray-haired man noticed and commented on seeing someone play OPS after such a long time. Suho admitted that returning to the game after so long was not easy. The man found it amusing and remarked that Ops was practically a dead game, so having even one more player felt nice. He suggested playing together and asked Suho to add him as a friend under the name Railgun. Suho recognized the name immediately and realized he was sitting next to the #1 ranked OPS player. The man confirmed it casually. Suho expressed his respect and appreciation. Feeling generous, the man stood up and offered to buy Suho something to eat, explaining that he worked there and could give him plenty. As he browsed the shelves, he asked what Suho wanted. Before he could pick anything, Suho asked him if his name was Kim Gyum. The reaction was instant. The gray-haired man froze in shock, fear flashing across his face as he turned to face Suho and confirmed his name. Suho calmly removed his identification card and revealed his affiliation with the Korean Hunter Association's Non-Awakening Inspection Division. Fixing his gaze on the man, Suho asked him to show his ID. The gray-haired boy trembled as he stepped backward, finally confirming that he was Kim Gwon, his fear obvious the moment his identity was exposed. Suho stared straight into his eyes with an unshaken firmness, already aware of the truth, and demanded identification without hesitation. The boy tried to stay composed, claiming his ID was locked inside the staff room and insisting he would return shortly. As he moved toward the stairway, Suho followed closely, already anticipating what would happen next. The moment they reached the stairs, the boy bolted without warning, sprinting away exactly as Suho had predicted. Outside the building, the exhausted boy leaned against a wall, gasping for breath, his thoughts spiraling as he wondered how the association had managed to track him down. He did not realize that Suho was already standing behind him like a silent shadow. Before the boy could react, Suho casually remarked on his attempt to escape, and in the same instant struck him with a powerful flick to the forehead. The impact alone sent pain shooting through the boy's body, instantly dazing him. He dropped to his knees, trembling as the pain overwhelmed his senses. Suho reminded him coldly that any refusal to cooperate or another attempt to flee would result in immediate arrest. Kneeling beside him, Suho listened as the frightened boy protested, insisting he had done nothing wrong. Suho then called him by his real name, Kim Jian, shattering the boy's composure. He asked whether the person inside the building was his older brother, Kim Jian. The boy denied it instantly, but Suho remained unmoved, already seeing through the lie. He told him they would go back inside first, as he needed to confirm Kim Jian's real body. Anger suddenly overtook the boy, and he rushed forward with a clenched fist. The attack was effortlessly stopped with one hand, shocking the boy, as Suho twisted his arm without strain. Suho made it clear that he had come to help them, but their actions were only creating unnecessary trouble for him. Moments later, the boy gave in, tapping out under the pressure. Suho smiled calmly, warning him that one more attack would end with him being tied up, and he ordered the boy to show the way to his place. Inside the room, the twin of the gray-haired boy lay motionless on the bed. Suho stood over him, quietly observing, and it did not take long for him to realize that the boy was in a possessed state. On the bed lay identical IDs belonging to the twin brothers, both bearing the same name, Kim Gwon. Suho turned his attention back to the gray-haired boy and questioned when his brother had awakened. He then revealed that Kim Jian's possession trait could only activate on the same player, and hearing this made the boy visibly tense. Suho warned him not to lie, stating that their work dates at the PC cafe could easily be checked. Realizing there was no escape from the truth, the boy broke down and desperately asked what Suho was planning to do next. With his eyes shut tight, he explained everything in a rush, revealing that he was paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident. while his brother had ended up in a vegetative state. They had no parents, no money, and no support, and this was the only way they could survive. Suho calmly responded that he would not do anything, a statement that completely confused the boy. For clarity, the hooded boy was Kim Gwon, the younger brother, while the disabled one was Kim Jian, now possessing his own younger brother because of his vegetative condition. With that understood, the situation continued. Suho looked at the boy calmly and explained that he was there to help them, instructing him to sit down and listen properly. The boy, irritated and unwilling to trust him, resisted until Suho finally introduced himself as An Suho. The name struck a nerve, sounding familiar enough to spark panic. The boy quickly pulled out his phone to search the name, only to realize that the sword god himself was standing right in front of him. At that moment, the original Jian returned to his own body, confusion washing over his face as he tried to process what was happening. Pulling himself toward his wheelchair, Jian focused on Suho and asked him to explain in detail how he intended to help them. There was a saying that truly helping the helpless meant giving them work instead of handing out money, and Suho applied that principle without hesitation. He stated that he intended to find a job for Kim Jian, then directly brought up whether Jian wished to become a hunter again. The boy reacted with visible confusion, unable to understand how Suho could say such a thing while clearly seeing the condition of Jian's legs. He went on to make it clear that if Suho's idea involved entering gates by possessing his younger brother's body, then that path was completely off the table. Suho responded calmly, clarifying that it would not involve possession at all, and that the job would be for Kim Jian himself. The boy frowned deeply, irritation rising as he told Suho to stop joking around. If something like that were truly possible, it would have happened long ago. He pointed out that his level was already above 50, and he could not even enter the lowest level gates anymore to make a living. Suho then shifted the topic and asked whether Jian was familiar with partner items. These items were special equipment that synchronized perfectly with a player's innate traits, amplifying their abilities in unique ways. Jian was aware of them, but he also knew how unrealistic they were to obtain. Partner items were comparable to winning a lottery, with only a handful of players across the entire world ever finding one that truly matched them. Suho acknowledged that difficulty, knowing better than anyone that finding an item perfectly suited to a person was nearly impossible. Still, he knew that in his previous life, Kim Jian had become infamous because of a specific partner item. Suho assured the boy that he knew exactly which item resonated with Jian's possession trait, and through that item, he intended to give both brothers a completely new life. Hearing this, the boy clenched his fists tightly, his emotions boiling over. He demanded to know why Suho was doing all of this after they had been ignored by everyone for so long. He questioned whether there was something Suho wanted from them in return. All this time, Kim Jian had knocked on the doors of welfare centers, district offices, and countless organizations, yet not a single hand ever reached back to him. He had fallen from being a successful hunter to someone society quietly labeled as weak and disposable, and that slow abandonment carved deep scars into him. Because of that neglect, Kim Jian eventually ended up walking the path of a villain. In the present, Suho stated that Jian had never been abandoned, but the boy clearly did not believe those words. What followed left him completely shaken. Suho stepped forward and knelt in front of him, lowering himself without hesitation, and apologized for arriving late. He admitted that he should have come to help much earlier. From deep inside, Suho genuinely wanted to help Kim Jian, even though he had not created the system and was not the state itself. Still, he understood his responsibility as a public servant and intended to fulfill that duty sincerely, without excuses. With a calm smile, Suho explained that his delay was not due to neglect or indifference, but because he had not found a viable solution before. This time was different, and this time, he promised to help. Kim Jian stared at him in silence for a long moment, before finally apologizing in return. He admitted that he had never experienced anyone truly trying to help them, which had made them overly sensitive and defensive. Suho stood back up and told him that he would have reacted the same way in that position. He then assured him that his brother's awakening report would not interfere with their disability pension, making it clear that he had already considered those consequences. Suho even went as far as stating that he would personally deal with the PC cafe owner if Jian was not paid properly, though the man was spared when Jian explained that the owner had treated him kindly. Shifting the focus forward, Suho stated that he would soon introduce Jian to a guild for hunter-related activities. The boy wondered how any guild would accept someone like him, but Suho dismissed that concern entirely. All Jian needed to do was wait patiently until Suho returned with the partner item that would change everything for them. After some time, Suho returned to the Hunter Association. As he stepped out of his car, his thoughts lingered on why Chief Pai and the Vice President had contacted him so suddenly. Before he could reflect any further, his attention was pulled away by Park Gung running straight toward him. Suho asked why the boy was here, and Park Gung quickly explained that his mother had packed food for him. This was because of Suho's Instagram post and the recent news coverage, both of which had been receiving a great response. The boy expressed his gratitude openly, clearly excited by how things were going. Suho brushed it off calmly, stating that he had not done anything special. He mentioned that he only posted the food because it genuinely tasted good, and regarding the news coverage, he casually denied having reported anything himself. Gung awkwardly agreed. Suho then asked whether the boy had changed his class. Gung immediately brightened and explained that he had chosen the archer class. He was still serious about becoming a hunter, and went on to ask whether Suho had any guild recommendations for him. Just as we all can predict now, Suho brought his new sidekicks to the Nexus Guild. The guild leader, upon seeing an applicant personally recommended by Suho, approved him instantly with a broad smile. Sometime later, Suho was seen knocking outside the vice president's office, calmly announcing his arrival. From inside, he was told to come in. As he stepped through the doorway, Suho bowed respectfully and asked whether he had been summoned. The vice president confirmed it, saying he wanted to check on how Suho had been doing lately. After Suho took his seat, the vice president smiled and mentioned that he had heard Suho's recent achievements were quite impressive. Suho brushed it off casually, attributing everything to simple good luck. Vice President Kumon responded with a wide smile, pointing out how modest Suho was, especially considering he had been dealing with nothing but difficult assignments in the Awakening Department. He even mentioned that Suho had handled a military service corruption case that wasn't technically part of his evaluation. While looking straight at Suho, the vice president asked where he had managed to obtain that kind of information. At that moment, Suho clearly understood what was happening. The vice president was probing for his sources. Judging by how quickly the vice president reacted to issues tied to the Awakening Department, Suho's suspicion deepened. There was a strong chance that Director Lee Wanek and the vice president were connected to the corruption case. Realizing this, Suho decided to toss out some bait. Closing his eyes briefly, Suho explained that he had conducted field inquiries based on tips. The vice president immediately countered, saying those tips didn't seem related to draft dodgers at all, and asked how Suho had actually investigated the case. That was when Suho realized the vice president had already reviewed all the tip-off documents in detail. Suho then added that he also obtained information through acquaintances, relying on informants he had built connections with during his time working as a hunter. That response visibly shocked the vice president, who pressed him on what kind of people would go so far as to help him. Suho calmly replied that the information came from connections. When the vice president demanded to know exactly what kind of connections, Suho brushed it off, saying they were just from here and there. That vague answer caused the vice president to lose his composure. He raised his voice, demanding to know what here and there even meant. Suho apologized politely, but stated that since those connections involved government agencies, he couldn't disclose them. The vice president then asked whether those agencies had ties to their organization as well. Suho responded honestly that he wasn't sure. The vice president pressed again, half accusing, half pleading, asking if Suho was really going to treat him this way, and saying he felt hurt by it. Suho listened in silence, giving no reaction at all. The vice president then argued that information like this should be shared with someone who ran organizations like him, claiming that this was how influence spread and associations grew, and questioning how such information could even be misused. With a faint smirk, Suho added that he had heard there were internal connections within the Daewon Association as well. Since the source was reliable, it was probably an insider. The vice president immediately latched onto that, expressing interest in meeting those informants. Suho replied cautiously that they were extremely wary of exposure, which would make such a meeting difficult. The vice president suggested meeting them under the guise of being a client, but Suho insisted that even then, it wouldn't be possible. Stepping closer, the vice president desperately asked if Suho was truly going to do this to him. After a brief pause, Suho finally said he would ask them once. That answer instantly pleased the vice president, who told Suho to give him a response by today. Suho agreed, saying he understood. With the conversation finished, Suho stated that he would take his leave. He thought to himself that he had hooked the vice president perfectly, exactly as planned. The scene then shifted to the non-awakened department, where Suho ran into Aom Jung-sung. Standing right in front of him, Suho calmly checked whether his evaluation had already been completed. Aom, however, was visibly sweating while juggling a stack of files. He awkwardly explained that the Awakening Department was completely swamped at the moment, and asked Suho to wait a little longer. The staff handling evaluations were buried in work, and it would likely take several more days to finish everything. Hearing that, Suho was genuinely taken aback, wondering what this sudden delay was even supposed to mean. Around them, chaos filled the department. Other officers were shouting behind his back, clutching their heads and complaining about how an absurd number of draft dodgers had appeared all at once. Just compiling the list alone was taking forever. Another officer muttered miserably about his mother, apologizing in his heart for being unable to go home from work. Suho then calmly asked where he was supposed to wait in the meantime. Aom hesitated before realizing that Suho hadn't even been assigned a seat yet. Suho simply stood there blankly, waiting for an answer. Not long after, the scene cut to him outside the building, holding a cup of coffee in his hand. Standing beside him was Chulman, laughing openly and pointing out that Suho had basically been kicked out. Suho admitted it with a frustrated tone. Chulman took a sip of his drink and casually mentioned that he had heard Suho caught a massive number of draft dodgers. Suho asked how that news had already spread. Chulman explained that even when people asked the Awakening Department, no one responded, so everyone just ended up watching the situation unfold from the sidelines. Suho thought to himself that this wasn't exactly good news. The department was clearly busy dealing with something ugly, and there was no reason to air its dirty laundry in front of others. He then asked Chulman if he knew much about internal politics. Chulman was surprised by the sudden question and wondered why Suho was asking something like that out of nowhere. Suho explained that he thought it would be better to understand these things. He wasn't planning to pick sides, only trying to avoid danger by knowing what was coming in advance. Chulman immediately understood why Suho was asking. Watching him, Suho reflected that Chulman showed a lot through his expressions. Even though he looked dull on the surface, he was actually sharp and cautious, someone who had clearly suffered through internal power struggles before. In contrast, Suho realized that all he had ever done was swing his sword, staying so focused on survival that he never had time to look around. Chulman then began explaining the structure involving Vice President Kuman and Chief Pai Seung-yeol. On the surface, there were two major factions within the association, the Vice President's line and the Special Unit Chief's line. Suho recalled that before the regression, those two hadn't appeared as faction leaders and even seemed to be on the same side. Looking at it now, that clearly wasn't the case. They were never allies to begin with. Suho suspected that cases like the Sun Baekgeum incident were likely handled by slowly gathering information and tightening a leash from behind the scenes. Chulman continued, explaining that the factions themselves were easy to distinguish. The Awakening Department and the Management Department belonged to the Vice President's line, while the Gate Department and the Resource Department fell under Chief Pai's line. He then asked Suho why the president didn't seem to have a faction of his own. Suho answered simply that the president was the highest-ranking person in the association. Chulman agreed, adding that the president only needed to survive his term, so his focus leaned more toward external relations. Chulman asked if there was anything else Suho was curious about. Suho said no, stating that he would keep everything he had heard in mind. Chulman then offered to arrange a temporary seat for him in the Gate Department. Suho thanked him but expressed concern that doing so might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Instead, he suggested studying for other department theory exams at a cafe. Chulman agreed and said he would provide the necessary study materials. Suho thanked him once more, thinking to himself that taking the rest of the day off might not be such a bad idea after all. Sometime later, Suho arrived at the Nexus Guild Villa in Paju. The moment he stepped inside, the Banshee team and Ji-won visibly lit up, genuinely happy to see him after such a long gap. Suho calmly guided everyone to their seats, setting the mood before anything else. Ji-won found it odd that Suho was here during work hours, but Suho brushed it off, explaining that it was a legal skip. What mattered more, he added, was that the timing was finally right. The group didn't immediately understand what he meant, so Suho reminded them of the promise he had made in the past. In the past, he acknowledged that the Banshee team all carried a deep grudge against the special unit. The revenge they wanted was something he intended to help them achieve in a concrete and irreversible way, and for that, preparation was necessary. That was the real reason he had gathered them before, because he needed people who could move in secret, acting as his hands and feet without drawing attention. Yeonhwa pointed out that they were still officially in a training period, and reminded him that he had once said the revenge would come after he entered the Special Forces unit. Suho admitted that had been the original plan. However, he had recently come across something interesting. If things went smoothly, they could stir chaos inside the organization even before he officially joined the Special Forces unit. He explained that the plan revolved around exploiting internal faction conflicts. With a faint, confident smile, Suho revealed the target they would take down first is Vice President Park Kyuman. As promised earlier, Suho brought the Vice President to a certain location that evening. After stepping out of the car, the Vice President glanced around and clearly found the meeting place unimpressive, even shabby. Suho calmly explained that the people involved were extremely sensitive about security and asked for his understanding. As the Vice President opened the door, he assumed they must have private rooms inside, reasoning that choosing such a place meant the informants were cautious and scheming. Inside the building, the Banshee members stood waiting, white masks covering their faces. The Vice President began sweating, his mind racing as he noticed no other signs of life. He wondered if something had gone wrong, or if someone had overheard them. Still, he reassured himself that Sword God Suho was right there, meaning nothing serious could possibly happen. Suho then turned slightly away from him and stated that this was indeed the right place. The Vice President grew uneasy, sensing something off about Suho's tone. Suho continued, saying that the timing was perfect for getting things done. In that instant, the Banshee members surged forward with overwhelming speed, subduing the Vice President before he could react. They pinned him to the ground in one smooth motion, completely cutting off any chance of resistance. Standing tall over him now, Suho coldly stated the reality of the situation. The vice president had been kidnapped, and Suho had no intention of explaining every detail. At his signal, Guok Duho stepped in and delivered a precise blow to the back of the vice president's neck. The man's body went limp instantly as he fell unconscious, marking the true beginning of Suho's plan in motion. Somewhere else, the vice president slowly woke up from his unconscious state. The moment awareness returned, he shot to his feet and began slamming his fists against the door, shouting at the top of his lungs, demanding to know where he was and whether anyone was there. Before any answer came, a strange, wet gurgling sound echoed behind him. The noise caught him completely off guard. Fear instantly froze his body in place as his thoughts spiraled, wondering what kind of sound that was, whether it was some kind of monster. The gurgling only grew louder. As soon as he realized the sound was coming from a specific direction, panic took over. He started screaming in terror, begging for someone to save him and for someone to get rid of whatever monster was there. Then his eyes finally locked onto the source of the noise. To his shock, it wasn't a monster at all, but a person, chained up and tightly restrained. Staring at that sight, the vice president's mind reeled in confusion, realizing the figure was completely bound and unable to move freely. At that moment, Suho calmly walked into view and remarked that the vice president looked surprisingly lively. The instant the vice president saw him, rage exploded out of him as he hurled threats, convinced that Suho wouldn't get away with this. Suho didn't hesitate for even a second. He summoned his blood weapon and brought it down on the vice president's hand in a single, ruthless strike. Bones cracked as fingers broke, and the vice president collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony. Suho coldly scolded him, questioning whether he was brave or simply stupid to act like that in this situation. Immediately after, Suho activated his healing ability and restored the very injury he had just inflicted, telling him to stop whining because he didn't want to hear it. Trembling, the vice president demanded to know what he had done to deserve this treatment. Watching him, Suho thought that the man still hadn't come to his senses. He raised his weapon again, commenting on how casually the vice president was still talking. That was enough to completely break him. Terror flooded the vice president's face as he begged for forgiveness, apologizing repeatedly and pleading not to be hit again. Suho straightened up and told him that was better. Cooperation would make things easier, and if they cooperated properly, their conversation wouldn't need to involve violence. He even added that he didn't enjoy hitting people. Then Suho moved toward the chained man, nudging him lightly with his foot before explaining who he was. The restrained man was Changsik, the boss of the Changsik gang, an organization involved in loan sharking and drug trafficking. His crimes were so severe that he was being kept here under constant supervision and education. Suho made it clear that from now on, everything depended on the vice president's choices. He could continue living as Park Kumon, or he could end up living as Changsik instead. With that final warning hanging in the air, Suho calmly told him to behave properly. Sometime later, the vice president was kneeling in front of Suho. Just as instructed, he had written down everything he had ever done in detail inside the notebook. Suho glanced through it briefly and told him he had done well. Then, almost casually, Suho remarked that the vice president had really done a lot over the years, so much that it was no surprise he ended up getting swallowed by Pi Seung-gyol. That single line hit Park Kumon like a shock. Before he could react properly, Suho told him not to pretend he didn't know what was going on. Suho calmly revealed that he had caught Kim Gung-won, and that alone was enough to make Park Kumon's position dangerously unstable. The vice president stared at him in disbelief and asked if it was really true. Suho sounded almost annoyed, asking if he seriously hadn't known. With a sigh, Suho mocked how slow he was, explaining that Kim Gung-won had been added to his investigation list early on as someone difficult to catch but clearly malicious. In the process of tracking him down, Suho had met Baek Jeon and even learned that Son Baek Jeom had been bribing the vice president. Suho admitted he had deliberately let Baek Jeom go just to see how Park Kumon would react. Then Suho showed him his phone and pointed out who had contacted him first after all that. It was Pi Seung-gyol. Suho explained that Pi Seung-gyol was already busy moving behind the scenes to take Park Kumon down, while Park Kumon himself remained clueless about everything happening around him. Suho added that he had assumed all the Awakening Department executives were on Park Kumon's side, but it turned out none of them had reported anything to him. Grinding his teeth, the vice president cursed them in anger, furious after how well he believed he had treated them. Suho coldly pointed out that, given his situation, Park Kumon's life was already hanging by a thread. If Pi Seung-gyol decided to act, it could all be over at any moment. Completely shaken, the vice president begged him, asking if there was really no way for him to survive. Suho crouched down in front of him and said there was a way, but only if Park Kumon did exactly as he was told. If he complied, Suho would make sure he survived inside the association and could even fight P. Seung-jul on equal footing. Relief washed over the vice president's face as he desperately agreed, promising to do everything Suho said. Suho then took out a small black pill and handed it to him, ordering him to swallow it. Trembling, Park Kyuman asked what it was. Suho calmly explained that it was an item bomb, absorbed into the body once eaten and triggered only by his commands. It couldn't be detected by any search skills and was extremely expensive, so he told him to eat it quickly. Fear completely overtook the vice president as he refused at first, asking if he really had to eat something like that. Suho replied that he needed insurance in case of betrayal. If Park Kyuman truly didn't want to eat it, he didn't have to. Suho leaned closer and told him that if he didn't want to live here alive and unharmed, he could always live on as Changsik under a different name instead. He told him to choose wisely. Shaking violently, Park Kyuman stared at the pill, then closed his eyes and swallowed it in one motion. Suho nodded in satisfaction and told him that from now on, they would clean up the messes he had made, one by one. When Park Kyuman asked what messes he meant, Suho explained that if he wanted to live, he needed to stop Pai Seung-jul from attacking him, and that started with fixing every wrong he had committed so far. He didn't care how Park Kyuman handled it or who he pinned things on, as long as no innocent person was sacrificed. If he crossed that line, Park Kyuman already knew what would happen. The vice president quickly swore that would never happen. Suho told him to relax, saying he would simply sit back and watch. Then he gave his first direct order. As soon as Park Kyuman returned to the association, he was to deal with the draft evasion case. Suho asked who had been involved, and Park Kyuman confessed that it was him, the awakening department head, and the non-awakened division chief. He admitted he had taken 70% of the money, while the rest was split among his subordinates. Suho thought that whoever subcontracted the job had clearly stuffed himself with money. He ordered Park Kyuman to return all the money and silence everyone involved. When Park Kyuman hesitated, saying he still had his share but didn't know about the others, Suho coldly pointed out that if the money wasn't returned, things would explode. Either retrieve it or fill the gap himself, but make sure no noise came out of it. Park Kyuman quickly agreed. Suho then added another command. As soon as Park Kyuman returned, he was to immediately proceed with Suho's awakening department evaluation. Both the field evaluation and the written exam were already done, so there was no reason for the process to keep dragging on. Park Kyuman apologized and promised to handle it. Finally, Suho gave his last instruction and told him to close his eyes. The vice president froze, confused by the sudden order. Suho lifted his bat and warned him that he didn't like repeating himself. In the next instant, the bat struck the side of Park Kyuman's head, and the vice president collapsed, losing consciousness once again. Meanwhile, outside the building, Hyunmin was growing impatient, wondering why Suho was taking so long inside. Dooho agreed, pointing out that Suho had been in there for quite a while, yet everything had gone completely quiet. At that exact moment, the door suddenly opened, and Suho stepped out with the vice president slung over his back as if he weighed nothing. Yeonhwa stared at the scene in confusion and asked if Suho had hit him. Yeonhwa pointed out that there hadn't been any noise at all. Suho responded calmly, saying that, technically speaking, that was exactly what happened when you hit someone properly. He then gestured for Dooho to take Park Kyuman and put him inside the car. Suho told everyone that he would explain their future plans later and asked them to gather together first. He handed Yeonhwa a notebook and explained that they would now use Park Kyuman to carry out some internal maneuvering. They were making their move before the situation fully took over the association, but before that, they needed to clean up the messes Park Kyuman had created. The notebook he had just handed over was the vice president's corruption ledger. As the group skimmed through its contents, Yeonhwa remarked that there weren't just one or two corrupt acts written inside. She asked if they were going to erase everything. Suho clarified that they would only erase the corruption that Pi Seung-jul already knew about. Even if Pi Seung-jul eventually learned about everything written there, it wouldn't matter. They would use Park Kyuman as needed and discard him afterward. Suho then asked if anyone in the group wanted personal revenge against Park Kyuman. If so, they could change how they dealt with him. After looking through the notebook and reflecting among themselves, the group confirmed that none of them had any personal business with Park Kyuman. Suho nodded, satisfied, and told them it was time to head back. As they were about to leave, Ji-won spoke up, noting that the vice president didn't seem to have any major injuries. Curious, he asked how Suho had managed to make him talk. Suho answered calmly that he had made Park Kyuman swallow a bomb that would explode if he disobeyed his orders, so naturally, he would stay obedient for a while. Ji-won was stunned, asking if there was really such an item in existence. Suho immediately shut that down, saying it was a lie. There was no such thing at all. After knocking down Park Kyuman, the group finally split up and began heading their separate ways. Suho told the Banshee team that he and Jiwon would go home, while the rest should drop Park Kumon off and then return to Nexus. Yeonhwa nodded without hesitation, confirming she understood. Suho then turned to Jiwon and asked whether he had finished digging through the numbers Suho had given him earlier. Jiwon replied that he had checked them, but nothing came up for Pai Sungjol, Park Kumon, Lee Wanik, or Lee Munho. To dig any deeper, they would probably need to trace things all the way back to the Messenger app headquarters. As they took their seats inside the car, Suho said that meant those numbers weren't saved as contacts. He told Jiwon to shift focus to the numbers they contacted regularly instead, then asked how long the task would take. Jiwon estimated it would be done by tomorrow, but Suho pushed him, asking if it could be finished today. Starting next week, Suho planned to begin pruning Park Kumon, and timing mattered. The very next morning, Jiwon came running in, his loud voice snapping Suho out of his sleep. He excitedly announced that he had found a number used by Pai Sungyol. Sitting down, Jiwon explained that in Lee Wanik's records, there was one unfamiliar number that appeared repeatedly. There were only call logs, no messages or chat history. After tracing it further, Jiwon confirmed it was Pai Sungyol's second phone. Even more suspicious, that phone had no other contacts and no call recordings at all. Suho praised him for the good work and casually suggested that, if Jiwon hadn't eaten yet, they should grab dinner. Jiwon replied that Haewon would be arriving soon as well, so they could eat together. Suho paused, then asked if today was the day Haewon was coming back. Not long ago, Haewon had finished treatment for drug addiction and had been developing antidotes. After that, he had gone alone on a nationwide trip, finally living out a dream he had carried for a long time. After some time, Haewon finally arrived and casually greeted them as if he had just stepped out for a walk. Suho immediately noticed something off and pointed out that Haewon had gone traveling without even carrying a bag. Haewon simply pulled out a card and said that one card was more than enough. He even kissed it dramatically, explaining that he had made plenty of money from antidotes. He had lived miserably and painfully for so long that it was finally time to spend it properly. Jiwon looked at him with pure admiration and commented that such a mindset was insane in a good way, something worth learning. Suho shut that down instantly, telling him not to pick up strange habits. Not long after, they started eating together. Suho remarked that Haewon looked genuinely refreshed after traveling and asked which place left the biggest impression on him. Haewon said it was Busan, mainly because the tteokbokki and kimbap tasted amazing. He even claimed the Busan accent somehow made the food better. Suho brushed that off, saying he had just finished drug treatment and questioning what kind of high he was talking about. Haewon got visibly annoyed and insisted he was being serious, not joking at all. Jiwon jumped in, saying that now Haewon was back, they could finally drag him online again. Looking straight at him, Jiwon promised to prepare a death, then corrected himself and said an amazing dungeon instead. Haewon immediately refused without hesitation. While Jiwon kept pushing Haewon, Suho stepped in and said Haewon was needed for something important. Suho told him there was work he had to do. When Haewon asked what it was, Suho answered simply that he would be making clothes and told him to follow him to the second-floor lab. Upstairs, Suho led him into a room stacked full of boxes and packages. Haewon stared at the piles and asked what all of it was supposed to be. Suho explained that these were the materials for the outfit he planned to make. Haewon was stunned and wondered how many outfits could possibly come out of that much material. Suho calmly replied that it was all for a single outfit. As Haewon opened one of the boxes, he found it filled with green slimestones, a low-grade material most people would not even take for free. These stones were formed when slime monster fragments hardened through magical reactions. Suho instructed Haewon to fuse all of them into a single mass and use it as fabric. Haewon could barely believe what he was hearing. Suho, already turning to leave, told him to think positively since even fusing materials would give him experience. He added that he would go look for the remaining materials in the meantime. Slime stones were the last thing they could buy with money, so Haewon would need to gather and work diligently if they wanted to finish on time. Haewon asked what the final item was supposed to be. Suho explained that once Haewon reached a point where no further fusion was possible, the item would be complete. If materials ran short, Suho would simply order more to fill the gap. Left alone in the room, Haewon stood there in total confusion, muttering that Suho really did just say whatever he wanted and walk away. The scene cut to a quiet village on the outskirts of Gyeonggi Province, deep into the night. The place was dead silent, the kind of silence that felt unnatural rather than peaceful. Suho stepped out of his car and entered the abandoned building ahead. The moment he crossed the threshold, he activated colorless solitude, letting the world around him fade into isolation. If his memory was right, what he was looking for was definitely here. He expanded his magic detection, and almost immediately, his senses locked onto something strange. A Buddha-like statue stood inside, its surface faintly pulsing with dark, twisted magical energy. Without hesitation, Suho lifted the statue and carried it outside. For a brief moment, he stood facing it in silence, studying it as if it were alive. Then, in one smooth motion, Suho summoned his blood weapon. A bloody sword materialized in his hand, crimson energy crackling violently through the air. He slashed down. The blade tore through the statue diagonally, red light flashing as the upper half slid cleanly off and crashed onto the ground with a loud, heavy thud. For a split second, everything was still. Then the gurgling started. The fallen statue twitched, red eyes snapped open from within the stone, glowing with malice. Thick black energy poured out, wrapping around both halves. In the next instant, the broken piece lifted itself and fused back together perfectly, restoring the statue as if it had never been cut at all. Suho stared at it calmly and muttered that it had come to the right place. This wasn't just a cursed item, it was a soul shield, a parasitic being embedded inside the artifact, designed to trap souls within a soul prison. Suho realized something was off. Normally, a soul shield would be immobilized inside the prison, unable to act. But this one had hijacked a statue as a vessel, moving around like a hermit crab hiding in a borrowed shell. Tightening his grip on the sword, Suho decided it was time to drag it out. He activated Steel Slash and brought his blade straight down, splitting the statue vertically from top to bottom. The stone shattered instantly. But instead of dying, the black energy exploded outward, surging toward Suho and swallowing him whole. The system warned him that the parasitic spirit was invading his mind, attempting to corrupt and destroy it from within. Suho didn't even flinch. The very next moment, he activated his dragon blood. A faint smirk appeared on his face, as the parasitic spirit suddenly sensed something terribly wrong. The system reported that due to the dragon armor's draconic effect, mental corruption could not progress. What had tried to invade him now screamed in panic and fled instead. But before it could escape, the draconic energy completely purified it. The black energy vanished. As the purification finished, the item's form changed. A small skeletal figure materialized in Suho's hand. The system informed him that he had obtained the Freed Soul Prison, a rank A item originally created by a necromancer to seal evil spirits. The item had become cursed after being damaged and overloaded with trapped souls, but the parasitic spirit inside had now been fully purified. He only needed one more material now. With the final piece, he could craft a partner item perfectly suited for Kim Guan. Clenching his fist, Suho felt the plan tightening into place. Now, it was only a matter of time. After a few days passed, Haewon looked like his soul was halfway out of his body. His face was pale, his eyes hollow, and his entire posture screamed exhaustion. He staggered over and begged Suho to save him, calling him team leader and saying the fusion still wasn't finished. He had worked nonstop all weekend and genuinely felt like he was dying. Suho only smiled calmly and said people didn't die that easily. Haewon immediately started ranting about his insane workload, but Suho cut in smoothly, telling him to think more positively. He reminded Haewon that this was still better than the days he had spent barely surviving in the Yeongdongpo slums. The moment those words landed, Haewon froze. He stared at Suho in disbelief and muttered that this was straight-up cheating. Suho didn't deny it. He simply smiled, turned around, and told Haewon to keep going. Left behind, Haewon grabbed his hair in pure frustration. As Suho stepped outside, he thought to himself that no matter how much Haewon complained, he would finish the job properly in the end. Right then, his phone rang. It was the vice president. He reported that all the money had been returned to the people listed in the notebook, and that everyone involved had been silenced. Suho told him to keep speaking normally unless they were alone together, since anything else would look suspicious. The vice president agreed. He added that everything had been handled cleanly, and that the draft evasion case was framed as being exposed through an anonymous tip-off, so the draft dodgers wouldn't dare say anything. Sitting down in his car, Suho asked about Director Lee Wanek and manager Lee Se-hyun. The vice president replied that he would summon them separately later that day and deal with both immediately. Suho acknowledged it and reminded him to also take care of his evaluation case. Then he gave another instruction. He wanted to be transferred to the resources department. As the call ended, Suho's thoughts sharpened. Other departments only had people worth targeting, but the resources department was different. That place held items and skills that truly became flesh and blood, including things that weren't even registered in the official database. Suho knew there were hidden, extremely important items buried in those resources, and his next move was simple. He was going to take them. A black-haired officer stepped forward and introduced himself, saying he was Kim Sok, an evaluator from the Resource Management Department. He shook Suho's hand and explained that he would brief him on the on-site evaluation while they headed over. Suho returned the greeting, introducing himself as On Suho and saying it was nice to meet him. As they walked, Kim Seok-hwan began explaining the structure of the department. In resource management, equipment items were handled by the equipment team, skill books by the literature team, consumables by the consumables team, and general materials by Special Team 1. Then there was Special Team 2, which was responsible for cursed items, making a total of 5 teams in all. Kim Seok continued by explaining that the on-site evaluation was split into 2 parts. One test covered all teams together, while the other was exclusive to Special Team 2. Listening quietly, Suho thought about how that made sense. Unlike the 4 teams dealing with standard items, Special Team 2 was dangerous in many ways. Still, he wasn't particularly worried. Even cursed items used for evaluations were meant for practice. If anything, the first test would be more troublesome. That one focused purely on logistics, meaning nothing but manual labor. Before long, they arrived at the warehouse. Kim Seok explained that this was the external resources warehouse managed by the department. Inside, workers were busy organizing items, moving around efficiently, and calling out instructions to one another. Kim Seok told Suho that from here on, he would need to learn where each team's items were stored, how to locate them quickly, and how to properly sort and store them. This knowledge was part of the written exam, but the field itself was full of unpredictable variables. Suho asked whether he should begin the evaluation immediately, without any prior training. Kim Seok looked at him carefully, and remarked that he seemed extremely confident. Just as Suho confirmed that he was, an item suddenly slipped from a high shelf, and dropped straight onto a staff member's head. Nearby, workers rushed over, checking on him and shouting for a stretcher. Kim Seok handed Suho a safety helmet and explained that this was exactly the kind of variable he had mentioned earlier. Due to magical reactions, items could shift, move, or fall at any time. He asked whether Suho still thought demonstration training was unnecessary. Suho calmly put on the helmet and said yes, they should start the evaluation immediately. Clearly taken aback, Kim Seok warned him that falling objects weren't the only possible accidents and strongly suggested training first. Suho brushed it off, thanked him for the concern, and said he was fine. With that, he said he would be on his way. Left standing there, Kim Seok could only respond with a stunned, okay, thinking to himself that Suho was truly fearless. As Suho strolled through the warehouse, he muttered that it had been a long time. Back when he had rotated through the resource management department, he had done this kind of work to the point where it built physical endurance. Those days had been genuinely rough. Compared to jumping straight to the top floors and dealing with real threats, simple sorting work like this felt laughably easy. Thinking that the item he was looking for should be nearby, he stopped in front of one of the racks. Reaching inside, he found an apple. The system identified it as a stone apple. An apple made entirely of stone, noting that it looked crude and worthless. Suho glanced around casually, checking whether anyone was watching. Once he confirmed no one was paying attention, he touched the apple. Instantly, its surface shifted into a vivid red color. Suho smirked. To anyone else, it looked like useless junk that had been forgotten in storage, but when infused with red-grade mana, this item revealed its true value. The resource department simply didn't have anyone skilled enough to notice that. Thanks to that lack of talent, the hidden option of this item now belonged to him. At that moment, a black snake suddenly emerged above the stone apple. Suho recognized it instantly as the poison-eating snake. The snake opened its jaws and lunged straight at him. Instead of dodging, Suho deliberately let it bite into his neck. The system immediately responded, informing him that the poison-eating snake had seeped into his body and that the trial of the snake quest had been triggered. Watching the system window, Suho thought that he had obtained the cornerstone of the poison dragon path. In his previous life, among all monsters that specialized in poison, the strongest were the poison dragon, the poison demon, and the poison king. They possessed overwhelming toxicity and near unmatched resistance to poison. Back then, Suho had eventually gained complete poison immunity by consuming the heart of the Venom Lord, but that was something only obtainable in the later stages. This time, he needed to start preparing early and steadily raise his poison resistance. Only then could he properly deal with the damned poison witch who had betrayed him, Suzuki Endo. Among her countless spells, poison magic was her specialty. He didn't care about anyone else, but against her, he would answer poison with poison. In Suho's mind, there was no greater humiliation than being crushed in your own field of expertise. Inside his office, Kim Seok leaned back casually in his chair, lazily thinking about Suho. In his mind, it was only a matter of time before Suho started complaining, saying he couldn't take it anymore. No matter how strong someone was, in theory, practice was a completely different beast. That was exactly why the warehouse had earned the nickname, the Labyrinth. Right at that moment, Suho walked in and calmly announced that he had brought all the items listed in the evaluation. Kim Seok, still half lost in his own assumptions, reminded him that he had clearly told him to undergo training first. Then his eyes shifted to the boxes Suho was carrying. He froze, blinking in disbelief, and asked what Suho had just said. Suho repeated himself, stating plainly that he had brought everything written on the list, and asked him to check. Kim Seok immediately broke into a sweat as he scanned the list he had personally handed over earlier. This was insane. He had intentionally mixed in items with confusing names, obscure codes, and misleading color classifications. And yet, every single one of them was there. Still, he told himself it wasn't over. Suho still had to complete the sorting task. A short while later, Suho finished sorting everything from the first section to the third, flawlessly, without a single mistake. Watching this, Kim Seok felt his thoughts unravel. He had always believed combat talent and administrative work were completely different domains, yet here stood someone who excelled at both. A truly well-rounded genius actually existed. Unable to hide his shock, he admitted that it was amazing. Suho brushed it off casually, saying it wasn't anything special. Kim Seok shook his head and explained that this wasn't just departmental pride. Objectively speaking, the resource department was the hardest among all departments, and trainees consistently received the lowest on-site evaluation scores here. Suho thought back to his past life. The only reason it seemed easy now was because this was his second life. During his first run, this place had been pure hell as well. More importantly, since no one had mentioned the stone apple, it meant no one had noticed it. Even if someone had, they probably dismissed it as junk reacting to mana. Suho then asked whether they would proceed straight to the Special Team 2 test. Kim Seok explained that they had originally expected the first test to last until today or tomorrow, so the schedule for the next phase had already been set. When Suho asked what he should do next, Kim Seok replied that they wouldn't know the exact schedule until at least tomorrow afternoon, and told him to head home for the day. Suho smiled, genuinely relieved. He remarked that it worked out perfectly since he had something else to take care of anyway. Back at home, Suho stood in front of several glass containers filled with green liquid that looked unmistakably like poison. Turning his attention to the system window, he decided it was time to begin. The window displayed the trial of the snake, a quest that only the one chosen by the poison-eating snake could undertake. Inside, Suho's body rested the egg of the poison-eating snake, and to hatch it, he needed to continuously supply it with poison by drinking it himself. If the poison supply was delayed for more than 10 minutes, the trial would reset. If that delay happened 3 times or more, the quest would fail entirely, and the egg would disappear. Even worse, if detoxification occurred at any point, the egg would vanish instantly. Looking at those conditions, Suho thought the quest itself sounded simple, but actually fulfilling it was anything but. Supplying poison by drinking it was far easier said than done. He closed his eyes, took a long breath, then opened the lid of one of the bottles. Holding it above his face, he stared into the liquid, reacting inside. Even the lowest grade poison made his teeth chatter. Memories surfaced of the times he had been poisoned before, that deeply unpleasant sensation still vivid in his mind. Even so, he steeled himself. Gritting through it, he began drinking. A few seconds later, he finished the entire bottle in one go. His face turned pale, sweat breaking out across his skin. Clearly he is hating every second of it. The system message appeared immediately, informing Suho that he had entered a low-grade poisoning state. Hours passed, and Suho was still emptying bottle after bottle of poison. His movements had slowed, his breathing uneven, his entire body looking completely drained. He thought to himself that the inside of his body was starting to sting little by little, but for now, it was still bearable. Then, something changed. From deep inside his body, the egg suddenly began absorbing the poison he had just consumed. Suho placed a hand over his chest, right around his solar plexus, and frowned slightly as he felt something wriggling inside him. So you're here after all, he thought. At that exact moment, a system notification popped up, informing him that the low-grade poisoning state had been removed. Just like that, his body felt completely normal again, and the pain from the poison he had drunk earlier vanished without a trace. Suho immediately understood what was happening. The egg inside his body was absorbing the poison directly. Looking at the remaining boxes of poison bottles, he finally understood why the quest had used the word supply. A slow grin formed on his face. Good, then I'll supply it properly. With that, he started drinking another batch. He chugged the bottles desperately, emptying one after another without pause. Dozens went down. Eventually, he stopped and exhaled sharply. As expected, there was a limit to how much effect poisons of the same level could have. Now that he had built up some resistance, he needed something stronger. His gaze dropped to the bottle in his hand. This was a stronger poison than anything he had taken so far. The moment he drank it, Suho felt like he was going to die before the egg ever hatched. It's painful, but he had no choice if he wanted to hatch it. Time blurred as hours slipped by, and night fell. Suho was now kneeling in the dark room, surrounded by scattered, empty poison bottles. His body trembled uncontrollably, and suddenly blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. The system notification appeared, informing him that he had entered a top-grade poisoning state. His breathing turned ragged as his hands shook and clenched into fists. He had to endure. It wasn't over yet. The egg, it was shaking a little more. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed his own shoulder hard enough to leave marks, and activated his healing skill, thinking he needed at least some healing. But the pain was far beyond what his body could handle. Poison kept tearing him apart from the inside, and at the same time his healing skills kept barely stitching him back together. Damage and heal, again and again. He had to endure, no matter what. Then, all at once, the egg cracked. A surge of pain even worse than before slammed into him, and in the next instant, the egg finally broke. The system chimed that the top-grade poisoning state had been removed. Suho collapsed forward, gasping for breath. Slowly, he lifted his trembling hands and saw a tiny snake hatchling coiled gently in his palms. More system messages flooded in, announcing that the poison-eating snake egg had hatched successfully. The quest was completed, and the poison-eating snake recognized him as its master and coiled itself around him. It congratulated him on acquiring the poison-eating snake, ranked S+, and granted him 5 bonus points for achieving a great accomplishment. Suho stared at the little snake, half laughing, half exhausted. With a weak smirk, he muttered jokingly that he had almost died because of that little bastard. Suho looked down at the small snake resting in his palms, thinking that even the poison dragon must have started out this tiny once. It felt closer to the manifestation of a skill than a true summon, but since its evolution path changed based on the type of poison it consumed, calling it a summon wasn't exactly wrong either. He gently wiggled the snake's head with his thumb, silently counting on it, and the little creature happily bowed back as if it understood. His gaze shifted to the few remaining poison bottles scattered nearby. He had already consumed almost all of them. If the egg had needed that much just to hatch, he couldn't even imagine how much this thing would devour later. For now, though, he decided to feed it the rest. The snake perked up the moment it saw its food, opening its mouth and eagerly chugging down the poison bottle on its own. The system notified him that the poison dragon was very satisfied with its meal. Suho smirked slightly, thinking that the snake clearly knew what was expensive. Raising it was going to cost a ridiculous amount and materials. Still, since he had money to spare now, it didn't really matter. The whole process felt similar to blood jade. He could only use as much as it digested and converted, and while it digested all poison types, the time required varied, depending on their strength. After it finished, Suho ordered his new pet to go back, and the snake instantly vanished into his body. He thought to himself that he would have to raise it diligently before meeting Suzuki again. Then his attention shifted to his surroundings. The room was a complete disaster, with bloodstains and empty bottles scattered across the floor. He glanced at the clock and froze. He had started the quest before 6 p.m. the previous day. Just how many hours had he been locked in this room? At least Kim Seok had said it was fine if he came in late. When Suho stepped out, Haewon nearly dropped his cup, spitting out the coffee he had just taken a sip of. He stared in shock at Suho's bloodied clothes and ragged condition. Suho casually greeted him with a simple good morning. Haewon, trembling slightly, asked why he looked like that. Suho glanced at his own hand and brushed it off, saying he had just been doing something. Haewon's face went pale as another thought hit him. He nervously asked if there had been someone else in the room with him, something not human anymore, maybe even a monster. Suho explained that he ended up like this because he was clearing a quest. Then, just as casually, he changed the topic and asked why Haewon still hadn't reported on the task he had been given, saying it was taking longer than he expected. Haewon immediately snapped back, insisting he wasn't slacking at all. Except for eating, sleeping, and going to poop, he had been doing nothing but non-stop synthesis. He even questioned whether the work had an actual end. Suho, completely unfazed, told him he was still far from done, waved at him, and told him to work a bit harder. Left behind, Haewon could only scream internally in despair, crushed once again under his never-ending workload. Sometime later, the scene shifted back to the Hunter Association, where Kim Seok guided Suho toward his second test, just as planned earlier. He explained that the second test would take place in the special warehouse. Suho asked if it was called the special warehouse because it only stored cursed items. Kim Seok confirmed that was correct, and added that the theme of the second test was purification and destruction. He continued explaining that Suho had already learned this in theory. Items classified as cursed items were usually handled in 3 ways: purification, destruction, and sealing. Sealing simply meant locking away cursed items with no known solution into storage, while purification and destruction were the main practical methods. Suho thought to himself that, in reality, destruction was chosen most of the time. Purification conditions were hard to discover, and sealing everything wasted too much space. In a way, the place where the most item destruction happened nationwide was right here, in Special Team 2 of the Korean Hunter Association's Resource Management Department. Soon, they reached the test area. Suho already had a feeling he would find a certain weird individual here. He was greeted by the team leader of Special Team 2, who introduced himself cheerfully as Jo Jeon-hyuk. While exchanging greetings, something behind the glass caught Suho's attention. He spotted that familiar odd figure, the man-crushing scholar known as Grinder Kang Sul-gi, a nickname earned because he ground every item without exception. Suho thought about how, thanks to that man grinding everything in his previous life, he had managed to obtain items like the first muumuu. Strangely enough, the trolling from his past life was actually helping him now. Team leader Jo told Suho that they would proceed straight into the second test without delay. He explained that they would start with the purification evaluation and instructed Suho to put on protective gear before entering. Following his instructions, Suho changed into the protective equipment inside the room. The team leader then placed a box in front of him, and Suho silently hoped that the test subject would be something familiar. Inside the test room, Suho stared down at his assigned test subject. From outside, over the microphone, team leader Joe announced that from this point on, Suho would perform purification using the tools placed in front of him. The time limit was 2 hours, and there were 21 types of purification tools provided. Suho thought that the known purification methods were easy. If he applied an undisclosed purification formula instead, he could use that as an excuse to approach Kang Sul-gi later. His test subject turned out to be a small red-colored fruit called the hamu fruit, harvested from a hamu tree. Suho considered it carefully. Revealing its true purification method right now might cause a big reaction, but in the end, it didn't really matter. What mattered was sticking to his schedule. Outside, Kim Sok checked the documents and explained that the hamu fruit came from a demonic tree. When it received a strong impact, the poison spores inside it would spread, creating something like a poisonous mist. Team leader Joe added that the purification method was simple. It just needed to be burned with a monotorch, and it was safe as long as it wasn't thrown. But while they were busy taking in themselves, Suho had already picked up the fruit in his hand, and he decided to throw it. The moment they realized what he was about to do, both supervisors' jaws dropped. They shouted in panic, telling him not to throw it, but it was already too late. Suho had already made his move. Suho hurled the fruit with all his strength. The moment it struck the ground, a deafening crash echoed through the test room. The fruit smashed into the floor with a heavy impact, fragments scattering outward, yet strangely, not a single speck of dust rose into the air. Outside the room, everyone froze in shock. Because there was no dust cloud, Suho's movements were clearly visible through the glass, along with the fruit embedded firmly into the floor. For a brief moment, the entire area fell into stunned silence. Then team leader Joe snapped out of it, grabbing the microphone and shouting in anger, demanding to know what Suho thought he was doing. His reaction was more than justified. The special warehouse was one of the most secure facilities in the association, rivaling research labs and construction sites in strictness. Suho, however, remained completely unfazed. He calmly picked up the fruit from the floor and stated that it had already been purified. The words made no sense to those listening, and confusion spread instantly. When questioned further, Suho simply offered to show proof. He held the fruit out with a bright, almost innocent smile, his expression so clean and devoid of malice that it left everyone watching completely dumbfounded. Jo Jeon-hyuk was the first to react properly. The moment he checked the updated item description, his eyes widened in disbelief. The fruit's curse had vanished. Every cursed option had been removed. It was now safe to handle, safe even under physical impact, and could be consumed without danger. Suho calmly added that it also possessed a minor recovery effect. Recovery. That single word sent a shock through team leader Joe. Suho explained that among the 21 purification tools provided, there was a shock hammer designed to purify cursed items through controlled impact. What he had done was simply apply a force far greater than what the shock hammer could generate. He further explained that the hamu fruit's hidden recovery option could not be unlocked unless the user's strength stat exceeded red grade. Anything below that threshold would fail entirely. The realization hit like a bomb. Joe immediately began shouting orders, telling staff to write everything down and record the results. He demanded that the entire team be gathered at once. If this discovery held up under verification, it would send shockwaves through the academic and research communities nationwide. The warehouse buzzed with frantic movement. Even Kim Sok-hoon stood there in disbelief. He had already known Suho was extraordinary after the first test, but this went far beyond his expectations, especially in a purification assessment. Approaching Suho cheerfully, he asked if Suho truly understood what he had just accomplished. This wasn't just a good score. This was the discovery of an entirely new purification method, the 20-second method recognized globally, one that the entire world would soon adopt. Suho, however, only responded casually, asking whether this meant his score was safe, or if he was at risk of failing for not using the standard methods. Kim immediately dismissed the concern, assuring him that as long as he was in charge, Suho would receive full marks without question. As they left the testing room, Kim Seok casually asked how Suho had learned a purification method like that. Suho answered without hesitation, calmly lying that he had discovered it by chance inside a sealed gate. At the time, he hadn't even known purification formulas existed, and if it weren't for the level 5 special recruitment course, he wouldn't have realized there were already 21 recognized methods. Kim Sok burst out laughing, saying that people destined to succeed always found a way no matter what. Suho brushed it off modestly, insisting it wasn't anything special. Kim Sok then gave Suho a firm thumbs up, flashing a satisfied grin as he told him he had passed the second test outright. He said he would personally take responsibility and award full marks, making it clear Suho had nothing to worry about. Suho thanked him, and as Kim Sok walked off, he muttered that at this rate the schedule would need adjusting again. Left momentarily alone, Suho's gaze swept across the bustling special warehouse before settling on a familiar figure. He approached naturally and greeted him. The person he addressed was Kang Seol-gi, the future mad-crushing scholar, also known as Grinder Kang. Officially, he wasn't just a team member, but the deputy team leader of Special Team 2, Kang Sol-gi responded with an awkward smile, clearly uncomfortable with small talk. Suho casually asked if he was working on purification. Kang Sol-gi answered briefly, offering nothing more than short, clipped replies. Only now did Suho realize how peculiar he truly was. In his previous life, Suho hadn't noticed it, but Kang Sol-gi showed no curiosity at all, not even toward the groundbreaking purification method Suho had revealed earlier. Instead, he simply turned back to his work, acting as though Suho didn't exist. At that moment, Jo Jeon-hyuk passed by and called Suho over. Seeing Suho standing near Kang Sol-gi, Jo gently guided him a short distance away and spoke cautiously. He told Suho he had worked hard today and could head home if he had nothing else scheduled. Suho thanked him, but asked if it would be all right to stay a little longer to look around the special warehouse. Jo considered it briefly, then agreed, warning him to be careful around the deputy team leader he had been talking to. Jo explained that Kang Sol-gi was a bit peculiar and preferred working alone, a polite way of saying he wasn't very sociable. Normally, that warning would have discouraged most people, but Suho needed an opening. He said it was a shame, mentioning that one of the items Kang Sol-gi was working on looked familiar, something he thought he had seen in a sealed gate before. The mention of a sealed gate immediately caught Jo Jeon-hyuk's interest. When Suho added that he couldn't quite recall the details, Jo insisted they talk to the deputy team leader right away, saying purification work made it a matter of duty. Despite Suho's polite hesitation, Jo confidently approached Kang Sol-gi and told him he was counting on him. Kang Sol-gi responded curtly, agreeing without enthusiasm. Once the arrangement was made, Kang Sol-gi returned to his work in silence. Suho stood nearby, observing quietly. The atmosphere between them remained heavy and wordless. Kang Sol-gi methodically processed cursed items one after another, purifying what he could and discarding the rest into the destruction bin. His movements were precise, efficient, and almost mechanical. Then Suho spoke. He calmly pointed out that Kang Sol-gi had missed a step in the purification process. Kang Sol-gi paused, stared at the item, then nodded in acknowledgement and thanked him. Suho simply smiled and continued watching. From that point on, Suho's presence clearly began to bother Kang Sol-gi, though he said nothing and kept working. Before long, Suho pointed out another skipped step, then another, and then another. Each time, Kang Sol-gi corrected himself in silence. After a while, Suho spoke again, suggesting they take a break and grab some coffee. Kang Sol-gi immediately declined, saying he didn't like coffee. Suho replied that was fine and asked him to just listen for a moment. Then Suho casually asked whether Kang Sol-gi had been stealing items like this all along. For the first time, Kang Sol-gi's composure shattered. His eyes widened, his heart pounding violently in his chest. He stammered, asking what Suho was talking about. Suho stepped closer, his tone calm but sharp, saying he knew Kang Sol-gi had been deliberately throwing usable items into the destruction bin to smuggle them out later. He added that if this continued, he would expose everything Kang Sol-gi had been hiding, including what was inside his stomach. Kang Sol-gi froze. The accusation of item theft was one thing, but the mention of his stomach struck far deeper. Cold sweat ran down his back as he swallowed hard, unable to respond. Suho leaned in slightly, his smile never fading, and addressed him again as deputy team leader. Then, in the same calm tone, Suho suggested they grab that coffee after all. In the backyard, Suho led Kang Sol-gi to a quiet corner he often used with Jung Chol-min. After taking a few sips of coffee, Suho finally broke the silence, addressing him as the deputy team leader. Kang Sol-gi answered stiffly, clearly on edge. Suho asked when it had started, and when Kang Sol-gi tried to deflect, Suho clarified that he was talking about the thing embedded in his stomach. Kang Sol-gi froze instantly. His eyes widened, his lips pressing together so tightly they nearly trembled. This was supposed to be a secret, only he knew. After a long, suffocating silence, his voice finally came out, shaky, asking how Suho had found out. Suho didn't bother answering directly. He said what mattered wasn't how he knew, but the thing lodged inside Kang Sol-gi's body. He asked to see it. Kang Sol-gi hesitated, then slowly untucked his shirt and began unbuttoning it. Halfway down, a faint mechanical sound leaked out, a grinding noise that clearly didn't belong in a human body. When the armor covering his abdomen was fully removed, two interlocking shredders were revealed, spinning quietly where flesh should have been. Suho observed it calmly, noting that it still looked tame compared to what it would become later. The device was no mystery to him. It was the Mega Crusher, a cursed item from the High Technology series, an advanced artifact originating from another civilization. Among cursed items, it was infamous as a parasitic device. In simple terms, Kang Sol-gi was its host. Suho named it outright, asking if the thing in his stomach was the Mega Crusher. Kang Sol-gi reacted sharply, demanding to know how Suho could possibly know that. Suho brushed it off as a trade secret, then went straight to the point. He said Kang Sol-gi had been stealing items to satisfy its demands because he couldn't keep up with what the Mega Crusher required. Kang Sol-gi bit his lip, then slowly nodded, admitting it was true. Suho acknowledged how hard that must have been and told him to cover it back up. As Kang Sol-gi did, Suho watched silently, understanding the weight of the burden he had been carrying. Kang Sol-gi hadn't always been like this. His withdrawal and isolation began the moment the Mega Crusher entered his life. Years ago, during a solo night shift at Special Team 2's warehouse, the sealed cursed item had ambushed him. From that night on, he became its host. At first, he had considered reporting the incident. Surely someone could help, but the grotesque device embedded inside him made him hesitate. There were no known cases like his, not even internationally. What if reporting it meant being sealed away just like the item itself? The Mega Crusher was classified as a cursed item that could neither be purified nor destroyed. That was why it had been sealed in the first place. Kang Sol-gi feared that revealing the truth would only lead to the same fate for him. Unable to trust anyone, he kept the secret and deliberately distanced himself from others. He didn't quit his job, because only here could he access the items needed to keep the Mega Crusher satisfied. It was a choice made purely to survive. Despite everything, the Mega Crusher's existence would eventually be exposed. Years later, after Kang Sol-gi rose to the position of team leader, the cursed device would drive him to shred every artifact stored in the special warehouse. It wasn't just dangerous. Though it appeared dormant now, it would grow increasingly demanding, consuming more items and steadily eroding its host's sanity until madness took over. That was why, in the future, Kang Sol-gi would be known as the Mad Crushing Scholar. Breaking the heavy silence, Suho spoke again, addressing him once more as deputy team leader. Suho then asked the question that truly mattered. He asked whether Kang Sol-gi wanted to get rid of the Mega Crusher. Kang Sol-gi's eyes widened so violently it looked as if they might burst from their sockets. Not only did Suho know about the Mega Crusher, but he was also claiming he knew how to remove it. Shock shattered what little composure Kang Sol-gi had left, and desperation rushed out of him all at once. He pleaded frantically, saying yes, begging Suho to help, promising he would do anything if it meant being freed from the cursed device. Suho responded with a calm smile, telling him not to worry because he would take care of it. Then he raised a single finger and added that there was one item he would need in order to make it happen. At the mention of an item, Kang Sol-gi's expression shifted, caution mixing with hope. Suho clarified that it wasn't anything complicated, just something simple and easy to acquire. He asked whether Kang Sol-gi knew of an item called the third-person controller's viewer. The name meant nothing to him, and he repeated it in confusion. Suho explained that it was stored in the resource warehouse and was currently classified as junk. With that item, he said, removing the Mega Crusher from Kang Sol-gi's body would be possible. Kang Sol-gi hesitated, conflict flashing across his face. If the item was already inside the resource warehouse, taking it out wouldn't be easy. It could easily become a serious problem. Suho agreed that under normal circumstances it would be difficult, but now they had a way around that obstacle. When Kang Sol-gi asked what he meant, Suho reminded him that he had just introduced the 20-second purification method. That alone meant the resource division would be forced to re-examine every item in their inventory. There was no telling what hidden options might surface once the new method was applied. The logic was airtight. With a breakthrough like that, a full reinspection was inevitable. A sharp mind like Kang Sol-gi's immediately grasped the opportunity hidden within those words. Suho asked if he thought he could manage it. Kang Sol-gi didn't hesitate this time. He said he would find a way to make it happen, then corrected himself, insisting he would absolutely make it happen. With that, the matter of the third-person controller's viewer was essentially settled. Suho handed over his personal contact information and told him to reach out the moment he secured the item. The next day, team leader Jung Chulman came to meet Suho, greeting him with clear excitement as he mentioned hearing that the resource department had already approved another case for him. Suho brushed it off with a light laugh, saying that was simply how things turned out. Chulman shook his head in admiration, remarking that, as expected, Suho truly was the best. He then explained that upper management had wasted no time arranging Suho's next step. For his evaluation, Suho would immediately begin training at the gate department. Orders moving this quickly were rare, and Chulman couldn't hide his amazement. Inwardly, Suho thought about Park Kyu-min and how he had pressured him to speed up the process. It seemed that repeatedly nagging the vice president over the phone had paid off. As they headed toward the gate department, Chulman explained that he would be in charge of the training there as well. Just like before, the written test would be followed immediately by 2 on-site evaluations, protection and management. Everything had already been prepared, so Suho could jump straight into the field assessment without delay. Once inside the department, Chulman greeted the director. The man standing before them was Go Sung-rok, director of the gate department. He welcomed Suho warmly and introduced himself. The moment Suho saw him, recognition flashed through his mind. Go Sung-rok belonged to Pi Seung-jeol's faction and was known as one of the key figures behind the infamous Gate Shock incident, even being among those who had proposed the redevelopment gate. Director Go let out a hearty laugh and said he had heard plenty about Suho, mentioning the impressive contributions he had made across multiple departments. Studying him carefully, Go admitted he had high expectations and wondered aloud what kind of incident Suho might cause in the gate department. Suho simply smiled. Thinking about the incident sounds good. They shook hands, and Suho replied lightly that he would be sure to live up to those expectations. But behind that polite smile, a thought settled firmly in his mind. When it happened, the incident would be far bigger than anyone imagined. Sometime later, Chulman confirmed Suho's written test results, unable to hide his admiration as he announced that Suho had scored a perfect mark on the Gate Department's written exam. He called it truly impressive. As they rose from their chairs, Chulman added with visible excitement that if Suho managed another perfect score in the Special Division exam, he would become the first perfect scorer in the history of the Korean Hunter Association. Suho replied calmly that such a record would be an honor, then asked if they would move straight to the field evaluation. Chulman confirmed it immediately. For reference, he explained that he was the management team leader, meaning he would personally evaluate Suho this time. He then asked whether Suho knew which teams operated under the management department. Suho answered without hesitation. There was the management team, responsible for handling normal gates, the trade team, which negotiated and sold gate rights to the private sector, and the sealing team, tasked exclusively with managing sealed gates. Hearing that, Chulman gave him an approving nod and remarked that, as expected, Suho knew his stuff well. He then clarified that today's evaluation would focus specifically on managing a normal gate. As they walked down the corridor, Chulman casually asked if there was a particular gate Suho wanted to visit. Suho responded by asking whether anywhere was possible. The moment those words left his mouth, Chulman sensed something unusual. It sounded less like a question and more like confirmation. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he remarked that it seemed Suho already had a specific gate in mind. Then Chulman asked the question that suddenly mattered a lot more than it should have. It wasn't a sealed gate, right? Suho only let out an awkward laugh in response. That was enough. The realization hit Chulman instantly, and sweat began to form on his brow. Sometime later, the scene shifts to the Gangwon province. Suho and Chulman arrived at the gate Suho had personally requested. The enormous sealed gate stood quietly against the vast landscape. As they stepped out of the car, Suho thanked Chulman for allowing the visit, but Chulman dismissed it casually, saying that if it was Suho asking, there was no reason to refuse. Chulman then greeted the stationed officer, introducing himself and recalling the officer he is the person who called him before, and the officer welcomed them politely, and soon the two stood directly before the towering structure. Chulman explained that the internal checks had already been completed, but since it was still a sealed gate, they needed to remain cautious. He instructed Suho to conduct the evaluation quickly and return without unnecessary risk, before signaling their entry on his tablet. The moment Suho stepped through the gate, the familiar sensation washed over him. The system quietly processed the environment, identifying its name, Valley of Iron, with an entry restriction for individuals below level 99 and a maximum capacity of 40 people. As Suho looked around, recognition settled in. Everything was exactly as it had been in his previous life. Standing beside him, Chulman asked if he was satisfied. Suho let out a small laugh and admitted that thanks to him, he had finally been able to return to this place. Without wasting time, they decided to begin the field evaluation. Sometime later, Chulman completed Suho's field evaluation, his eyes moving steadily across the tablet as he reviewed each result. He announced that the external management method had been passed, followed by the square check method, and finally confirmed that Suho had cleared the internal inspection as well. Lowering the tablet, Chulman let out a quiet sigh, one filled more with amazement than exhaustion. He remarked that it was exactly what he had expected from Suho, yet it still didn't make sense. This was supposed to be Suho's first time on site, so how was he performing at a level that even seasoned personnel struggled to reach? Suho answered calmly, without a hint of pride, saying he had simply followed the theory book exactly as it was written. Amused, Chulman pulled a thermos from his inventory and poured cold coffee into the cup, joking that Suho reminded him of the top student who relied solely on textbooks. Curious, Suho asked about the thermos, and Chulman, offering him a cold coffee, explained he had brought coffee for fun. Suho accepted the cup, and soon the two sat together on the grass, quietly taking in the scenery. The view stretched endlessly, untouched by the crowded chaos of the outside world. Chulman remarked that gates often revealed sights no city could offer, which was why Chulman preferred the management division among all departments. When Suho asked whether that was still true despite the demanding work, Chulman smiled awkwardly and admitted every department believed theirs was the hardest. Still, as he gazed up at the sky with bright eyes, he said this place simply suited him. Suho immediately recognized the tone. It was the classic line Chulman used to lure rookies into the management division, a romantic pitch that happened to be Chulman's specialty. As Suho quietly sipped his coffee, he suddenly spoke up, addressing Chulman in a calm voice. He said he wanted to join the gate division. For a moment, Chulman thought he had misheard. His eyes widened as confusion washed over him. The statement had come completely out of nowhere, yet Suho continued as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He explained that he was fully aware of the rumors surrounding him, that he was some kind of prodigy being groomed by the Special Division, practically treated like royalty. Even Deputy Director P. Seung-yeol had been spreading that narrative. But the truth, Suho admitted, was that he wanted to work in the Gate Division far more than in the Special Division. He added that Chulman had been the first person he met after joining the association, and maybe that was exactly why the Gate Division felt more appealing. As he finished speaking, Suho gave an awkward, almost shy smile. Seeing that expression made Chulman's heart sink. Suho was openly expressing a sincere desire, yet there was nothing Chulman could realistically do to grant it. A bitter taste crept into his mouth. For a fleeting second, an absurdly dramatic thought crossed his mind. Was this what Romeo and Juliet must have felt like? After a long pause, Chulman resolved that if nothing else, he could at least offer a few comforting words, so the disappointment wouldn't cut as deeply. But before he could speak, Suho called out to him again, and asked whether, if there were a way for him to enter the Gate Department instead of the Special Division, Chulman would help. Chulman's eyes widened even further. What was Suho planning now? The seriousness in Suho's gaze made it clear this wasn't a joke. In the long run, he knew joining the Special Division might be the correct move, but right now, the Gate Department offered far more opportunities. If he went straight into the Special Division, he would likely spend his days chasing people rather than gaining the kind of growth he sought. After a heavy silence, Chulman asked if he truly meant it. Suho answered immediately, saying he wasn't in a position to joke about something like this. Chulman exhaled slowly and admitted that no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't yet see how he could help, but he asked Suho to explain his plan first. Suho agreed and said the idea was actually quite simple. Director Pai Seung-yeol was already making his intentions public, ensuring everyone knew he planned to bring Suho into the Special Division the moment training ended. Chulman had noticed it too. After all, they had witnessed it together. Chulman couldn't deny that. With years of public service behind him, he was more than capable of reading such signals. Suho continued, saying that if Director Pai had the authority to appoint personnel however he wished, then the answer was obvious: they would counter him with someone who held even greater authority. Chulman frowned, thinking it through. Officially, only 2 people in the association outranked a director. Slowly, a possibility formed in his mind, and he cautiously asked if Suho meant the vice president. Suho crushed his empty coffee cup in his hand, a sharp smile spreading across his face as he shook his head. Not the vice president. He was thinking of the big dog of the association, the president. Suho calmly explained that the association president was preparing to move into an even higher position, which meant he likely had little interest in the internal faction conflicts. But if those internal issues threatened his promotion, things would change. Chulman rested his chin on his hands, thinking it through before answering that the president would probably step in to resolve the matter himself. Suho nodded. Exactly. That was why he intended to move the president through media play. He suggested a headline, something dramatic enough to stir public curiosity: the Korean Hunter Association's Royal Talent and the Special Division. The mere idea made Chulman uneasy. Watching the scenery ahead, Suho continued, saying that if a so-called royal truly existed, and the standard path for such a figure was assignment to the Special Division, the outside world would erupt with noise. Chulman let out a long sigh, agreeing that it wouldn't just be noise. Sensational articles would flood the media every single day. Suho went on to explain that if, at that exact moment, he were assigned to the Gate Department instead of the Special Division, the controversy would disappear almost instantly, buried under a different narrative. Chulman admitted that it sounded ideal, but there was no guarantee the reassignment would land Suho in the Gate Department. That was precisely why Suho was asking for his help. Chulman paused, caught off guard, and asked what he meant. Suho explained that once controversy broke out, any department except the Special Division would have to take him. However, the Management Division and Awakening Division were both aligned with the Vice Chairman's faction, making them unlikely choices. That left only the Resource Department and the Gate Department, and he had no intention of going to the Resource Department. Chulman jokingly asked why not, but the answer was obvious. After his recent achievements, Suho would be pushed relentlessly for research results there, and likely die from overwork. The Gate Department, on the other hand, belonged to Director Pai's line. Since Suho and Chulman already knew each other, they would probably station him there temporarily, with plans to reclaim him later. Still, Suho said plainly that no matter what happened, he wanted to work with Chulman. Chulman laughed, remarking that Suho had been appealing to him for a while now, and asked if he was truly serious. Suho answered without hesitation that he didn't have anyone else in the association he felt close to. Inwardly, he knew his bond with Chulman wasn't what it had been before his regression. If he wanted that trust again, he needed to join the Gate Department and rebuild it quickly. Trying to lighten the mood, Chulman pointed out that everyone liked Suho and even reminded him that he had a fan club. Suho brushed it off, saying, Being liked and being close were completely different things. The attention only made him uncomfortable. Besides, his ultimate goal was to end the gates themselves. If he worked in the gate department, he could access them faster than anyone else, making it the most efficient path toward that objective. Chulman studied him for a moment before letting out a small laugh. He agreed to help as much as he could, but warned that he couldn't guarantee anything. The title of team leader sounded impressive, but it carried far less authority than people imagined. Suho simply laughed and said he trusted him anyway. Scratching his head, Chulman muttered that he wasn't anyone special, and told Suho not to place too much faith in him. But Suho only laughed again, repeating that he would trust him. Just then, Chulman pulled a cigar from his pocket and said he was going to smoke one. As he raised it to his lips, Suho casually added that aside from the gate department's usual romance strategy, choosing this place had been entirely his own decision. The comment startled Chulman, who quickly asked where Suho had heard about that. Suho replied that people had warned him not to fall for the scenery and sweet lines during the gate department exam. Clicking his tongue in regret, Chulman muttered that if he had known, he would have just taken Suho to a gate near Seoul instead. Suho rose to his feet, stretching slightly before admitting that he had genuinely wanted to come to the Valley of Iron, explaining that there was a rumor that if one killed the monster lion there, something incredible would drop. Chulman narrowed his eyes and asked where he had picked up such a rumor. Suho simply laughed brightly and answered that he had read it on the internet. The Valley of Iron had once been a public gate, freely accessible to hunters much like the famed Tower of Challenge, but everything changed with the sudden appearance of the monster lion. Recognizing the threat almost immediately, the association sealed the gate without hesitation. For a gate to remain public, several conditions had to be met. Entry needed to stay possible, monsters had to spawn continuously, and even if every creature inside was killed, the gate itself could not be cleared. The monster lion shattered all of those expectations. Not only had it appeared inside a gate restricted to level 99 or below, but the creature itself had already surpassed level 100. Despite being classified as a one-star monster, its overwhelming power destroyed the entire ecosystem within the gate. Hunters who challenged it never stood a chance. Many died without managing to leave even a scratch on its diamond-hard hide. Chulman exhaled slowly as he explained that the creature was the very reason the Valley of Iron had been sealed. But that wasn't even the worst part. Its defense and magic resistance were already a nightmare, yet the beast continued to grow stronger. Now it had climbed beyond level 110. Dropping his cigar to the ground and crushing it beneath his boot, Chulman muttered in frustration that the entry condition capped participants at level 99. How was anyone supposed to defeat a monster that far above the limit? Suho's response came without hesitation. He asked what would happen if they simply killed it. Chulman blinked, stunned, and asked if Suho was seriously suggesting he intended to kill that thing. Suho answered calmly that he would. For a moment, Chulman could only stare at him, his mind struggling to catch up. Then realization dawned. The monster lion had been Suho's target from the very beginning. Suho confirmed it with a small laugh. Pressing a hand to his forehead, Chulman muttered that this was unbelievable. But Suho stepped closer and asked if he couldn't somehow make it happen. Training had kept him away from running gates for too long, and his body had grown stiff from inactivity. Chulman nearly lost his composure, asking if Suho truly wanted to clear a sealed gate just because he felt stiff. Lowering his voice, Suho said that was exactly why he was asking quietly. The formal procedures would be complicated, and more importantly, wasn't Chulman curious? Curious about what? Chulman asked. About how he fought inside a gate. Sweat slowly gathered along Chulman's brow as he studied Suho. Suho knew that look well. His true combat style had never been revealed publicly, and despite the path circumstances had forced him onto, Chulman had once been a proper player. The desire for battle still burned inside him far stronger than in most hunters. Suho suggested they think about it simply. As long as the result was good, the Korean Hunter Association rarely pressed questions about responsibility. If things became even slightly dangerous, he promised he would leave the gate immediately. Chulman questioned if that was a promise. Suho smiled and assured him it was. Chulman finally gave in. He admitted he wasn't the type to approve something like this, but because it was Suho asking, he would agree. Suho replied lightly that there was no way he could refuse, once Chulman put it that way. Then, almost casually, he asked what class Chulman belonged to now. Chulman explained that he had changed classes and was currently an archer, asking why it mattered. Instead of answering directly, Suho summoned his blood weapon, the crimson energy forming sharply in his grasp. He said he was just asking because if things turned dangerous, which probably wouldn't happen, Chulman would need to run without looking back. Then Suho added one final warning. What Chulman was about to witness inside that gate would remain strictly between the two of them. Soon after entering deeper into the Valley of Iron, Suho began his killing spree. The lower-level valley lion beasts stood no chance. He ran across the field like a streak of red lightning, his blood weapon carving clean arcs through the air as monsters fell one after another. Each slash was precise, efficient, and merciless. In a single fluid motion, Suho drove his blade into another charging lion, the sheer force of the strike knocking the creature down instantly. As its body hit the ground, he activated another skill, Blood Jade, crimson energy spear summoned in his hands. Behind him, Chulman landed moments later, dropping into a crouch as he caught his breath. His eyes scanned the battlefield, disbelief spreading across his face. The lions weren't just losing, they were being erased. Watching Suho move brought back memories of the healer exam, when he had effortlessly slaughtered several lizard beasts. But this was different. Now Suho was faster, sharper, far more intense. He looked less like a hunter and more like a force of nature. As Suho stood over the corpse of yet another valley lion, a massive shadow suddenly swallowed his figure. Another beast lunged from behind, claws poised to tear him apart. Chulman shouted a warning, but Suho had already seen it. His eyes locked onto the incoming predator. At the very last second, he leaped upward, evading the lethal strike with terrifying precision. The beast twisted mid-charge and attempted to follow him into the air, but Suho moved again, stepping onto nothingness itself. Chulman's breath caught the moment he recognized the technique. Suho had used air step. He wasn't merely dodging anymore, he was moving through the sky itself, as if gravity had lost its authority over him. The charging lion skidded to a halt and twisted around in confusion, unable to comprehend how its prey had suddenly vanished. But by the time the beast managed to locate him, Suho was already descending from above, his blood blade pulled back with lethal intent. The strike flashed once through the air, steel met flesh, and the lion's neck split cleanly before the creature even understood what had happened. Watching the scene unfold, Chulman could only stare, his jaw slack with shock. A single thought repeated itself in his mind. This wasn't a hunter stepping into the Valley of Iron. It was a disaster that had descended upon it. There were no words capable of capturing what he was witnessing. Meanwhile, Suho calmly surveyed the destruction surrounding him. Corpses of fallen beasts littered the field, and the metallic scent of blood drifted heavily through the air. After measuring the chaos he had created, he remarked that causing this much disturbance should be enough to draw out the boss monster. Almost as if the valley itself had heard him, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. From the far distance, something enormous began to move. Each step sent a tremor through the ground, the vibrations growing stronger as the presence approached. Then it revealed itself a lion, far larger than any they had faced so far, its overwhelming aura pressing down on the surroundings like an invisible weight. When it roared, the sound ripped across the gate like thunder, shaking the very space around them. At that same instant, a crimson alert surfaced before Suho, the system quietly informing him in stark clarity that the boss monster had appeared. The monster lion stood high upon the rocky ridge, its massive frame silhouetted against the sky, while Suho waited below with his bloodied sword gripped firmly in his hand. The beast roared, its eyes blazing with fury, and at that moment the system quietly revealed its true strength level, 113. Seeing the number, Chulman froze, shocked to see the level the monster had risen again. His mind raced as he stared at Suho, wondering how someone still in double-digit levels could possibly defeat something like that. It didn't make sense. The gap was monstrous. Yet a faint smile appeared on Suho's face. He calmly judged the difference, thinking that a 40-level gap was still manageable. Then he shouted toward Chulman, telling him to keep his distance so he wouldn't get caught in the boss monster's attack range. From that point on, Suho warned he wouldn't be able to watch over him. To Suho's surprise, Chulman had already moved several kilometers back, shouting that he understood and telling Suho not to worry about him. For a moment, Suho blinked in confusion, wondering when Chulman had gotten that far away. Then it clicked. As expected of someone nicknamed Spinwheel, his judgment was quick and precise. From behind Suho, the monstrous lion continued to watch him, its throat emitting a low, guttural gurgle. Suddenly, it snapped, unleashing a deafening roar that activated its boss-level fear. The resulting shockwave sent violent gusts of wind toward Chulman, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Meanwhile, Suho remained perfectly still in front of the beast. His system indicated that, due to the dragon blood effect, the fear failed to apply to him. Suho simply smiled. He remarked that he was just getting hot from moving around, and that the roar had actually cooled him off. Pointing a finger at the lion, he signaled the beast to come at him. Taking this as a direct challenge, the lion instantly stepped forward. Suho canceled his blood weapon summon, noting that those blades would be useless against such a monster. Instead, he summoned his ghost shadow spear. He gripped the weapon and prepared to throw it, musing with a smile that he wanted to see for himself just how tough the creature's famous, diamond-hard hide truly was. With a surge of full force, he launched the ghost shadow spear. The blade tore through the air, aiming straight for the beast's head. Realizing the attack was imminent, the lion braced itself for defense. The moment the shadow spear struck its forehead, the weapon split apart, proving the monster's hide was far stronger than the attack. Suho watched, amazed by the sheer toughness of the hide. Having successfully defended against the strike, the lion stood its ground, its eyes bloodshot as it bared its razor-sharp fangs and teeth. It was then that Suho realized the truth. This was indeed the Nemean lion. The Nemean lion, the first of the 12 labors, completed by the legendary demigod Hercules. Just as in the myth, defeating this beast grants one of Hercules' powers. In other words, this was the qualification test to become a Hercules candidate. Suho reflected on his previous life, remembering a hunter named Bless who had completed the 12 labors faster than anyone else. Bless was a man of justice and action, a good friend who had taught Suho much about the nature of Hercules' power. Sorry, Bless, Suho thought, but this time, I'm not leaving it to someone else. I'm taking Hercules' power for myself. He activated his blood skill, clenching his fists as blood swirled and solidified around his arms. The system announced the summon: blood weapon, blood gauntlets. The crimson armor encased him from shoulder to fist, just as the lion charged with blinding speed and murderous intent. From the background, Chulman shouted a desperate warning, reminding Suho that close combat was suicide against a beast that possessed the ultimate spear and shield in its claws and hide. Chulman's desperate pleas for Suho to avoid a frontal assault went unheeded. As the lion closed the distance and reared up to deliver a crushing blow with its massive claws, Suho stood his ground. Instead of retreating, he reached out and caught both of the beast's paws in mid-air. The lion's eyes widened in sheer shock. It began to tremble as it realized it could not overpower Suho's grip. Suho observed that while the claws were undeniably powerful, they were ultimately useless if they couldn't even graze his skin. As the beast continued to strain against him, Suho let out a smirk and decided to test if his own strikes would prove more effective. With a surge of immense strength, he shoved the lion back using his blood gauntlets, forcing an opening. He stepped forward, anchoring his weight for a decisive assault. The monster attempted a frantic counterattack, swinging wildly, but Suho vanished from its field of vision with a sudden leap. Channeling his focus into his fist, Suho delivered a cataclysmic punch into the monster's flank. The impact sent the lion hurtling through the air until it smashed into the rocks, shattering the mountainside. The force was so absolute that it left a trail of destruction in its wake, ending with the beast collapsed and buried in the rising rubble. Despite the brutality of the assault, the lion rose once more, its body remarkably free of even a single scratch. Suho watched the beast with a light smile, though a bead of sweat traced down his face. He marveled at the fact that a strike delivered with his full strength had barely seemed to register. Realizing that blunt force would not suffice, he decided to shift his approach. Suho dashed forward with blinding speed, his blood gauntlet still active. Before the beast could react, he pivoted sharply, moving to its right side and slipping behind its thick mane. He lunged for the monster's neck, determined to grapple it if he could not break it. He climbed onto the lion's back, locking in a powerful hold while the creature began to thrash violently in resistance. Suho recalled the myth of Hercules, who, unable to pierce the hide, had eventually subdued the beast through strangulation. Adopting that same strategy, Suho maintained a relentless grip while the lion used every ounce of its strength to shake him off. A mixture of thrill and excitement surged through him as he steeled himself, mentally declaring that there would be no tapping out until the very end. In a desperate attempt to break the hold, the boss monster unleashed its fierce skill, but Suho's dragon blood intervened once again, nullifying the effect. The lion began a frantic rampage through the mountains, slamming its back against the stone walls in an effort to crush its rider. Suho tightened his grip even further, knowing that if he lost his hold for even a second, there would not be another opportunity. He clung to the beast's neck as it smashed into cliffs and outcroppings, refusing to be dislodged. From the background, Chulman watched the struggle with his mouth agape, shouting words of encouragement and urging Suho to hold on just a little longer. Though his stamina was rapidly draining, Suho kept his grip firm until the beast finally began to lose consciousness. After a grueling chokehold, the lion finally collapsed. The moment the beast was defeated, Chulman rushed forward. His eyes widened as a system window appeared in the air, announcing that the ruler of the Iron Valley had been defeated. Chulman let out a cheer of pure happiness and called out to Suho with a triumphant smile to check if he was all right. Exhausted and hazy, Suho lay down on the ground beside the fallen monster as the system declared him the MVP of the gate clearance. Once the battle had concluded, Suho drove his ghost shadow spear into the ground beside the Nemean lion's corpse, intending to let the weapon absorb the fallen beast's shadow. He addressed the spear by the name Yongcheng, urging it to feed well. The ghost shadow spear reacted instantly, and a system notification confirmed that it was absorbing the shadow and becoming enhanced. Suho mused that the weapon was like an expensive pet to maintain, expressing his hope that this would be the final feast needed to reach the third stage together. He then accessed his system window to distribute his 2 bonus stat points into strength. Just as he finished, Chulman arrived and gave him a triumphant thumbs up. Chulman reported that the other lions had vanished along with the boss, confirming that the gate had been perfectly cleared. Suho laughed, offering praise for their combined efforts. but Chulman insisted that Suho had carried the entire burden. He then asked, with lingering disbelief, how Suho had even found the courage to face such a beast head-on. Suho calmly explained that he had read about the technique in a martial arts novel a long time ago. He recalled a scene where an indestructible enemy was subdued through strangulation, and decided to apply that same logic. Chulman stared at him in disbelief, questioning if he had truly bypassed a professional strategy guide in favor of a fictional story. Suho merely remarked that such novels often contained the wisdom of life. While Chulman privately wondered if his companion was a bit unhinged, Suho realized he was being judged. He noted to himself that being perceived as a bit crazy was far better than admitting he had seen the solution in a past life. Suho then expressed his gratitude to Chulman for the opportunity to clear the sealed gate. Chulman deflected the thanks, insisting that he and the citizens should be the ones thanking Suho for saving the taxpayers' hard-earned money. Watching him, Suho reflected that Chulman was likely the only person who genuinely cared for the country and its people in such a selfless way. He knew that if news of the gate clearance broke, most others would only be interested in lining their own pockets with the loot. He then pointed toward the lion's corpse and asked the team leader if he could collect its byproducts. Under current regulations, loot from gates cleared by civil servant hunters technically belong to the state. While Suho knew these laws would eventually be overturned during a massive reform of the Great Hunter Association, the restrictive rules were currently in full effect. However, he had no intention of handing over the Nemean lion's remains. Rather than deceiving Chulman, he chose to be direct, valuing their mutual trust over the materials themselves. Chulman took a moment to consider the request while looking at the massive corpse. He eventually gave Suho his blessing to take the byproducts. When Suho pointed out that the rules strictly prohibited it, Chulman noted that since Suho was still a probationary civil servant and not yet an official employee, there was some wiggle room. He turned away with a joking remark, claiming that since he had been running far away at the time, he couldn't possibly have seen anyone collecting loot. Suho laughed and thanked him for the gesture. The system soon issued a notification. The Ghost Shadow Spear had completely absorbed the Nemean lion's shadow, and its mana supply was now sufficient. The weapon underwent an enhancement, awakening a portion of its consciousness. Observing the system window with a smirk, Suho felt a wave of satisfaction at the breakthrough. The panel displayed the Ghost Shadow Spear's new rank as S+, noting that with its third stage consciousness awakened, all its abilities had been significantly enhanced. Most notably, it could now use Shadow Spear S, a skill allowing for an unconditional piercing strike against any target covered in shadows. Suho recognized the technique as Shadow Pierce, one of the Spirit King's primary abilities which he had utilized extensively in his previous life. The spear's consciousness was divided into 5 total stages, and he had managed to unlock the third much faster than anticipated. His reflections were interrupted by Chulman, who asked how he planned to harvest the loot from such a massive corpse, especially since no separate items had dropped. Summoning his blood weapon, Suho assured him he had a way. He attempted to use his steel-cut skill on the beast's hide, but the material proved too resilient to be damaged. Chulman noted that the indestructible hide lived up to its reputation, resisting even the sharpest blades. Suho agreed, but clarified that while the hide itself could not be cut by normal means, that didn't make the entire beast invulnerable. Moving to the lion's paws, Suho used his blood weapon to sever one of its own claws. When Chulman asked what he intended to do with it, Suho explained that the Nemean lion's hide could only be torn by its own claws. As he began the work, Chulman wondered aloud if this trick had also come from a martial arts novel. Suho successfully sliced through the hide and explained that this time, the knowledge came from mythology. He recalled that Hercules had stripped the hide using the beast's own talons. Reaching inside the carcass, Suho grabbed the lion's heart and crushed it. The system immediately confirmed his accomplishment. He had completed the first of the hero's 12 labors. He was granted the qualification to wield the power of Hercules, and received a new trait, Hercules Candidate. For achieving such a legendary feat, the system also rewarded him with 10 bonus stat points. The system provided detailed information regarding the Hercules Candidate trait, explaining that Suho had met the minimum qualifications to obtain the hero's power. It noted that among all candidates, only the first to accomplish the 12 labors would become the true Hercules. While holding this trait, Suho will gain a 100% increase in bonus attack power for barehanded combat, swords, blunt weapons, and bows. Observing his system window, Suho noted that more options would be added as he completed each labor. He reflected on the fact that he hadn't even reached a 1-star rank yet, but already possessed dual traits. Looking at the harvested hide and claws, he realized he had also secured incredibly rare materials. Chulman asked if the hide and claws were the only items worth taking, and Suho confirmed they were. When Suho suggested they head out, Chulman cautioned that they needed to prepare their excuses, as it was likely total chaos outside. Indeed, outside the gate, observers watching security cameras were shocked to see the gate disappearing. They were reluctant to believe that such a high-level gate had actually been cleared. When Suho and Chulman emerged, They were immediately swarmed by people demanding to know what had happened. Chulman had explained to the administrators that they were suddenly attacked and that Suho had fought desperately to ensure their escape. He claimed they were in such a rush to survive that they hadn't been able to collect any loot. Later, Suho thanked Chulman for his help, noting that they had managed to slip away without raising suspicion. Chulman noted that as the person in charge, he would handle the remaining formalities. As they moved toward the car, he warned that the incident might cause the gate department to change its tradition of letting hunters choose their own gates. Suho thought of Park Kyuman, deciding that if public opinion shifted, he would have to pull some strings to ensure they could still select their assignments, excluding sealed gates. Suho expressed his regret that a precious department tradition might disappear because of him. Chulman assured him he wasn't trying to make him feel guilty. He explained the difference between a corporate employee and a civil servant, noting that while a company pursues profit, a group that doesn't need to generate profit like civil servants or the military unconditionally prioritizes its own safety. He cited an example of a military ban on cup noodles simply because one soldier got sick, calling it a way for officers to avoid risk since they had nothing to lose. Suho called it an ignorant response, and Chulman agreed. He explained that he had turned a blind eye to the rules this time, because he judged that closing a dangerous sealed gate was more important than strictly maintaining management traditions. Suho reflected that while Chulman was meticulous in weighing pros and cons, his decisions were always rooted in the public good rather than personal gain. As they sat in the car, Suho thanked Chulman for the lesson. Chulman laughed, noting that talking like that often got people labeled as boomers. Suho replied that he truly had learned a lot and asked Chulman to speak more comfortably with him, since they would soon be working together officially. Chulman agreed to drop the formalities once Suho was under his direct command, emphasizing the need to separate public and private matters. Suho asked about the schedule for the next day, and Chulman confirmed they were set for management and evaluation. He then asked when they would proceed with the plan Suho had mentioned in the valley, using a media play to pressure the association president. Pulling out his phone, Suho said he was just about to start. He called reporter Jo Jinghui, informing him that he was ready to share his story to paint a picture based on his experiences so far. Suho also planned to introduce the reporter to Jung Chulman from the association, who had chosen to become an ally. Suho knew that if they simply published an article about his actions, it might be dismissed as cheap gossip. He wanted the source to be clear and official. He acknowledged that the scale of the plan was large and required groundwork. Reporter Jinghui happily agreed to help elevate Suho's reputation once again, and asked when the article should be released. Suho replied that he wanted the world to know before he went to work the next day. He knew this article wasn't just about getting into the gate department, it was a necessary foundation for keeping Pisang-yeol in check later on. Later that evening, the scene shifted to Suho's safe house. Giwon was lounging on the massive sofa with his laptop open, scrolling through the latest article that had just been published. The headline, written by reporter Jo Jinghui, covered Suho's newest feat, and the internet was already exploding with reactions. Comments poured in non-stop, filled with followers praising him and congratulating him on defeating the monster lion. Watching the flood of responses, Giwon leaned back and muttered that the reaction was as intense as ever. Just then, Suho stepped out of his room. Giwon immediately looked up and asked how he had managed to kill the monster lion when even elite raid teams had failed. While talking, he swung his hands in the air like swords, jokingly demonstrating how Suho must have slashed it down. Suho simply shook his head and calmly replied that he hadn't used a sword at all. He had defeated it in hand-to-hand combat. The answer stunned Giwon. He blinked and asked if Suho meant actual martial arts, wondering if he was joking, but Suho confirmed it casually, explaining that he had finished the fight with ground combat. As he walked over to the window, his thoughts drifted to the report he had already sent to Chief Pisang-yeol before the article went public. With that done, Pai wouldn't be able to nitpick about the incident afterward. Now the next step was informing Park Kyuman. Suho took out his phone and called the vice president, asking if he had seen the article about him that day. Park Kyuman replied that he had already confirmed the news through military reports as well. Suho then mentioned that the rumors about him being royalty of the Special Division had probably reached him too, along with the expectation that he would start as a deputy team leader there once training ended. From the other end, Park Kyuman said it would actually be strange if he didn't know about it, then asked why Suho was bringing it up. Suho replied by asking if Park Kyuman would be fine with him joining the Special Division. The vice president grew suspicious and demanded to know what he was trying to imply. Suho explained that he was planning to put pressure on Pisang-yeol. Soon an article would circulate about the so-called Special Division royalty, and to the public it would look like a corruption scandal involving power-based appointments. Pisang-yeol himself might not care about public opinion, but the association president certainly would. After a moment of silence, the vice president asked if Suho wanted him to persuade the president to send him somewhere else instead. Suho confirmed it and told him to simply place him in the gate department. At the same time, Park Hyun should stay close to the president, offer advice, and slowly build his own influence. Suho added that he would prepare several proposals to help strengthen that position. While speaking, Suho thought quietly to himself that Park Kyumon was only a temporary piece on the board. One day he would discard him, but for now he was far too useful to waste. On the other end of the call, Park Kyumon asked what kind of proposals Suho was preparing. If he knew in advance, he could start dropping hints to the president. Suho simply replied that he would explain everything when the time came and that he would contact him again soon. As soon as the call ended, the door to one of the rooms suddenly burst open. Haewon rushed out, jumping with excitement and shouting for Suho. Both Suho and Giwon turned in surprise. Haewon stood there, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily, but his face was glowing with triumph. Clutched tightly in his hand was a blue stone. Between gasps, he proudly announced that he had finally done the slime stone synthesis. The system panel appeared before Suho, displaying the information of the newly completed item. The blue stone in Haewon's hand was identified as Meta Slime Stone, an S-grade item. Its description explained that it was a body fragment of the Meta Slime, often called the Ultimate Slime. Meta Slimes were known as the embodiment of regeneration, composition, and expansion, a material so rare that most people only heard about it in theory. Seeing the result, Suho praised Haewon, telling him he had truly worked hard. Haewon's eyes watered as he complained that all he had done for days was synthesize. Other than eating, sleeping, and going to the bathroom, he hadn't stopped working once, even admitting that he had continued synthesizing while taking a dump. Suho chuckled and kept patting his shoulder, repeating that he had done well. Then he asked if Haewon's level had gone up during the process. The question instantly brightened Haewon's face, and he proudly answered that it had. Every time the slime stone's grade increased, he had received several bonus stat points as well. Suho nodded and encouraged him, saying that was exactly the charm of being an alchemist. With the Meta Slime Stone finished, they only needed the remaining materials now, and when the time came, he would need Haewon's help again. The mention of more work immediately drained the color from Haewon's face, but he still nodded weakly and agreed. Suho then took out his phone, thinking that now the Meta Slime Stone was complete, only one material remained. Looking at the contact number on the screen, a faint smile formed on his face, realizing that the person he needed to contact next wasn't exactly normal either. Sometime later, Kang Seol-gi arrived outside Suho's safe house. Standing in front of the massive building, he looked up at it in disbelief. The place looked less like a house and more like a mansion. He let out a quiet gasp, thinking that if he ever tried to buy something like this, it would probably take him 50 years. Then he reconsidered and thought it might even take 100. Just then, the door opened, and Suho called out to him, asking if he had arrived and telling him to come inside. Suho led him through the entrance and thanked him for coming all the way there. Seol-gi brushed it off casually, saying it was nothing, and explained that he had brought the item Suho requested. Inside the box he carried was a strange device resembling a gaming controller. As soon as Suho looked at it, the system panel revealed its name and description. It was called the Third-Person Pilot Perspective Device. The description added that excellent pilots were extremely difficult to create and even harder to preserve, as most of them died alone alongside their machines on the battlefield. Suho examined the device and thought that, judging from that rather unfriendly description, it really was a piece of triple-type technology. Taking the box into his hands, Suho praised Seol-gi for finding it and said he had done good work. Seol-gi replied that he had only followed orders from above and earned his share of the work. He explained that while testing Suho's newly discovered 20-second purification method, the device's curse option had suddenly activated. Because of that, he had written a report stating that the item had to be destroyed. Suho nodded approvingly, saying that was exactly what he expected from the deputy team leader. Then he suggested they immediately proceed with removing the Mega Crusher. Hearing that, Kang Seol-gi brightened instantly and eagerly agreed. Suho guided him deeper into the house, eventually leading him to an underground area. Seol-gi looked around in shock, realizing the mansion even had a basement. Suho then instructed him to sit on the mechanical chair placed in the center of the room. The moment Seol-gi sat down, the chair locked him firmly in place, making him panic. Suho calmly told him that it might hurt a little. He explained even removing a tumor from the body was painful, and the Mega Crusher had been occupying his entire lower abdomen. Standing over the now frightened Seol-gi, Suho explained that the Mega Crusher's parasitism skill caused abnormal status effects within its host. He planned to separate it using a recovery skill that could treat such conditions. In his mind, Suho briefly considered another possible method, feeding the device to a steel-eating Bulgasari, but he dismissed it immediately as far too dangerous. Instead, he moved beside Seol-gi and announced that the procedure would begin. Seol-gi nervously asked if anesthesia wouldn't be used first. Suho casually replied that he had indeed called an anesthesia specialist and that he would introduce him right away. Without another word, he struck Seol-gi sharply on the back of the neck, knocking him unconscious instantly. Suho sighed and remarked that possessing and using anesthetics without permission was illegal, so this was the only option. He then removed Seol-gi's jacket and lifted his shirt, revealing the grotesque mechanism embedded in his abdomen, the Mega Crusher. Looking at the device, Suho noted that with the host unconscious, its activity had slowed down, declaring that the surgery would now begin. A soft blue light gathered in his hands as the system indicated the skill, recovery, had been activated. Suho pressed the glowing energy against the Mega Crusher. He muttered that if the device evolved any further in the future, ordinary recovery skills would no longer work on it. If Kang Solgi had revealed his condition earlier in Suho's previous life, the devastating molecular incident might never have happened. Still, that disaster had at least allowed researchers to discover numerous item combinations involving the device. Sensing danger, the Mega Crusher suddenly began reacting violently to Suho's skill. Kang Solgi's entire body trembled, though the mechanical chair held him firmly in place. Suho observed that if the host had been awake, the scene would have turned into complete chaos. He added quietly that it would hurt, but the device had to be removed quickly, and Solgi should actually feel lucky to be unconscious. As Suho intensified the recovery skill, the Mega Crusher began emitting harsh mechanical noises. Suddenly, the device tore itself free from Solgi's abdomen and lunged straight towards Suho. Suho sidestepped the attack smoothly, allowing the object to fly past him and crash onto the floor behind. The device turned toward him, producing distorted mechanical sounds, but within moments, its energy faded, and it reverted into a seemingly harmless item. The system classified it as a B-grade artifact, describing it as advanced technology from another world, capable of grinding any item. Suho crouched down and picked it up. He commented that the moment the Mega Crusher left its host, it always pretended to be a normal item. He smiled slightly and said that it was quite an amusing thing and that he would make very good use of it. After obtaining the Mega Crusher, Suho returned to the living room. There he found Haewon sprawled across the couch, looking completely drained. Suho told him that all the materials had finally been gathered and that it was time to begin the synthesis. Hearing that, Haewon immediately protested, complaining that he had just gotten some free time, and Suho wasn't even giving him a chance to rest. Suho simply smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder, telling him they would finish just this one and then take a proper break. The materials were already prepared, so the process should be quick. Haewon clearly wasn't pleased, but agreed. The two of them soon headed down to Haewon's laboratory. Once inside, Haewon began the synthesis process. This time, the materials placed on the table were the Meta Slime Stone, the Liberated Soul Prison, and the third-person pilot perspective device. As the process began, Haewon focused entirely on his work. Sweat formed on his forehead as he carefully guided the fusion of the materials. His concentration was absolute. Moments later, a brilliant light burst from the synthesis circle in front of him. Haewon pushed his glasses up slightly and announced that the work was finished. Haewon then revealed the finished item. As Suho examined it, the system panel appeared, identifying the creation as a mysterious meta-suit for Soul Mecha soldiers, an S-grade artifact. The description explained that it was the result of combining ancient mysterious technology, advanced otherworld technology, and fusion engineering. The suit was designed exclusively for possession-type ability users. It would receive 150% influence from the pilot status window, allowing possession-based control and full pilot operation. Its appearance could change freely, according to the pilot's will, and as long as sufficient mana was supplied, the suit could regenerate endlessly. Looking at the result, Suho thought that the quality of the materials must have been exceptional, since even the name had evolved into something far more impressive than expected. Haewon, unable to hide his excitement, asked if the item was really that good. Suho answered honestly that it was extremely good. Haewon beamed with pride, brushing his hair back as he revealed that the synthesis had raised his level by more than 20 and granted him 10 bonus stat points. Watching him celebrate, Suho quietly reflected that the item they had just created was essentially built with endgame level specifications, packed with nearly every possible modifier. The technology series items were officially divided into 3 categories. The first was the lost technology of ancient civilizations, relics left behind by forgotten eras. The second was the high technology of otherworld civilizations, artifacts originating from advanced worlds beyond Earth. The third was the over-technology of mythological civilizations, equipment said to surpass modern understanding entirely. Unofficially, however, there existed a fourth classification, fusion technology, created when 2 or more different technologies were combined together. Looking at Haewon, Suho reflected on that fact. The first 3 technologies existed as independent categories, but the last one was different. Fusion technology could only be created by rare individuals capable of merging completely different systems together. People like Haewon were the only ones capable of doing that. It was the first time Suho had personally witnessed such a result. Suho placed a hand on Haewon's shoulder and told him that 10 bonus stat points were equivalent to roughly 10 levels. Hearing that, Haewon beamed with pride and thanked him sincerely for giving him such an incredible opportunity. In response, Suho pulled out his platinum credit card and handed it to him, telling him to eat whatever he wanted and get some proper rest. Haewon's eyes sparkled with excitement as he accepted it and happily thanked him again. Meanwhile, down in the underground basement, Kang Solgi slowly began to regain consciousness. He suddenly woke with a sharp gasp and immediately looked down at his stomach. When he realized that the Mega Crusher was gone, disbelief spread across his face. Just then, Suho arrived and calmly greeted him, saying that the treatment had gone well and asking how his body felt. Overwhelmed, Kang Solgi immediately dropped to his knees in front of him, thanking him desperately and saying he would never forget this kindness. Suho simply brushed it off, replying that he had only helped in exchange for compensation. But Kang Solgi shook his head, still filled with gratitude. Even if money was involved, he said, patients still thanked their doctors. Suho had approached him first and saved him when he had no one else to rely on. To him, Suho was nothing short of a lifesaver. Suho laughed lightly and told him that if he felt that way, then he should take good care of him while they were both working at the association. Kang Solgi immediately agreed, promising that he would help Suho with anything he could. Watching him, Suho quietly thought that in the resource department, he had successfully recruited someone worth nurturing. Once Pi Sang-gyeol's faction was pushed out, this man would become extremely useful. The groundwork was already mostly finished. The next day, the scene shifted to the Korean Hunter Association headquarters. Outside the building, reporters had completely swarmed the entrance. Cameras, microphones, and broadcasting vans filled the area as journalists waited eagerly for Suho to appear and give an interview about his clearing of the Valley of Iron Gate. But what they didn't realize was that Suho had already arrived. Using a concealment skill, he moved quietly through the crowd, slipping past the reporters without anyone noticing his presence. As he walked toward the building entrance, he briefly thought that he was sorry for disappointing them today, but he would soon give them even better material to report on. Once inside the association building, Chulman was the first to notice him. Suho greeted him with a casual "good morning," and Chulman returned the greeting while looking slightly surprised. He pointed out that reporters were completely covering the entrance outside, yet Suho had somehow made it in anyway. Suho simply replied that he had managed to avoid them and slipped inside. Chulman frowned slightly and commented that the reporters outside didn't look like the kind of people who could be avoided so easily. The two of them stepped into the elevator together. While the doors closed, Suho asked if Chulman was starting his training with the detection department that day. Chulman confirmed that he was, explaining that he only needed to meet the department chief before beginning the evaluation process. Soon after, they met the chief of the detection department, Ma Du-won. The man greeted Suho warmly and said it was an honor to meet the rising star everyone had been talking about lately. Then, turning to Chulman, he handed him a file. He explained that there had recently been several sudden mana surges, which had left the department short-handed. Because of that, team leader Chulman would also be responsible for overseeing Suho's evaluation. He instructed him to choose a suitable gate location from the list reserved specifically for evaluation purposes. As Suho glanced over the documents, a thought crossed his mind. Among the listed gate candidates, there was one in particular that he wanted. Using the knowledge stored in his memory, he had already calculated the gate's creation timing and adjusted his schedule accordingly. The scene then shifted to the Dongcheon temporary command post. When Suho and Chulman arrived, one of the guards recognized them immediately and guided them inside. Before long, they reached the massive steel wall that surrounded the gate site. Chulman checked the monitoring device and explained that the gate charge had already reached 97%. If they were lucky, they might even witness the gate formation process. However, he quickly added that calling something like that lucky felt strange, since gate zapping was never good news for humanity. Suho quietly looked at the reading, 97%. He smirked slightly. To him, this was the perfect opportunity. If he injected just a little mana into the gate point, it would likely force the gate to open immediately. Meanwhile, Chulman began explaining the evaluation procedures. He carefully listed each requirement and steps Suho needed to follow. Suho listened silently, though the information essentially passed through one ear and out the other. Everything Chulman was explaining was something he already knew. After finishing his long explanation, Chulman asked if Suho had understood everything. Suho nodded calmly and suggested they begin right away. Chulman then handed him a device and told him to measure the charge around the gate location. By checking the mana density concentration in the area, they could estimate how long it would take before the gate opened. The system quietly identified the object as a mana measuring device, a tool designed to measure mana density near a gate and determine its charging rate. Holding the device, Suho thought to himself that he needed to approach the exact gate point in order to stimulate it. This evaluation task worked perfectly as an excuse. While pretending to measure the charge, he could secretly inject his own mana and force the gate to activate. He knelt down and planted the device's antenna into the ground. At the same time, he quietly poured his mana into the spot. Almost instantly, the device began screaming with warning signals as its readings shot straight to the maximum level. The sudden alarm startled the surrounding officers, who began shouting in confusion, wondering what the detection signal meant and what was happening. Then the ground trembled. Right where Suho had placed the device, a purple gate suddenly began to form. A blinding flash burst outward as violet mist spread through the air. Officers nearby instinctively shielded their eyes in fear as the gate rapidly stabilized into a full structure. Chulman stared in complete shock. Before him stood a fully formed purple gate, its intense light flooding the area. He shouted Suho's name in panic, but it was already too late. Suho had already stepped inside. The bright light forced him to cover his eyes for a moment. When his vision cleared, he opened his system window. Normally, a system message describing the gate would appear just before entering, but this time nothing appeared. Suho quickly realized why he had forcibly entered the gate before the system could register it properly. Then he saw a towering structure rising before him. A massive, tower-like building stood in the center of the area. Suho immediately recognized it. He had entered the martial arts library, exactly as he had planned. In his previous life, this sealed gate had eventually been cleared by the legendary martial king, Gu Taixu. The man was known as the true king of martial arts, a master capable of overwhelming opponents in hand-to-hand combat regardless of style. The ultimate technique that had made Gu Taixu famous was hidden inside this very tower. Suho recalled that Gu Taixu had been one of the 5 strongest swordsmen he had ever encountered. Even in previous life, Suho had never managed to defeat him. But this time would be different. This time, he would obtain that technique for himself. Staring at the enormous tower ahead, Suho began walking toward it and calmly declared that he was going in. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Chulman stood frozen in shock, shouting Suho's name as panic spread through the command post. The scene briefly shifted to the past. In that moment, Suho stood over the defeated martial king, Gu Taixu. After yet another hard-fought battle, the martial king let out a small laugh as he admitted that, as expected, it wasn't easy to defeat Suho in pure swordsmanship. Suho responded calmly, acknowledging that his opponent was the martial king, but he himself was the sword god. Gu Taixu then dropped to one knee, still smiling, and wondered aloud if he might finally win after 1,000 matches. Back in the present, Suho was climbing the massive stone tower of the martial arts library. His body moved steadily upward, gripping ledges and pulling himself higher with controlled precision. As he climbed, he muttered that Gu Taixu had always been the most persistent person in the world. Someone like him must have scaled this exact tower with nothing but his bare hands. Even for Suho, the climb was exhausting. Each movement demanded strength, balance, and endurance. Despite his overwhelming abilities, he found himself struggling, realizing that the martial king must have gone through the same hardship before earning his title. After a long climb, Suho finally reached the top. Pulling himself over the edge, he jumped onto the rooftop and let out a deep breath of relief. He muttered that he had barely made it, recalling how he had almost slipped near the very end. If his stamina hadn't reached red grade levels, he wouldn't have been able to complete the climb at all. He remembered how things had unfolded in his previous life. Back then, no one had managed to conquer the stone tower. In the end, the opportunity had gone to Gu Taixu through an auction, allowing him to claim the reward. Standing there now, Suho reflected that if he hadn't accessed the gate first this time, the same outcome would have repeated itself. Gu Taixu would have conquered it again. Suho realized that there was no better environment for rapid growth than the Korean Hunter Association. Even if he couldn't directly profit from gates in the usual way, the opportunities they provided were far more valuable. With that thought, he looked upward, eyes sharp with determination. He had already cleared the first trial, the climb. As Suho reached the top, the scenery finally revealed itself. A bright blue moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, almost surreal glow across the entire area. In front of him stood a massive, old-school-style martial arts library, its structure ancient yet imposing. Beneath it spread a huge blue magic circle, quietly pulsing with energy. This place was known as Seogopyeong. Suho stared at the library and immediately understood this wasn't the end yet. To enter it, he would have to pass another trial. He recalled Gu Taixu mentioning that the library was filled with martial arts manuals, countless techniques hidden within its walls. As he walked forward, he observed his surroundings more carefully. At a glance, the terrain felt strangely similar to Kunlun, as if it had been modeled after some legendary martial domain. But the moment his foot stepped onto a specific part of the ground, something triggered. A sharp wave of air rang out. The magic circle ahead began to glow, its light intensifying as mechanisms hidden within the space came alive. Suho wiped the sweat from his face, immediately recognizing what was happening. These weren't just decorations, these were traps, or something even more advanced. The second trial had begun. A blue magical sword materialized from the circle and shot toward him at terrifying speed. Suho reacted instantly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. As the blade flew past him, he glanced at it and muttered that this was quite the fiery welcome. But the attack didn't stop there. The magic circle flared again, and this time 2 massive hammers formed behind him. They swung forward with crushing force, aiming to smash him from behind. Suho broke into a sprint, and at the exact moment the hammers came crashing down, he twisted his body and slid across the ground, narrowly escaping the impact. He quickly regained his footing, stabilizing himself as the pressure of the trial filled the air. Then, with a calm expression and a hint of excitement, Suho straightened up and settled into a cool Spider-Man position. If this was how the trial wanted to play it, then so be it. He was ready. After some time, Suho stood there completely exhausted, his entire body drenched in sweat as he struggled to catch his breath. The ground around him was shattered, cracked from the relentless attacks he had been dodging. Looking at the destruction, he couldn't help but think about Gu Taeksu. The fact that someone had cleared this place without even having red grade stats made Suho realize just how monstrous genius the Martial King truly was. Wiping the sweat from his face, Suho steadied himself. If he failed here, despite having far better conditions, it would be nothing short of pathetic. With that thought, his resolve hardened. No matter what, he would conquer this place. He activated his skill, Mana Detection. In the very next instant, he sensed danger and leaped away. A violent mana blast struck the exact spot where he had been standing just a moment earlier. Had he been even a second late, he would have been vaporized. Watching the aftermath, Suho realized something important. No matter how much this place resembled martial arts concepts, its foundation was still rooted in the system. Whether it was called internal energy or something else, the force driving everything here was ultimately mana. As that realization settled in, the system notified him that his mana detection had advanced from grade B to grade A. Suho understood that this was the result of pushing the skill to its limits. Mana detection was notoriously slow to level up, so this alone was already a massive gain. Soon, Suho was moving non-stop, dodging one blast after another, sensing each attack just before it struck. As he continued, his instincts sharpened, and he suddenly realized something. It was time to arrive that thing. The ground beneath the magic circle began to crack violently. Within seconds, the surface split apart, and from within emerged a massive statue. The moment Suho saw it, he knew this was the boss monster. The system identified it as the guardian of the library, its level unknown. The statue's appearance reminded Suho of something oddly familiar, like Mokujin from Tekken. Then he recalled what people used to say. This guardian possessed the same terrifying ability as the Nameless Sword Emperor, the boss of the Nameless Sword Gate. That ability allowed it to copy the exact status window of its opponent. Almost immediately, the guardian activated its skill. A blue domain spread outward, forming a sealed space that enclosed only Suho and the guardian. The system informed him that the battlefield of conviction had been activated. Within this domain, the guardian's status would mirror the challenger's, and all combatants were restricted to using only the weapon designated by the guardian. Suho rolled his shoulders and understood the situation instantly. This meant he had to fight using pure technique, nothing else. Now he understood how Gu Taeksu had cleared this gate. But at the same time, Suho smirked, thinking, even Martial King Gu Taeksu had never managed to defeat the Nameless Sword Emperor. That meant this kind of fight wasn't his absolute domain. At that moment, the guardian summoned a sword, and the system confirmed that the designated weapon was a sword. For Suho, known as the Sword God, there couldn't have been a better outcome. He summoned his blood weapon and pointed it toward the guardian, asking if this would suffice. The statue silently took its stance in response. For a brief moment, the world grew still. Then the guardian moved. It launched itself forward in a single burst of speed. Suho stepped in as well, deciding to end the fight immediately. Crimson energy surged through his body, his aura flaring as his power condensed into a single decisive strike. The next instant, their swords clashed, just a single exchange. Suho passed through the guardian, moving behind it as if the strike had already ended before it even began. For a moment, both figures stood still. Then, with a clean sound, the guardian's sword split apart. The statue froze, as if unable to comprehend what had just happened. Slowly, it turned toward Suho, and then bowed. The system announced that the guardian of the library had admitted defeat. The gate had been cleared, and the MVP of the conquest was on Suho. The system provided him extra experience points for being MVP, and his level went up. Suho looked at the guardian and commented that it had accepted defeat quickly, just like a true martial artist. Then, shifting his gaze toward the towering library ahead, he let out a small breath and said that now that the martial trial was over, it was time to move on to something else. It was time to cultivate knowledge. As Suho approached the entrance of the towering library, a system notification quietly appeared, welcoming him to the Library of Martial Arts. The moment he stepped inside, another message followed, informing him that by defeating the gatekeeper, he was qualified to receive 1 volume of knowledge from the library. Suho looked at the notification and let out a satisfied laugh. Just as Gu Taeksu had once said, the knowledge obtained here depended on how many guardians one defeated. And this knowledge wasn't just information, it meant skills. Standing before rows of ancient books, Suho saw the system categorize them into 3 groups: swordsmanship, footwork, and miscellaneous techniques. He murmured the categories under his breath, briefly considering them. Miscellaneous techniques sounded unimpressive at first glance, almost like a collection of useless tricks, but Suho knew better. That category was anything but trivial. Without hesitation, he chose it. The system confirmed his selection, and Suho immediately stated that this was the true core of the library. Moments later, another notification appeared, informing him that he had acquired a new skill, Acupoint Strike, Grade B. The details unfolded before his eyes. It was a mysterious martial art from Muram, allowing its user to perceive the major acupoints of the human body. By accurately striking these points, one could trigger unique effects specific to each acupoint. Unlike conventional offensive techniques or movement skills, this ability operated on an entirely different principle, which was why it was classified under miscellaneous techniques. Suho stood there, absorbing the information. Acupoint techniques were commonly seen in martial arts novels, but in reality, they were incredibly rare, something that could only be obtained in a place like this. As he processed the skill, the books around him suddenly began to glow with a golden light. One by one, they started fading away, dissolving into nothingness. Watching the scene, Suho realized that the library itself was disappearing now that he had claimed its knowledge. Then, in front of him, a scroll materialized out of thin air. The system informed him that he had obtained an item archive painting, Grade S. At that moment, Suho understood. The entire library had been condensed into a single painting within that scroll. As Suho held the scroll in his hands, the system displayed its details. The item, archive painting, was described as a painting containing the entire library of martial arts, passed down only to those who had defeated its keeper. It further stated that on nights of the full moon, the holder could return to the library once again. Suho looked at the scroll quietly, understanding its value. The library of martial arts wasn't something that ended with a single visit. It was a place that could continue offering growth. With a faint smile, he thought that he would return again when the full moon rose. Then his thoughts shifted. It was time to stop making Chulman worry and head back. Meanwhile, outside the gate, tension had been building for quite some time. The officers stationed at the site were growing increasingly uneasy. Some began murmuring that it had already been too long since Suho entered, wondering if they should be preparing a backup request. Among them, Chulman was the most restless. He clutched his head, clearly shaken, muttering that this was driving him insane. In his mind, he kept replaying what had happened, Suho being pulled into a gate caused by a mana runaway, entering a completely unknown space with zero information. The uncertainty gnawed at him. His thoughts spiraled into worst-case scenarios. A gate with no data, filled with unpredictable dangers. What if something had gone wrong? For a moment, he even imagined Suho dead. Unable to calm himself, Chulman clasped his hands together and silently prayed, hoping Suho would come out safely. Then suddenly, one of the officers shouted. Everyone turned at once, watching as the structure began to destabilize. Someone yelled that the gate line was breaking and wondered if it meant the gate had been cleared. And at that exact moment, Suho stepped out. He looked around casually and remarked that quite a crowd had gathered. The moment Chulman saw him, he rushed forward without hesitation, a mix of anger and relief flooding his expression. He grabbed Suho and demanded to know what had happened, shouting about how worried he had been and how reckless it was to suddenly enter a gate like that. Suho calmly explained that there had been a mana runaway, so it couldn't be avoided. He added that, fortunately, the gate hadn't been too difficult, so he managed to come out safely. Hearing that, Chulman let out a long breath of relief and grabbed Suho's shoulder, saying how thankful he was that nothing had happened. Suho apologized for causing trouble, but then immediately asked what would happen to his field evaluation now. Chulman stared at him for a moment, almost speechless, and asked if that was really what mattered right now. The important thing was that he had come back alive. Suho agreed on the surface, but internally, he still felt that the evaluation was important. Letting out another sigh, Chulman told him they should return to the association first and report everything. After completing his evaluation at the association, Suho returned home in the evening, his body finally giving in to the accumulated fatigue as he slouched onto the couch. Yet even in that exhausted state, a faint sense of satisfaction lingered, because he had once again secured a perfect score in the second gate evaluation, leaving only the Special Forces test ahead. While the system window appeared before him, showing his current level at 75 and his strength stat at 99, along with 2 remaining bonus points, and without much hesitation, he pushed the stat to 100, watching as its color shifted into a distinct orange, while the system acknowledged the advancement and informed him that his strength could now grow even further, making Suho quietly acknowledge that even for him, this rate of growth felt absurd, his fingers tightening into a fist as he sensed the overwhelming power flowing through his body, and concluded that at this pace, he would not lose to anyone in this life, even considering the possibility of clearing a disaster-level gate alone, since he had already done it once before, and knew that with enough preparation repeating, it would not be impossible. Just as his thoughts were settling into deeper calculations about his growth and future plans, the sudden vibration of his phone pulled him back to reality, and when he glanced at the screen, he saw the caller was none other than the Special Department head, P. Sangyil, which immediately sharpened his focus as he picked up the call and greeted him calmly, listening as P. Sangyil casually brought up the topic of his upcoming special training scheduled for the next day, while also mentioning that all of Suho's evaluations so far had been flawless, emphasizing that if he were to pass the final Special Division test as well, he would become the first and youngest perfect scorer in the entire history of the association, a statement that would normally shake anyone but barely stirred Suho on the surface, even as Lee Sang-yeol lightly pointed out how unexpectedly flat his reaction sounded, something Suho brushed off outwardly, while internally acknowledging that such achievements naturally felt less significant to someone walking through life for the second time. However, the tone of the conversation shifted when Lee Sang-yeol revealed that he would personally take charge of this final evaluation, a detail that immediately stood out to Suho, because Lee Sang-yeol was not the type to step forward directly, unless there was a specific intention behind it, and what followed only deepened that suspicion, as he declared that instead of conducting separate tests, he would combine the Special Division and Investigation Division evaluations into a single process and handle everything at once. The Special Forces were divided into two distinct branches, one focused on investigating criminal players, and the other handling large-scale operations with greater authority, meaning there had never been any precedent for merging their evaluations like this, making it clear that this was not just a matter of efficiency but a deliberate use of power to control the situation. Even so, Suho maintained his composed demeanor and accepted the arrangement without hesitation, asking about the assignment only to be told that he would find out the details the next day. After the call ended, Suho remained still for a moment before his expression hardened slightly, his mind already moving ahead as he analyzed the implications of this sudden change, realizing that if things unfolded unfavorably, he could be forced into the Special Division before his preparations were complete, something that would disrupt the entire path he had carefully been building. And with that realization, he leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand as his thoughts sharpened into a clear conclusion that timing was now critical, and that external pressure needed to be applied before the association could finalize anything. Without hesitation, Suho picked up his phone once again and dialed reporter Jo Jinhui, fully aware that controlling the narrative through media would be the most effective way to influence the situation from the outside, and in that moment his priority became simple and absolute as he focused on bringing the article forward first, ensuring that the board would be shaken before anyone could move against him. The next day, Suho arrived at Chief Lee Sang-yeol's office and greeted him as he stepped inside, finding the man casually looking at his phone before acknowledging him and gesturing for him to sit, while Suho quietly recalled how Pai had already moved things forward without even informing Chulman, confirming that he had simply pushed ahead on his own authority without hesitation, a decision that made Suho internally note just how forceful and bulldozing his personality truly was. Lee Sang-yeol then shifted the conversation, mentioning that he had heard Suho had also caused a stir in the detection division, brushing it off lightly as Suho responded in a calm and understated manner, only for Pai to laugh at his modesty and remark that the world clearly didn't see it that way, before sliding a document across the table and telling him to take a look. And as Suho's eyes fell on the contents, he saw a photograph of Kim Kyung-won, with Pai explaining that the man was now rotting away in Blue Prison, a detail that immediately made Suho question the intent behind bringing him up at this moment, his thoughts sharpening as he asked whether the upcoming evaluation was connected to this case. Pai Sang-yeol answered in an ambiguous tone, implying that it was indeed related, then brought up the incident when Suho had gone to capture Kim Kyung-won, specifically mentioning that Sun Baek-jeom had been present at the scene as well. He told Suho him to review the back page and calmly questioning why Suho had chosen to leave Baek-jeom behind at that time, prompting Suho to repeat his earlier explanation that the scale of the situation had been beyond what he could handle alone, while Pai lit a cigarette, acknowledging the reasoning before quietly shifting the pressure by asking what would happen if Suho could handle it now, his gaze steady and probing as he watched for any reaction. Suho remained composed, offering no immediate response outwardly, yet internally he understood the meaning behind those words with perfect clarity, realizing that this was not merely an evaluation, but a deliberate test designed to push him into confronting higher-level targets while simultaneously measuring his capabilities and loyalty, and as a faint smile formed on Suho's face, he accepted that this was the kind of man Lee Sang-yeol truly was, someone who molded people by dragging them through conflict. In response, Suho met his gaze without hesitation and stated that if it was within his ability, then he would take responsibility and handle it completely, already deciding in his mind that he would play along with this game for now, fully aware that this path would only pull him deeper into the unfolding power struggle. Chief Pai studied Suho for a brief moment, clearly amused by the answer he had just given, before letting out a low laugh and remarking that this was exactly why he liked him, then immediately moving the conversation forward by instructing him to deal with Sun Baek-jeom first, making it clear that if he handled the matter cleanly he would personally grant him perfect scores across both department evaluations, a statement that sounded casual on the surface but carried a heavy implication of authority, while Suho calmly confirmed the task and asked whether simply taking care of the target would be enough, only for Pai to add another layer by demanding that he also retrieve the ledger containing all of Baek-jeom's connections, turning what could have been a straightforward mission into something far more intricate, and as Suho accepted without hesitation and asked for the time frame, Chief Pai gave him 1 week, setting a clear boundary that left no room for delay. The atmosphere then shifted slightly as Chief Pai leaned back and brought up what he called an interesting story, asking how Suho thought he knew about the connection between Son Baek-jeom and the association's vice president, and when Suho responded cautiously, Pai revealed without hesitation that Baek-jeom himself had approached him first, having the sense to recognize that Pai was a more capable figure than the vice president. Yet despite that, Pai had rejected him outright, explaining in a blunt and almost dismissive tone that taking money from someone like that would make him no different, emphasizing that he was cut from a different cloth, someone who had once served as a prosecutor in the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office, before being forced out after becoming an awakener, a transition that Suho understood all too well since certain professions in Korea could not be held after awakening, and in Pai's case that turning point had twisted his path entirely, redirecting his ambitions toward power within the Hunter Association, where he had climbed to the position of Special Forces Department head not through raw combat ability but through the sharp, calculating instincts he had honed as a prosecutor, creating a man driven not by wealth, but by a deep-rooted elitism and an obsession with control. Pai's words carried a cold certainty, as he stated that not everyone wearing human skin was the same, drawing a clear line between himself, Suho, and the rest. A statement that Suho acknowledged outwardly while internally recognizing just how dangerous such a mindset truly was, because a man who sought only power without distraction was far more terrifying than those driven by greed, the kind of person who could orchestrate massive incidents without hesitation or remorse. And as Pai rose from his seat and asked if Suho needed anything else, Suho took the opportunity to make a request that momentarily broke the flow, asking if the Special Forces evaluation could be conducted strictly according to the rules, a suggestion that caught Pai off guard before Suho clarified it with a light smile, expressing his intent to earn the perfect scorer title properly without shortcuts, even though internally he was simply unwilling to let his record be stained or manipulated by external interference. Chief Pai burst into laughter at that, calling Suho even crazier than expected, yet ultimately agreeing on the condition that only the theory exam would be taken, dismissing the need for redundant practical testing, and as he moved toward the door, he allowed Suho to proceed immediately, questioning whether he even understood how difficult the Special Forces test truly was compared to the others, while Suho accepted calmly with the quiet confidence of someone who had already experienced it once before, knowing better than anyone what lay ahead, and Pai, clearly satisfied by that boldness, gave his final approval, telling him to take the exam right away, as if testing whether that confidence would hold under real pressure. Soon after, Suho completed the Special Forces theory test, and his answer sheet was immediately sent for evaluation, where P. Song-yeol personally reviewed it in his office, scanning through each page with growing interest as his expression slowly shifted into something sharper, almost entertained, while he muttered to himself that it was absurd for someone to solve such deliberately difficult questions so effortlessly, especially when those problems had been designed specifically to filter out pretenders, yet Suho had answered everything flawlessly, as if he had already seen it all before, leading Pai to acknowledge that this level of precision was not normal, before setting the paper down and letting out a quiet laugh, his lips curling into a faint, dangerous smile, as he concluded that a blade this sharp could easily become a problem if left unchecked. At the same time, Suho stood outside the vice president's office, his thoughts already moving ahead as he recalled P.I.'s behavior and briefly noted how casually the man ignored even basic rules like smoking indoors, then shifted his focus to what truly mattered, calculating that 1 week was more than enough time to handle Son Baek-jeom and push the article forward. Yet before making any moves he needed to confirm one critical detail, and with that in mind he stepped inside, where the vice president greeted him with a practiced smile, only for Suho to immediately bring up his meeting with Pai Sang-yeol and the assignment he had been given, then directly question the current state of the vice president's relationship with Son Baek-jeom, asking whether everything had truly been cleaned up. The question struck harder than expected, instantly breaking the man's composure as sweat formed on his face and his posture collapsed into hesitation, struggling to produce an answer before eventually bowing his head without any proper explanation, a reaction that irritated Suho, who watched the scene with growing frustration as he thought about how absurd it was that someone holding such a high position could fail to handle something so basic, yet at the same time he felt no real disappointment because he had never expected competence from him in the first place, reinforcing his belief that relying on others was meaningless, and that in the end, he could only trust himself to resolve matters properly. Without wasting time, Suho extended his hand and demanded the man's wallet, receiving it without resistance as the vice president complied in silence, then calmly confirmed that the money received was still intact, before asking about the remaining cases tied to Son Baek-jeom, to which the vice president replied with forced confidence that most of them had already been handled and that everything would be resolved within a week, allowing Suho to draw a clear conclusion that if he personally dealt with Son Baek-jeom, there would be no remaining leverage left against the vice president, and with that understanding, he gave a final warning in a cold, controlled tone, telling him to stay quiet and behave while making it clear that he would not repeat himself, because if any further issues surfaced, the consequences would be far worse than before, a threat that the vice president understood immediately as he nodded in submission. The scene shifted to Gangnam Paemun Plaza, deep within the underground parking lot where the dim lights cast long shadows across the concrete, and Suho stood alone as he calmly made a call to Son Baek-jeom, informing him of his presence and ordering him to come down immediately, his tone casual yet leaving no room for refusal, and not long after, the elevator doors slid open to reveal Baek-jeom stepping out along with nearly 20 armed men, their presence filling the space with tension as Suho looked at them and simply laughed, as if the numbers meant nothing to him. Without even acknowledging the hostility, Suho casually tossed his car keys toward one of the bald men, treating him like a valet and instructing him to park the car and handle the fee separately, an act so dismissive that it instantly provoked anger. Yet before the man could properly react or speak, Suho moved in a flash and grabbed his jaw with overwhelming force, silencing him instantly, while coldly remarking that he clearly did not understand his place, tightening his grip as the man's resistance turned into panic. And although the surrounding thugs instinctively reached for their weapons, the situation froze when Baek-jeom shouted at them to stand down, fully aware of the gap in power between them and Suho, who then released the man with a flick and commented that it was absurd for them to even think they could win, casually noting that those beaten earlier had apparently failed to pass along the warning. The atmosphere shifted as Baek-jeom led Suho upstairs to a luxurious two-floor suite that radiated wealth, complete with a grand chandelier and wide sofas. Yet even in such an environment, Suho remained completely unfazed as he took a seat like he owned the place, observing that Baek-jeom seemed to be using it as a full residence, before moving straight to the point and questioning why, despite the association president returning the money, Baek-jeom had refused to take it back, a question that struck deeply as the man admitted that accepting it would have been meaningless, revealing his anger and resentment toward being discarded after everything he had invested, believing that if he was destined to be thrown away anyway, then dragging others down with him was the only choice left. Suho listened without interruption, his expression calm, but his presence growing heavier, and after acknowledging the reasoning without any real interest, he leaned slightly forward and fixed his gaze on Baek-jeom, the faint smile on his face carrying an unsettling weight as he asked a single question, whether he wanted to live, and the moment those words fell, Baek-jeom's body reacting instinctively to the killing intent hidden behind that calm tone, while Suho's expression hardened and his eyes turned cold, making it clear without needing repetition that this was not a question open to interpretation, but a line that would decide everything from this point onward. After hearing Suho's warning, Baek-jeom suddenly stood up from the couch and excused himself for a moment, while Suho quietly watched without understanding what he was about to do. Baek-jeom immediately gave an order to his servant and told Suho that he would be right back, and only a few seconds later he returned carrying a large bag, which he slammed onto the table before opening it to reveal stacks of cash, clearly attempting to resolve everything through a bribe. Seeing this, Suho found the situation ridiculous and questioned whether he had ever asked for money, which left Baek-jeom visibly confused as he hesitated, wondering if that was not what Suho wanted. As Suho slowly rose to his feet, the shift alone made Baek-jeom uneasy, and Suho coldly pointed out that he clearly did not understand what was being said, deciding that words alone would not be enough and that it was time to make him understand properly. Cracking his knuckles, Suho remarked that people who overthink always fail to solve simple problems, then looked down at Baek-jeom and told him to start thinking simply, because the pain he was about to feel would be the price for failing to do so. In the next instant, Suho moved and struck with his acupoint technique, pressing precise points on the left chest and upper right chest, using only his index finger, instantly triggering unbearable pain that forced Baek-jeom to cry out, the sound echoing through the room and alerting the guards who rushed in demanding to know what was happening. The moment they saw their boss being attacked, they charged towards Suho with killing intent, but Suho simply glanced at them and activated his coercion, releasing a blue aura from his body that slammed them to the ground as if an immense weight had crushed them, pinning them in place without resistance. Without even sparing them another look, Suho calmly told them not to interrupt the conversation, then turned back to Baek-jeom, who was now kneeling in front of him, trembling and crying in extreme pain. Suho explained that he had pressed one of the most painful acupoints, then pressed it again briefly before releasing the effect, allowing Baek-jeom to gasp for air as he struggled to recover. Watching him, Suho pointed out that when the mind fails, the body suffers, making it clear that this was the result of his inability to understand simple things. Still kneeling, Baekjeom immediately submitted and declared that he would do whatever was asked, and Suho told him to bring what he needed, which only confused him further for a moment, until Suho clarified, with a calm smile but threatening intent, that he wanted the ledger containing every detail of the bribes given to Park Kumin, including every record used to maintain those connections. After some time, Baekjeom returned with the ledger and handed it over, and Suho sat down on the couch while flipping through the documents, noting how widely the money had been distributed across institutions like the prosecution and the police. As he examined the pages, something caught his attention and he recognized that there was a significant amount of useful information within it, then stood up and approached Baekjeom to give him a final piece of advice, stating that no matter how hard it was for someone to abandon their habits, survival required change, especially when it came to dangerous dealings like drugs, warning that if he heard anything related to such activities again, he would personally step in next time. After that, Suho gave a direct order for Baekjeom to leave the country immediately for about a week, telling him to treat it like a short break and take the earliest flight available while reporting the return schedule and airport details, making it absolutely clear that he must not speak a single word about what had happened and that, officially, Suho had never been there and Baekjeom had simply chosen to travel abroad on his own. Once Baekjeom agreed, Suho stored the ledger in his inventory and then struck him once more from a distance with another precise acupoint attack aimed at his abdomen, embedding a hidden condition as insurance. Baekjeom collapsed to the ground in confusion, unable to understand what had just been done, while Suho calmly explained that it would not cause pain but would prevent him from engaging in night activities for a while, revealing that he had targeted a specific point to ensure compliance. The realization hit Baekjeom with horror that he had become impotent. Suho turned and walked toward the exit, leaving behind a final condition that if Baekjeom wished to return to normal, he would have to keep his promise without fail. After finishing things with Baekjeom, Suho settled back into his car and parking lot. He immediately made a call to reporter Jinwi, telling him that he had forwarded the file he had just secured and instructed him to dig out every piece of personal information connected to the names listed inside, making it clear that the work needed to be completed within a week if possible. Jinwi responded with visible excitement, saying he had been itching for something like this. And as the call ended, Suho pulled out the ledger again, briefly scanning it, while thinking that the next 7 days would require precise and efficient movement. Just then, another call came through, this time from Kim Jeon, and Suho picked it up without hesitation, only to hear that Jeon had just finished dealing with his own situation and wanted to speak before making any decisions. Suho immediately asked whether Nexus had contacted him, and when Jeon confirmed that they had, but that he chose to speak with Suho first, Suho decided to head over personally, mentioning that he had something to give him. Not long after, Suho arrived and knocked on Kim Jeon's door, and when it opened, Jeon commented on the effort it must have taken to come all the way there, stepping aside to let him in as Suho walked into the room and observed him carefully. Suho noted that Jeon was still in his original body and remarked on whether he was intentionally maintaining that state, to which Jeon explained that he was trying to get used to it and only switched when necessary to care for his sibling, a response that Suho acknowledged as a good mindset. With that, Suho brought out the item he had prepared, stating that he had kept his promise, and presented the compact form of the item he had made earlier, combining multiple items, and explained that while it appeared simple, it was capable of transforming when used properly. The moment Jeon realized it was an S-rank item, his expression shifted into shock and confusion, unable to understand why something so valuable was being handed to him, but Suho calmly reminded him that he had promised to give him a path forward and wanted him to return as an active hunter. Holding the item, Jeon hesitated for only a moment before agreeing to try it, placing it beside the bed and activating his possession ability as instructed, allowing a purple light to form around his hands as the energy wrapped itself around the object. And in the next instant, the transformation triggered, the suit materializing around him in a seamless motion until it fully enveloped his body in a sleek, assassin-like form. As the process completed, Jeon trembled slightly while adjusting to the sensation, and Suho observed him closely as he tested his movements, quickly realizing that the suit responded as if it were a natural extension of his own body, something Jeon himself confirmed as he experienced a level of control he had not felt before. Watching this, Suho felt satisfied that there would be no issues even if Jeon engaged in real combat from this point onward. Suho then stated that before heading to Nexus, there was something that needed to be handled first, and Jeon asked what it was, only for Suho to directly state his intention to recruit him. Jeon felt flattered, pointing out that he had not even fully understood the capabilities of the suit yet, and that joining something like Nexus felt too soon. But Suho clarified that this had nothing to do with Nexus. It's a personal call from him, proposing that they work together directly. Hearing this, Jeon was left stunned, unable to immediately process the idea, as the weight of the offer settled in. Jian looked at Suho with visible hesitation and asked if he was truly serious, questioning how someone like him could possibly be of any real help. But Suho answered without any pause, explaining that in his goal of ending the gates, Jian's power would become an essential piece, assuring him that he would be properly compensated and, more importantly, promising that once his own abilities developed further, he would personally heal his younger sibling. Jian showed clear doubt at that claim, explaining that he had already searched through countless methods and found no possible treatment, but Suho calmly clarified that while modern medicine had its limits, abilities possessed by players, especially healers with supernatural skills, operated on an entirely different level, and even though there had been no known cases yet, the sheer diversity of healing abilities meant that such a condition was definitely curable. In his mind, Suho recalled how, in his past life, the Saintess of Russia, Isabella, had been the first to cure a vegetative patient, and he knew that by following that exact path, the same result could be achieved again. Hearing this, Jian's resistance slowly broke down as he admitted that being helped to such an extent left him with no choice but to follow, though a lingering concern remained about whether he would be able to handle the responsibility properly. But Suho dismissed that worry with quiet confidence, stating that someone like him would adapt faster than expected, and then guided him to test the suit further by switching it into third-person mode. As Jian activated the function, two system options appeared before him, first person and third person, and the moment he selected the latter, his perspective shifted completely, placing him outside his own body as if he were observing himself from a game screen, with a familiar control interface forming in his hands like a keyboard and mouse setup, leaving him stunned at how real yet game-like the experience felt. Suho, watching this reaction, understood exactly what was happening, recognizing that this was the core ability of the metasuit, the viewer function that allowed control from an external perspective, and he explained that the system naturally replicated whatever environment the user was most accustomed to, which was why Jian was experiencing it like a game interface. As Jian adjusted to the controls, he instinctively drew his weapon and began moving in a way that resembled a skilled in-game character, executing fluid, flashy sword movements as purple energy trailed behind each swing, and Suho observed closely, noting that the efficiency and detail of each motion had drastically improved compared to what would have been possible in first-person control. Jian, now operating in third-person mode, experienced a strange yet immersive sensation as everything around him felt exactly like a game interface, his movements syncing perfectly with his intent, while his perspective remained detached from his physical body, making the entire experience feel unreal despite being grounded in reality, and he internally expressed how bizarre it felt that this wasn't a simulation or a PlayStation environment, but actual reality unfolding through a game-like lens. Suho, observing his reaction, calmly explained that this wasn't even the full extent of the suit's capabilities, as with enough focus and intent, Jian could go beyond simple control and actually transform into characters, or rather into any being he could imagine within the world. Taking that idea seriously, Jian decided to test it immediately and shifted his focus toward altering his form, choosing Suho as the first model simply because he was standing right in front of him, and within moments, his appearance began to change, restructuring itself until he resembled Suho almost perfectly, though slight inconsistencies still lingered. Suho, watching this unfold, found it amusing and remarked that it felt like looking into a mirror, though he quickly noticed that the colors and finer details weren't completely accurate yet, prompting Jian to refine the transformation further. Concentrating more deeply on the suit's functions, Jian adjusted every detail, and in the next instant, he stood there as a flawless copy, matching Suho's appearance with complete precision down to the smallest detail. Suho acknowledged that the result was now indistinguishable, to the point where anyone would believe they were twins if they saw them side by side. Then, without letting the moment linger too long, Suho shifted the focus forward, indicating that it was time to head Nexus, while Jian hesitated briefly, wondering if he should continue in that copied form, but Suho advised him to return to his original appearance, keeping things straightforward as they prepared to move ahead. The scene shifted to Nexus Academy, where the executive carefully examined Jian, while asking Suho whether this was truly the individual he had mentioned with the possession ability, questioning if this was his real form or merely an altered appearance created through some kind of item. But Suho clarified without hesitation that while changing appearances itself was one thing, in this case the appearance itself was the item, making it fundamentally different. Suho then signaled Jian to demonstrate, and Jian nodded calmly before activating his trait, releasing a surge of purple aura that wrapped around his body, and in a single instant, his form shifted completely into the character Kenji from the game, the transformation clean and seamless, without any delay. To further prove his capability, Jian followed up by executing several blade techniques, his movements sharp and controlled as purple slashes cut through the air with precision, and Suho, watching from the side, noted how much more natural his control had become compared to the first time he had seen it. The executive, however, was no longer just observing but reacting with overwhelming excitement as he suddenly recognized the movement pattern, identifying it as Kenji's tornado strike and linking it to a specific high-level playstyle. And before anyone could react further, he rushed forward and grabbed Jian's hand, shaking it vigorously with pure enthusiasm as recognition fully set in, realizing that Jian was none other than the legendary Overstrike player known by the username Railgun. The executive's excitement only grew as he explained that his own main character had been Kenji, and that once someone had seen the #1 ranked skills in the world, they were impossible to forget, making this realization even more impactful. Completely convinced now, the executive declared that there was nothing more to evaluate and immediately pushed for signing the contract, though his excitement didn't settle as he slipped back into his fanboy mode, asking Jian if he could also transform into other characters such as Leonhardt or Banjo, still clearly fascinated by the possibilities. Suho, watching the situation unfold, calmly redirected the conversation back to business, suggesting that they discuss the contract first before anything else, and after some time Jian stepped out, leaving Suho and the executive to handle the details privately. The executive asked whether Jian would be assigned to Suho's personal strike team, and Suho confirmed that he would, prompting the executive to proceed with structuring the contract under the same conditions as before. Then the executive asked Suho if he had already decided on a name for his personal unit. Suho answered that he had chosen the name Banshee, adding that there was an additional request he wanted to make separately, which the executive accepted without much concern, casually noting that it wasn't an issue since the funding would come from the Earthkeeper allocation Suho had mentioned earlier. Suho, no longer interested in the finer logistics, simply left the arrangements in the executive's hands as the discussion wrapped up. As the executive prepared to leave, Suho brought up another matter, asking about the current status of Hunter Kang Dehan, and the executive responded that Kang Dehan had been consistently participating in raids with his assigned team, steadily progressing with his level now somewhere in the range of the 80 to 90, even offering to arrange contact if Suho was interested. However, Suho declined for the time being, stating that he would prefer to be notified only once Kang Dehan reached level 100, and the executive agreed, assuring him that he would follow up once the guild member card and all related materials were prepared, along with confirming any additional special clauses before handing everything over, allowing Suho to leave for now without concern. Later, Suho sat across from Jian at a quiet table and began explaining the special clauses before signing the contract, calmly laying everything out one by one, as he clarified that once Jian was officially hired, he would be assigned to Suho's personal strike team, and from that point onward would address him as team leader, then continued by stating that the partner item would only be lent during work hours and could not be used outside that time under any circumstances, while also emphasizing that Jian's affiliation with Nexus, the existence of the personal team, and every detail related to the partner item had to remain strictly confidential at all times, making it clear that this was not optional but a requirement that had to be upheld without exception. Jian responded without hesitation, accepting everything with steady confidence and promising to follow every condition exactly as stated, and Suho, satisfied with that straightforward attitude, added one more personal suggestion, offering Jian a place to live within Nexus Academy itself, where training facilities, accommodations, and even proper care for his siblings would all be provided, making it a complete environment tailored for both his growth and stability. Hearing that, Jian immediately stood up and bowed deeply, expressing overwhelming gratitude as he accepted the offer without any doubt, clearly moved by the consistent support he had been receiving, while Suho simply acknowledged it and welcomed him properly into the team, extending a calm but firm sense of partnership that Jian returned with equal determination, fully recognizing Suho as his leader. With that settled, Suho opened the door and suggested that Jian take a look at the rest of the team, and together they moved toward the training area where a series of training simulation capsules lay ahead. Suho explained that this would be Jian's training ground from now on, and directed his attention to the screen where the Banshee team members were engaged in intense combat, only for Jian to quickly realize that they were being completely overwhelmed by a single opponent. As Jian focused on the display, it became clear that the one dominating the entire group was none other than Suho himself, or more precisely, his avatar, relentlessly pressuring multiple opponents at once, without showing even the slightest sign of being pushed back, and Suho casually explained that half of their daily routine consisted of resurrection-based sparring against him, while the remaining time was spent clearing dungeons, making it a cycle designed to push their limits continuously. Watching the brutal efficiency of the fight, Jian instinctively questioned how anyone was supposed to defeat something like that, only for Suho to answer simply that even as an avatar, it was still him, meaning the difficulty would never be anything less than overwhelming, and then he made it clear that Jian would be joining that same training from now on. bluntly pointing out that hesitation would only slow him down. The realization hit Jian immediately, and the pressure of what awaited him became obvious as Suho added that before Jian officially began his hunter activities, his combat instincts would be pushed to an entirely new level, whether he was ready or not. At that moment, Suho's phone vibrated, drawing his attention away briefly as he stepped aside while Jian continued watching the intense training footage, still trying to process what his new routine would look like. And as Suho checked the message, he saw that it was from Baek Jiam, confirming that he was already leaving the country and would make contact again before returning, a detail that brought a faint smirk to Suho's face as he noted how quickly this guy acts. His expression slowly turned sharper as he realized how perfect the timing was. Everything was lining up exactly as he wanted. With a wider smirk, he thought this was the right moment and decided it was time to drop something big. Later, Suho made a call and calmly introduced himself as a hunter affiliated with the Great Hunter Association, asking if the person had time to meet for a cup of coffee that day, then adding that he had something important to share regarding former prosecutor Pi Sung-yeol. The person on the other end was prosecutor Kim Seung-hwan, and the mention of Pi immediately gave weight to the conversation, enough for him to accept the meeting without delay. Soon after, Prosecutor Kim arrived, and Suho already recognized him as someone capable of exerting influence outside the association, a figure quietly connected to Lee Sang-yul and the power structure surrounding him. As they greeted each other, Suho casually joked as if testing the atmosphere, implying whether Kim had suspected him of being an impersonator, but the prosecutor instead focused on a sharper concern, questioning how Suho knew about his connection with Pi Sung-yeol. Suho brushed it off lightly, remarking that no secret in the world ever stays perfectly hidden, keeping his tone relaxed while revealing just enough. As they walked together, Suho continued in the same calm manner, pointing out that there were clearly more than just one or two people who held Pi Sung-yeol as an enemy, and then openly included himself among them without hesitation. The bluntness of that statement caught Prosecutor Kim off guard, making him question whether Suho was revealing too much too quickly, especially considering they had barely been speaking for even a few seconds. They took their seats on a quiet bench under a dim night lamp, and Suho handed Prosecutor Kim a drink he had prepared in advance, already knowing his preference for an iced cafe mocha without whipped cream, a detail that immediately put the prosecutor on edge. Kim reacted with irritation, interpreting it as a display of power, but Suho calmly dismissed that idea, explaining that it wasn't about showing power but about demonstrating his intelligence-gathering ability, since there was nothing to gain from trying to intimidate a prosecutor. The prosecutor warned that this kind of conversation could easily take place in a much more formal setting, hinting at consequences, but Suho remained relaxed, pointing out that there was no reason to waste energy on empty threats, especially since as a hunter he fell outside normal prosecutorial authority anyway. Kim then brought up the possibility of informing Pi Sung-yeol about this meeting, testing Suho's confidence, but Suho responded without hesitation, stating that he said everything precisely because he knew Kim was not the kind of person to act that way. That remark caught Kim off guard, but Suho continued, describing him as someone who avoided internal politics and focused solely on his work, then bluntly adding that it was exactly why he had been manipulated by Pi Sung-yeol. The statement visibly irritated Kim, forcing him to ask what Suho was trying to say, and Suho answered directly that someone like him, who broke because he was too upright, now needed to learn how to fight. In his thoughts, Suho reflected on how Kim had always believed in justice, and once that belief was shaken, it would naturally push him toward collapse, a feeling Suho understood better than most. Suho then shifted the conversation, asking if Kim had seen his interview, and upon confirmation, reminded him that his goal was to eliminate the gates for everyone's sake, but made it clear that no matter how strong a single person was, no war could be won alone. He explained that the country was filled with people who disrupted progress for their own gain, and that Pi Sung-yeol stood as one of the central figures enabling that corruption, controlling the special forces and allowing chaos to persist. Suho revealed his intention to cut off those rotten roots entirely, framing it not as a reckless rebellion, but as reform, even as Kim questioned whether it sounded like a coup. Suho then shared a part of his past, recalling how he lost his family as a gate orphan, and later learned that certain disasters, like the gate shock incident, could have been prevented, but were deliberately neglected by the Great Hunter Association for profit, exploiting land values instead of protecting lives, which led him to see the organization as a place filled with parasites chasing personal gain. Kim questioned whether this was driven by personal revenge, but Suho denied it, explaining that if it were, he would have already acted without caring about the consequences, and instead emphasized that true change required control over power itself, comparing it to a sword whose purpose depended entirely on the one who wielded it. He declared his intention to take hold of that power, not for revenge, but to eliminate the gates completely, knowing that to achieve this, he needed to gather trustworthy people whose goals aligned with his own. Kim expressed doubt, calling it an idealistic dream, and questioning why he had been chosen, but Suho answered simply that dreams claims exist to be pursued, and among all the people he had investigated, Kim stood at the opposite extreme of Pi Sung-yeol, making him uniquely suitable. With a light remark about his intelligence network, Suho hinted that Kim already understood the weight of that selection, before clarifying that he needed someone like him to act as a force within the prosecution, while Suho himself would act as the blade keeping the association in check. Kim then asked if Suho's ultimate goal was to become the president of the Great Hunter Association, but Suho dismissed the idea entirely, stating that he had no interest in such positions, and only wanted the system to function properly on its own. After a moment of silence, Kim finally calmed, acknowledging that he understood Suho's intentions, and as the tension between them settled, Suho raised his cup toward him, signaling that now that they stood on the same side, it was time to move forward together. Suddenly, Suho's phone rang, and he pulled it out of his pocket, briefly showing the screen to Prosecutor Kim with a faint remark about how things always appeared at the right time, as if summoned, though the caller was none other than Pi Sung-yeol. Suho stood up from the bench and answered calmly, addressing him with respect, while on the other side Pi Sung-yeol asked directly about Baek Jeom. Suho explained that he had gone to catch him but found that he had already left the country, adding that the man would return in a few days, and that he planned to intercept him at the airport, since he currently lacked the authority to forcibly bring him back, ending with a composed apology. Hearing this, Pi Sung-yeol's expression hardened, and he immediately asked if Suho had seen the news, and just as Suho had anticipated, the article had already been published, exposing the special recruitment controversy within the Special Forces, and stirring attention around the so-called royal treatment inside the Great Hunter Association. Suho responded that he had just checked it and he would follow his instructions regarding that matter, and Pi Sung-yeol, clearly amused yet controlled, told him to ignore the news and simply bring the ledger once Baek Jeom returned, ending the call with a calm directive. After the call ended, Suho reflected that Pi Sung-yeol must have already been pressured by the association president due to the scale of the article's impact, while behind him, Prosecutor Kim stood up and asked if the call was related to the news. Suho confirmed indirectly, noting that being told not to worry meant the situation was serious enough to require thought, and Kim commented on how surprising it was that Suho seemed to understand Pi Sung-yeol better than he did, despite joining the association only recently. Suho internally acknowledged that such understanding came from years of suffering under him in a previous life, but outwardly brushed it off by saying he had simply studied well, adding with a faint smile that knowing both oneself and the enemy ensured victory in every battle, and that sometimes living could be more painful than dying, something he intended to make Pi Sung-yeol experience firsthand. That statement left Kim unsettled, prompting him to remark that Suho was not someone he should ever make an enemy of, to which Suho calmly replied that it was never wise to make enemies in the first place. Suho then shifted the conversation by handing Kim the ledger he had obtained from Baek Jeom, asking if he was familiar with the Gangnam faction led by him, and after Kim acknowledged it, Suho explained that Pi Sung-yeol had ordered him to retrieve this bribery ledger as part of his evaluation, a task that shocked Kim given its scale and danger, something even a rookie prosecutor would never be assigned. Suho clarified that he was an exception, and explained the real purpose behind the order, which was to control powerful figures through leverage. And as Kim flipped through the pages filled with names of police officers, judges, and prosecutors, Suho calmly stated that this was exactly why he was handing it over, asking Kim to handle the prosecution and police side while he managed matters within the association. He advised him not to act immediately but to first build influence and then move to Seoul, explaining that to catch a tiger one had to enter its den, suggesting he select key cases that would strengthen his position, while Suho provided additional intelligence when needed. With a light laugh, Suho casually waved his phone in front of Prosecutor Kim, listing off examples without hesitation, mentioning a guild representative, a corporate executive, even a prosecutor from the Gyeonggi District Prosecutor's Office, making it clear that it didn't matter who the target was because he could investigate them immediately and pass along whatever information was needed. The prosecutor found himself unable to respond, the words simply not coming out as the implications settled in, and instead he remained silent, his thoughts turning inward as a quiet realization formed that the safest way forward was to live carefully and avoid ever becoming someone who stood against Suho.